KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Friday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We made it. We made it to Friday. We are with you till 10 a.m. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Hello, Seth Payne.
I say a day without baseball was like a day without food and water.
It was a day without
Sean.
much of anything yesterday.
You know what I ended up watching was the Love Bee volleyball tournament. That's a women's volleyball league. Randy watches all the time. Houston's playing tonight in it. I think in the quarterfinals. Awesome. It's a really good product. It's on ESPN Plus.
So we're in playoff season right now.
Yes, yeah. This is like the final. This is like the finals. This is the March Madness.
This is the March. Okay, good. So I'm going to come in with some scorching hot takes on Monday about our volleyball team that I just found out existed.
It's really, honestly,
a minute three ago, yeah.
A startup league. They've got obviously a bunch of old former college stars, but then international players and everything. But the commentators are really good. It never feels like you're watching the early stages of like a spring football league or something.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, and it's on ESPN Plus.
Yep.
Well, there you go. This is the big question. Can I gamble on it?
I would imagine so.
Yeah, gamble
like
on
I said, it honestly, when you're watching it, it doesn't feel like a startup league. It feels at least by my estimation, the announcers seem really. Brandy Much knows 80 times as much about volleyball as I do, and she appreciates the announcers.
Okay, so I don't even care about the quality of play. I'm glad they have good announcers. I answered one of the two burning questions I have about any league or sporting event that I'm getting, that I feel kind of sucked in to watch a little bit. Can I gamble on it? I'm checking right now. The other question, and I guess for Friday it doesn't really matter, but if I were to get sucked into this and start watching during the week, do the games start at a reasonable time?
Well, yeah, yesterday started mid-afternoon.
Oh, that's
so I don't know what time they start today. Yeah.
This is something I can watch. Okay, now you know what one of my big fetishes is.
Yeah.
If it's sports in the middle of the day, it really doesn't. I feel like I'm getting away with it.
Honestly, the whole thing is volleyball. Once I went to rally scoring, Sean, so remember volleyball used to be like tennis where to score a point you had to have the serve.
Yeah.
So they go to rally scoring where there's a score on every possession. If you're the defense and you win and get the ball, you get a point. It makes things so intense and exciting. Honestly, some of these high school volleyball games I go to are the most tense and exciting athletic events I go to all year because it gets hairy. And I've actually thought of ways to do this with other sports. That might be I need to get a bunch of venture capital type bros together to fund a rally scoring football league. Because imagine this. No, honestly.
Oh, if you got points for stopping people?
For stopping. So imagine what would happen. Every fourth down would become. Imagine if you got 3 points for forcing a punt. And as a defense. Or as an offense, you had to make that decision. Do we give up 3 points for field position here? Or, we'd have to mess with the scoring system a little bit. Might be 2 points for a punt or something. But it would make it tense, man.
Now I'm mad that the Texans didn't propose this at the league meetings a few weeks ago. This would be the year for the Texans to have rally scoring with this defense.
You have to try it in one of these startup leagues, at least just in one of during their preseason games or something.
I
just
want
go
it
to
this
rally
season
scoring.
in the NFL because we got a good defense. Oh, that's a great idea, dude. That's a great idea.
We have a lot of commissioners of sports leagues that listen to our station. And I'm telling you, man, do yourself a favor and just watch some volleyball and see how intense the rail things, and then apply it to your sport.
Do you? What time does Houston play today? Do you happen to know?
I don't know what time they play.
All right. I'll have to check that. I'm kind of into this, man. Friday's my day to do stuff like this. You and I don't have a show the next day or anything. There's really like the one chunk of time during the week where I just completely unplug is Friday afternoon because there's nothing, because you and I have nothing Saturday morning ever. So I may unplug by grabbing a beverage at my local watering hole, bringing my laptop with me, and watching our volleyball team, which I am completely invested in 4 minutes after I learned they existed.
Bad news about Houston is they play at, looks like 8:30 p.m. tonight.
Okay,
so
that's fine.
It's not one of these awesome mid-afternoon games.
No, but that's cool that they do play mid-afternoon. All right, so we got the Astros are back in town, Seth. They are not getting a hero's welcome coming back to town after the debacle that was Wednesday afternoon in Seattle. This is, it's 12 games into the season, so I'm not going to insult the intelligence of our audience and act like the division is on the line or anything like that. But they are playing an Angels team that is better than we expected them to be out of the chute here. They're better than the Astros right now. They're ahead of the Astros in the standings.
They're playing up to their roster. At the very
Trout
least.
Back.
Yeah, Trout is healthy for now.
Yeah.
What's the over-under on number of games Trout plays this year?
I would put it – that's a good question because he's played about 50% of the games over the last 4 seasons, I want to say.
Yeah.
So I would say a reasonable number, because they'll probably protect, I don't know, 2.5, something like that, a little more than half the games, I would say. Do you take the over or under on that? If I said, hey, Seth, bet on this. Hey, we're walking through the sports book, and there's a prop bet on Mike Trout games played, 92.5. Throw $10 down on that. What do you want?
He played 12 last year. He played 29 the year before that. He played 82 in 2023.
Yeah.
The last time he played a respectable number of games was in 2023.
Right. Yeah, I'm trying to suck you in right now.
I'd take the under, I guess.
Yeah, okay.
He ain't getting any younger.
Okay. I ain't moving that number. Not based on your bet, buddy.
All of a sudden, one day, kids, you're going to wake up and you're going to realize that Mike Trout has been a Major League Baseball player since 2011.
There probably
make you feel old.
There probably are some kids that have just gotten into baseball that wonder what the big deal is over Mike Trout. It's been
honestly,
when he came, his first 8 or 9 years, it looked like he was Mickey Mantle, and now he just can't stay healthy. He's still a really good player.
Sean, since what was the COVID year? 2020, right?
2020.
Okay, so COVID doesn't count. We'll say since 2021, he played that 119 innings in 2022. But in the last 5 seasons, his high water mark, other than that 119, was the 82 games he played in 2023.
Yeah.
And then it's been 36 games, 29 games, 12 games. I mean, it's 4 times out of 5 he's played 50% or less of the games.
Yeah, if you're 10 years old and you're a baseball fan, you're like, what's the big deal over Mike Trout? He never plays. Why are we so intimidated? He hit two home runs yesterday. They won 11-1 yesterday against Tampa Bay, and they had 3 guys hit 2 home runs. So they're not a team, but they're better than the Astros, and I can say that about any team in baseball because the Astros right now have the lowest. They have a 291 slugging percentage. They have a 584 OPS as a team. As a team. Not the bottom third of the order. Remember coming into the season, Seth? Remember back when you and I, a simpler time and place when we were in West Palm Beach and we were merely worried about the bottom third of the order? Oh, this top six will be fine. You can put this up against almost anybody. You got Altuve and Paredes and Jordan, and Christian Walker's been a 30-home run guy. Jeremy Pena is ascending. Yainer Diaz, one of the great young hitting catchers in all of baseball. If they could just figure out this bottom third of the order, because that OPS is probably going to be, 6-something. No, the whole lineup, which includes a red-hot Jose Altuve, 584, last in baseball, scored 2 or fewer runs in more than half of their games. And I will repeat what you and I said yesterday. This is the rut they need to get out of. Stop being boring. Stop being a boring, bland, milquetoast.
I do.
Flaccid offense.
I do. I look around the infield, and other than Jeremy Pena, I'm looking at these guys. I don't know who they are. I've got no emotional attachment to them whatsoever.
Give me but I'm open to be attached emotionally. I'm
right,
here.
I want to. I want to
fall in
love.
right now.
Yes. I am hot to try.
Just
give me something.
Some emotional attachment.
Sean just showed me his ad.
The inside of my knee wants you bad.
I just can't wait to the point where maybe they get to a point this season where they have more doubles than games played. They're stuck at 10 doubles right now. Remember that was a big moment in the Mariners series when the Mariners hit double digits on doubles. They've got 10 doubles now.
Well,
the Astros were stuck at 9 at the point. They're all the way up to 10 now.
I hadn't even paid attention to that stat, but the way Callis and Blum were laying it out when the Mariners hit that double, they're like, hey, 10th double on the season. Only one team has fewer doubles. And I'm like, here it comes. The Houston Astros.
Well, when Callis said it, too, it was one of those moments where I'm like, I always second-guess myself, and I'm like, wait, am I being a dumb football guy here? Because Callis sarcastically said, hey, that's their 10th double.
Yeah.
And I was like, wait, that's not a lot,
that's
is it?
Bad.
Yeah. But he said he sold it perfectly.
Yeah.
Callis is way more kind of like snarkily sarcastic than you really think or realize. He sneaks it in, and he does it really, really well.
Yep.
Because he does it in such a low-key way that it never feels venomous the way that what you or I would do it.
No. Clearly. And here's the thing about this series with the Angels, and we're going to hear from Dana Brown in the next segment. He did an interview with MLB.com, not yesterday, but the day before with Brian Kenny, just kind of talking about the early part of the season here, and we need to go through how much we agree with his assessment of with the Astros, but particular to this series this weekend, it is like for an early series, it's kind of a big series. The Astros are 5-7, the Angels are 7-4, and then you got the Rangers who are above everybody right now. Divisional series at home, and they're trying to win this thing, Seth, with Ronel Blanco, Ryan Gusto, and Hayden Wisniewski.
Yeah,
like this is a Brown and Framberless series that they really need to They need to take minimum 2 out of 3 in this thing, just for the early on vibes on the team. I think.
Look, I'm relatively. In the way that an Astros fan should rightfully be. I'm relatively optimistic about all of those guys. And now, Wisniewski is the one, especially, it looks like so far that he has responded to the Astros' ability to get the most out of pitchers. And the first thing they always do with any of their new pitchers is they tweak their pitch selection. Mm-hmm. So he's not throwing nearly as many sweepers as he typically does. That's worked out. He historically has been much worse against lefties than righties. The Mariners stacked up 5 lefties in their lineup versus him, and he did it, and he performed very, very well. He's got like a .67 whip right now, so it's very early in the season, obviously. But he's performed better than his ERA would suggest.
Yes.
So far I'm cautiously optimistic about him. Gusto is just a complete and wide-open wild card. And then Blanco, it's more, all right, look, we've seen the really good version of Blanco. Blanco changed his offseason routine, and he typically plays winter ball, and he just stays very active in the offseason.
Needs to change back.
Well, worn down when he's had to throw all these extended innings. So that's what I'm kind of hoping with him is that, all right, because his offseason preparation was different, maybe he's got to learn how to ramp it up a little bit.
He's
faster in the
acclimating.
future.
Yeah, he's acclimating. All right. Nothing illustrates, this is a text message. Jim Hadler, the Texas Hammer text line. Nothing illustrates how boring the Astros are more than leading the show with volleyball talk.
I'm telling you, rally scoring.
It wasn't a volleyball talk. It was a rally scoring cry from Seth Payne, which I'm here for. That's a phenomenal idea.
I know.
That's what that's what one of the spring leagues should be trying. The UFL should be trying that.
Yeah. You score on every possession.
Yeah.
Anytime a possession ends, either the offense or the defense gets points.
Oh my God. The value of defensive players if they actually score points on defense. Holy smokes.
And think about how much in-game gambling has changed kind of the way people consume sports. Yeah. That'd be huge.
I need this. I need this league. I need oxygen. All right,
coaches would hate it because it's just one more opportunity for him to get fired.
Well, it's such a drastic change too.
Yeah.
Like, the analytics departments would have smoke coming out of them from all the computers and everything.
That's true.
Yeah.
All
right, off and running on a Friday. Speaking of the Astros, I mentioned it. Dana Brown did an interview with Brian Kenny on MLB.com. Talked about the transition of Jose Altuve to left field. Talked about the Kyle Tucker trade. And Cam Smith. How much of this do we agree with from Dana Brown early on here, 12 games into the season? We will discuss coming up next.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Seth and I were hashing out this Mike Trout situation with the Angels. Actually, there is no situation. Like, he's got a big contract that goes for many, many years, and he doesn't get on the field all that much these last few years. This contract, it's wild to say this, Seth, because you were looking this up during the break, and he's on a deal where he's getting paid upwards of nearly $40 million a year, and it runs through 2030. He's a free agent in 2031.
Well, and so much about the Mike Trout contract is the cautionary tale of when you give a person a mega contract.
Yeah.
You're tied to that person. The Angels have just had such bad luck with it.
Is worse than even these Pujols got on the field and was an average baseball player.
He was an above average baseball player still for multiple years. He was underperforming to a vast degree, but he was on the field and he was available. Whereas Trout just hasn't played baseball. Really, he signed that extension in 2019. The money didn't kick in for a couple of years.
Yeah.
So the money didn't kick in until 2021, the big money, the $37 million a year. Yeah. And there's only one time since then that he's played more than 82 games.
Yeah.
He had one season where he played 119 games.
Yeah.
So not even still. It's been such a drastic mistake.
Yeah.
They couldn't foreseen that he was going to be this injury prone, but my God.
Well, and that's the thing. And I think if we were to bring this back around to the Astros, and we'll get to Dana Brown in a second. And in fact, this is a good segue. Ben, we'll lead in with the Kyle Tucker question with Dana Brown. But, it's easy to take a shot at the Astros right now at this juncture in the season, Seth, for their decisions because, one, they're an abysmal offensive baseball team, but two, the guys they let walk out the door are among the best hitters in baseball right now.
Yeah.
Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman. Bregman's sort of a different story, but, Mike Trout was Kyle Tucker deluxe times 10 on steroids, not literally on steroids as far as we know. But the first
he hasn't proven that he's not on steroids.
The first 5 years of his career, he led the majors in WAR. With ridiculous numbers, like over 10 wins above replacement, which is an absurd number. We're talking about Mike Trout here.
Yeah.
And so he would have been the guy to give that sort of contract. The game from 2012 through 2016, he's playing 159 games. This is the cautionary tale, though. This is where I do give anybody who's up in arms over the Kyle Tucker trade or the Astros not signing Kyle Tucker. This is the type of deal he wanted, and by and large, we're starting to see how some of these 10 and 12-year deals are beginning to age. They were a newer thing. You didn't see a ton of them. They don't age well. I don't blame the Astros here.
The problem is it feels like you might as well be the valedictorian of your high school who, as a bully, is giving you a swirly. You've got your head down in the toilet, and you're like, let's see how both of us are doing 10 years from now, fella.
Right. Doesn't help you in the moment.
Long term, my prospects are much better than yours. It still doesn't make the swirly feel any better.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. So let's hear from Dana Brown. Dana Brown did an interview with MLB Network, and speaking of Kyle Tucker, he gave some thoughts on he gave some insight as to the thoughts behind the Kyle Tucker trade.
Yeah, look, I felt like I've mentioned this before. We want to be competitive in the future and still remain competitive in the present. And one of the things with, trading Kyle Tucker, we were able to secure 14 years of control with the players that we have. We feel like this is going to be big upside for us. And look, Kyle Tucker for a year, but ultimately, we feel pretty good about it. And we think it's going to be a good trade for both sides.
I'm still okay with the Kyle Tucker trade. I don't think Kyle Tucker's going to hit like this all year. Like he's tippy top of everything, right? He's a good hitter, obviously. And I don't know that the Cubs are even going to sign Kyle Tucker to a deal, So I'm still okay with the Kyle Tucker trade. Paredes needs to crank it up here. And Cam Smith, we're obviously giving some leeway to. Wisniewski's been fine so far. He's been very good with, I think, the arrow pointed up on Wisniewski.
In the short term, Wisniewski might end up being the most lopsided part of the deal, I suppose. And it's the one that makes a lot of sense in that, all right, the Astros have a history of taking guys and getting the absolute max out of them compared to where they'd been before with their pitchers.
Yeah.
So Wisniewski, so far so good. And then with Cam Smith too, I've relented a little bit on them giving Cam, not playing Cam Smith every day because for one, it looks like the break where they worked on him moving closer to the plate and being more aggressive in the count. Looks like it may have paid some dividends that they gave him a little bit of a break early in the season. So this is one that's going to play out over the course of these next couple years at least. And ultimately, what do you get out of Cam Smith? It still very much could end up being an absolute stroke of brilliance by Dana Brown if Cam Smith works out.
That's the
long-term.
thing. Like the Cubs are working on a different time frame report card than the Astros are in that trade.
Yeah.
You're talking. It's not going to be one where you can say that team won it, that team lost it a year in because the Astros. It's a longer play. Let's get back to the top, Ben. Here was Dana Brown on MLB Network talking about Altuve's transition to left field, what he's seeing so far.
Yeah, the transition's going well. Look, for a guy that hasn't played out there, he's really athletic. That's what's key. And, he's getting to a lot of balls in the gaps. He's coming in well. So he's been doing pretty well for a guy that's never played out there. And he's learning still at the major league level, which is pretty tough to do. I mean, this is, like the highest level of baseball. So for the most part, he's done a really good job, and he's growing more in each day.
It's bizarre to hear an assessment. Altuve's a future Hall of Famer. It's bizarre to hear a general manager giving an assessment of a guy moving to left field and grading him as if he's trying out for an eight-year-old Little League team. Like,
right,
he's coming in on the ball well. Like, he's tracking the ball well.
I got in a little bit of a polite disagreement with one of our listeners yesterday when we were talking about Altuve's defense. And it was one of those things where we had a bunch of exchanges, and then we realized that it was the nerdiest of all things. He was relying on Baseball Reference's stats, and I was relying on Fangraphs stats.
Worst barroom argument ever.
It was. And then we realized it, and then we hugged it out. I will say, I think Fangraphs, when they calculate their WAR, they use the StatCast stuff, which I feel for defense especially is way more accurate than the way they used to. It's as intelligent as these baseball people, still they're like accurate defensive measurement still eludes them a little bit. Mm-hmm. But Fangraphs judges them a lot less harshly defensively than Baseball Reference does, and I think that matches the eyeball test. I think that by and large, when it comes to the bread and butter of playing in the outfield is getting a read on the ball or off the bat and making plays in the gap, all that. He's done a good job. It's just that he's had these blips where he hasn't gotten the ball out of his glove. So I'm totally fine with it. I think when you compare it to like other position changes with veteran players, I think this has gone relatively smoothly for a 35-year-old especially.
Yep. Follow up to Dana Brown on that. What did you want with this Altuve move from second base to left field?
Yeah, create some flexibility in our lineup. It allowed us to sign, Rogers. Rogers is off to a pretty good start. He went 0 for 5 yesterday, but, he's been swinging the bat well. As you know, he's a, former top pick, a guy who's won a Gold Glove. We think Rogers is going to have a comeback season. And so this allows us some flexibility in our lineup. And it also, as you mentioned, gets Alvarez off of his feet. Okay. And so we think this could be a win-win. And, he's still going to play some second base, but he took to it very well. And I think he's doing a pretty good job learning at the major league level.
Okay, this is he needs to slow down on the Brendan Rodgers thing. Like it allowed us to sign Brendan Rodgers. No. If you had kept Bregman and then moved Paredes over to second base, it allowed you to keep Alex Bregman. The reason behind Altuve isn't so you can. It allowed us to go sign Brendan Rodgers, who no other team wanted. Who you have opt-out, so you have an opt-out coming up on May 1st if you don't want to keep him. Like let's not act like they just signed Roberto Alomar to play second base or something.
There's
like
a guy
that.
who was in an open competition with 7 other guys.
Luis Guillorme. It was between Guillorme and Brendan Rodgers. Yeah, let me slow down. So Dana, I agree with a lot of what you said in this interview. Slow down on it. It allowed us to sign Brendan Rodgers. I know Brendan Rodgers had a good start too, and if he has a comeback year and you want to come back with your receipt from this interview and wave it in my face, I'm here for it. I just want the Astros to be good and exciting again, but the positional flexibility to allow them to sign Brendan Rodgers.
Boy, it was we were just trying to figure out some way to get Brendan Rodgers.
Gotta get him on the just get him in our building. Yeah.
We went to Altuve and he said, Altuve, we've got a chance to get Brendan Rodgers. Look at his stats at home in Colorado.
Right.
Yeah, he's incredible. He's incredible.
Yeah. What do you think, Jose?
What was that again?
Brendan Rodgers, Jose. What? Brendan Rodgers.
What was that again?
Is the whole thing about Brendan Rodgers is Brendan Rodgers. You look at his expected stats. If you want to go the nerdy route, Brendan Rodgers' expected stats are actually in line with where he has been historically. It's just not all that impressive when you adjust for him playing in Colorado.
Yep.
The guy who's not doing as well with the expected stats is Christian Walker. The strikeouts. Mm-hmm. That's the one where the strikeouts are the strikeouts. There's not a whole lot of coaxing and cajoling of the stats that can make you feel better about a boatload of strikeouts.
No, but someone posted a tweet yesterday about Christian Walker's stats through the same number of at-bats last year. I think he's got 48 at-bats. And his numbers were through the roof. He had an OPS like 800 or 900. He had 3 home runs, all these things. He still had 17 strikeouts last year at this time. I think that's going to be one of those things you're just going to have to live with it with him probably.
Well, with Christian Walker, a big part of it, hopefully, is simply that he's still hitting the ball really hard. He hits the ball a lot, makes a lot of hard hits, but he had so much time off because of that strained oblique. Yeah. So there's a little bit of an extended spring training for him. That's if you're trying to be optimistic about it.
Yeah. Let's hear from. Let's hit Christian Walker here, Ben.
To be completely transparent, his expected batting average and everything, that's all still in line with his historical numbers, so he'll be fine.
Here's Dana Brown on Christian Walker.
Yeah, look, we know that he's off to a slow start. We know that, he's going to hit somewhere near 30 home runs. He's going to hit about 250 with over an 800 OPS or somewhere near 800. And we know he's a professional hitter. Look, he's good. It's always tough when you get off to a slow start. It's always tough because you get, your bats start to rack up and you don't get hits and your average looks bad. Your OPS looks bad. But look, ultimately, we feel like this guy will get hot. Hits come. And hits one in bunches, and so we're really confident that Walker's going to be really good for us with the bat. And of course, he's been a Gold Glove defender, and he's been really good at first base for us already. So we feel like this is going to be a really good marriage for us with Walker.
I don't have a Jose Abreu vibe on Christian Walker. He doesn't look. First of all, defensively, he lives in a different universe, and to your point, Seth, his at-bats are not nearly as uncompetitive as Jose Abreu.
Yeah, if Stat Nerd Seth were to weigh in, he'd say, look, you guys are all ignoring ex-Wobicon. Yeah, his ex-Wobicon.
That's your nerd voice?
He's got the best ex-Wobicon that he's had since 2018, And you guys are just sitting here, it's like you're putting ketchup on your hot dogs. You bunch of clowns. Yeah.
You're the guy sitting at the nerd table that one of the nerds brought in, and everybody's like, why did you bring this guy in here? Sounds like a
I was going to say, I feel bullied by Seth's nerd voice.
Yeah, Seth has a bullying nerd voice.
No, right. We haven't. Stat Nerd Seth has a thick New York accent. And is a guy, he's like the guy at the deli that stumbled onto Baseball Savant.
Yes.
Is all the rest of your buddies are eating their pasta fajoule or whatever.
Right.
I'm pouring through my laptop.
I love that. Okay, there's people in the text.
Get out of here before I bust you in the ears.
Astros need to clean house. SMH. Stop. They need to clean house. Come on now.
You know what I hate? Okay, this is what I hate.
Yeah.
This is what I hate. I despise with a passion the people who love to act like they're a true Astros fan, and they'll say things on social media like, you guys wouldn't have made it through 2013. Yeah. Acting like these are hard times. Shut up. There's not a single one of you that in 2013 was like, woohoo!
Yeah.
This is exactly where I want to be. Mm-hmm. This is all. What was the rating on the TV broadcast the other night?
0.0 is a Blutarski. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are, back in 2013, I was nothing but unicorns and rainbows. That's right.
Oh, yeah, you were spooning it up.
I had a big old lollipop at the games, just and a big smile on my face watching those.
Last text, Jim Adler, Texas Hammer text line. Someone says, hey, Sean, because I think I said Wisniewski's been the best guy out of that trade so far. Paredes is our most consistent player, Sean. He's got a 589 OPS. He's got a 589 OPS. What do you mean he's been our most consistent player?
No, and what we're saying is also, I think part of it is in terms of getting above and beyond what the trade looks like at the Paredes is a known quantity, and Christian Walker and Paredes, I'm in the moment I get pissed off, but they're gonna be just fine. It's the upside of Cam Smith and Hunter Wisniewski, and Hayden Wisniewski. And Wisniewski, so far, it looks like, all right, he might be doing the classic Astros pitcher transfer.
Yeah, that's fine. No, you're absolutely right. To this texter, Paredes has underperformed. He's not been good. He's got a 589 OPS. He's been fine in the field, and he's stunk at the plate. You're giving the fact that he's been bad, but not as bad as the abysmal guys that are like 4 or 5 that are worse than him right now. 234 batting average. And he's not hit for any power yet. No, he's not been. He's been their most consistent player. Okay, consistent on a team that's the worst in the league at hitting. It's what are we talking about here? By the way,
Jake Myers is your second best hitter right now.
4 of his hits came in one game. What are we talking about? Consistent. 4 of his hits came in one game. Yeah, Jake Myers is the second best hitter on the team right now. Oh, all right. Payne and Pendergast went a little over there, but there's really not that many headlines. But we will set up this series. This weekend. Big battles between Houston and L.A. this weekend in multiple sports that we'll get to. We'll update you on the Masters as well as they get ready to tee off in Augusta. We'll do that in headlines coming up next. But first, let's get you guys your licensed Astros.
Center.com.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's get into headlines. Actual big series here early in the season with the Angels of all teams. The Angels are ahead of the Astros in the standings right now. The Astros coming off just an abysmal loss. That was one of those losses on Wednesday, Seth, where I don't even know if it's good to have a day off after that. I feel like you want to get back on the field and get the taste out of your mouth.
Get right back into it.
Yes, yeah. It was just so bad in Seattle.
You know, in hindsight, what was really disappointing about that loss was that the Mariners were the team that was playing like they didn't want to win the game. It's the Astros, by and large, other than the minor detail of hitting with runners on base, scoring position, the Mariners were making so many errors in the field or just bad plays in the field. Yeah. And they picked themselves up out of it in the last couple innings.
Yeah. So Angels coming to town. The Astros are going to try to get this done with Ronel Blanco, Ryan Gusto making his first start as a big leaguer, and Hayden Wisniewski, who's been very, very good so far. Those are their three starting pitchers this week, and they're going to try to get it done with. And
Gusto's the guy that they're talking about stretching him out to 70 or 75 pitches. So the bullpen, I'm glad that, you know what, you say, maybe psychologically it would have been better if they had just played the next day, but the bullpen needed a break.
For sure.
So, so when your thinking brain kicks in after you're like, no, we got to get back out there. No, those guys needed a break. And Gusto, you're probably not going to get more than 5 innings out of him, so they got to be able to lean into that.
75 pitches, you'll be lucky in his first start against a good offensive team. If you get 4 good innings out of Ryan Gusto, then that's a win this weekend. So that's the Astros. We're getting a lot of texts about the Astros. We're pretty light on headlines, so we'll read some of them in this. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Sean acts like Paredes' 589 OPS isn't rock solid for a Houston Astro. That's true. Sorry, I apologize to that texter before who I kind of condescendingly talked about his text about Paredes being the most consistent Astro. He is the one guy whose OPS is almost the exact team OPS right now. So maybe
that's true. He's the emblem of everything that the Astros represent at the plate right now.
He's the damn logo right now for the Houston Astros. Yeah, Paredes.
They got to trade. They got to trade Altuve. You got to get that guy out of there. He's making everybody else look bad.
He's too inconsistent compared to what the Astros normally are. Let's see. Good morning, Sean and Seth. Could Paredes and Walker be off to a slow start due to 2 National League hitters seeing American League pitchers they've not seen much of? No. Well, first of all, Paredes played 2 months for Chicago. He was a Tampa Bay Ray before that, his whole career. Yeah. He's an American League guy. I don't think so.
That knife cuts both ways. Yeah. Because the pitchers haven't seen them either, so they don't have the familiarity.
And you play all the teams now. It's not as probably not. They're just off to slow starts.
The biggest one, if I'm going to make an excuse, it would be for Christian Walker, just because he was nursing that oblique. So he didn't have much of a spring training because they were trying to take it easy with his oblique. So, and he's still. And Walker is hitting the ball hard. You can make some excuses for him for bad luck, but you can't really make excuses for the strikeouts. Yeah. So I think with him, it's just shaking off the rust, hopefully.
Yep.
They'll both be. It's not like it's very, very unlikely that either of those guys are going to all of a sudden fall off a cliff and never be the same players they were before.
Correct.
It's not the same situation as Jose Abreu. It just feels very, very miserable in the moment.
In the other athletic endeavor involving teams from Houston and Los Angeles, the Rockets are in L.A. to take on the Lakers tonight. The injury report looks like this. Jayshawn Tate is out with right ankle soreness. Aside from that, at minimally as questionable or better, Alperen Şengün, personal reasons. Jabari Smith, left groin soreness, and Fred VanVleet, obviously with that ankle soreness. They're all listed as questionable. Everybody else is available tonight, so I think this is going to be, as you and I discussed yesterday, Seth, not these last couple games coming up with the Lakers tonight and the Nuggets on Sunday probably aren't going to look as drastic as that Clippers game did, where they had 5 of their top 7 guys were sitting for that game.
Yeah, I think if Udoka, I'm guessing, looked at it as, hey, we need to be sure we play these guys some before we get into the postseason. But let's take a big break right now and then get back into staying sharp and play guys a minimal amount of minutes. And for this team, too, I thought about it after the show yesterday, Sean, because I was disappointed in myself for not having a better answer for you on something you asked me. Okay. Was that, look, remember, this is a team that if they make a playoff run, it's going to involve a whole lot of energy and tenacity and vicious defense and rebounding.
Yes.
So being physically fresh is by far the most important. It's not like, oh, no, this incredible shooting team is going to lose their touch.
Their shooting legs suck anyway.
Team.
Yeah, they had no shooting legs in game 1 this year because they couldn't make
getting their legs as fresh as possible is probably the most important thing for this team.
Yeah, right now the standings in the Western Conference, the Lakers sit at 49-31. So I guess mathematically, it looks like mathematically they've played their way out of the play-in. So the Lakers. LeBron probable in this game. We're still watching Denver, the Clippers, Golden State, Memphis, and Minnesota. Those are all teams, Seth, right now that the Rockets could see in the first round because all 5 of those teams could wind up in that 7-8 game. 2 of them will. 2 of those 5 teams, the pool of teams that the Rockets are going to see in the first round of the playoffs, the pool of teams, that the team they're going to play is going to come from Denver, the Clippers, Golden State, Memphis, Minnesota.
So they the Lakers still have seeding to gain, right?
I don't think so. They've got an X next to their let's see. They clinched a playoff spot. They're out of the play-in mix.
Right.
The Lakers are,
okay.
And they can't catch the Rockets for the 2 seed.
So
I guess you're right. It could be the 4 or 5. Yeah, the 3 seed still matters. So
they still have to play for the 3 seed.
For the 3 seed, if it matters
if they care.
them. Yeah, if they care. I think they care about home court. The 3 or the 4. The 3 or the 4. I mean, LeBron James is probable tonight. It implies at least that they care about this game. So
I hate them all. I hate everybody.
Yeah.
I hate the entire. I hate every single one of these teams that's a potential Rockets opponent.
What's
Sean.
wild is we're not going to know who the Rockets play in the playoffs when we come in on Monday. The season will be over, but we got to wait till Tuesday to find out who they play. That's kind of neat. I like that.
Can we do 5 reasons I hate for every? We'll do on Monday. We'll do 5 reasons I hate both of those potential.
The play-in teams, bingo. I like that. I like that a lot. All right, Masters update, Justin Rose, -7, leading by 3 strokes heading into today. Scotty Scheffler is sitting there right now at 4. He's part of a group of 3 golfers that are -4, 3 strokes back of Justin Rose. That's what's going on at Augusta. All right, into the 7 o'clock hour we go. All right, we're changing things up on a Friday. Normally we do Take-a-mania at 9 o'clock, the worst takes of the week, trying to take down the current champion. And it's a brand-new, fresh champion that we crowned actually in a rematch on Monday. Emmanuel Acho's take on Deion and Shedeur Sanders revolutionizing the NFL is the current champion. There were so many bad takes this week, Seth, all on current topics and relevant topics around the sports world, that I needed to make sure we had a segment that fit them all in. So we got our nice long 7 o'clock segment. Take-a-mania, worst take, does Emmanuel Acho get taken down? That is coming up next. But first, did your home get taken down in these storms?
92 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey Sports Station.
Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We normally do this in the 9 o'clock hour, but a little light on sports doings this week. There were no games for the Rockets or Astros yesterday. And Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans don't put any smoke out there 2 weeks before the draft.
Really a selfish display
very
out
selfish.
of our local sports teams. The Rockets cemented the 2 seed.
Yeah.
So there's not nearly as much intrigue there. Thanks, pals.
Meaningless games from the Rockets. Astros can't hit their way out of a paper bag. Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans are not inclined to use the Nugget Hussies to grease the skids for anything.
Yeah.
So we got nothing to sink our teeth into there. That's okay.
You know what I've learned about San Antonio Sports Radio? They do a good amount of high school sports.
Yeah.
Which I don't feel like, I think Houston's just way too big for it to ever pop.
Yeah.
But I get a little jealous of them that it works in their market.
They only have one team, and then that team's not very good. We have more stuff generating content here probably. So this is nice, though, and I promise you, all the things you're about to hear are relevant to things going on in the sports world right now. But normally, if you're a 9 o'clock hour listener on a Friday, you know this. But Seth and I started doing a segment right before the Super Bowl, probably the weeks leading up to the Super Bowl. It was actually after our good friend Ross Tucker said that he essentially sabotages local restaurants by telling people not to go. He can get a reservation much easier.
Yeah, when he finds a restaurant he really likes, he actively wages a PR campaign against them so that he can still get a reservation.
Yeah, so that's the genesis of Take-a-mania.
It's a bad
take. And so Seth suggested we should do, every week, like the worst takes and see if it takes down the champ. And so that's what we've done. And for 2 months, the champ was actually Angelo Cataldi, a former radio host out of Philadelphia, who had said that Andy Reid was the all-time fraud in American sports.
The all-time most overrated and all-time fraud in American sports.
Yeah, and that was good enough to be champion for 2 months. I mean, we've been doing this thing for 10 weeks. He was champ for 8 of them. But he was taken down, not last Friday. It was so close that initially Cataldi won, but we had a rematch on Monday.
Yeah.
And the booker in this exercise, Seth Payne, this is like a wrestling kind of thing. Seth's booking the matches here. Emmanuel Acho was able to take down Cataldi in a rematch on Monday with this horrific take about the Sanders family.
I'm taking Shedeur Sanders. We all say Shedeur Sanders is a winner everywhere he goes. That's not exclusively true. No? Shedeur Sanders and Deion are winners everywhere they go. I would take Shedeur Sanders to make sure that I have the first stab at getting Deion Sanders as my next head coach in Tennessee, assuming Callahan does not work out. The Titans have had 5 head coaches since 2010. Deion would inevitably leave Colorado for one reason and one reason only, to coach his son. If you can get Shedeur, who you think you're going to get as the next head coach? And in here, a whole lot of different leverage and negotiation tactics. Just show him a picture of the quarterback, and it's Shedeur. Shedeur doesn't necessarily win everywhere he goes. We don't know that. That's not conclusive information. Shedeur and Deion win everywhere they go. I would get Shedeur because I want to get Prime, because if you get Shedeur and you get Prime, you completely revolutionize the whole NFL as it pertains to the Tennessee Titans. That's why I'm going for Shedeur.
Yeah, it was the final revolutionizing the NFL that did it for me there. And it's after stating 5 things as fact, like, hey, we all agree on this thing that we totally don't all agree on, including the fact that Shedeur and Deion win everywhere they go. Yeah. In a very small sample size in which they've never actually put together an awesome, well, they did at Jackson State, but they did it by having talent that was far above and beyond it was a bad take.
Yeah, it was a bad take. It was a bad take. Now, it was a bad take. For most of it, it was the kind of bad take where I'm like, all right, I could see myself doing something like this just to get people talking if I was on one of those shows. It was the revolution. It was the R word at the end.
It was revolution. And then there's a part of it, too, where because we know Emmanuel Acho much more so than we know Angelo Cataldi, I just get so tired of Emmanuel Acho speaking to me like I'm a 7th grader.
Yes.
And that he's explaining to me the way things really work.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. There's a tone. All right, so can Emmanuel Acho get taken down? That is the question. We've got 6 contenders this week, Seth.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, there's a lot of bad takes out there. This was Stephen A. Smith back on April the 6th. So that would have been, the video dropped April the 6th, said it like last Friday on Get Up or First Take, or I'm probably on First Take, about, keep in mind, he has a take on the Denver Nuggets prior to them firing their coach earlier this week, okay?
Yeah.
So this is one of those takes where we can actually see part of the reason, like some of the results so far as to why it's a bad take. This is Stephen A. Smith saying that Russell Westbrook will be the reason the Nuggets go to the NBA Finals.
Here's my bold prediction. I think the Denver Nuggets are going to return to the NBA Finals, and I think it's going to be because of Russell Westbrook. I think Russell Westbrook being in that situation with them. We know what Jokic and Jamal Murray and Porter and Aaron Gordon could do, and congrats to Gordon for getting his dollars. He deserves it. But Russell Westbrook is going to do something for the Denver Nuggets, very positive, and infuse a personality transplant to some degree. His competitive fervor, I think that's gonna be a huge thing with Denver, and him feeding off that great crowd in Denver. I think that's going to be a huge deal that people are sleeping on. Russell Westbrook's impact on the Denver Nuggets.
Okay, first of all, I mean, Russell Westbrook is not a good basketball player anymore. He is highly inefficient. He's very mercurial. He's a personality that's tough to deal with. And so that was Stephen A. Smith saying, Seth, that he would be the reason they made it to the NBA Finals. Turns out he is reportedly, according to The Athletic, the biggest reason that their coach got fired this week. This is a paragraph from Sam Amick that laid out all the things that went into firing Michael Malone. And if you do a find search on the name Westbrook in the article, it comes up 13 times. Westbrook's name comes up 13 times in an article about why the coach got fired. This is the we won't read the whole thing, but this is a paragraph that I think is relevant here. All the while, Michael Malone's choice to continue supporting Westbrook, despite the frustration he was causing on and off the floor, led to a loss of credibility among the team's key players. It was one thing when Malone handled Jokic and Murray with more leniency, Murray being Jamal Murray, everybody knows Jokic, with more leniency than the rest of their group, but affording Westbrook that sort of treatment, even with his Hall of Fame credentials, was not well received by some.
This is the reason this is so bad is that this isn't, every now and then Stephen A. Smith will make a mistake and he'll talk about a player who's no longer on the team that he's talking about or what have you, but it's relatively recent. We're going back to the year 2019 since Russell Westbrook started being very clearly not the answer or the solution.
Yeah.
Going back to the Houston Rockets. And at a time in which he's now averaging anywhere between 11 to 13 points per game in a season, it's a really bad take. He just flat out ignored this entire decade of the Russell Westbrook experience.
And the coach got fired 3 days after this take.
Yeah,
because of Westbrook.
Oh. I
can see your brain working. You don't want Acho to get taken down this quickly. I don't.
I really don't. All right, we're gonna hold this in reserve. He's got a chance right now.
He's got
okay. He's got a chance. I got to hear the other candidates.
You got to hear the other candidate. Okay, well, but you know how we do this though. Okay, so right now, for now, Acho kicks out. Yeah, you know how it works, Seth. I mean, it's either pin or not. I mean,
all right.
So
all right. He didn't. Oh, geez.
Now we can always do a rematch on Monday if it's that bad. We did reserve that rule, but this is a matchup between these two. There must be a finish right now.
No. I can't abide this, especially because the station that Stephen A. Smith occupies. Yes, no, he's the current champ until we hear the rest of these contenders.
Okay, there we go. Acho with one of the shortest tenures of the champ as all time. Stephen A. Smith is your new Take-a-mania champion.
Stephen A. Smith is ignoring the entire 2020s.
It's a bad take.
He's ignored the entire decade.
It's a bad take.
He's basically just wiped out COVID.
I should have.
That's the only thing I give him credit for is that he's wiped out COVID.
I should have saved this one for the end because I think Stephen A. Smith is going to tear through the rest of these.
Okay.
But here we go.
You have a tendency to do this. You put the strongest contender first instead of building up to it.
If I do it, it's accidental because there are times where I try to stack it, and there's other times where I wasn't as mindful of that today, and that's my bad.
Okay.
But Stephen A. Smith is your new champion. Now here comes Emory Hunt. We actually played this take. Is Emory Hunt a draft expert who focuses on quarterbacks? This was, I believe, on one of Ross Tucker's podcasts.
Yeah.
Gloating about Shedeur Sanders when he gets off to a 5-1 start, that this Emory Hunt is going to be is saying, "Come at me, bro."
So when it's week 6 and Shedeur is leading in, rookie of the year voting, and whatever team he's on is like 5-1, don't get mad at me when I poke fun at you in my hilarious, sarcastic way, because you did this to yourself. So I don't have to say anything now.
Okay.
This is the thing about this one. Is that this is a classic, hey, he's setting himself up for a freezing cold take, but it's not out of I think because there's a chance that Shedeur Sanders falls into the second half of the draft and maybe ends up going to a team that's actually competitive. Or is it out of the realm of possibility that the New Orleans Saints get off to a 5-1 start, or the Pittsburgh Steelers get off to a 5-1 start? I don't think it's out of the realm of possibilities. I need you to put this in your leather-bound Google Doc of bad Take-a-mania candidates.
Okay.
And set an alert on your calendar for week 7 of the regular season.
Yes.
So did he say when Shedeur Sanders is 5-1?
5-1, yeah.
Yeah. So after week 6, we'll see exactly where Shedeur Sanders is, and he might reappear with this bad take.
Okay, good. I've got a Take-a-mania section in our rundown where I'm just kind of like a recycling bin almost, where I'm keeping some of these that we're playing down with a week 7 tag for it. All right, but that is not good enough to beat Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A. kicks out. He's still the champ. Stephen A. is going to do. These are some bad takes coming up, but I don't think. Boy, and you're getting a lot of love for putting Stephen A. over against Emmanuel Acho. Yeah.
We're going to have a tournament at the end of the year, everybody.
We are.
You'll hear Cataldi again. You'll hear Ross Tucker again.
That's going to be fun.
It's going to be a good day. We might have to make a whole day. We might have to do this on location somewhere and maybe invite Ross Tucker.
Does Ross even know he's the genesis for this segment? Probably not.
He doesn't, but he'll love that he is.
Oh, he will, for sure. All right, so that was Stephen A. pinning Emory Hunt. All right. In walks Shady McCoy. LaShawn McCoy.
Good for some really bad.
Yeah. He's on the same show as Emmanuel Acho on FS1. This is after the Cowboys traded a 6th-round pick for Joe Milton, backup quarterback for the Patriots last week. He had a warning for Dak Prescott.
I'll just be honest, man. Listen, if Dak Prescott has a postseason like he's always had, going to that next year, right? Dak, find a realtor. Because Joe Milton got talent, he can play. And I'll say this, y'all laughing and all that. I've seen other quarterbacks get paid a lot of money and they move on from it. Right?
We've seen it happen.
Okay. So we've seen it happen.
Dak Prescott, get yourself a realtor, because here comes Joe Mixon. Joe Milton, sorry.
You know who needs to be most offended by this, I think, is why am I blanking on what the hell's wrong with me?
I would guess, but I need more clues than
a former Cowboys quarterback and current television
Tony Romo
commentator. Jeez, my God!
Wow,
I'm going to be on worst take of the week. I'm picturing Tony Romo's punchable face in my mind, and I couldn't come up with Tony Romo's name. I'm the champ.
No.
Yeah, I would be offended if I were Tony Romo because that's a classic. Like, oh, hey, they did it with Tony Romo.
Yeah,
they did it with somebody that nobody thought anything about. This is a bad take, but I think for one, I think the bar has been set low enough. Just because I think there's a lot of times LaShawn McCoy is just talking to say something clickable. That this is more just brazenly clickbait than it is anything else.
Yeah, I think too. I think it's.
Did he do it? Cover!
Yeah, Stephen A's kicking out of that one for sure. Yeah, bad take. But Stephen A, you're right. Stephen A has set the bar very, very high. All right, this is a good one. Now this take actually took place back in early May of 2024 after the Phoenix Suns got knocked out of the playoffs. but it's resurfaced because the Suns were just mathematically eliminated from the postseason earlier this week. This was the owner of the Suns, Matt Ishbia, who is like reputed over-the-top play-for-now type of owner. I mean, it's why they traded everything away to get Kevin Durant, and they made a trade for Bradley Beal. And this was the day after they got eliminated from the playoffs. I believe they were swept out of the playoffs last year, early on. And he said this about the Phoenix Suns, mind you, who are in the lottery and don't have their own lottery pick. The Rockets have it.
Let's just be real, although this isn't a cool narrative and the national media really won't want to play it out there, but like ask the other 29 GMs. 26 of them would trade their whole team for our whole team and our draft picks and everything as is. Like, the house is not on fire. We're in great position. It's not hard to fix. It's not like we're like, hey, we don't have enough talent to win a championship. We have enough talent to win a championship. Right? Do we have enough continuity? Do we have time together? Like, there's a lot of things we can look at. Do we have like the right leadership in place? Do we have to add some little pieces around? It's not like we don't have people that can score the ball, not that play defense and have one champ. Like, we have all the things. And so, how fixable is it? And I mean, if I read the media, I would think we have a lot of problems. But luckily, I get to spend time with, the best players in the world, in my opinion, the best coaches, GMs, see like, all these people, and I get to spend time with our people and say, we're in really great shape, and I wouldn't trade our team or our situation for anyone else's, except for I'd like to be playing right now. But besides that, for like how going into the offseason, I feel great about it. It's not like there's a lot of other teams that have good players that have to re-sign them or they're going to lose them or that they're unrestricted free agents. Like our starting five's coming back. I feel very good about it.
I don't want to say Matt Ishbia is coked up. He sounds coked up. I don't want to put that on anybody that he was actually snorting coke. He sounds coked up.
I almost have to compare this to other bold statements by NFL owners that hit home personally. Was when Shad Khan, the owner of the Jaguars, heading into this past season,
personally
said it was the most talented roster that team had ever had. When
you were on that roster.
Previously in 1999, the Jaguars went 14-2, and the offense in particular was just stacked and loaded with Jimmy Smith, Keenan McCardle, Fred Taylor. Mark Brunell was still playing at a very high level. Tony Baselli wasn't injured yet.
All world left tackle,
And it was and I could say detaching myself from it because that team was so loaded that I would say if you took the top 20 players from that Jaguars team and took the top 20 players from the Jaguars last year, they would have destroyed them.
Yes.
They would have destroyed them by 97 points in a game. So I guess that's kind of my high bar for bad takes by owners.
Yeah.
This is more of an owner who, at least he was getting out over his skis saying that, all except for a couple teams would trade their entire rosters for the Phoenix Suns.
The day that there are still literally 10 teams still playing in the postseason.
Yeah.
It's a bad take.
He gets a reprieve a little bit just because that's somebody in-house speaking optimistically about their own.
He was totally wrong. I mean, he was totally. I mean, we have a year now to process.
That was from May of last year.
Yeah. And I mean, it turns out they don't have they don't control any of their draft picks until 2030 or something like that.
It's got to be a little bit of it's got to be the hindsight can only factor so much. Could I see where he was coming from on that as the owner talking about his own team? I see where he was coming from.
I think that would have wound up in Take-a-mania if we had that segment a year ago, but it wouldn't. It would have been one that I don't think it would have beat Stephen A. Smith even back then. You know?
I don't think it was as stupidly bold a statement as Shad Khan's statement was about the Jaguars
and
last year.
But is it worse than Stephen A. Smith? It doesn't seem.
No, because Stephen A. Smith also is completely ignoring the entire decade.
Yes,
he's ignored the 2020s when it comes to Russell Westbrook.
Okay, there you go. Stephen A. kicks out again, man. All right, we got two more. That's why we had to do this in this segment. There's so many bad ones. This I've had for a day or so. We didn't get to play it yesterday. It's funny how many of these takes are being generated by opinions on Shedeur Sanders and Deion Sanders. This is Louis Riddick saying that two things. One, Shedeur shouldn't have to be really told what to do. His new coaches should be collaborating with him. And two, he probably doesn't even want to get drafted in the top 3 in the draft.
Shedeur is someone who wants to be collaborative. He is someone that you want to talk with. He doesn't like to be told just, this is the way we're going to do things, and then you're just going to need to fall in line.
Swaggo in here.
And he kind of has, he's earned that right because of the way he has played. This young man is going to be just fine. And you know what? I hope he doesn't go in the top 3 picks. I hope he doesn't. And I think his camp would tell you the same thing. There are other teams that they want to go to.
He could be in a better situation, obviously, if you fall. And we know how much that matters for a player's trajectory.
The second part is the part, like, okay, I could see that. You asked me earlier this week, Seth, like, do you think Shedeur would rather go to some team near the top or the Steelers? And I said, maybe the Steelers. You're not making as much money, and you may have to sit, but you're going to a better team. The part where Louis Riddick says he's earned that respect.
Yeah, I don't
by
get
what?
that.
Winning 9 games at Colorado? He's special Shedeur rules? What are we doing?
Yeah, I don't. The whole thing about Shedeur, where the conversation becomes about a whole lot of non-football stuff really quickly. The thing is, he's not a slam dunk second best quarterback in any given draft.
Yeah.
He hasn't proven on the field or with his play that he is that caliber of player. And when it comes to the quarterback position, like somehow saying that, no, this quarterback in college earned the right to be abrasive or whatever, it's never that situation or that case. That's like making a case for Ryan Leaf.
Yeah.
Like Ryan Leaf has earned the right to be an absolute mess of a...
That's a great point. That's a great point. Yeah.
So, and I'm not, and again, I don't want to validate whatever personality takes people have about Shedeur Sanders. Nobody really knows how he's going to operate in the NFL or anything. But it's almost like Louis Riddick is saying, no, it doesn't matter even if he is the way that people claim he is because he's earned that right.
Yeah.
We had one of our listeners earlier this week say, hey, what's your guys' issue with Shedeur? Is it more about Deion than it is Shedeur? And you and I realized after the segment, like, no, it's really mostly about Shedeur because 100%. If you look at Travis Hunter, Deion in a lot of ways is like a thing like that about Travis Hunter.
Right.
Travis Hunter just operates in a certain way that's much different than Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur will be the first person to make it about Deion Sanders.
Yeah.
And talk about how his daddy I love that every argument Shedeur makes about how that none of this stuff matters because look at who my daddy is and we're Sanders and this is all right. Well, then what's the explanation for your brother not being that good? Like what? I know I'm missing out here. If somehow because he's a Sanders is the thing that shows that like it's in their blood and everything. Like, are you claiming your brother's is he your half brother? What's going on here? I don't know.
That's funny.
It doesn't make any sense.
That's hilarious. Someone's saying on the text page, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, that Matt Ishbia, the owner of the Sun, sounds like when you play a video at 1.5 speed. That is what he sounds like. Because I listen to a lot of my podcasts at 1.5 speed. He sounds like a 1.5 speed guy.
You gotta be careful with that, Sean. Because for a while there, I was listening to things at 4 times speed when I wanted to.
Is that
really
even
work
possible?
It is. It takes a while to get. It takes a while,
4
and you got to
times?
focus. But you got to like sit down with your feet on the floor and focus when you're listening at 4 times speed.
So I'm intrigued. Why should I not be listening to podcasts at 1.5 speed?
Well, and that only works with audiobooks.
Yeah.
Because it's more, there's no verbal fillers or anything.
Talking about the 4-time thing?
Yeah. Well, because you can consume a lot of information. Really gist of things and kind of it's like speed reading. You're not going to really absorb everything, but you can get the gist of things. But you have to be careful because you tend to start talking a lot faster.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
You start to, and then when you listen to people speak at a normal pace, it feels like the most boring, lethargic, Quaalude-driven conversation ever.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So that's why I think everybody's boring. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Well, it's the same as, you and I have 4 hours of conversation a day.
Yeah.
And then I get into a normal conversation on the telephone or something, and I'm like, oh,
I know.
Bring something.
I do think
something.
I do think that's a big reason I don't like talking on the phone. Like, I used to be okay with talking on the phone before I got into radio. You're right.
Yeah.
If you have an interesting co-host, it does drag any other conversation you have the rest of the day. Better be freaking good. All right?
People are turning the dial, Grandma.
Yeah. They're switching.
Say something interesting.
So I think it's safe to say that Louis Riddick does not beat Stephen A. Smith.
Did he do
No.
it? Cover.
All right.
Oh, kick out.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
And this isn't to bag on Louis Riddick. Anybody that speaks in the media nationally is going to be on freezing cold takes a lot.
Yeah.
But the most notable one that popped up was Louis Riddick predicts Dwayne Haskins to have monstrous 2020 season.
Oh, geez.
That was one of his freezing cold takes.
Yeah.
He's earned it, Sean. He's earned it. He's earned the right.
Louis Riddick's fine. I don't have any glitch with him. Last one, Cam Jordan. Saints, good interview. Not a great take here. He said that the Saints, when they're healthy, they're one of the top 2 teams in football.
I think we have a team where, when healthy, top tier. Last year, with 2-0, you saw a healthy Rashid Shaheed, you saw Chris Olave, a healthy offensive line.
Okay,
you saw a team
pause, Ben. We're going to play the rest of the take. I had listened to that and thought he said top 2. He said top tier, which I still think is a bad take, but not a horrific take. But we'll play out the rest of it here.
A healthy offensive line. You saw a team that was determined, young guys coming off the edge, Chase Young, Carl Granderson, you have Brian Brzee, splashing this year. And then, that was sort of after 2 games, that was about the last time you saw us all healthy. Then next thing you know, injury bug happens. I'm not sure. We were facing the next man up every week, including at our quarterback position, which is probably the most important position for our offense. Quarterback dishes the ball out. Next thing you know, we're trying, we're inserting Spencer Rattler. We're inserting Jake Hayner back to Spencer Rattler to Derek Carr. And so give me a healthy Derek Carr, and I can tell you where a healthy Saints state of mind will be. If he's healthy all 17 games, cool. Phenomenal for us. Rashid Shaheed is healthy, great. Chris Olave healthy. We extend Juwan Johnson. Shout out to my dog, Juwan Johnson. He's definitely a problem to be had at tight end. There's things that we can do. Taysom Hill's coming back, I believe. I mean, there's a place where we can still be happy. I wouldn't say hype is Chicago, but we could be happy.
Okay, so we went from being top tier to we could be happy.
We could be happy. And heavily into Derek Carr at the end.
I go into, whenever it's somebody in-house talking optimistically about their own situation, it's going to be really hard for me to crush that too much.
Sure.
I will say, I do think the Saints, people bring up the Saints in conversation about Shedeur Sanders a lot, and that their roster and their depth chart does not look decrepit. I think there's an easy avenue where the Saints could surpass expectations. Chris Olave, they're okay at the tackle positions. Their center is really, really good. Defensively, I think they've got solid players across the board. That I don't think this is nearly the worst. I would say of all these takes in this week's edition, I don't think this is a bad take, especially coming from a guy who's trying to speak optimistically about his own team.
Yeah. No, it definitely pins Stephen A. Or no, Stephen A. definitely kicks out of this one here.
Can he do it? Cover!
And to be clear, I thought he had said top 2, and he said top tier. So hearing it a second or third time, I'm like, all right, I misheard that. Now, I still let it play out because I disagree with any take that has anything to do with any team with Derek Carr on it accomplishing anything in the postseason ever.
I'm just pissed off.
Yeah.
But we could be happy.
Yeah.
We could be happy.
Derek Carr. We put
Stephen A. Smith
so many things in our body. Yeah.
Stephen A. Smith was the current champion.
Yeah.
So he gets 5 Angelo Cataldi. Can you do that? 5 out of 5.
Ahs. Yeah, it's a. People are driving off the road now. That's a 5 take.
Hey, do you every now and then just randomly out of nowhere, when you're riding in an elevator or something, do you all of a sudden have the urge to go, "What's up?"
No. Why do you?
I do. Yes. Every now and then I'll see somebody. Maybe it's when I see somebody from high school or something, and I've got this urge to go, "What's up?"
There's an episode of The Office where Michael and Dwight are walking around the office doing that. They walk up to Jim and say, "What's up?" And Jim's like, "Wow, don't hear that much anymore." And that episode was made in 2007.
Well, was it Bud Light? What was the commercial?
Bud Light, I think. Yeah, it was Bud Light. I know Ben's our fact checker. Was that Bud Light, Ben?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, it was Bud Light. Okay, yeah.
Does that go back to is that like mid 90s, early 90s?
Yeah, it's 90s. I'm pretty sure. I'm almost positive.
Yeah. It was so much fun.
text message. We're getting a lot of texts on the Take-a-mania. So, Seth, you wouldn't want Shiloh in the 7th, LOL.
I wouldn't mind. No, he'd be fine in the 7th or something. I don't understand the disconnect between somehow the Sanders mystique is part of what Shedeur will claim makes him great. Like, he leans into it.
Yeah.
He doesn't try to say, hey, I'm my own man or anything. He leans into it, and yet you've got his brother standing right there.
Yeah.
I don't get it. Now you'd probably say that Shiloh is criminally underrated and all that.
My biggest issue is the biggest thing on Deion to a certain extent is the turnaround, the turnaround artist aspect of the whole thing. And I still hate giving this take because it feels disrespectful to what they've accomplished something at Colorado. That's great. That they're leaning on this as a reason that a guy should get taken with a top 3 pick in the draft, I think is absurd. I think it's silly.
And part of the whole thing about Emmanuel Acho claiming that they win everywhere they go, like, okay, for one, that tends to be pretty consistent with a lot of quarterbacks and or coaches over a 4 or 5 year period.
Right.
Like there's no, but he's saying this a couple years after Urban Meyer, who legitimately won everywhere he's ever been.
That's a turnaround
and won on
artist,
a grand scale and turned around bad programs. Came to the NFL and fell flat on his face. So don't sit there and act like, wow, they've got a promising resume. They're going to revolutionize the NFL. They very well might, but to act so damn certain about it, it annoys me to no end.
And just to cut this off before people text in about what you just said about Urban Meyer and what I was saying about turnaround artists, people are going to say it was Ohio State guys. No, go back and look at Florida and where they were when Urban Meyer got there. He won a national championship in 2 years. Go back and look at Utah. Utah was not even on the map, and he took them to the Fiesta Bowl, I believe it was. Undefeated season with Alex Smith. Bowling Green, he took over, and they were 9-3 the first year he got there. So he's and to Seth's point, that guy got run out of the NFL. Now Urban did a lot of it to himself. If Deion were, he would be doing a lot of the things Urban Meyer was doing.
Right? No. I think he would. I'm actually very intrigued by the prospect of Deion Sanders coaching in the NFL. But
Same.
I've watched the NFL for going on 50 decades or 5 decades now. I understand that it's not so easy to revolutionize the NFL.
Yeah. Pretty sure all those commercials were Budweiser ones, not Bud Light. I'm pretty sure they were all Bud Light, sir. If you go back and look.
I was wrong. It's Budweiser.
Well, I'm thinking. Thanks
Your
a lot,
new
Ben.
champion, Sean Pendergast.
Well, I'm thinking of the guy. I'm thinking of the Yes I Am guy. Remember that? Are you Mr. Galley-Weekich? Yes, I am. I think that was Bud Light. I'm not. I'm pretty sure. Ben, go look it up. You have a look on your face right now, like somebody farted in the control room. I'm pretty sure that's the. I'm pretty sure that was.
Well, I know him looking that up isn't going to be the reason we have to go over right now.
No. But there's a break coming up here in a minute. Pretty sure all those. I'm sorry about that, texter. Sorry about that. That's on me. That's my bad. Good morning, guys. Sorry if I missed it, but have you all talked about the 3 NFL officials that were fired or demoted to the college level because they were calling penalties? They were calling penalties on all defensive players that were even close to Patrick Mahomes. Great show as always. God bless. I had seen some tweets about some NFL referees that had been let go or demoted. I didn't know that was like a food chain that was attached, kind of like that there was connective tissue of you've been demoted to college. I didn't know that.
Yeah, well, I saw the headlines and I didn't think much of it because I think it happens every year. I think it's just everything's more like this. People always demand accountability for the officials. Like they get graded every week, and guys get elevated, and other guys get demoted. So I didn't think much of it. So I will. I just didn't really. I kind of skated on by it. I didn't realize that there might be a Chiefs Pat Mahomes angle to that.
I didn't either.
And because I haven't read the article yet, I don't know how much of that you're getting from social media conspiracies versus like the actual data.
Yeah,
so I plead ignorance, but I will look into it.
Yeah, we'll look into it. I saw people were excited that the NFL actually did some things with some officials this week. So let me get this straight, text message. Let me get this straight. If Deion makes it to the NFL, you don't think he's going to be in some college bar that he owns, dry humping a co-ed when he should have flown home with the team? No.
Right, yeah. I think he can elevate himself above the Urban Meyer standard. And it wasn't a co-ed, it was a colleague.
It was a colleague, right? It was someone who worked for him.
I don't want to paint Urban Meyer as worse than it was. It was bad.
It was bad.
He stayed in Columbus, he stayed in Ohio to be with his family.
Yeah.
And then a few hours later was getting a lap dance by a colleague.
Right,
yeah.
at a restaurant. Yeah, no, he's not going to do that. He's not going to kick his place kicker when he walks by him. He's not going to bring in Tim Tebow to be a tight end on the team. He's not going to. I have the list of Urban Meyer peccadillos from his 10 weeks as the Jags coach somewhere in our rundown. We should run back through that at some point. No, Deion is not. I think there's a chance Deion Sanders could be a good NFL head coach, for sure. For sure. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's do the mock draft injection. That was a fun segment, man. All right, so Stephen A. Smith, our new champion of Take-a-mania. Mock draft injection time. Matt Verderama, SI.com. This is a fun one, okay? This is a mock draft that clearly will not happen because it's all trades. All trades. Teams all have to move out of their pick. But in this particular draft, the Texans are doing something that I would love for them to do. We'll have that for you coming up next.
I would love it for you guys if you would call.
flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast will do the mock draft injection here, but Seth has a, hey, I want to say something look on his face right now.
One of our listeners said that when next time he sees me at Torchy's, he'll say, what's up?
Yes, do it. Anytime you see Seth about town, say, what's up to him.
Yeah, you and I started talking about various taco places, and I have a hard time, man. At any of the fancy taco places, you ask me what's my favorite at Torchy's or what's my favorite at Velvet Taco, and I couldn't tell you. I order a different thing of almost everything and way too much of it every time.
Yeah.
I'm not some purist that needs to have my Tex-Mex exactly the way it is in the book. If you throw some brisket into something or anything, what is that? Wasabi? Yeah, I'm going to put it on my taco.
People, diehard taco enthusiasts, taco truthers, will get a little protective of the taco realm when you start to talk about the ones where it's like a buffalo chicken taco or a cheeseburger taco.
Yeah.
Those aren't tacos. It's like the kolache debate, you know?
Right.
I don't really care. Here's the thing. I'm just going to cut this off at the pass for the text page or whoever else. I don't care as long as it tastes good, okay?
Yeah.
I don't care about the history of how it tastes on my plate coming out.
My stomach appropriates the hell out of anything and everything.
That's exactly. That's the judge and jury.
Yeah.
I love that. All right, mock draft injection time. Let's do this. This is a mock draft where Matt Verderama, who is the expert on this particular mock draft, and we see Bill Barnwell do this sometimes, where this is a draft that obviously is not going to play out this way, but I think it leads to some good talking points on things. And this is where every team is required to trade out of their pick in the first round. So no team stays where they are in the first round of the draft. So you see some interesting things like the Cleveland Browns moving up to get Cam Ward, Tennessee moving down and taking, like you see the top two teams flipping, and Cam Ward going to the Browns. You see the Titans taking Travis Hunter, the Raiders moving up to get Shedeur Sanders at 3, stuff like that. So all things that one or two of these may happen at most, but it leads to, I think, some interesting conversations. So in this particular draft, the Texans make a trade, obviously, and they move up, Seth, to the number 18 pick. There has been a trade. The Texans move up from 25 to 18, and the price to move up from 25 to 18 is their first of their 2 third-round picks. So they trade their first-round pick, obviously, to Seattle, and the additional draft capital that goes is pick number 79 overall.
Okay, this is going to depend and hinge up here. But this is, as the scuttlebutt really starts to solidify, a lot of people out there saying, man, doesn't seem to be a whole lot of appetite for teams to move up in this draft.
Yeah.
I think generally people feel like this is a really deep draft and that there's a lot of guys that might not have all the measurables or whatnot of a top 10 pick, but are guys that look like they could start in year one. So it seems, as of right now, that teams might be really content to just sit where they are. So there's a little bit of skepticism anytime I hear about the Texans moving up. And only moving up to 18th overall?
18, 7 slots.
Yeah. Okay, I'm a little bit skeptical from the get-go without hearing who it is.
7 slots. Okay, well, I'm going to say who it is right here, and you tell me if this person is worth forfeiting over the 79th pick. You'd only have 1 third-round pick now instead of 2. With the 18th pick in the Matt Verderama All Trades mock draft, SI.com, by the way, the Houston Texans select, I am for this, Matthew Golden, wide receiver, University of Texas.
Okay. I'm for it, and I really like Matthew Golden. There's a couple things here, though. As we get closer to the draft, I, like many of our listeners and many of the people on my YouTube channel, am starting to get increasingly PO'd when the Texans take anybody but an offensive lineman. I like Matthew Golden a lot. I don't think this is a ridiculous trade or anything. There's a chance you could get him at 25. I like Matthew Golden. And yet, I really, really want an offensive line still available at this point. Of note, like over the next 10 picks.
I would, except SI I'm a subscriber. Why are you doing? Oh, no, here we go. I got it in a different browser. Offensive line, and we got to get to some breaking news here. I'm going to answer your question.
Oh, okay.
We have
All
some
right.
big breaking news
Okay.
with the Texans. Sources, the Texans have agreed to terms on a 3-year contract extension with standout safety Jaylen Petri. As he gets a rough. So we'll circle back to this mock draft. This is big
Doesn't
news.
affect the draft at all.
Doesn't affect. Yeah, well, safety's off the board probably, but yeah.
What are the basics?
This is. I'm going to read it verbatim because it's Nugget Hussy language right now that's coming from agents. Ian Rappaport has the report. Sources: the Texans have agreed to terms on a 3-year contract extension with standout safety Jaylen Petri as he gets a roughly $39 million deal.
Okay.
Houston locks in another key member of its secondary, first Derek Stingley Jr., now Pitre. Houston continues to pay its young core. We're going to talk more about this in the next segment, too, because it deserves more than the 3 minutes that we have here. If I had to guess, Seth, this is 3 years. To go back to Stingley's deal, if you recall, it was reported as 3 years, $90 million. It was 3 years on top of the 2 he still had left on his rookie contract.
Yeah, so it doesn't kick in for a couple of years.
So it works out to $22 million a year over a 5-year period, with obviously very backloaded. If I had to guess that it's similar with Pitre, Petry's got his final year of his rookie deal is $3.6 million. So if we were to take that and add it in, that makes it about $4 million or 4 years. So about $10 million a year. If that's
we were
if
looking
that's
at $10, $11 million a year is probably the right figure for him.
This is a good deal. I like this
however
deal.
it works out, and who knows? When they report the initial number, usually includes a bunch of bonuses and whatnot, so or incentives. So I think that makes sense. I think that's smart by both sides.
Yep.
I mean, you lock in a player that you feel really good about his swarm traits. You feel really good about the role he was in last year, and that they may have really found exactly the way they should be using him. He's a nickel linebacker more than anything else. They're going to keep calling him a safety, but this is good.
He's a player that I don't care what the label. I don't care what his position is that he's listed on the roster. Like, how many weeks are you going out and making a play that flips a game for the Texans while still being consistent in the little things that don't show up in the box score?
Yeah, and then some of the big plays like the forced fumble versus the Cowboys where it looked like he was shot out of a cannon.
The interception right before the half against the Colts in Week 8 where we were going, why are they throwing the ball? And Pitre made him pay. He got a pick, and they got a touchdown. They won that game by 3. Without that play, they don't win that game.
And then the thing that keeps him from being the key thing from being a marquee guy is that, he's also a guy that you don't want singled up on Devontae Adams with no safety help.
Yeah.
So I think this is just like the Nico Collins deal.
Mm-hmm.
Not the same caliber of player or the marquee position, but it makes sense for both sides.
Yeah.
So, I feel very good about that.
In this area, in the next segment, we talked about Pitre with him when we had him on a week ago. And some people pointed this out. We'll replay that audio in the next segment. If you missed it, if you're just tuning in, Jaylen Petri, the latest Houston Texan to get a contract extension. We literally asked Nick Caserio about this a week ago, and people pointed out that as Nick was kind of trying to talk in general about that and not anything, because he even said, I'm not going to talk about specific players. Somewhere in that cut, he said something about something in the next few weeks. He said, whether, like in the next few weeks here or blah, blah, blah. People were pointing that out as a tell from Nick. I don't know if that's the case or not, but we'll go back and we'll play the audio from Nick Caserio during the season when we asked him about Jaylen Petri and Caserio said, last year I said I'd take 1,000 Petries. This year I take 2,000. We'll play the audio from last week where he talked about Pitre. The signs were all there. Jaylen Petri was going to be a member of this football team for the next handful of years. They're not. There's no secret about how they feel about Jaylen Petri.
And I think in establishing a culture where you've got carrots on sticks, where guys feel like, all right, if I operate the way they want me to operate and play the way they want me to play, they'll reward you for it. And I think the other part of that equation is with some of the veterans that they sign as free agents on 1-year deals, they've established that they'll either re-sign you as they did with Dalton Schultz, and that's a whole separate conversation. But in terms of rewarding a guy on a 1-year contract, or those guys like Sheldon Rankins a couple years ago goes out and gets a better deal the next year with the Bengals. That's the actual in-house incentivization that they show that they'll reward guys for doing things the right way.
Yep. Just to put a bow on our mock draft, Seth, Gray Zabal, Tyler Booker, both still on the board. Kelvin Banks off of the board.
Yeah,
at that spot.
I would have preferred one of the interior offensive linemen. Even though I really like Matthew Golden, I'm getting more and more eager for an offensive lineman.
And you could have gotten either of them at 25, by the way. That's worth pointing out.
Okay.
You could have stayed at 25 and gotten one of those offensive linemen as opposed to moving up to 18 and getting Matthew Golden.
There's a conspiracy theory out there that Matthew Golden's 4.29 40 at the combine was human error, and it's interesting because he doesn't necessarily look like a 4.29 guy, and I don't think people are I don't think one way or the other the 40 time with Matthew Golden is going to sway a lot of things. I think personnel people who really like Matthew Golden are saying, yep, ran a 4.29. People that don't like him are saying, like, it's bogus.
Texans don't care. I feel comfortable in saying Texans don't care about the 4.29.
They're going to the tape and the GPS.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. All right, so big news. Jaylen Petri contract extension. Let's dig into that. What does it mean? Is this it for the Texans this offseason when it comes to contract extensions? But Pitre locked up, Stingley locked up. Man, this secondary is going to be a terror for a long, long time. We'll get into that, all that. We'll break it all down for you coming up next. But first, thank you. I had 18 browsers open or 18 tabs open. I had no idea what I was going to be talking about. And I know exactly who I'm talking about now.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
It's been a good run for you. How much would you like to keep that going? And obviously there's mutual interest from them and from you guys.
Yeah, I definitely want to keep it going. You know, this is home for me. This is where all my family is. This is where, I first started playing football. So it's definitely a lot of memories here, and I definitely want to, continue to play for the Houston Texans. This is my city, and I love this city.
The business handle the business, right?
Oh, yeah, I know it's going to take care of itself, Not really worried.
That's Jaylen Petri. That was a few days ago. That was Aaron Wilson of KPRC2 asking him the question. This was at a charity event that Jaylen Petri was at for, I believe, Texas Children's. And Jaylen Petri, obviously he knew this was being worked on, and the business did get done. Jaylen Petri signs what is reported to be a 3-year, $39 million deal. Those are the only details we have on the contract so far from Ian Rappaport. We'll keep an eye out if there's any other details. I think that gives us a framework enough to evaluate, do we like this deal? And I'm assuming this is 3 years added on to the 1 year that Jalen still has left on his rookie deal, which he's got about $3.5 million left on his for 2025. And so you take it and you add it up over 4 years, and it's about 4 years, $43 million, which is the neighborhood that I would say better than average safeties live in right now in the NFL. As far as this deal goes, we both seem to like this deal, I think.
Yeah, and I think, let's see, one Bleacher Report reported it as he is now the NFL's highest paid safety.
I don't think that. I think Javon Holland got a bigger deal than Jaylen Petri just got.
Yeah. I wonder. That's interesting. Well, because part of it too is if you're talking about if he had gotten it in free agency right now and he was getting 3 years, $39 million, then he'd be one of the highest paid safeties.
He'd be one of.
You prorate this out over 5 years. I think that it's a good deal for both sides.
Yeah.
It's not as lucrative as some of the headlines might be portraying it. I think this, much like the Nico Collins deal, is a deal that just it makes sense for both sides.
The price on him was going to go up. I think Jaylen Petri is primed to have a really good year. And when you had laid out the scenario of him waiting it out, Seth, to test free agency earlier this week, that I did get a little nervous about that possibility.
That's where it says, okay, Pelissero reported it as because of the guaranteed money, it makes him the highest paid nickel defender in the league.
That makes sense.
I think he plays nickel linebacker / slot corner. That's his position.
Yeah.
It's harder to stack up against various other contracts, but it's more like it's a really, really good salary for a linebacker, and it's not as good salary as a premier defensive back. That's exactly, and that's what he is. I think he's better than he offers you more than a linebacker does necessarily, but he's a hybrid position.
Texans Cap nailed it, man. Texans Cap. Remember we did this topic earlier this week, and Texans Cap had if you don't know who we're talking about, Texans Cap, follow him on Twitter at Texans Cap, and he's got a really good Substack also that you can subscribe to. This time of year, it's great. During off-season and the draft, great all the time. But he did a piece that really went through kind of how an NFL team would be looking at this whole thing with comps and how hard it is to comp Pitre to anybody because he's such a unique player in the way they use him. He said 2 years, $27 million tacked onto the deal. I mean, the only thing he missed was they gave him an extra year. But as far as the average annual value of the new money, he nailed it, man. Yeah, good job by Texans Cap.
No, and it's nice for Pitre in that it just we've watched Pitre have to make it through the dark ages to a certain degree. With he comes in when the Texans were still very much in turmoil, very much the object of scorn by the national media. They were a mess of an organization, et cetera, et cetera. And it took a couple years for D'Amico to figure out exactly, well, it took him 1 year, really, to figure out exactly how to use him. But the way they were using him last season is exactly how he should be used, and I think he'll only continue to get better in that role.
I agree. So should we have seen this coming? We asked Nick Caserio, Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager. We had him on a week ago yesterday, so he was on with us back on April 3rd, 8 days ago. And we asked him point blank about a Jaylen Petri extension. Is that in the works? thoughts?
Yeah, I'd say we're having conversations with a number of players, and, we've talked about this. You guys kind of know how we operate. Like, we're pretty flexible and open-minded. Like, we don't have a finite, if, we don't get it done by September 1st and it's off the table. I think at some point, for everybody's best interest, you might say, hey, look, let's try to figure this out, over the next few weeks or whenever. Don't really want to comment specifically on any individual discussions with any players, but I would say always open-minded to having a dialogue with the player and their representatives and trying to figure out an agreement that everybody feels comfortable with, because the goal is in both parties to be happy with how it went. You don't want to we're not trying to quote unquote win a negotiation. Yeah. We don't believe in that. That's not how we operate. You want something where the organization wins and the player feels valued and they feel like, you've made them a priority. So, we'll work through those things. But Jalen's been a good player. It's the day he walked in the building. He's had a significant impact on our program. That's the type of player that you'd like to have around here as long as possible. So we'll kind of see how all that works itself out.
Okay.
I think the big – oh, go ahead.
No, and it worked itself out. It took a week.
Yeah.
After that.
I think the biggest thing with Caserio that I've enjoyed or that I appreciate in the way that he operates is that I think much more so than we as armchair GMs like to think we would operate. I think people sometimes, myself included, think that you got to have a certain rule book for how you handle any given situation. When in reality, I think the good GMs are comfortable with the ambiguity of every situation being different.
Yeah.
That you can't have a 5-year plan about how you're going to manage the cap. You can't, have an exact plan for how the draft is going to work out or free agency, because things are shifting and changing all the time. I think with Nick, he's shown that he's very open to doing things any different number of ways. Remember, Rick Smith would never renegotiated a player's deal during the season.
Right.
And I didn't like that personally. I understand. I think there's some good reasoning for why you should operate that. I didn't like it because it presents a whole situation where, man, you realize this guy midway through the season is somebody that would be good for your team long term, but because you've got a policy that you don't extend during the regular season, that you might as well say goodbye to him.
Yep.
I like GMs that can operate with the ambiguity and with less hard and fast rules about how you operate, and I think Nick is very much wired that way. I mean, that was the strategy that the Patriots used for a long, long time, and they were very successful with it. I'm not saying you got to copy everything the Patriots did. I think that methodology, if you can pull it off, is the better way to do it.
Sometimes the best thing to do is to not have rules, on certain things. And the other Rick Smith thing that I remember as well was, we're not going to extend anybody or work on anybody's contract where there's more than a year left on the deal. And then Andre Johnson agitates for it, and they give it to Andre Johnson. And it took J.J. Watt having to agitate for it, for them to do it with J.J. with 2 years left. J.J. had 2 years left on his deal, his 4th year and his 5th year option. That creates a divide, a stated divide. Like when you say, we're not going to do this for anybody, and then you do it for 2 people, then it's an insult to anybody you don't do it for.
Right,
whereas if you just say, hey, look, if you operate like Nick just did in that quote, like, hey, man, we're up for anything. We're open to it. If it makes sense, we're going to do it. Instead of having these stated hard and fast rules. You're absolutely right.
And that's where the tricky part of that is always that as a GM, you got to be comfortable that at any given time you're going to have some disgruntled people on your team.
Yes.
And that you got to – it's almost like – these days, the way some teams operate across all sports – it's almost like they have zero capacity for disgruntlement or discomfort, and they trade away guys as soon as they agitate for it, or if somebody expresses discomfort, they give them a new contract. The flip side of rewarding guys on early deals is that, there will be guys who are disgruntled or unhappy that they didn't get their contract extension, and you got to figure out a way to kind of manage the culture of the team. A lot of that comes with just trying to bring in a certain type of guy at the beginning of it and hire really well at the beginning.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep. But it becomes a case-by-case basis. There's sometimes, this guy can't. Some guys can be disgruntled and yet still be good in the locker room. There's other guys who get disgruntled and then become a cancer.
And they carry it over.
And figuring out, ideally you've got a bunch of guys on your team that Yeah, they might be disgruntled, but they still operate the same way and still treat their teammates the same way. That's the sweet spot.
Absolutely. We'll read some of your texts here in a second. A lot of people weighing in on the Jaylen Petri extension, if you're just tuning in. Reportedly 3 years, $39 million tacked on to Jaylen Petri's contract, so he's going to be a Texan for a good long time by NFL standards. I've been somebody, Seth, who's felt like Pitre has been a guy they want to keep around, even last year when he wasn't playing all that well, just because of how much they liked him. This was from so 2 years ago. Jaylen Petri made a lot of plays his rookie year.
Last year or 2 years ago when he wasn't playing that well?
In 2023, when he wasn't playing all that well. When we asked Nick 2 years ago in 2023, and Nick said, "Man, I take 1,000 Jaylen Petris," and it's like, wow, he's not playing all that well. Obviously, in 2024, he was playing a whole lot better. So we followed up on that last year, right around the week before Jaylen ended up getting knocked out for the season with that pectoral injury. This is from November of last season with the follow-up. Like, okay, how do you feel about Jaylen Petri now, a year after you said I'd take 1,000 Jaylen Petris?
JP's been awesome. I mean, you ask anybody in the building like what he means to our team, and you're going to get nothing but glowing remarks and positives. He plays the right way. He's got the right mindset. He's impactful with the plays. I think every player, you're going to have plays, either give up some plays, you want some plays back, but just his energy, his mindset, his physicality, his effort, his playmaking ability. I want to say he's our leading tackler or something. I mean, he's close. I think him and Henry are close, but he impacts the game in a positive way when he's on the field, and his attitude is infectious. I mean, we talked last year was 1,000. We'll take 2,000 Jaylen Petris on this football team. So he's embraced the role. It's different than the role last year, but we've figured out that this is the best thing for him and for the football team, and he's gone out there and made play after play after play in each game. So, we're fortunate. We feel like we have a number of good football players on this football team. JP's certainly high on the list.
I think the commonality, too, Seth, with the guys they've paid this offseason, and I'll take it back to Nico last year, too, and include him in this, none of these feel like guys, you got a big money, and now it's going to be different with the effort they're putting in and whatnot. The money doesn't affect these guys, I don't think.
Yeah. The other nice thing these days about that dynamic of worrying about whether a guy's going to get paid or not is that by the time guys have played 3 years in the NFL, even if they're a seventh-round draft pick, they've made a good chunk of money.
Made a few $million bucks,
yeah. They've already shown whether they can or cannot handle having a bunch of money.
Yeah.
So I think Petrie's made like $7 million already, not as a high draft pick. So I think that becomes less of a concern.
Mm-hmm.
If anything, you've got an indication with some guys that, wow, this guy sure does seem to care about the Instagram life a lot more after 3 years of making over $1 million a year.
Yeah.
That it's, I don't think it's as much of a concern. And likewise with the college kids, they're not making as much money as a rookie in the NFL or anything necessarily, but they're making way more money openly without having to hide it from the IRS.
They've got a nest egg. I wonder, that's funny you say that. I wonder if that's a question that they ask in the combine interviews or in the visits, so how much have you made with NIL? So what are you doing with the money? What are you got it in mutual funds? What are you investing in stuff? Are you
they got to be careful with that. I know when I've had conversations with people about hey, how could you guys have more of a supervisory role in guys' finances? Then it gets real dicey legally and everything.
Yeah. I'm obviously ask it in a way that fits the HR parameters and whatnot, the guardrails.
Yeah.
Because I think it matters, how much is left in your checking account right now?
Yeah, think about that adjusting of inflation.
Yeah.
It was a big deal when Bruce Smith got a $1 million a year contract. Mm-hmm. I want to say Bruce Smith back in the day was the first defensive player to make over $1 million a year.
That feels right.
I'm probably wrong on that, but it's about right.
Yeah.
And that's adjusted for inflation. It's different, but still, now the rookie minimum is $1 million. So these guys already have big time money already.
Sure.
The other guy that I jumped to immediately, when you play all of those clips of Nick Caserio, even before this past season when Jaylen Petri really clicked, you could tell Caserio still really likes Jaylen Petri. Mm-hmm. And they really want it to work out for him because he's doing everything the right way.
Yes.
They can see the upside. I think another version of that, it's a more extreme version, is Dameon Pierce, where they've seen the upside of Dameon Pierce. And Dameon Pierce, by his attitude and everything else, is exactly the kind of guy you want to reward.
Yes.
Like, we want to have, when it comes to personality, energy, willingness to do what you ask him to do, everything like that, you take 2,000 Dameon Pierces. That's a huge X factor in a lot of ways this year, is that if Nick Caley can get more of rookie version Dameon Pierce, that's a nice little bonus on the roster right now that I think even people who like Dameon Pierce might be hesitant to really lean into right this moment. Because I love Dameon Pierce.
I do too, yeah.
But I haven't seen that version of Dameon Pierce in 3 years.
And I don't even know that I would bet on a depressed contract for Dameon Pierce right now that Caley is going to, because you could approach Dameon Pierce with an extension.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I'm not.
No, I know you're not. I'm just kind of playing out the hypothetical in my head because they do love him. If they're like, hey, Damian, what if we, they tacked on a year to Davis Mills' deal. They tacked on a year to Brevin Jordan's deal. What if they went to him and said, hey, let's see, this is your last year coming up. How about 1 year, $3 million, stay around for 2 years instead of one? Do they? There's a small bet on Dameon Pierce in this offense. They haven't made any moves so far. I know the draft is still coming up, and I do think they're going to draft a running back. They've made no moves at the running back position in free agency yet.
That would be an interesting conversation because if you go to Dameon and you say, listen, man, we really, really like you still, and I know it's been tough these last couple years, and we know you had a hard time adapting to Bobby Slowick's system, but we still believe in you, and we want to keep you around and give you a chance to prove yourself, versus I talked to a front office member of another NFL team this past training camp where I was getting frustrated with exactly what the hell was going to happen with Dameon Pierce. And this guy was emphatic in his love for Dameon Pierce. They like that, and he didn't say he said we love Dameon Pierce.
There's teams out there.
Like Dameon, if they approached him with that, it would be interesting to see how Dameon would think like, okay, well, no, look, I'll throw my lot out this year and see how it goes, but other than that, I gotta just keep my options open.
I could see them coming to him and tacking a year onto his deal for a few $1 million just as a bet.
Right.
I could see that.
Would Dameon say no?
Would Dameon say yes or no? Yeah, that's and what his answer is would be really indicative of what his confidence is. Maybe saying no would indicate a ton of confidence that he can do something this year and then make even more than that the following year. All right. We'll weigh in, a lot of you weighing in on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. We will share some of your thoughts on the Jaylen Petri extension. 3 years, $39 million. Coming up next, TJ Watt had an Instagram post that had everybody talking the last couple of days. What is the interpretation for TJ Watt, who plays a position where he was at one time the highest paid, and now he is way behind the guys in front of him? We will get to that coming up.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, if you missed it, the big news, Jaylen Petri signed to a 3-year, $39 million extension. We broke that down every which way in the previous segment. Top of the hour, 9 o'clock. 5 reasons we really like the Jaylen Petri contract extension. We'll do that. We'll mix in some audio from Nick Caserio talking about Jaylen Petri, both over the last week or so as well as previous years. This is somebody I think who has been targeted for an extension from a leadership and in the building standpoint since the day he set foot in the building. And finally, Seth, the play caught up with it this year. I think the Jaylen Petri's play this past season on the field caught up to the off-the-field leadership, swarmy stuff that he's displayed since he arrived here.
It's kind of like when they invented Coca-Cola, the first guy that did Coca-Cola. He was kind of messing around with a formula for a while.
Yeah.
And then one day they realized exactly, cocaine, that's what we need in this. And then we put that in a bottle, and it was boom, off to the races.
There's something we like about it, but it just needs a little
something. Okay, turns out we need to tweak it a little bit. A little less to zero cocaine, but still the same formula. And that's what they did with Jaylen Petri. They figured bottle up all of the enticing flavors and ingredients and everything into the right package.
What I'm hearing you say is that Pitre in the slot is basically cocaine.
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
I like that. All right, so
that's the thing. Not always. Pitre in the slot. There's certain the thing that keeps him from being a high-paid cornerback or something is that he's not a cornerback. You know, he's a hybrid safety / linebacker.
Sure.
So there's still times where ideally you don't have him out there one-on-one against Devontae Adams with no safety help over the top. He's not a pure slot corner, but he's just in the role that they want him to play. He's very, very good in that role.
Text in your thoughts, 713-572-4610. Did you see T.J. Watt's Instagram post a couple days ago where he was walking off the field flashing a peace sign or a deuces?
Oh, like he was throwing deuces and he's out or something?
Well, that's how it's getting interpreted because, it wouldn't surprise me if T.J. Watt's camp with a year left on his extension that he signed a few years ago, signed a 4-year, $112 million extension 3 years ago. He's got a year left on the deal. That was the highest paid defensive player in football at the time was T.J. Watt. Well, the market, especially at his position, forget about defense, just talk about edge rushers. Hell, just talk about non-quarterbacks. And it's flown like through the ceiling, like it's through the roof right now. And it was Max Crosby who really took it to the next level a few weeks back, getting $35.5 million. And then the Browns, desperate to placate Myles Garrett, a week, $40 million a year. So there's a lot of interpretation going on right now, Seth, that, with T.J. Watt, that the favorite in the clubhouse seems to be, hey, man, if you don't pay me the way that Myles Garrett just got paid, I've won Defensive Player of the Year also and have a lot of sacks, then I'm up and out of here, man. Deuces.
Yeah. The thing with T.J. Watt, where I look at him and I wonder, how would I feel if I were T.J. Watt in that situation? He's been one of the best players in the league. He's on a team that's perennially competitive. They never have a losing season, and yet it feels like they're stuck in the mud, like they've got a glass ceiling above them somehow. And it's weird how much and how similar the Ravens and the Steelers are in a lot of regards. The Ravens are perennially competitive and just rarely have bad seasons, but they've also gone through a lot of stretches where it just looks like there's a glass ceiling above them. And that, I don't know, they just can't seem to get it done. I guess the difference with the Ravens in the last few years would have been that they had Lamar Jackson for some of those seasons.
You've got watchable quarterback play.
Yeah. But they both have such strong cultures, and they've got so many things in place that it feels like, all right, they just got to do a couple things, and then they'll tweak it, and then and they could totally win a Super Bowl. It's easy from the outside for me to say that, man, you're on the Steelers. And it's just such an awesome franchise historically.
You're
You're it's it's a bad team, and that if you do turn it around, man, there's nothing like being a lifelong Pittsburgh Steeler for the rest of your life and the rest of your career. And it seems like he fits the mold of that city in so many ways. I can't fault him for maybe wanting to agitate his way out of there, but it's a classic, like, man, the grass isn't always greener on the other side.
Yeah.
It's just, boy, you could find yourself still making probably the same money you're going to make with the Steelers, but it's just not, it's not always a fairy tale ending. More times than not, it's not a fairy tale ending when you leave.
For all the reasons you just said, if I had to guess, purely a guess, that this is more him agitating to get more money. He's got a year left on his deal. I don't think that's an unreasonable time to start poking the bear, especially when the money at your position has gone up so much this offseason. You're absolutely right. He fits that city. He fits that franchise. He is far and away, and it's not even close, their most popular player of the last several years. You know, Ben Roethlisberger doesn't really count to me. The version of Ben that was on the same team as T.J. Watt was not the same one that was winning Super Bowls earlier in his career. Amy and I went to a Steeler game back in December of last year during the Texans bye week. T.J. Watt, by far the most jerseys there. And that's a franchise that you got jerseys that people wear going back to the 70s. Mm-hmm. And T.J. Watt, the most popular. It was interesting. I was listening on the way in today to I think it was on ESPN. I was listening to an ESPN national show, and one of the guys on there made the analogy that if the Steelers were to trade T.J. Watt, that would be like the Mavericks. I was trying to wrap my brain around that. I mean, I do, like, from a jersey standpoint, like they're both the same.
Emotionally,
like, jersey
emotionally
popular.
It would feel,
Yeah. Like, functionally with the team, like, trading Doncic torpedoes your franchise for the next several years of even being good. You trade T.J. Watt for 2 first-round picks, you could have a better record next year if you do the right things with the picks.
It's a hard comparison just because the different sports, and then also Doncic is just on a different level of just pretty much any other any non-quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah.
But yeah, emotionally, if it doesn't work out, and then if you stay a team that can win 10 games and then lose in the wild card round, people will be that much more PO'd about it.
Yeah.
I think the staying power of Steelers fans is a lot stronger and more real than the staying power of your average Mavericks fan.
Probably so.
You know, it's not like I don't think nobody's going to be clamoring for the Roonies to sell the team or anything. Maybe they will. I mean, some people will.
Fire
not
Omar.
Wholesale.
You see, they were chanting "Fire Nico" at the game the other night. To Nico Harrison.
Now they might be fire Omar, the GM of the Steelers.
Omar
they could totally
Khan.
get into that.
Yeah. A lot of texts coming in on the Pitre extension. Hey, by the way, text in 713-572-4610. Why was T.J. Watt throwing up the deuces? Wrong answers only to the text page, 713-572-4610. Can't help, this is a text, can't help to think these moves to extend these defensive players to keep the same core together for the next several years. And that is true. All these extensions this offseason have been on the defensive side of the ball. For years, shows a lot of faith in Stroud and rebounding from the sophomore slump this season. They could have easily invested the money in short-term offensive weapons, especially tailored towards a new OC. Instead, they spent on a defense that already established itself as top tier last year. Texans fans should be ecstatic with all these moves.
Yeah, in terms of actually rewarding a culture too and creating a culture, people, myself included, kind of tire of coaches talking about culture all the time because every coach talks about it. Very few actually know how to establish one. And so far, D'Amico's done a really good job of establishing a culture on the defensive side of the ball.
Doubt.
It's a matter of, can you establish that culture on the offensive side of the ball? Like there's a way, Sean, where the Texans could have had as bad a season statistically on offense, but where you would have felt better about it if they had just operated differently.
Yeah.
If they had any kind of grit or toughness to the way in which they underperformed, you might have said, like, but man, I love this guy and I love that guy and I love this guy. Largely, when it talks about the long term, I love Mixon and I love the way he plays, but he's also a running back, so it's not like I think he's going to be a part of the core for the next 10 years moving forward. On the offensive side of the ball, you've only got a handful of guys, not even a full handful of guys, where you, like Nico Collins, where you say, you need guys like that for the next 10 years. You look at the defensive side of the ball, and you can't hold them in the palm of your hand, the number of guys that you love you're going to be able. My hand is overflowing with awesome swarm mentality guys.
Think about the secondary right now, Seth. You've got Stingley locked up through 2029. You've got Pitre now locked up through 2028. You've got Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock locked up through 2027. Yeah. You've got C.J. Gardner-Johnson for the next 2 years. Wow. That's 5 guys that are going to be here for at least the next couple of years.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson, I don't put any kind of a timeline on because it feels very much.
No, 2 years is perfect. It's a ticking time bomb. Yeah,
he's been on 4 teams, 5 different stays with those 4 teams.
True.
So he's been on 5 different teams. Yeah. Well, 5 different rosters.
The Eagles twice.
Yeah, he's one of the Eagles twice, and I think there might be a shelf life on C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
That's
so I'm going to enjoy him. I'm going to enjoy him while we have him, but we'll see.
But I think the other 4 are relevant because they were handpicked by Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans from the draft. And they're all here for at least 3 more years. That's exciting. Text message: hiring Caserio has taught me to be slow to judge. I was irate when they hired him, but he's operated this team like a master class.
Yeah, and they still have that ceiling they have to burst through.
Yes.
And can you do it on the with Caserio? By far, the biggest amount of scrutiny is can he put together a good offensive line?
Mm-hmm.
And can you hire the right offensive coordinator? Now, D'Amico's the way that Caserio is. Every time Caserio's talked about it, it sounds like the coaching decisions have been very much D'Amico. This is D'Amico, and did D'Amico hire the right offensive coordinator? And can Caserio get the right offensive lineman to actually have an O-line we can be proud of in this town, Sean?
Yep.
Instead of keeping him locked up in the attic.
That's right. That's right.
The O-line are the children that nobody talks about.
There you go. There you go. All right, you can text in 713-572-4610. We'll circle back to digging into the Jaylen Petri extension at the top of the hour. 5 reasons we really like the Jaylen Petri contract extension. We'll do that top of the hour. The other big deal that's been getting talked about this week, can't get done till the offseason with the Rockets, might the biggest concern over trading for Kevin Durant, if you're somebody that wants that done, might that not be that big a concern at all? We will hear from an NBA expert on that coming up next.
Oh, I'll tell you what, one of your biggest concerns with owning
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Jaylen Petri, 3-year, $39 million extension, signs with the Texans. So that bit of business is out of break. It was Joe Flacco going back to the Browns. 1-year, $4 million deal. Boy, they really don't want Deshaun back in Cleveland.
I want Joe Flacco back in NRG Stadium, please.
They don't cross over. They cross over with the AFC West this year, so they won't see the Browns.
So in the playoffs, I want to see Joe Flacco in the playoffs, just like we did the last time.
That would be beautiful.
Remember when Joe Big Swinging Stick Joe Flacco is going to come in and teach the Texans about playoff football?
And he just had beaten them up a couple weeks before that. Yeah, different story in the postseason. So we'll get to 40 now. Yeah. And he wasn't good last year. A couple years ago, I was like, wow, he's 39, and he's getting it done. Last year, it was like, 39 or 40, and he sucks. We'll get back to Jaylen Petri, top of the hour. 5 things we like about the Jaylen Petri extension. Tune in 15 minutes for that. We talked a little bit yesterday. We've been talking a lot about the Rockets and obviously getting ready for the postseason here. They've got 2 games left. We'll see how they manage these 2 games. They're in a great spot to play these last 2 games however they want to in terms of load management. And then they sit and wait, find out Tuesday night who they're going to be playing in the first round of the playoffs. And then they've still got a few days left after that to rest up. They've really set themselves up nicely to be healthy and ready for whoever it is on the other side. The other conversation that's been taking place in tandem with that is the offseason. You can't talk about the NBA even during the postseason without talking about the offseason. Kevin Durant coming to Houston. Seth and I talked about this a lot yesterday, and concern over what you'd have to give up to get him, obviously. The fit, the mix, the age, injuries, things like that. As far as the first thing I mentioned there, what you have to give up to get him, Brian Windhorst of ESPN yesterday laid out the situation in Phoenix right now, and it's a situation which makes me feel like the Rockets might not have to overpay or pay as much as we think to get Kevin Durant.
I don't even think they understand yet, and I don't think the fans are going to understand it yet either. When you look at this Kevin Durant trade, they're going to have to seriously consider trading Kevin Durant for flexibility. This is a new concept in the NBA, and I can understand you hear me say that, and you go, what are you talking about? What are you talking about, trade for flexibility? I want 4 first-round draft picks. I want 3 great young players. I want a guy who's going to come in and be on all. No, I'm telling you, they're going to probably have to seriously trade Kevin Durant to get out of jail.
Okay, so that to get out of jail. So that would seem to indicate, Seth, that the Suns don't control this situation. There's a need to trade Kevin Durant.
Yeah, I guess but the difference is. Where that's not as compelling an argument is that's like saying, okay, I'm in financial duress and I've got a really nice Rolex. I'm going to have to sell the Rolex. So, all right, there's a market. There's a very established market for Rolexes.
Yeah.
And you're going to and when there's multiple people that want your Rolex, they're not looking at you're under duress, are you?
Yeah.
No, it's different. If the guy walks into your pawn shop and he's clearly methed out of his brain, sure. But I don't think the Suns are methed out of their brain. There's gonna be multiple people who want Kevin Durant. So I don't. It's when they're bidding against each other, it's not as much of an issue why Phoenix needs to do it or what their state. If there were only one team that wanted Kevin Durant, then that might be the case. But Kevin Durant is still very much a highly sought-after Rolex.
Yeah. And the Rockets have the most stuff to give. This is if you're somebody who wants Kevin Durant, it's a great point. The market is set by the number of suitors that you have, not necessarily what your motivations are to sell.
Yeah.
Your motivations become a factor, as you just said, with just one team. But there will be multiple teams that want in on Durant. There's multiple teams that Durant could improve. So, yeah, that's where it gets interesting. The Rockets have by far the most to give to the Suns if they're inclined to do it. If you're somebody who wants Kevin Durant, if you're a Rocket fan who really thirsts for Kevin Durant, then you should hope that the Fertittas feel, and Rafael Stone, and we should include Ime Udoka because he's obviously going to have a say in this. He had a say in James Harden not coming here. Then you should be excited about where the Rockets sit, and you should be rooting for them to have the same mentality you do because they've got they could not even have the Suns' first-round pick in this draft, which is a lottery pick, and I would still say they've got more to offer than any other team between young players and other picks down the road. The Rockets, it's not just this Phoenix pick. They've got control of a couple other Phoenix picks, and they're in great shape.
What's your tipping point for the untouchables on the Rockets roster?
Yeah.
Where emotionally, where's the guy where you say, boy, I really don't want to lose him, and yet, yeah, it makes sense if that needs to be part of the package.
There's two that are untouchable to me, and they are Alperen Şengün and Amen Thompson. Those are the two that you talk about emotion, you talk about the caliber of the player. Jalen Green is trending into that group. Jalen Green was not in that group for me at the beginning of the season. I would have mixed Jalen Green. Now, if you're putting Jalen Green in a deal, then the rest of the stuff has to be very marginal. You know,
it has to be right.
Picks.
It has to be more of almost like it's Jalen Green and some draft picks that I don't care that much about.
Yeah. Now you're probably going to make the salaries work. Well, Jalen's salary is up there now. He's making $30, so maybe you don't have to throw in Dylan Brooks to make the deal work. But I would if I had to. You know, and Dylan Brooks has had a great season, but he's not untouchable.
That's an emotional one, but where you acknowledge, like, yeah, but it makes sense.
It makes sense. Yeah. The interesting one is Jalen to me, because I think Alperen Şengün, a big man that plays with the skill that he does, and I think Ime Udoka has really gotten through to him as well in terms of the effort that he puts out there from end to end. Amen Thompson is there. I hang up the phone on anything with Amen Thompson. I think he's got that degree of potential. I think he's almost there already. But if he develops just a mid-range jump shot consistently, look the hell out. I mean, Jalen's the interesting one to me.
Yeah, I mean, like, Amen Thompson is like so good defensively.
Yes.
I mean, it's comparing of him versus Draymond this year, and it's not even close. As people campaign for Draymond Green to be the defensive player of the year, and Amen Thompson is criminally not even in the discussion. So I agree with you on there.
Yeah.
Everybody else would be painful, and like Tari Eason, it would be painful, but 100% totally makes sense.
You know, again, Tari is a guy Tari's issue has been staying on the floor. Like when he's on the floor, he's a great player, but he's injury prone. But Tari, that would hurt. But I would put him in the deal. Now I wouldn't put multiple of you. Like I wouldn't go Jalen, Tari, and Jabari for Kevin Durant. No chance. You know, like it's, to me, if it's Jalen Green in the deal, then the rest of it is just picks and pick swaps and other stuff you got to throw in to make the numbers work out. Yeah. If it's Tari, he's a cut below Jalen, obviously. Jabari, to me, is on that same level as Tari. And then after that, like Cam Whitmore, you can put him in the deal. Reed Shepherd's an interesting one, because Reed Shepherd, when he's gotten on the floor, like he doesn't get on the floor because there's no minutes for him. He got on the floor the other night against the Clippers, and he knocked down 6 of 10 three-pointers. You know, came in for 8 minutes at the end of the Jazz game. 5 for 7 from 3, you know?
Reed Shepherd would be the one that I think it wouldn't be as emotional as it should be, but it is very much the boy, you're trading away your future for the right now.
Yeah.
That would be the really hard. That would be the bitter pill to swallow in terms of just, all right, this is trading away Cam Smith for
the guy. Yeah. He's a guy who can run your offense and shoot. I mean, this team, like, you can make an argument that he should be getting like 10 or 12 minutes even when the postseason rolls around, because he's one of the only guys that can consistently, and I know he hasn't been consistent this year, but he hasn't gotten consistent minutes. He is a sniper. They don't have many snipers on this team at all. So Reed Shepherd is a really interesting one relative to the paltry minutes that he's played as a pro so far. I think if Reed Shepherd were on any other lottery team that needed point guard play, he would be in that mix for Rookie of the Year right now. I heard somebody saying that at a national level this week, and I wholeheartedly agree with that. TJ Watt was throwing up the deuces. This is a text message. So we were talking about the TJ Watt Instagram picture. He was throwing up the deuces, and people interpreting that as him maybe wanting out of Pittsburgh. Chris in the ATL, TJ Watt was throwing up the deuces because that's the signature move of Taco Boy, his character in that terrible taco commercial. That should be the main reason he isn't the highest paid defensive player in the NFL. Tell me I'm wrong.
Is there what's the taco commercial?
The Watts, the 3 Watt brothers are on a taco commercial, and on one of them, TJ Watt plays a superhero named Taco Boy.
For Old El Paso.
Old El Paso they speak for, yeah.
Hey, speaking of taco merchants, did you see that Alex Bregman's dad is running for governor of New Mexico?
I did, yes.
Yeah. So he's a Democrat. He's running as he's in the Democratic primaries.
Oh.
He's got a pretty expensive he put out. And it's he's running. It sounds like he's planning himself against Trump, but also against the radical left wing.
Okay.
And I guess New Mexico's always, their governor's been a Democrat for the last 20 years.
Okay.
So this will get interesting because I wonder, Bregman is playing in a blue state now.
Yes,
and
Massachusetts,
Bregman hasn't typically been afraid to chime in on various things. Does Bregman actually join the campaign trail for his father?
Oh, I think he supports his old man for sure. Like publicly, yes, I think he does.
Yeah.
I think he does. I'm looking at a picture of the two of them on this Chronicle article.
Yeah.
Bregman Sr., his name's Sam, he's not Alex, but I just call him Bregman Sr. He looks fun.
Oh, yeah,
Got a fishing shirt and a cowboy hat, and it looks like
he's riding a horse in the commercial, and he looks comfortable enough riding the horse. But at the end, they show a wider angle shot of it, and you're like, oh, he's not quite at his playing weight anymore, and you start to feel bad for the horse a little bit. But he still looks comfortable riding a horse. I think.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily look out of place.
I got to look at that commercial. I haven't seen it yet. Yeah. I'm sure this topic will bring all sorts of reasonable takes on the text line.
Oh yeah, we're not even looking at it.
Nope.
Yeah, it's interesting.
It is. It's interesting.
I wonder if I'm curious about Bregman and how involved he might get in the actual campaign.
Yeah, there's no side you can take where you'll get no blowback, but he'll get way less blowback up in Massachusetts than he would have if he were in Houston, probably.
Right. Yeah.
That's fun. I got to read that article.
His dad's been I think it's a DA right now.
Okay, so he's rubbed up against that political world right there a little bit. All right, Payne and Pendergast, into the 9 o'clock hour. Jaylen Petri, extension with the Houston Texans. Done deal. 3 years, $39 million. 5 reasons we like it. That's coming up next.
Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
5 things we like about the Jaylen Petri extension. If you're just tuning in, Jaylen Petri, the latest Houston Texans player to get extended, current, I'll call it core player, to get extended. 3 years, $39 million. Jaylen Petri is going to be a Texan for the next several years. Here was Nick Caserio, before we get to the 5 things we like about the extension. Nick Caserio, we asked him when he was on with us a week ago, hey, is it presumptuous for us to think that you've kind of shown us through the Hunter, Nico, and Stingley extensions what the blueprint is for getting extended as a Houston Texan?
Good player, good attitude. Go out there, be productive, work hard, put the team first, and you'll be rewarded. But I think when you look at the overall composition of the team and the mindset, and D'Amico has talked about this, what are the things that we're looking for? What do we prioritize? What a Houston Texan football player should look like, or what we want it to look like. Understanding every player is different. Everyone has strengths. Everyone has areas that they can improve. We feel like we're pretty fortunate that we have a lot of good football players on this team, in this building. And, you know, those players, they earn what they receive. We don't give out anything. Like, this isn't like, okay, come in here and we're just going to give you get what you earn, and the contracts are the contracts, and every situation is going to be a little bit different.
So the biggest thing, first and foremost, is just, without digging deep in to bring a spreadsheet out, the numbers make sense. You're going to see various people report it that this makes him the highest paid nickel back in the NFL. It's dicey with Pitre because he's playing multiple different roles. Sometimes he's a nickel linebacker, sometimes he's a slot corner. But the other part of it is that the deal doesn't kick in immediately. So what it works into is that he's going to be playing on a deal that over the course of time, he's averaging $10.5 million per year. So if he were out there in free agency right now, it would be like he got a deal as a really good linebacker. So it makes sense from the Texans' perspective, but it also gives them a boatload of guaranteed money. So from Jaylen Petri's perspective, it makes sense as well. I think it's like a muted version of the Nico Collins contract, in that it's good for all parties involved. Everybody can feel good about it, and it's making a bet on his upside and his consistency. But this is it played out pretty much the same way Texans cap thought it should, and has been talking about and writing back. He's a great follow on Twitter or X if you like this kind of stuff, at Texans Cap. So I feel really good about that part of it. It's the appropriate extension. It's both sides benefit from.
So that's number one that you like that we like about this, is it's the appropriate value for the contract.
I think the other thing is if we play the clip from Caserio and talking about having multiple players like Jaylen Petri on the team. This is Nick Caserio from earlier this season, the week before he was injured.
Yeah, I'd say JP's been on anybody in the building, like what he means to our team, and you're going to get nothing but glowing remarks and positives. He plays the right way. He's got the right mindset. He's impactful with the plays. You know, I think every player, like, you're going to have plays, you know, either give up some plays, you want some plays back, but just his energy, his mindset, his physicality, his effort, his playmaking ability. I want to say he's our leading tackler. I mean, he's close. I think him and Henry are close, but he impacts the game in a positive way when he's on the field, and his attitude is infectious. I mean, we talked last year was 1,000. Like, we'll take 2,000 Jaylen Petris on this football team. So he's embraced the role. It's different than the role last year, but we've figured out that this is the best thing for him and for the football team, and he's gone out there and made play after play after play in each game. So, you know, we're fortunate. We feel like we have a number of good football players on this football team. You know, JP's certainly high on the list.
So this is, and sorry, Ben, I flipped it up on you there right at the last moment. The biggest thing about guys like Jaylen Petri is that as long as you've got a number of guys like him, you don't have to be in that awful position as a coach of trying to coach enthusiasm. There's nothing worse than being a coach saying, like, hey guys, could you show a little more excitement out there when guys get excited about making a big play or something?
Yep.
That he is that type of player that
He's
brings
genuine.
a certain energy. Yeah. And there's kind of a tipping point on a team where you got to have a certain number of guys who just play that way in or to really play with the kind of energy that Texans defense does. The third thing I'd say about Jaylen Petri is his actual style of play and his ability to force turnovers, his ability to just kind of flip the field at times and come up in big moments. You know, you and I were talking with somebody during the commercial break who just flat out, he said, yeah, boy, we need him healthy in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Like, he's the type of player that can flip the script on you immediately. The same way Derek Stingley can flip the script with an interception, or Will Anderson or Daniil Hunter can flip the script with a sack. Jaylen Petri, like it wasn't that Cowboys game, he can come up and just flip the script by causing a fumble with a hellacious hit.
Yep.
And there's another part that I would add into this, and the real big step forward that Jaylen Petri took this year that I was excited to see, and we saw it in training camp, was he played less like a kamikaze and more like somebody who's got a controlled aggression to him. He was taking the right angles. He was form tackling when the situation demanded it. He was going for the big hit when it was okay for him to go for the big hit. So that style of like a restrained kamikaze on the field, that's part and parcel of the way this defense needs to play. They need to play with the same enthusiasm and the same fervor that they played with last year, but they got to dial it in and discipline and be more disciplined in certain aspects. When it comes to just got to be, they can't be allowing big plays because they're going for the big hit and miss the tackle.
So appropriate value on the contract, genuine enthusiasm from Jaylen Petri, style of play, number 3.
Yeah.
Number 4.
The other big one, we touched on this earlier, is that I have zero concerns whatsoever that Jaylen Petri is going to somehow take his foot off the gas because now he got paid.
Yeah.
He's got that part of him that obviously just loves playing football. But remember, he was one of the guys who stuck it out at Baylor when everybody else was jumping ship, and justifiably so. It made sense for a lot of guys that, man, if you make the smart, rational decision, all right, I'm going to head off for greener pastures. That was when it wasn't, they were given permission to do it without being dinged by the transfer portal or anything else like that. They just got carte blanche. Those players could just leave, and he chose to stay. He's just kind of wired that way. He's wired. I would put the over-under on Jaylen Petri staying married for the rest of his life to whomever he marries in the future.
Yeah.
I'll put the over-under on his marriage at 45 years.
Yeah.
I think he's a guy that he's going to stick around through thick and
That's
through thin.
my kind of sports book where we can take everybody's marriage everywhere and just bet on how many years, if there's a divorce, and if there is a divorce, what's the over-under on number of years they stay married. If there was a sports book for that, especially as someone who's been through a divorce, I might be able to cash in heavy on that, I think.
I remember one of those fascinating discussions I ever had was with your friend Wallace Marsh, who's but he was a petroleum engineer going back to the 80s.
Yeah.
This is when he graduated from A&M.
Oklahoma.
OU, excuse me. Oh, God, excuse me. I'm sorry, Wallace.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, you wanted to be an Aggie, but you couldn't get in.
That was worse. Continue.
There was a period where petroleum engineers were not in high demand, and people were jumping ship like it was the Baylor football program. They wanted nothing to do with being a petroleum engineer. And then all of a sudden, when the industry came back, there was a high demand for petroleum engineers. And Wallace said that of all the people that were still in the business that were senior petroleum engineers, they did very well because of it, because they were in high demand.
Yes.
Everybody that he knew that had stuck with the profession was also still married. Like there was kind of a commitment gene
correlation,
there. That it was in an industry where, especially when you go through the highs and the lows of oil and gas, it's a lot of stress on your relationships. I feel like Jaylen Petri would have stuck it out as a petroleum engineer.
Okay, maybe so. And as I kind of do some introspection with that, because that makes a lot of sense. What do they say about people who leave a high-paying sales executive job to get into talk radio? What are their percentages of
Your
getting
second
divorced?
marriage is working out splendidly.
Yes.
Yeah. The fifth reason, and honestly, this isn't a major reason, but it just opens up my hopes for Dameon Pierce, in that Pitre was a guy that they'll define the right role for him. And as a safety, that it just wasn't it. It wasn't going to work out for him as a safety, or it wasn't working out for him as a safety. They figured out the right role for Jaylen Petri, and it ended up working out to the point where they wanted to give him an extension. I do feel like Caserio and D'Amico look at Dameon Pierce and think, man, we've seen the upside with Dameon Pierce, and we also have. They didn't see the upside with Bobby Slowick.
No,
right?
Nope.
They didn't keep Bobby Slowick on the roster.
They did not. That's a great point. Yes,
they got the hell rid of Bobby Slowick.
Yep.
Dameon Pierce is still here. I still think that there is upside with Dameon Pierce, and maybe in Nick Caley's system and with a different offensive line, maybe we see the very best version of Dameon Pierce. I'm not sitting here saying they need to extend Dameon Pierce or anything, but I think they really, really want to reward guys who operate a certain way. And Dameon Pierce on the offensive side of the ball, but for the simple thing about the play on the field, he's got a lot of swarm qualities.
Oh, for sure.
He could be a huge part of a really good culture on the offense if they can unlock that upside that we saw in him 3 years ago.
Text message on this topic. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Come on, Nick. 2,000 would be well over the allotted number of players you're allowed. Duh. Okay, that was pretty funny.
Well, it's a little bit, though, like my thought that D'Amico, in his heart of hearts, wants to somehow figure out a way to have 27 defensive linemen on the roster. He would love that. If D'Amico could somehow finagle a way to have 27 defensive linemen on a 53-man roster, he would have it.
This is an interesting text. Imagine Pitri's on the offensive line, not body size, obviously, but in terms of the mentality, we would have a solid offensive line, not flashy, but rock solid.
Yeah,
that's what they're trying to do.
If they had never changed the cut rules, then maybe 5 Jaylen Petri-sized Jaylen Petris could be good. Yeah,
might have a shot.
I feel like they would have been better at cut blocking than last year's version of the offensive line.
Text message, marriage licenses should be like driver's licenses. They expire after 4 years, and you have the option to renew without penalty. Come on, man. It's a good institution as long as you as long as you're good at player evaluation, I'll say.
You know what? I think the one thing I stumbled into in my marriage was that I married somebody, my wife, whose parents are. I married this person. My wife's family, she came from a family with a very rock solid marriage.
Yeah.
Whereas I came from a classic broken home, et cetera, et cetera.
Yep.
So like I think there's certain options in her brain that just don't exist. Like so that she kind of approaches in a way, and she had a template for seeing it. Like her parents were just never going to get divorced. It wasn't even a thought or a consideration.
Right.
Where I grew up in like kind of looking at life through a different lens. So it was cool for me to kind of see that example. Where if who knows, if she had come from a divorced family household, maybe it wouldn't have worked out as
That's
well.
good. So you're saying Brandy took a big chance on you?
What I'm saying is, I tried to leave multiple times, and she didn't agree with. It just didn't work out. It didn't take. Yeah.
I was about to say, as you're laying that out, I'm like, I hope the moral of the story is that you came over to her side a little bit.
Yeah,
more.
no. And it was, I knew that before we even got married. I was like, yeah, I've been looking at things in kind of a jacked up way.
Yes.
There's a lot of people that like almost go into a marriage thinking like, yeah, let's see if this works out.
Right.
Whereas like I kind of changed my mindset to like, oh no, this is gonna work out because I'm gonna work at it and be sure that it works out.
We're getting to the stage for me where definitely my older two, and I got to do the math on Sammy, I think they're almost all at the age where I had already been married to their mom. I got married at 26.
Yeah.
And she was 23. So I don't want to put like, I hate to always be like, the advice, kids, is get married in your 30s. Like, it's different for everybody. But just in my own situation, I'm thinking like, wow, okay, like my kids are already they're beyond that. They're beyond that. They're older than I was when I married their mom.
They're
that makes
already,
me feel old.
You were already married with children and everything.
Yeah.
Sometimes when I think about my mom and raising 3 kids on her own, just when at various times I was like, God, when I was 30. My mom already had a 12-year-old and 2 younger children and everything, and I didn't feel nearly that mature.
No, and your mom's done well, right? I mean, your mom.
Yeah. She worked like went to night school to get her bachelor's degree while she was raising.
That's awesome, man.
She started off working in the shipping department of the company that she would eventually end up being kind of a high-level executive in.
Yeah.
Going to community college while working the night shift, putting boxes together and stuff.
That's wild, man. Good.
You know what? You know the one thing I learned from both my parents that I try to tell people is that it is when I look back at my childhood and I think about going to my parents' workplace, I don't know if I would have been any less impressed with their jobs or any more impressed if they were professional athletes. Like it's like when my mom would take her to work, I would be like, you get to work with these poppable shipping the bubble wrap all day long. Yeah. And she would I had an unlimited supply of bubble wrap that I could pop. I was like, oh my God. And she would show me what she had to do, and it seemed like she had so much responsibility. And my dad at any given time was either a farmer or he was working as a framer, and I'd be like, you built that house?
Yeah.
You built that house? And he's like, well, I mean, I put up the frame. And I'd say, you built that house? It was incredible to me.
In this alternate universe, your mom has like an administrative job with the Bills. And she's like, this is Jim Kelly. And you're like, can we go back to the bubble wrap world?
Yeah, never underestimate how impressed your children will be by your job.
Yes.
It's just like, it seems like the biggest thing in the world. And it's a really good impression you could give your kids of working in jobs and everything. By just taking pride in your job, your kids will take pride in your job as well.
Absolutely. The Browns made a move.
The most impressed I was when my dad was running an underground pot growing operation, truth be told. That was the one where I was like, okay, this is genuinely putting it out there.
You were a little older for that one, right? You could have more.
Terrified, yes. I was terrified, but also impressed. Yeah.
Both can be true.
I'll tell you what, this guy's got gumption.
Both can be true. I am terrified at how impressed I am.
I'll tell you what, it takes a hell of a lot more balls to do that than it does to be an NFL GM.
Damn right. Right. Speaking of NFL GMs, Andrew Berry just made a move. All right, I have an analogy for the move that the Browns just made with Joe Flacco when it comes to Deshaun Watson. Does my analogy hold up? We will have that for you coming up next. West Point Link.
Y'all meet me there.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, the big news today, if you're just tuning in, Jaylen Petri, 3-year, $39 million extension with the Houston Texans. We've got Astros Angels coming up this weekend. We'll hit that between now and the end of the show as well. I've got a question, a follow-up question to the Jaylen Petri signing that I want to hit Seth with that we'll do in the final segment of the show. The Cleveland Browns signed Joe Flacco today to a 1-year, $4 million deal. Now, Flacco was a godsend for them.
An elite quarterback.
He was elite when he was a Raven, and he became elite again after being on like 4 other teams. And he played at a high level for the Browns, certainly relative to what they were expecting.
A few games.
He got them to the postseason at the end of the 2023 season, and then he turned into a pumpkin against the Texans. That's how it went. But I think by and large, and you know, Seth, among the cities that are not Houston, I listen in on Cleveland radio more than most because I think they do a good job up there, and it's very compelling to listen to the talk of our old friend Deshaun Watson. They wanted, despite his complete collapse against the Texans in the second half of that football game, Browns fans wanted to bring Flacco back the next year. They wanted him instead of Deshaun Watson, but the Browns, their precious prince of a quarterback, could not have any sort of threat to him in that quarterback room.
The Browns were in a situation which, just as you would expect, whenever you're in a situation where you can't bring Joe Flacco, 39-year-old Joe Flacco, back onto the squad because it might create a quarterback controversy.
Right.
With the highest paid quarterback in the NFL,
yes,
they were in a bad spot.
Yeah,
they're in a bad spot when Joe Flacco is the guy that you can't bring in because it might be a distraction.
100%. I don't blame them for not bringing Flacco back. I don't at all. But I bring this up. They just signed him today to a 1-year, $4 million contract, a year after they refused to bring him in because of Deshaun Watson. We know that the owner of the Browns, Jimmy Haslam, said at the league meetings last week that, hey, we took a big swing, didn't work out, gave up a lot of draft capital, and now now I'm paraphrasing, but we got to move along. The quotes that he was giving were clearly like, Deshaun's never playing for us again. He's done. Somebody needs to alert Deshaun to this because now is the time. He could have been doing this for 3 years, showing all his workouts in Browns gear and all this other stuff, and he's obviously rehabbing an injury, so there's that element to this. But Deshaun has felt like somebody for the 3 years he's been in Cleveland, like someone who just flies in for games and then leaves right after the game. He has barely, and I talked to people up there, barely felt like a part of the community up there. And now he's rehabbing this injury. The team doesn't want him anymore. He's probably facing for the first time in his life being cut from a team, which factors in. Mm-hmm. He's posting these videos now of him working out in Browns gear in the Browns facility and saying things like this.
The performance comes when your back is against the wall. It comes better because you kind of got to really lock in. You don't have anything pretty much to lose, and I feel like that's where I'm at right now. Everyone's doubting me. Everyone don't believe in me. Everyone don't think that I can get back to where I was, but I know and I believe the work that I put in, what I believe in myself, the peace that I've been, channeling these last couple months. I know I'm gonna be way better than before. I'm prepared, and I think before I wasn't prepared because I was kind of going with the flow of how the world was seeing me, but when you kind of get knocked down to the ground and you got to stand back up and walk through the rain, that brings out another fire, another challenge, another grit that you have inside. And the biggest thing is really just mental. My mentality, I got to deal with the outside and not taking everything personal, like I mentioned before. Taking everything and just bringing it full force and really just standing in front of it, face to face. The challenges, the adversity, whatever comes with it, gonna come with it. But as long as I'm doing it my way, I'm cool. I can live with that.
This is verbal diarrhea right there, man.
It's the time. The part that did it for me was when he acknowledged that previously he might not have been as dialed in the way he should be, which is exactly the type of guy you reward with a $240 million guaranteed contract.
Yeah, the Browns fans.
You're like, you know what? Turns out that maybe I should focus a little bit more on just playing football and not worried about how everybody else is perceiving me.
Yeah.
Let's put out a video to the masses about how I don't care anymore about how the rest of the world is perceiving me.
Right.
Okay?
And
We'll be sure we produce something that lets everybody know
That's good.
that I don't care about how everybody feels about me.
That's
okay?
right. That's right.
Yeah.
That's like when Tiger Woods went on social media last week and asked for privacy.
Right.
Yeah, we would like our privacy at this time. Then don't go on social media. What are we doing?
Please do not look at my cleavage. I just, I'm wearing a low-cut blouse, and all of a sudden you feel necessary to look at my bosom. I am aghast that this is the type of behavior that somebody would display.
So I have an analogy here that I want to see. I want to pass this through the Seth Payne analogy machine. But this is what I feel like with the Browns signing Joe Flacco. I don't think it has anything to do with them actually wanting Joe Flacco to play.
Yeah.
Like Joe Flacco was the guy they wouldn't sign because of Deshaun last year. Deshaun is on here doing videos talking about how he hasn't been dialed in these first 3 years of this big deal, but now he is. And look at me in your gym, Browns, in your gymnasium, in your weight room, working out. Look at me in your gear, staying in Ohio, working out. And I feel like the Browns are like, bro, this is like the people that come to your house. You throw a party at your house, and there's always those last few stragglers. You're ready to go to bed and clean up, and yet there's a few people that just won't leave.
Yeah.
And so you got to make hints. You got to turn the TV off. You got to turn the lights off, get him to leave. Joe Flacco is turning the lights off right now with Deshaun. Like, hey, Deshaun, remember this guy that you didn't want back? He's on the team now, Deshaun.
So Deshaun Watson gets the message, turns to leave, and opens the door to a broom closet. He didn't realize. He doesn't actually know where the exit is in the facility. Like, oh, no, Deshaun, that's nope.
I know
that's the bathroom,
I know
Deshaun.
you haven't spent much time here.
The exit's over there.
That's what Joe Flacco feels like to me. It's like, all right.
I mean, the owner has just flat out already said that. The owner has said that it was a mistake.
We swung and missed.
Yeah. Missed. You don't get no, that was the third strike.
Yeah.
You don't all of a sudden. Deshaun's acting like an American Idol contestant, the ones who don't get the message, the ones who refuse to leave the stage.
Yeah.
We're like, no, you don't understand. I have a cold. And they're like, no. It's a no. You don't understand. Yeah. No, but I want this really bad.
Right.
They're like, yeah, that's not really relevant to us. But I really, really want it. That's great.
Yeah.
Maybe go learn to sing and come back next year.
Hey, somebody bring in Flacco and get this kid off the stage. That's what Flacco is. Yeah, he's like, Flacco is the hint. You know what I mean? Like, is this guy going to get the hint? And Flacco is the hint. Like, dude, we're done with you. Stop putting up videos wearing our stuff. Stop doing your workouts and telling us how you've been disrespected and talking about how it sounds like you didn't give a crap the first 3 years you were here.
I had once I was I was going to see some of my friends of mine at Penn State, and my high school girlfriend was a student at Penn State, which worked out well. Ex-girlfriend, but I ran into her just completely randomly, and the time she had a boyfriend, but again, it got to a point in the evening where it was like her boyfriend was still sticking around, and at this point, it had become clear and obvious enough that relationship was over.
Right.
And we're just saying, I was being super polite. This guy, nicest guy in the world, but like it was.
Yeah.
I was like, dude, how many more hints do you have to take to just get the hell out of here? How much further can we degrade you in front of your face? And he just kept sticking around.
That guy's.
And I'm like, dude, I don't know what you're into or whatever, but I'm not into it.
Right.
So like, it's time for you to go.
I didn't
Very
drive.
uncomfortable moment.
I didn't drive all this way for conversation. Okay.
It really was. I got to drive back to Ithaca in the morning.
Yeah.
Like I said, you're kind of becoming a drag, man. Can you take these hints and get the hell out of here?
And wait a second. And she was his girlfriend at the time, technically?
Nominally. Look. It was. She had to lay it all out for him and basically break up with him.
Yeah.
And in front of me. It was the level of disrespect he was showing me by not getting the message.
Hold it. How did that go? He told her to leave.
I mean, it wasn't like he was going to fight me or anything. I felt like the next day I wanted to call him and like explain. I wanted to explain to him like, man, listen, you got to have more respect for yourself. Like this is you should have at some point thrown a drink in my face or something.
Did you know he was going to be tagging along when you went there on that trip to Penn State?
I didn't know she was going to be in a position where she was obviously breaking up with him.
Yeah.
No, it was one of those things where she invited me to some frat party that she was going to, and that I was kind of like, oh, cool, and I brought my friends along with me and everything.
Oh, okay.
And then she was getting nostalgic for the old days.
I got you. Okay.
Very publicly.
Okay.
Like in front of him. Like I think assuming that the guy would get the message and he wasn't getting the message.
That changes the dynamic of you making the trip there a little bit. It was you and a bunch of your buddies going there to party.
I was going to visit some of my friends.
Yeah.
And we just happened to come in, and it was I didn't think anything of it. I was like, she invited me to this party. She was like, yeah, it's my boy. It was at
his frat.
It was yeah.
Oh, jeez. That would have been amazing if it started a frat fight.
I thought I was going to have to fight the whole fraternity at one point.
Yeah.
But it was more like the guys. The guy that I got it basically from I had made friends with her. You know, I'm pretty good at making friends.
Sure.
I basically had made friends with some of his fraternity brothers, and I had been talking to them. I was trying to be cool about everything. I was like, listen, guys, I'm not trying to be a jerk here or anything. And they were like, no, dude, he's got a problem, man. He's got a problem. Like, yeah, like, it's not, don't worry about it, man. Don't worry about it.
I'm so glad.
I think they probably gave him some kind of intervention the next day about how he needed to have some more respect for himself.
I am so glad I brought up Deshaun Watson in this segment.
Because I wasn't doing anything.
No, man.
But I was getting ground upon. I wasn't grinding, but I was getting ground upon.
You can't help it if you have the Kavorka. If you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you just put out this vibe and she's attached to or attracted to it, then what are you to do? That's not your fault.
Yeah. And this guy just wasn't getting the message.
Buddy, I didn't come here for conversation, and I certainly didn't come here for a threesome with you. Leave. That's great.
I felt like I had to let him down easy.
Yeah. Hey, listen, you know what's about to happen?
Listen, and this was a different day and age where the weird stuff wasn't so common as it is now. Okay? It wasn't just like it was. Listen, I drink beer.
Yeah.
I wear blue jeans.
Yeah.
I'm not into your funky stuff, at least not with you, buddy.
We were a little more straight-laced back then. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. Man, between that and Blobby the Rooster at the end of the show yesterday, the 9 o'clock hour has been good to us the last couple days. If you haven't heard Blobby the Rooster story from Seth Payne, listen to the final couple segments of the show yesterday. All right, Payne and Pendergast, final segment coming up. We'll talk to the guys on In the Loop, find out what they've got going on. Jaylen Petri gets a second contract. Who are the future second contract guys, Pitre style, Stingley style, Nico style, on this team right now that are going to join them in that club, that foundation club, over the next couple of years? We'll talk about that coming up next. But first, Zamora, Liqueur 43. Guess what?
1-1. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, so Jaylen Petri just got a contract extension today. 3 years, $39 million. It gets a thumbs up from our show. We gave you 5 reasons we really like it earlier this hour. If you want to go back and listen on the podcast or the Odyssey Rewind feature, you can do that. Download the Odyssey app if you have not. It's humming really well right now.
The big thing to remember the Jaylen Petri extension is that it's a 5-year deal. You know, it's a
4-year deal.
Or 4-year deal, excuse me, 4-year deal. But like you gotta. I think people evaluate this stuff almost. They take the 3 years, and that 3-year contract doesn't kick in and act like, oh yeah, well now this makes him the highest paid slot cornerback in the league. If he had gotten this deal in free agency and it was a 3-year deal that started now, it would be. It really works out to more like 4 years, $10.5 million, and that's in line with what Texans cap had as a projection. Mm-hmm. It's like a really well-paid linebacker, more so than you're paying an actual defensive back or a cornerback.
Yep. So because the new money is what always gets reported. That's what got reported with Stingley. Like, wow, $30 million a year. They just jumped the market. The highest before that was $25 million a year. That's just the new money. When they're signing their own guys, the deal gets attached to what's left on their original deal. And Pitri's was only scheduled to make $3.5 million this year. He's obviously going to make more because he's going to get a signing bonus and whatnot. So it
doesn't affect the cap at all this year, or much. A little bit. Of the way they tweaked everything.
Yeah, a little bit. My question is this: how many guys are on the roster right now, Seth, that we are going to be having conversations like we've had about Stingley and Pitre over the last year or so about? Because I feel like we've been talking about certainly Stingley and Pitre, and they both come to fruition. Nico Collins came to fruition. Danielle Hunter's a little bit of a different category. That's them extending a guy who they had signed in free agency. But of guys that Nick and D'Amico have handpicked to be players on this football team, how many second contract guys do you think there are on the team right now?
So this would be guys that are going into their 3rd year, perhaps. The potential right now, if you look on offense, for instance, I mean, a lot of it's with a huge if. You know, if Juice Scruggs continues to come along, maybe a couple of years from now, we're talking about him.
He's not one right now.
As that guy, right. He's not. You know, Jarrett Patterson or Juice Scruggs, Blake Fisher, any of those guys are candidates, but they're certainly not in the conversation right this moment.
Which one, if you had to pick from those 3, because those are the 3 offensive linemen that Nick Caserio has drafted in the last couple of years. If you could pick one, and obviously tackle is a more premium position than center, but if you could pick one of those guys to get an extension, kind of like Pitre got today, who would it be? You can only pick one. Who do you hope that it is for the Texans?
It's like I hope this guy plays well enough over the next couple of years to become that guy.
And he gets another deal, yeah.
I would, I think purely just from the football standpoint, protecting your quarterback, everything else like that, it would be Blake Fisher, I would hope.
Yeah.
Jarrett Patterson, there's kind of an emotional appeal to it in that he's a 6th rounder that people weren't really paying that much attention to. It seemed like Juice Scruggs was going to get any and every opportunity to start no matter what. There was never a genuine competition there. So I want it to be Jarrett Patterson, and yet I hope that it's Blake Fisher.
Yeah. I think I'm with you. Fisher is the one for me just because of the position that he plays. Like if he's playing tackle at a level that he's getting an extension. Now, Nick has extended guys before, and it hasn't worked out at tackle. You know, they just traded. Titus Howard is still, kind of floating around. We'll see.
I mean, Will Anderson's the obvious one.
Will and CJ are totally obvious.
Right. If Will and CJ play now, with CJ, truth be told, it doesn't even matter if he plays that well this year unless he does something that completely destroys your expectations or hopes. This is what happens with quarterbacks these days for multiple reasons. But
bar's not high for that. The bar.
Yeah, he's almost definitely going to get an extension. I think Will Anderson is almost definitely going to get an extension, partly because, look, you extended Jaylen Petri not because his upside is the same as Will Anderson's or his impact is the same as Will Anderson. A lot of it is just simply that they really like the way he operates and plays football and the promise that he showed in his role this past year.
Yeah.
So Will Anderson's a no-brainer. As long as he stays healthy this year, he's almost definitely going to get an extension. I think Henry To'oTo'o would be the interesting one. Henry To'oTo'o made a big leap from year 1 to year 2, but he needs to continue to get better. So that's a guy
that's analogous to Pitre right there.
Yeah,
he's not a Pro Bowler, but he's a guy that's a swarm glue guy kind of guy.
Yeah, I think they probably really love Henry To'oTo'o's personality, the way he prepares, operates, and everything. And he's shown a lot of promise. He's just got to really capitalize on it this year.
Yep. I think To'oTo'o is an interesting one. Will and CJ are obvious. If we're looking out beyond that, like of the rookies, because I think we've looked like Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock were rookies last year. Snap of a finger, they're going to be 3 years in. We're this close to. It feels like CJ has not been here all that long in a year. I think Kamari for sure is a guy they would love to have. Like D'Amico brings him up unprompted so often, and I think Kalen Bullock is trending that way. I don't think he's there, but I think Kamari, especially the position that he plays, if he has 2 more years like the one he just had as a rookie, then they're going to kind of find a way to make the puzzle work, I think.
Yeah, no, and the Kalen Bullock is a good one. I feel like Kalen Bullock's been a little bit of a blind spot for me because I'm really optimistic about him, but you always got to remember, all right, you don't just get to keep extending that line upwards on the graph, and it's not, everybody doesn't just, come back in the second year and be a better version of what they were the first year. Because Kalen Bullock did a lot of really good things, but he also did some things that rookie safeties do. He wasn't a finished product by the end of the year, but he had made improvement along the way when it came to recognition, taking the right angles, doing all the cerebral stuff that safeties need to do.
Yeah.
So he gets a pass for a lot of that stuff just because he was a rookie that was playing probably more and more of an impact role than they might have expected him to.
Mm-hmm.
So he's got to keep making those progressions and those steps.
Yeah.
Kamari Lassiter, I feel more certain about that. Yeah, he's probably going to be in line for an extension a couple years from now.
Who was better? Yeah, I think Kamari, they love Kamari. Who was better as a rookie, Jaylen Petri or Kalen Bullock?
Oh, that's a great question. I would say, okay.
I mean, Pitre led the league in missed tackles as a rookie.
But he also led the league in tackles.
And he had 5 interceptions just like Bullock did.
You know what? Without actually sitting down and really thinking about it, I would say Kalen Bullock because I think he looked more like you want a safety to look.
Center
he played
fielder.
the position the way safeties play.
Yeah.
With Pitre, there was a lot of really good upside, but man, he was all over the place. He was playing on a bad defense. Well, they weren't a bad defense. They were a defense that broke down in the second half a lot, but they didn't have a good front seven. So there were a lot of asterisks next to Jaylen Petrie's positives and negatives.
Yeah.
I felt like people were a little irrationally excited about some of the good things that Jaylen Petri did his rookie year.
Mm-hmm.
With Kalen Bullock, I think it's a little bit firmer and more solid.
I'll be honest with you. I think I agree with everything you said, especially about maybe getting a little too excited over Pitre. I think the fact that Pitre played in a season where people were looking for anything to get excited about factored in. There was plenty to get excited about.
When people get excited about Kamu Grugier-Hill for the same reasons. Hey, look at the plays he's making. But you got to look at the plays he's not making, too.
Okay, the reaction to the story that you told in the previous segment where you went with your buddies to Penn State.
I had to let my ex-girlfriend's current boyfriend down easy as she made him her ex-boyfriend. Yeah.
Text message.
To spend a night with me.
Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer. Dude, get out so I can fornicate with your girlfriend.
I mean, in so many words.
And it's kind of what
perhaps,
it was.
if you got to give you the Cliff Notes version of it.
That's kind of what it was. Someone says, this is the funniest story I've ever heard in my life. I read this one. Oh, okay, Urban. She was doing the grinding.
She was.
Okay, Urban
I
Meyer.
was an innocent bystander.
Okay, all right.
I was trying to be respectful. I'll give you the look, honestly, and I'll give you the absolute actual climax of not the actual climax of the story.
Don't give us that.
The climax of the drama.
Yeah.
It did end up. It ended up with me in my ex-girlfriend's dorm room with her boyfriend there as well. like trying to give him the hint that he needed to go.
Yeah.
That it was over and he needed to leave. And this poor kid just kind of had this, and she, like, I think she thought he would pick up on it, yet she was still clinging to that, like, no, we're just friends. She was telling him, like, well, we're just friends. He's just going to spend the night in my room. And he kind of, it got to the point where he's like, okay, well, I'll see you I'll call you in the morning, okay? Yeah. And then he left. It was very sad. I mourned it for multiple seconds after he left about how bad it was.
Multiple seconds?
Yeah. I was like, boy, that was awkward.
Oh my God.
Where were we? Yeah.
The way you lay out the beginning of that story, where you're like, well, it actually took place like in her dorm room, and I'm there, and she's there, and the boyfriend is there. I'm like, man, this story better end with one person walking out of the room immediately, not three people walk the next day.
It was bad, man. It was because it started off, I was just being a good dude.
Yeah.
It was my ex-girlfriend from high school. We're just friends. It's cool, man. Like, yeah, I was hanging, I was at this party. I got to know the kid a little bit. He was a nice kid. Like, I think his friends liked me better than they liked him.
Right.
Like, I was having a good time.
Yeah.
But then all of a sudden it got to the point where I need to have sex with this girl, this woman.
Well,
this is like, well, come on.
At least
you take a hint, man. Get the hell out of here.
At least you got to resume your good time. That poor kid's skulking back buying a burger at the student union, wondering what the hell's going on at the door.
And he was like probably wondering what he did wrong or something.
Yeah.
Like, no, man, she's not the one for you. Obviously.
I'd love to know where
she's
this kid
obviously
is
not
now.
the one for you.
I would love to know where he is now. Text message, excuse me, cuckold. Pass me a beer and get out.
College is the worst.
Oh,
man.
it's the and the best.
Immorality of that. Yeah.
The fellas are here. John Lopez,
What's happening?
Reggie Atatula. What's up, guys? How are you?
Well, that was interesting.
Seth's had a good 9 o'clock hour the last 2 days between that story and Blobby the Rooster yesterday.
Blobby the Rooster.
Every year you send stuff to the Marconi people to say this is why this show is the best.
And they go, why the hell are they sending this?
Blobby the Rooster. You know why. So what's the question of the day, boys?
Oh, we got one for you, man.
Okay.
I don't know if you saw this, but Jose Ballesteros, one of the amateurs in the Masters that was invited because he won the U.S. I think U.S. Amateur maybe.
Hey, real quick, John, I just want to let the people know by auto.
That's right. Okay, yes, that's right. So he had to go in the middle of his round, right at
he had to take a whiz?
right at Amen Corner. He didn't, and he's a first-time player, so he didn't know there was a bathroom.
Was it Amen Corner?
Yeah, it was right at number 12, number 13, somewhere in there. So he didn't know that there was a bathroom next to the tee box where he was. So he just went down to Rays Creek, one of the most storied places on earth.
Okay.
And went to the bathroom.
There's no way he's the first to do this.
Well, in the tournament, maybe.
Yeah.
In the tournament, I'm sure it happens all the time with members.
Members, yeah.
So what's the most memorable / embarrassing when you gotta go moment for you?
Okay. I've got mine. Seth, do you have? Seth's gone on an NFL
I got one.
sideline.
Because people ask this every now and then about going to the bathroom during a football game, and it was never embarrassing for me because it was standard practice. Was you'd pee right there in front of 70,000 people by having on the bench. You have a guy hold up a towel. A guy to the lefty and a guy to the right of you hold up a towel, and you just go down to one knee while you're sitting on the bench and pee into a Gatorade cup or a Gatorade container. And shout out to Gatorade. And and it's no big deal. But then I remember the one time the kicker got caught doing it. I want to say it was the Broncos kicker or something. And people made a huge deal out of it. Mm-hmm. And NFL players are like, what the hell are you guys talking about? This happens all the time in front of you. Mm-hmm. And you're doing it. There's people in the stands behind you. They never catch on to it. Mm-hmm. I was more upset that people wrote think pieces about it, how it was unconscionable. How could you do that in front? It's just what I do, man.
Yeah.
It was Chargers kicker and former Texans kicker, but he did it as a Charger, Nick Novak.
Oh, I remember that.
Right. I just Googled Nick Novak peeing, and among many other things.
Oh, wow. I'm interested in yours.
Mine? Okay, so mine, it's funny you say memorable, because my memory, I remember the reaction to it. I don't remember the process of getting there, and here's what I mean. This is before I was married, before I had kids, before we had kids, me and my ex-wife. It was during my first marriage. We were living up in Tomball in our house, at the master bedroom down there on the first floor, And it was a night we went out, and I was bombed the night before. Like,
that's what young men do.
Hammered. Yeah, I was like 28 at the time.
Yeah.
So I was hammered. Got up in the middle of the night, I guess. Started to go to the bathroom. It's dark, and I don't have the wherewithal to find the lights or anything like that. So I just take what I thought was the normal number of steps to get to the toilet. Next thing I know, my wife at the time is screaming at me because I am peeing next to the bedroom door on the wall like a dog. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Yeah.
It never happened again.
Yeah.
Well, I got married again.
Go
figure.
What are the chances? What are the percentage chances that was a portion of the?
I think the percentage chances it was a portion, probably 100% that it was part of it. What percentage part of it was? I would say approximately 1.2%.
Okay, very good.
There were probably a lot of other reasons. Yeah.
1.2 pints. However much that was there.
Yes.
Yeah, I had the one time I have no memory of this, but it was in college, my freshman year. This story was told to me the next day by the kids. The kids who were in the dorm room opposite of me were awesome kids. They were just like these like gentle hippie types. The one kid would go on to the Peace Corps after college and everything, but they woke up in the middle of the night and I was standing there peeing into their clothes hamper. And
at least the clothes were dirty.
And they said, Seth, what are you doing? And they said, I looked at him and said,
That is so good.
And then went back to bed.
And when they sued you, how did they spell on the deposition transcript?
They thought it wasn't in a menacing way.
No.
It was just that was my version of talking that moment.
All right. Well, we're off, and you guys are already getting texts about stories about this stuff.
We're anticipating.
10:40, ladies and gentlemen.
10:40.
There you go, 10:40. All right, fellas, we'll have a great show.
Thanks, man.
Seth, antibodies to you.
Antibodies, and may your stream find every urinal,
Oh,
Sean.
don't worry. I've been on target lately. I'm good. It's Crosstalk, sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. There's some good ones coming in. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. Happy Friday, everybody. They are in the loop, and they start now.
All right, I guarantee for the next 40 minutes,
yes,
you won't hear about urine. And it'll come, to be honest. All right, let's get going on a Friday. You are indeed in the loop. John Lopez, Reginald Atula, Figgy Fig, and a richer boy from Stafford. That's right.
What happened?
Jaylen Petri.
Oh, yeah.
The extension comes down. Shout out to Nick Casario. Like, hey, you want to talk about something on Friday? How about this? And this being an extension for the man who plays what has been called the star role, that kind of nickel, linebacker, slot corner, whatever you want to call it role. And it is a 3-year, $39 million. Actually, a little bit of reporting that depending on playing time could go up to like 42 and change $1 million extension for Jaylen Petri, number 5 himself. There's a lot of places that you can go. I think for me, one of the first things was just, okay, so that's what the number is going to be. But Lopez, for you, what was the first thing that came to mind when you saw that Jaylen Petri got his money?
Well, just to tidy up the figures, $29 million guaranteed.
Yes, thank you.
That is an enormous number, and that number matters in what my first thought was.
Enormous?
For that contract for a nickel corner, highest paid nickel, highest paid guarantee, biggest guarantee ever for a nickel cornerback or nickelback star, whatever you want to call it. Yes, that's big, and that ties in directly with what my first thought was, and that is we're over here thinking, I don't know, what do they think about Pitre? You know, is he really going to be the guy? Did he show enough? In that position, new spot, all that. I mean, keep in mind, going into training camp last year, we didn't know where he was going to play.
Right.
Period. At all. Safety, corner, nickel. I mean, not corner, nickel, whatever. So they believe in this cat. Like they've seen enough. They think that he's going to be an upper tier nickel that's going to affect this defense and make it even better than we already know it is,
Yeah, it's funny because you say, like, we didn't know how they felt about him, because in some ways I agree, but in some ways they've been very clear about how they feel about him.
Well, they've said, like, we love him, we love him, we love him. But in terms of like loving
on the
this much,
field, and I think that has been an interesting portion of this because, again, you listen to Nick Caserio. He joins Payne and Pendergast periodically. Last time he joined, what was it, last week? He was pretty glowing, and talking about Jaylen Petri. And I mean, yes, trying to figure out where he is a thing that we've all been, but like he seemed to lock in pretty well. And like the thing about it is, he seems to be he seems to be something that unlocks a key to what DeMeco Ryans wants to do defensively. And I think that's probably one of the big things that I think is demonstrated in this extension that comes down for Jaylen Petri is he is vital to what we are trying to do with this particular defense.
That's part of my thought. But
Right.
like clearly they say this dude is going to make us that much better, and then they backed it up.
Right. Well, I don't even know like that much. Well, yeah, I guess that much better because it makes sense. DeMeco Ryans is your head coach. He also like has this defense, and it looks like they are very much pivoting as a team to a defense forward team. Like defense is going to be the way we carry this, and this locks in your projected 2026. So like you have them this year, you have them next year. When it comes to the secondary, at the very least, the secondary, mind you, that's going to be a menace. Yeah, it's going to be rough. But like looking at the potential of a Jaylen Petri extension, the thing that I was always kind of uncomfortable, well, not uncomfortable, I was of multiple minds about was the part that we've discussed already is that clearly he is somebody that matters greatly to what this team does, to the way that they want to operate. When you talk about identity, he is one of the swarmiest because he plays with the physicality, he plays above his size and what his measurables are. All of that's the case, but at the same time, in theory, he plays a role where it feels like it is largely replaceable. One of the reasons why he can come in and get paid right now and be one of the highest paid nickel players, right, to try and put a topic or an overarching category that fits that space, is because that is typically a position where you don't shell out a lot for it. You go and you find somebody else who can do it, whether it's a cornerback who is not as good to play outside or what have you.
Desmond King and all these others, they brought in they tried Jimmy Ward. Well, they had to, last year, but when he came in, they were thinking about making him the nickel as well because of that mentality. And so in a weird way, Reggie, it kind of, I don't know if this is just my gut or just excitement or whatever, it kind of almost galvanizes to me just how good this defense is going to be. Like if they have that confidence in him and they're willing to pay him like that, and clearly they've seen enough and they know what he can be. It just, you mentioned the secondary and how it's going to be a menace. It is absolutely a menace. It just galvanizes. This is a championship level defense, at least from where they're.
That's it, because I feel like it would still be a championship level defense if you do.
And we've talked about that. Though. But even with the extension, you're like, okay, they are all in. They know what it is, and they're confident in what it is. That's how I approach it. And like I said, maybe I'm just excited because it's done. We got 2 years, as you mentioned, of the secondary being intact and all that.
And of course, he's 2 more years beyond that now.
And 2 more years beyond
this extension. Yeah. Although, I guess the last one would technically be, if I was doing my rough math, when you talk about guarantees, the last one would be one that you could probably get out of, right? That final year of the contract with 39 for 3 years and 29 of a guaranteed. That kind of roughly gets you to a place where that last year is doesn't have very much guarantees. But I think that there's some of that. The thing that it seems that it locks in for me is just, okay, the MO of this team is fully established when it comes to the way that they're going to handle their business, and I like it. I like it quite a bit. One of them is get the deal done early, because, and you heard Payne and Pendergast talking about it once this deal came down, and the multiple times that they've talked about it, which is, yes, this is a 3-year deal, but like the Stingley deal, like some of these other deals that they're doing, they're going to view it through the lens of, we also have this other portion of the contract that's still there that we're tacking the extension onto, that in a way you can kind of smooth all of this money. So like this $39 million or probably up to $42 million depending on play time that he's going to get, you're not viewing that over 3 years, view it over 4 years, and that number becomes a little bit more palatable, even if it's not that exact number for the cap, right? When you talk about average annual value, that ends for a guy that I think that they are very sold on when it comes to culture, whom he matters a good amount there. I guess I should come back around to this. How confident are you that the 1 year that we saw, especially when it comes to relative availability, is what you're going to get from him? Because that's I think one of the questions that you had to ask when you were talking about giving him an extension.
Yeah, that doesn't really affect me. I mean, obviously, it's always out there for every player, but it doesn't really affect me that much. I mean, this is a guy that has been relatively durable until this past season and been able to make plays. And I think the other thing is, and this is more of a question than anything, because nothing has changed with this roster from yesterday to today, like in terms of just the players.
Correct.
But doesn't it kind of let me make it a question. Does it make you look at the draft a little differently? Like where they're going to like because to me, I think if I look at this defense and they're locked up in the secondary, they've got their ends and no contracts are coming due on, Will Anderson or anything anytime soon. Really, the only thing they have to do is tweak the interior of the defensive line. I think it kind of makes me feel like, okay, they're going to go pretty heavy offensively here. They're set defensively,
Yeah,
it just kind of galvanizes that too.
I think, yeah, probably.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think safety has been one of those that's popped up, and I know we've talked to some. Like, I know it was Andrew Makuba out of Texas is one of those safeties that's been talked to, and I don't know that necessarily entirely takes them out of that because I mean, C.J. Gardner-Johnson is not like locked up for a super long time, and then you still would need like safety depth or what have you.
Yeah.
Especially with Jimmy Ward, I think he comes off the books next year. Ain't that right?
Yeah.
And I think he might be in a place where, especially with this extension for Jaylen Petri, I don't know how given is that you then return Jimmy Ward, right? At the cost that he might have, even with the the cultural aspect that he has and the veteran experience that he has. Like maybe you still end up with a safety for that depth, but that's not, it's very much less of an import compared to all of the important places that you need to get better. You need another playmaker for CJ Stroud. You need to improve this offensive line. Clearly the weakness that put you in a hole last year that you need to, that was really the mitigating factor for you. You need some of those other things. Defense at this point, you're tweaking, right? Like you are tweaking.
That's the word I was going to use.
What is a Super Bowl caliber defense?
You're tweaking on the defense. This sort of just makes it even that much more clear. And on offense, you're trying to get pieces that are going to be contributing. But that's kind of as an aside. I think what it does for in terms of the contract with Jaylen Petri, I mean, he's locked in. He's going to be the guy. And I think when you look at the secondary, now you have a unit, and this is the other thought that immediately came to mind. Now you have a unit that, people are going to have to not just game plan for, but you can beat them at every position. You talk about the star, that's the title that they put on his position because he can do so many different things, whether it's, rushing or defending, tackling, of course, in the run game and all that. So he can make big plays and has made big plays there. And then, of course, we know what's happening on the cornerback position. So I think this is a secondary that you're going to start building now just in front of it. And so you're set in the secondary for several years.
All right, but the one of the big questions that people have had about Jaylen Petri is, like reasonable minds can have disagreements on how much that matters in this circumstance. And clearly the Texans are not necessarily all too worried about it. They just signed him up for 3 more years. Does this then leave a place where teams are going to attack? And is there anything that you maybe think that you need to do to try and like supplement that, right? Not necessarily when it comes to player addition, maybe if you view it that way, but also like maybe in play style, because that was one of the things we talked about was when teams, especially coordinators that are very good at moving things around and bending your defense to their will, ending up getting like the likes of Devontae Adams on a one-on-one in those types of circumstances. Like does that come up for you?
I think what happens is because you're so good at the cornerback positions, I think you're off. And Petrie's weak spot is coverage. If we're going to be completely honest here, that's it. But I think what it can afford you to do is offer help. Offer help in certain situations when and that's where the opposing teams attacked. I forget the game exactly where he went 2 or 3 times. They went right at him. God, I can't remember the game exactly. But I think you're able to, because you can not shut down, but at least take one-on-one on the cornerback position. You can offer help from the safety position, whatever it may be, over/under type stuff. All that you can help with.
Yeah. I think the big thing that I'm super excited about, or I like, right, because I talked about getting the deal early. Nick and his organization seems to be very, very bought in on the idea, like, hey, winning the negotiation isn't as much of a big deal as making sure that your players feel value. Because I think this he feels valued.
He said that
type deal. He did.
Yeah.
And like this is, putting your money where your mouth is, quite literally.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that serves to not just work with the organization within, right, with the team that you have, continue to have a environment where the players want to play for this organization and they want to be in the building 30 deep, working out in a time when they don't need to, right? That portion of it. But I imagine and I hope that continues to make Houston a destination place, a place where people want to play because they look up and they see all you got to do is do what's expected of you, and you will be rewarded accordingly. I think that's one of the most interesting things to me is it fully cements the MO of this organization, the way that they want to treat their players. When it comes to rewarding them in negotiations, it feels more partner-like than I think some other places can be when it comes to doling out deals. So, yeah, very interesting place to be for the Texans. And, of course, there you go. Jaylen Petri.
And look at the depth in the secondary, too. I mean, all of a sudden, Jimmy Ward, MJ Stewart, guys that could just, it's deep and it's talented.
Absolutely. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Of course, there's more to talk about when it comes to Pitre and all sorts of other things on the text line. The Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
713-572-4610. Now you can swap C.J. Gardner-Johnson to nickel and move Pitre to safety on passing downs. I don't know that you would do all that, but that's going to be things that I think D'Amico can explore. But at the very least, he knows that he has a dude that fits what he wants, both in play style and mentality, so for a longer period of time. All right, coming up next here in the loop, only 3 teams in the AL games, this is of 1-5. Like, how would you argue, what things would you use like that to argue that maybe this first 10, 12 games of the season aren't as bad as maybe they can sometimes feel? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss that next.
All right, going on 50.
for the ones who get it done.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Happy Friday again to you. You are in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, getting you right for your weekend. Yes, that number is 713-572-4610. It's the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
Get involved with the show as we always want you to. Some people are already in there. Talking about Jaylen Petri signing his 3-year, $39 million extension as reported mere hours ago. And so, yeah, we'll circle back around. We'll talk more about that. And a fair question asked about, when I talked about coverage, I almost forgot. Ronald Darby is as an additional cornerback they signed. I wonder how much he could help in those instances if you need, if you know that you need coverage as opposed to the various things
obvious,
that Jaylen Petri brings. But all right, let's hit the Astros. They're back in action this evening, facing off against the Angels, and This hasn't been a fun start. I think that's the easy part to say about the Astros thus far. Not a great stretch to start the season, and it's always worse to deal with these types of things when it's to start the season because you don't have anything else to use to right. Like it happens in the middle of the season, you can go, well, they had been, we've seen this, and this in the preceding months, and that is a way that you can take this 10 game stretch of a baseball season and go, okay, we can live with this, right? That's because baseball's going to have those. Even the best teams are going to have at least a few game stretch where it doesn't look quite the way that it looks at the higher ends. What are you using to do that in this moment? 713-572-4610, and also on YouTube and Twitch, courtesy of the Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
We keep it 100.
Thank you. But yeah, Lopez, it seems like you got into that place where you were searching for your thing to hold on to.
The cup half full.
Yes.
The cup half full. Something to be optimistic about with these Astros. So, every day we all kind of do the same thing, look at certain things, look at the standings, et cetera. And I was looking at the standings, and I was like, well, dang. The Astros, they're 5-7, as you mentioned, not exactly the start that you wanted, and we've seen some warts, here and there. But did you know only 3 teams in the entire American League have more than 7 wins? The Blue Jays have 8. In this division, the Rangers have 9, and the Angels have 8. None of those teams, look, and we reluctantly have to give the Rangers a lot of credit. They are looking like a good squad. I mean, they're looking like they're pretty good. But still, if you're 5-7 and you've got all these other teams that with no more than 7 wins, you're not in a bad spot. I mean, it just mathematically, you're not in a bad spot. There is no dominance in the league right now. Depending on the Rangers, and I said that sarcastically on purpose.
Okay.
The Yankees are hurt. They might turn things around and get healthy and all this other stuff.
Which is also funny because the Yankees, the fact that they started out so strong out the gate in that first series, got everybody talking about the torpedo bats. Lo and behold, they're 7-5, and of course that run differential is big because of what they did early. But I mean, they're not running away with this in the first couple of weeks.
No,
of the season.
Nobody is.
Yeah.
Now, again, I feel like we need to give the Rangers some credit, and they might just walk away with this. Who knows? But at this point in the season, 12 games in the case of the Astros, they get on a little bit of a run. They stay close. They get some guys going, and I'm going to get to that in a second too. All of a sudden, you're like, all right, maybe they can make a run. So
absolutely.
It's not exactly, and obviously it's early, and you can always make a run. But what I'm saying is, with where they are right now and the way players should get better, specifically, I would say Christian Walker and Yordan Alvarez, both of those guys are batting 200. How long is that going to stay?
It feels improbable that is what – I mean, there's, let me see, 8, 9, 10, 12, something about Astros that you go – ain't no way it can be this.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe there's a couple of guys that you go, all right, it could probably be similar, and that's probably fine. but a resounding number of Astros, you go, it's got to be better than this.
Yeah.
How much better ends up being a question at times, but it's got to be much better than this. And so, no, I honestly, I knew this about the Angels, but seeing it again that they're 8-4 and they have a positive run differential, unlike anybody else in the AL West, it was a little jump scare in a weird way. I was like, oh, okay, that's interesting. I would like to see what it is about their team this year because I have not really gotten a chance to tap in with the Angels. So that'll be interesting about this weekend series. But no, I think you're right in that regard. And that was one of the things that we always have to do when it comes to it's early. Is that you're not that far off of what's happening here, and in a game that a marathon, not a sprint, that you can have like a hot streak of games, like that gap that is there is minuscule. It's 3.5 games that could be closed very quickly.
Yeah, and Jose Altuve obviously in a very, very, very good start, and it could well be he's going to have one of those years. He's going to have another Altuve type year. Well, if he has his year, and then Christian Walker and Yordan Alvarez, get things going, all of a sudden things get interesting. And then there's the other part of this, which is the starting pitching. We know Fromber had one start that was less than ideal. But by and large, Fromber and Hunter Brown have been more than good. Hunter Brown just got bad luck the other day. And keep in mind, always got to qualify this, but there is no reason to believe nothing has happened to make you want to believe that Lance McCullers Jr. won't finally come back. Like this year, he really means it kind of thing.
I think y'all done gotten to me.
Yeah.
Because every time I mention Lance McCullers Jr., like I feel like I'm tempting fate.
Yeah.
Like at first I was like, no,
but every step of the way he's been fine.
He has. But early on I'll leave, and as we get closer and closer, I'm like, don't look at him. Because if you look at him, that's when it breaks.
Don't make eye contact.
If you look at it, that's when something goes wrong. Don't mention him. Just wait till it comes back. But yeah, he's gonna have a start tomorrow. At Sugar Land. So I do love that you're getting that you're pitching back, and that's always been a strength of this Astros team when they're able to do something special, is having that strength, and that exists there. So that is something that is good to kind of keep your hold on to, and to make you feel better about what this could look like here relatively soon.
One more thing. Let's say the Astros do get, the production they want offensively from their big sticks, and they do get McCullers back, and he's, serviceable, and, maybe even more than that. You do get Fromber, and you do get Hunter Brown having good seasons into June and July. When has Jim Crane not made a trade deadline deal to put you over the top? When? Every year.
That's a good point.
Every year. So if they can stay close and they can get these guys going offensively and keep the pitching and maybe add McCullers and stay close because nobody's running away, Jim Crane's going to do something.
The only thing that gives people pause with that is with what, right? Is the following up question when you say is going to do something, because that's the typical capital that one uses when you're trying to do trades at the trade deadline is prospects in the farm system, and you don't have a very strong farm system,
right?
As evidenced by many rankings, right? Being in the low 20s, and I remember clearly on MLB's prospect or farm ranking system. So I think that's the only question, but I think the willingness is very clear. And you got to imagine the Rafael Montero trade, obviously that's to kind of close the book on the time before you get Dana Brown in, and you remedy that situation. You get a little bit of money back. Maybe that little bit of money back is ultimately the difference in making the addition at some point down the stretch to help you get to that place that you want to go, and help you be in the playoffs and hopefully go and contend in some way. On the text line, 832, yes, the Rangers' non-playoff, low-power schedule strength of schedule has them looking like a team playing teams after not making the playoffs last year.
It's early.
It is early. And if you want to, I don't even know how much I believe in this ESPN metric, expected win-loss, but if it says something I like, I'm going to say it to you. The Texas Rangers are currently 9-4. Their expected win-loss record is Lopez. Can you give me a guess?
9-4.
It is 5-8.
Oh, wow.
So it seems like they've been a little lucky when it comes to just the actual wins and losses that they've had. Now, sometimes better be lucky than good, but right now it's still very early, and so maybe that's not as indicative of how good of a team they actually are.
Let me put a bow on it like this. Who in the American League scares you?
Overall?
Overall. Over 162 games, who scares you?
Yankees.
Still.
Yeah, I was like, Yankees
they
are
can
probably
get
still in
healthy.
that place.
Probably Red Sox.
They're 7-7, but they look okay. Rangers? They scare you?
And this is the ultimate. It's early. I don't have a good grasp on a feel on anybody in the AL just yet.
The
Angels?
Nah.
No way.
I very much want to see what that is this weekend.
They haven't proved it in like 15 years, man.
Yeah, my priors when it comes to the Angels don't allow me to get to that place, man. They just don't. So
I think the Yankees are the only team.
Yeah,
probably is.
Yeah,
and so we'll see, man. Like first order of business, get the bats going, dog.
Yes.
Like everything feels a lot better if there's offense helping your starting pitching, helping your bullpen not have as many high leverage situations. So hopefully that can get going. We'll see if Jack Kahanowitz, I think I said that right, who is going for the Angels. We'll see if he can leave the door open a little bit for the bats to get going. He literally has not faced any of the batters on this team, so it should be an experience seeing what his first time
practice
with all these folks are. But Ronel Blanco goes for your Astros. Somebody said Seattle as well. Hey, man, if them bats are not going, I'm not going to worry about it.
No, they don't scare.
I refuse to see it until we get there. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get to our question of the day. It is Masters time, and at the Masters, something funny happened. It was a little embarrassing for a young man, and that brought us to the question, what's your most memorable or embarrassing when you got to go moment? 713-572-4610. That is the number to text, and we will talk about it next. But let me tell you about something here, ladies and gentlemen. If you got a high schooler,
applicable states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
If your bedroom performance needs work, then it's time for a tune-up. TheMen'sClinic.com, TheMen'sClinic.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, it is a Friday in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get to the question of the day. What is your most memorable, maybe embarrassing if you are so bold, when you gotta go moment? The Masters at Augusta National yesterday. We got one.
The revered Masters.
We got one, right, yes.
The prim and proper Masters.
And then this amateur came in and just hiked his leg up. No, I'm just playing. That's not exactly what happened. But Lopez, what happens here?
Yeah.
Because his name is Jose Ballester, okay. So is he Spanish, I'm guessing?
He's Spanish.
Okay.
I believe he played at Arizona State. I don't know. Anyway.
Is he the cat with the Sun Devils with the upside down? Making everybody mad?
Yeah.
I do think we have too many of these.
I don't get them.
I feel like everybody doing
that. But that's neither here nor there.
That's very popular right now.
Well, it's not even that. I'm cool with the style, but everybody's biting off of this one original design, and I hate it when that happens. Everybody's doing the same copy of that design. I'm like, all right, guys, what are we doing here?
All right, so he obviously won the NCAA championship or the U.S. Amateur. I can't remember exactly, but
he got there.
But both those guys get to go to Augusta for the Masters. He didn't know. He's never been there. He didn't know there was a porta potty kind of in the woods next to the tee box on, I believe, number 13, right in Amen Corner. Talk about prim and proper and all this other stuff.
And I'm sure they have it hid nicely. It probably looks like another tree.
Yeah, it looks
you
like
have no idea it's there.
Azaleas printed on it or something.
But you're there with the group.
They don't talk much.
But then you also have your caddy.
Well,
the caddy don't know the grounds?
That's true. Might have been his dad or something for all we know.
Yeah, that's true.
But anyway, so he's like, I really got to go. So he ducked into the woods, and Ray's Creek, the one with the bridge and all that, he went in the creek. He went in the creek. And he didn't think the cameras were in line, and I haven't seen any video of it, so maybe the cameras were not in view.
I don't know. That'd probably be more of the Masters or whoever is in charge there, whether it's ESPN or CBS or what have you.
Maybe tactful.
Yeah, I think that's probably more standards and practices, because one thing I think about Augusta National, particularly with the Masters, it's cameras everywhere.
But when he left, when he came out, the crowd started applauding and everything. He said it was the biggest crowd cheer he got all day. So anywho, it got me to thinking, what's your most memorable / embarrassing when you gotta go moment?
Yeah, it seems like a lot of people have had this because as the book commonly says, everybody poops. And so it seems like everybody has some level of these stories, and very many people have come in with them. Shout out to the 346 who said, gotta go moment, held it during a meeting, and then the meeting was over. They were heading to the restroom, and then their boss stopped them, wanted to talk.
Oh, no. Hey, I got one more thing for you.
It's like you thought you had made it. Here we go. I can see the promised land. Hey, did you get those papers? Wait, hold on. And it seemed like they tried. And the boss, and then, they let off a warning shot, if that's so to say.
Oh, man.
And the boss was like, oh, okay, yeah, you got it. Go ahead.
Another one said, I was guarding vehicles in Iraq. Thank you for your service.
Absolutely.
So I couldn't leave and had to absolutely go in an empty MRE bag. That's the field rations, food.
Well, I'm glad it's an empty one.
Yeah, exactly.
At the very least. But that's what I call resourcefulness. Shout out to you.
So mine I got to be real careful with. I'm curious on yours, and we'll get our listeners, of course, 713-572-4610. I got to be careful on mine. But I'll just say this. You go fishing. A lot of times you're driving and pulling your boat, when it's dark. It was like 4:30 in the morning, 4:30 in the morning. I was driving down to Matagorda, and I had to go. I had to go bad. So I stopped in this convenience store I always stop at, got a taco, got some coffee, tried to go to the bathroom. Bathroom was out of order. So I was like, ooh. So I put my stuff in the truck, went around to the back of the little convenience store, and went to the bathroom. No harm, no foul, right? And then I hear, hey! Let's just say there was a woman who may or may not have been under the influence and homeless, where I was going.
Oh, no.
Oh, man.
She did not appreciate said going.
I wouldn't either.
I was like, oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm sorry, ma'am.
Oh, man.
Oh, this feels like the start of like a horror film from the 832 Amazon driver. That's already tough enough to start. Because
I'm in on this movie.
we know there's like the stories of the Amazon drivers not being allowed to stop to go to the restroom just so they can get these deliveries done. They said delivery was in Montgomery County.
Mm-hmm.
They said they had the bubble guts, and there was just a potty in the middle of the woods and porta potty. And I can only imagine what that looks like, but I hope that was ultimately like uneventful in that moment, because that could go a lot of different ways. Like, you just out here in a porta potty in the middle of the woods. What was there, a woodland creature that came up and greeted you? Like what other things happened from the 936 when they said when they were in junior high their aunt would play games with them. One time she put, wow, that's not a game, laxative in their food, thinking that he would have the runs.
Stay away from people like that.
Yeah.
See, that's ain't nothing funny about that. Like, that's the type of people that I don't want in my life.
I don't trust people like that.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's not a good practical joke. That's not at all. But Figgy, Reggie.
All right. This is as exposed as I ever wanted to be,
so to speak.
But I was in middle school, and I was very much a rule follower. Still am pretty much a rule follower, but this told me that, hey man, when you need to break rules, break rules. So I was in a science class. I don't know why I remember that specifically, but I needed to go. And so, I went up to the teacher and I was like, yo, need to use the restroom. They're like, nah, you can't go. Like, what you mean now you can't go? I don't know if it was just like people had been going too much, or people had been leaving. I felt it was kind of ridiculous because
it's very
again,
ridiculous.
Yes, it
one,
is.
You
if you need
cannot
to
go
go, you got to go,
bathroom.
and then two, I not like trying to toot my own horn or anything, because I don't think this is like something amazing, but I was a little bit of a rule follower. I feel like I'm not about to go do nothing stupid.
Yeah.
And I was like, all right, and they were like, no. I was like, all right. I went and sat down. And I was like, I'm gonna make it to the end of this. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it to the end of this class. And I was fighting for my life.
We've all been there.
And unfortunately, I didn't win. I didn't win.
No.
Had to get one of my coaches to go to my athletic locker, bring me my athletic. I was athletic clothes because I did not win the battle.
Find out?
Yeah.
I hope she felt miserable.
I do too. I never forgave her for that.
Yeah.
What you mean I can't go? And that's when I should have just. And since then, like, if I need to go, I'm just getting up and walking.
Yeah,
like, we'll deal with the.
You a good rule follower, man.
Yeah.
Because
Not no more. Like, not to that extent.
Like, I can't go.
That was embarrassing.
I would have tried again. I would have been like, you know what? I'll be back. I take the right up. I gotta go.
I've told real quick before yours, Figgy. I've told that story on the Bite Me podcast. So Captain Scott immediately weighs in. One of the lines that was mentioned on the podcast when I told that story. Some people pay extra for that,
Oh God.
Unbelievable.
What is wrong with y'all, man?
Oh wow! So the Amazon folks, Amazon driver that was in the porta potty in the woods said that all they heard was coyotes and gunfire.
Oh.
So yeah. That's a little different. Drank quite a bit of alcohol before one of the shares, one of final concert tours, and it was at the Woodlands. By the time they walked almost to the stadium, had to go so bad. Oh, it's a chick too. Yeah, that's the thing is, us dudes have a little bit of privilege.
Yeah,
right?
we got it. Yeah, compared to what women have to do.
Yeah,
like Seth was talking about, being on the sideline of a football game, putting up just a couple of towels or whatever, having a little protection, and then you can make something happen, right? Or we've been on a road trip where you use a bottle of some sorts.
Yeah,
I always feel bad for women in that circumstance because you don't really have much at your disposal.
I kind of seen that recently too. Matter of fact, it was yesterday. I think it was yesterday. I went to the store real quick to HEB and got my snow. This was me walking in, and I looked over to the left, and I seen a tiny little girl. She had to be about 3 or 4 years old.
Yeah.
And she was like squatting. I'm like, what's going? I'm like, oh, I see what's going on here. And you seen like the door was open a little bit, like the mom was trying to go ahead, go right here.
Oh god.
I was just like, oh man.
How about you, Figgy?
So I got a couple stories.
Oh wow, multiple.
So this was back when I was younger. I was living in Cleveland. It was snowing like crazy, and I went over this girl house and was chilling at her house for a long time. And then I got the bubble gut. So I'm like, there's no way I'm about to blow up her toilet.
Why not?
Nah, I can't. It's a long story.
So now you understand my feeling of I'm gonna tell you if this is what's in here.
Yeah,
it's nothing stopping me.
It's a long story, but I couldn't at that time. So I'm like, I made up an excuse like, yeah, I got to go because it's snowing outside. Man, when I tell you it started bubbling.
It was happening.
I'm like, yo, I was driving because she stayed on the other side of town.
Yeah.
And so I'm driving. I'm like 50 miles an hour down the side street. It's snowing. And the street that I was on, it's a bunch of lights on there, but it's no traffic.
Yeah.
So it's like pointless lights. So
running reds.
I was running reds. No. I was running reds. I was sliding. I made it home, no accident or nothing like that. And then the same thing happened when I was living here. I went to a bar. It was kind of chilling and all that stuff. And I got the bubble guts. And I'm like, there's no way in hell I'm doing number 2 at a bar. Because it's like one of the bars with no privacy. It's just a toilet. It was like public bathroom where somebody can walk in and see you on the toilet. I'm like, there's no way in hell I'm doing that. So the same thing, I'm on the freeway doing 90 and kind of sitting up in my seat a little bit until I got home and I was good.
Always a heady play, like hotel lobby restrooms. Heady play if you really need to find somewhere.
Yeah.
If that's relatively close by. I know obviously we always like a restroom, especially a Buc-ee's. Seeing that Beaver sign is just a godsend in those moments.
That's a luxury.
That's a luxury.
Yeah, but like usually it's like a McDonald's bathroom or something like that. But for me, it was always late at night.
Yeah.
It was always late, so nothing's open.
Yeah.
Maybe you find a regular gas station with a decent bathroom.
One of our listeners, it just happened. He says about 5 hours ago en route to Phoenix, I had to pull over on the side of the road. The Border Patrol pulled up while I was going.
Oh no! Oh no! And somebody had one that was similar to mine, but I'm not sharing that. That one I'm taking to my grave to be completely honest. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Yeah, the Masters going on. Bryson DeChambeau.
I got you right here, man.
Yeah, who's at the top of the table?
Justin Rose.
That's right. He had a very good day
8
yesterday.
under. Bryson DeChambeau is playing very well again today. He's at 6th and 2nd place. Then you got Ludwig Aberg. Scotty is not started yet. He's started in about 2 hours. He's there. Your guy, Ty_Rail Hatton, is still there in 6th place.
The homie Tyrell. Keep going, dog.
And, so that's the Rory is 1 under for the day, so he's making a run after yesterday.
Yeah, why is he like this?
I'm telling you, that's toxic. I have a toxic relationship with this dude. 4 under going into 15. Ends up even.
We'll talk more about the Masters in about an hour. But coming up next, let's go around the NFL, including, hey guys, Flacco's back. We'll talk about that more next.
The Cougs can Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Reg Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
I'm in a little bit of a dilemma because y'all have a lot of gotta go stories. And great. The closer we get to noon, the more uncomfortable I am putting them up here because, people be eating and stuff. Mm-hmm. But I do appreciate this from the 713 because we were talking about, we gave a little Masters update as to what was happening. We'll give some more as we go. But 713 said, all that hullabaloo about Cam Smith, he can't even make the random Masters updates. Shaking my head. Astros,
he hasn't
Cam
even
Smith,
started today yet.
Greater than golfer Cam Smith all day, every day. In your face, Lopez. Hold that.
The dude hasn't even started playing yet.
Yeah,
today.
but where is he, though?
He actually was okay. Wasn't he 1 under or even? I think it was even.
See, he don't sound confident either.
And yesterday when I seen the update, they did the update on the screen. It said Cameron Smith.
Okay.
It said Cameron Smith.
Okay, so because someone was mentioning he goes by Cameron Smith. I think
he goes
also
by both. Yeah,
he gets Cam in there as well.
Yeah.
All right. A man that goes by Joe Flacco back in the game as we go around the NFL. He is reunited with the Cleveland Browns. Apparently, you can always go back home in a way, and that is Cleveland. So, what was your first thought when you saw that Joe Flacco is returning? 1 year, $4 million deal, so very much.
Could make 13, which I'm guessing if he starts a certain number of games, it could go up to $13 million.
The fact that you have to, in the year of our Lord 2025, put in his contract, if you start a certain number of games, you can get this for Joseph Flacco.
41 years old.
Down bad. But what
41 years
What was your thought we get that?
I'll keep it brief. LOL. Because it's not just. I mean, I respect the hell out of Joe Flacco. Obviously at that age, he was the guy the Browns wanted all along. Like he was the guy that they wanted all along. And then the LOL really is about Deshaun Watson. Remember yesterday or day before we were talking about, oh yeah, I'm going to be better than ever. Oh well, you may not even be there. you may
I don't know that you think that the Joe Flacco is to that point. I know that
they have 3 quarterbacks.
To me, my first thought was, they definitely ain't picking no quarterback with that number 2 pick.
Well, that's another thought I had.
And they might even wait a little later because it was the conversation of will they trade back into the first round to get a quarterback. I don't even know if that's happening now, man. They might get a project type of quarterback that can sit for a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, on their well, you say they have 3 quarterbacks. One of them is Deshaun Watson, and it just feels like everybody. That feels like a formality if I've ever seen one. Right? Like
3 quarterback.
That's like. Have you ever seen a dude who's trying to holler at somebody at the bar, and they're like, technically I have a wife, but we separated. You know what I mean? Like, it's not even like that. We
don't really get along.
I mean, we really it's just a
separate rooms.
We really just here for the kids. Honestly, it's not even like that. Like that's what it feels like. Is what's happening with. We got a quarterback, but it's really just the money that's keeping us there. We're not even really into him.
I'm really single.
Like for real.
Yeah.
If I'm being real, we looking for a quarterback. To be honest.
Yes.
So but it's Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco there. Yeah, it does feel like that probably. Or maybe it doesn't. Maybe they could still end up because again, Kenny Pickett clearly a backup. Joe Flacco, you take that one for 4. That is a backup contract. Like maybe you get to that 13. Like maybe that. And is anybody expecting Deshaun Watson to be a starter or to be that caliber of player?
I don't know if he's gonna play this year.
Right, and so
injury wise.
Well, he says he's gonna be better than ever, and he's been working out. But I don't think he's gonna play because he's not gonna play. Like he's their number 3 quarterback.
And so, they
think about that.
They could still be in the running for a quarterback. I still am interested in whatever this flirtation is with Kirk Cousins that they have. That still feels like that's very much in play.
Yeah, I think now what's in play as far as the draft is like the Jalen Milroe or somebody that's lower.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah, I think somebody like that because I don't expect him to come in and start right away unless he just blow everybody's skirt up or something. But I feel like they're going to look at a quarterback like that to kind of sit a little bit, just give him a little competition to see what he can do.
I do think it's also in play, as Figgy pointed out. They're going to go Cam Smith number 1, and then Travis Hunter to the Browns and Abdul Carter.
You said who?
Cam Ward.
Okay.
I would say Cam.
You did say Cam Smith.
Just more of them everywhere.
They're everywhere. Cam Ward number 1, and then Travis Hunter and Abdul Carter. All of a sudden, the quarterback draft looks real interesting in terms of where some of these other guys are going to go.
So you mentioned you definitely mentioned Jalen Milroe. Did you see what Pro Football Focus had in talking about Jalen Milroe? Jalen Milroe has been this very interesting player, obviously accepted an invitation to the draft. And one of the things that I guess I neglected to acknowledge is that there's been folks that have accepted invitations to kind of be for like day 2 stuff as well. And end up getting drafted later on. So I guess that's probably more of the thought process there because I cannot see him as a first rounder. However, did you see it feels like Pro Football Focus also very much can't see him as a first rounder at all. Did you see who they compared Jalen Milroe to as a player comp? Do you remember Quincy Carter?
Oh, Lord. How can I forget? First ever Texans win.
Yeah.
Quincy Carter was the opposing
That's
quarterback.
right.
That Quincy Carter.
Milroe got to get a cease and desist or something, right? Like, he's got to fight someone behind that, don't he?
Quincy Carter.
Right? Like, I definitely got to break out the lank gear again, but, like, ain't no way you letting people get out here and be like, you know what you remind me of, son?
Dude, don't even do a comp.
Don't even do a comp.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, don't do that, because that is supremely disrespectful in my estimation. All right, so speaking of causing a stir, like I guess we bounced around to the AFC North again. Pittsburgh, they are up in arms right now because of an arm that went up. It's funny enough.
We're all doing it at the same time.
Yeah, T.J. Watt.
Peace.
Chunked up the deuce for the North and the
Did
South.
Antonio Brown.
Yeah.
This last game.
He caused a stir because on social media he put a picture of him putting up the 2-finger peace sign, and with no real context,
and by himself,
just by himself, standing there, and people started going, "Oh, is he trying to get out?
Yeah,
is he leaving? Like, what is happening here?" And it is worth noting that he's entering the final year of his contract, base salary $21 million. Now, can you remind me, Lopez, what the average annual value was on extension?
Was it 40?
That is right.
Yeah.
It was so like he is coming up on he is in extension time, right? When guys typically look to get their deals done, and he is set to play on a deal that is half as lucrative as what the guy, a guy who is comparable in some ways, is making on his next deal. I got to imagine that this has a lot to do with whatever those negotiations are and whatever feelings he has towards the Steelers in getting those negotiations done already.
I don't even think you have to imagine it. I think that's what it is.
Just leaving room for the possibility that he was out here just like real happy about.
Everybody.
He's like, I want world peace, guys, or whatever that could be. But yes, it does feel like the strong probability is, hey man, pay me my money.
Yeah. No, look, man, those Watt boys know how to be cryptic. That's for darn sure. they must go to a class or something.
It's innate.
It is, because something like that, I mean, it wasn't done by accident. This wasn't an accident. You know, hey, I'm just trying to say hello to everybody. No, that was done deliberately, and now everybody's going bleep crazy in Pittsburgh.
Now, with that being the case, and you know how betting is, they're going to come up with odds for all sorts of situations, even situations that are like not probable. Did you see his? I think it was Bet Online put out his trade chances, like where he could land if the Steelers got to a place where they figured that they could not do whatever the deal is that would make him happy. It would be reasonable to expect that you then trade him and try and get value. Where do you think is the most likely play that he traded?
I didn't see this, so I'm just spitballing.
Yeah,
here.
I'm very glad. I did a good job hiding this.
You did hide that well from me. T.J. Watt to the.
Think of teams in the draft that are really being attached to pass rushers.
I'm gonna say
Giants.
I'm gonna say Green Bay.
Neither of those teams are in the top 10, funny enough.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Titans
are 6th, rather.
Okay.
It's 7-1 odds. No, 5th, rather, with 7-1 odds, which that would not be fun to have him in division.
That would not be fun.
Right? Like, all right, Harold Landry, all that. Yeah, that's fine. No, you seeing T.J. Watt, that's a little bit different of what we're talking about. No, not him. Not there, though. As
now, these are like lower tier teams?
They are, especially because they're trying on the come up. One of them is the New England Patriots. They have the best odds of 3-1.
I should have thought of that one.
Yeah, they've been tied a lot to Abdul Carter there. If he gets past 2 and 3 there, they're looking at someone like that. And then also the Seahawks have the second best odds. And this feels like this would be NFL malpractice if this happens. If Howie Roseman and the Philadelphia Eagles get the
That's what I was thinking. That's why I'm like, are these lower tier teams? Because they did want Myles Garrett, or that was the conversation.
Yeah.
So I'm like, it wouldn't surprise me if they would try to get TJ Watt.
Well, that would make me sick.
I would. Man, everybody would have to step in like, nah, this ain't happening.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yikes.
Yeah, that's something that's happening, and of course, social media induced. Don't you love it that this can happen? Some other things that are popping around the NFL. Did you see this draft prospect turn himself in? Because, and let me make sure that I get this right because it's an interesting legal thing. He said that there are sexual assault allegations for him that he calls patently false, but there was a warrant out for his arrest in Frisco, Texas, up there in the DFW area. And he turned himself in. He was subsequently released after posting a $25,000 bail. But this has got to be the absolute worst time for something like this to pop up without saying anything about like what it is that he is accused of and like the sexual assault that he's accused of, or like any moralizing of it. Just the timing of this has got to be absolutely terrible.
I hate this when I saw it. I just hate this in every imaginable way. I hate it that the timing, which you just mentioned. I hate that I don't know. No one knows. Outside of those investigating and those involved, what to believe. Well, you never know anymore what to believe or where you might sort of be inclined to believe. It's just awful in every way. But you don't know where to go with it. You know what I mean?
Right. And I mean, especially at this time, and with the NFL has kind of taken a perspective where they like to see the legal process unfold before they try and respond to things. You're not going to get real resolution, I don't think, with this time. So not that this by any means is the priority in a circumstance like this. Obviously, like the victims or the alleged victims matter in this a great deal more. Trying to figure, I don't envy any team that has Isaiah Bond on their board and trying to figure out what you do with that.
Yeah,
right. I don't envy that.
That's what I'm saying. You don't know what to believe. You're going to have to ask some very difficult questions. You're going to have to do some research. It could be, we live in a world where the accusations like this, and we've seen it multiple times, are sometimes basically trying to get something from someone, or they're legitimately real.
Yeah.
You just don't know where to go with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I say that about the NFL's MO of kind of sitting back. It seems like they are taking a little bit more of an aggressive approach when it comes to Tyreek Hill. We were mentioning the domestic dispute that had police called to his greater South Florida area home earlier this week. Apparently, the NFL is looking for the 911 audio from that incident. So they're going on the offensive in a way that it doesn't feel like they often do. It feels like that was like early Roger Goodell tenure NFL, where they were like, we are going to be aggressive and rooting out bad actors or whatever. And I think they felt like they got over their heads with some of the trying to lay down the hammer and protecting the shield. It seems like they have as an organization have fallen back and tried to allow other situations to happen. But in this instance, they're searching out for they want to see what's happening with that 911 audio to maybe get more of an idea of what was happening.
I also feel that this is a result of what I mentioned yesterday. Look, you never know what to believe, as I just mentioned, but also with Tyreek Hill, there's just so much smoke all the time. They're trying to figure something out, because they don't need any legal rulings for fines and suspensions and such.
No, they absolutely don't. But yeah, there you go. That's around on Friday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, did Brian Windhorst just tell the Rockets and others that are hoping to get Kevin Durant not so fast? I'll tell you what we mean next. But before we get there, I do want to again tell you, man, like if
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We were just talking about around the NFL. Isaiah Bond turned himself in there's some allegations that came up about sexual assault, and someone on the text line, the Jim Alley, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
My bad, Jim. 713-572-4610 said, the news about Bond ensures he's just going to be available for the Chiefs. They're going to draft him, and him and Worthy is going to then be another issue for the rest of the NFL. And I'm like, yeah, that sounds about right.
Book it, yeah.
That does sound about right, because the Chiefs, look, they have, I don't know, a lot of teams are like, so the Chiefs need to be like,
we're good.
I don't know, keep football.
Zero's more of a guideline than a rule.
It's like how about low tolerance policy? Can we do that? Because Tyreek Hill, Kareem Hunt, they went and acquired Kadarius Toney. They seem to be like, no, can you ball?
But honestly, when you're a good team like that, man, you could put anybody on that damn team,
and you get away with it a lot easier.
Yep.
I mean, they have been getting away with because they went to the Super Bowl with some sorry line wide receiving cores at times. All right. But let's circle back around to these Rockets. Set for the playoffs. They're playing again tonight against the Lakers. I feel like we probably know that this is going to be a relatively light squad. I know that, and of course, as I'm going to say that, I forget, but somebody else has been ruled out once more. I'm not sure if it's going to be like the full complement of guys ruled out in the same way, but it seems like they've made their decision that they're going to kind of let the Stay Ready squad handle the rest of the way.
I like that. I've never used that before.
They've talked about it on various broadcasts, and I think every squad in the NBA has to kind of have a little bit of a Stay Ready crew because you have guys that are not getting the minutes on the floor in games, so they have to in order to do that, they kind of have these Stay Ready games, 3-on-3 or 5-on-5s with coaches or what have you, or 4-on-4s, just to kind of keep them in some level of game shape. But regardless, either here or there, this team is ready to go to the playoffs. But I think for some, there's still an acknowledgement that, hey, adding that star talent, adding that person who you can have a little bit as a centerpiece, especially in those big moments, is going to matter a lot. We'll see if maybe they have somehow circumvented that in a somewhat Oklahoma City Thunder type way. When we get to the playoffs. However, Brian Windhorst was on ESPN yesterday, in fact.
Yes.
And he had some kind of intel. He had kind of a perspective on the Suns and what they're doing with Kevin Durant that I think would impact the Rockets.
I don't even think they understand yet. And I don't think the fans are going to understand it yet either. When you look at this Kevin Durant trade, they're going to have to seriously consider trading Kevin Durant for flexibility. This is a new concept in the NBA. And I could understand you hear me say that and you go, what are you talking about? What are you talking about, trade for flexibility? I want 4 first-round draft picks. I want 3 great young players. I want a guy who's going to come in and be on all. No, I'm telling you, they're going to probably have to seriously trade Kevin Durant to get out of jail.
When I heard this, I went like, I don't get this. A lot of people said that. Then you start to realize where he's really going with this. And it has to do with, and I don't want to bog people down. I mean, this is your realm more than mine.
Oh, the CBA.
Yeah,
you got to have a law degree to fully get into it. And the NBA has the most convoluted CBA because they're trying to maintain a competitive balance while also having a smaller rosters and more impactful singular players. It gets really tough, but they've added this additional level where when it comes to, because it's a soft cap, right? So you can pay over the cap. However, there's taxes to try and make those prohibitive, and they added layers of taxes so that it goes higher.
Aprons.
There's the aprons as they call it, where it goes higher, but not only in tax, but also there's some things that are prohibitive. You can lose flexibility and ability to kind of trade and accumulate different players into a trade where you can send multiple players out to get one. Sometimes you can lose the ability to do that, or sometimes you can lose straight up draft picks. So teams want to stay below those aprons. It's helpful, and I think that the Suns have been in that place because Matt Ishbia, who is the new owner, he just bought into the team a couple years back. But he came in and he seemed to want to just throw money at things.
And he did.
And he wanted to just build a super team, as evidenced by, the Bradley Beal deal. They put Kevin Durant there, Bradley Beal, Devin Booker, and they're like, let's roll this out. And it has not worked for them. And they're sitting in that second apron area where it's getting more and more prohibitive, and it's the walls are closing in on your ability to make things happen. I think that's what I think that's what Windhorst is talking about when he talks about flexibility.
So let's not talk about caps and apron 1 and apron 2. Let's try to put it in regular terms here.
Okay.
And what he just said, in essence, correct me if I'm wrong or if you think I'm wrong, the Rockets are not out of the Kevin Durant stakes, but it makes it more complicated and puts probably more teams in the mix. And the reason for that is, again, forget all the details of all the aprons and caps and things like that. More teams are going to be able to, if they hell, the Clippers released Paul George. That's how they got good all of a sudden again, because they didn't have to mess with all these aprons, which kind of limit the trades and the deals you can make. Like you can't do you can't do all this stuff. So basically what this means is the Rockets aren't out of the deal, but more people are going to be able to make a deal for Kevin Durant.
And I think what you're saying is like for what you would typically think you get back for a star player.
A bunch of picks.
You're not necessarily going to be able to take all those things back. You can get back a bunch of picks.
Yeah.
But like the idea of
the other things too.
Players and stuff, those things are going to be a little bit tougher in the get back. And so maybe more teams will be able to get in the sweepstakes, because what they're offering in that instance would not necessarily be the all the things that they're sending back, but also the ability and the flexibility that the Suns would be able to get back, the impetus for the trade. I still think the Rockets would have.
No, they're in the hunt.
Not even in the hunt. I still think they'd be the leader in the clubhouse here because, one, for whatever it is worth, I think that Kevin Durant's desires would put him in a place where the Rockets would be appealing, right? This is a place that I think he likes, and then specifically he has a supreme respect for Ime Udoka, as I think a lot of people in this league do. But on top of that, the Suns, whenever you are, not even just the Suns, whenever you are a bad team in a sport that drafts, it is beneficial to have your badness be worth something, which is being able to use the height, the value of the pick that you're going to get for being bad for yourself. Right now, the Suns don't have that because that is being conferred to the Rockets, right? The Rockets have the opportunity at that currently like ninth best draft position as it stands, or opportunity in the lottery with the Suns pick.
But
in order to get Kevin Durant, you might be able to offer them, hey, let's take this bad season and make it worth your while in getting your pick back. And I think no other team can.
Well, but that's fair. But the Suns are trying to get back to where they can build a roster again. And
sure.
That means they need expiring contracts and salary dumps. Can the Rockets play that game? Can they offer anything? Yes, the picks, but they're not equipped to get into the business of offering these salary dumps and expiring contracts.
The things that would help them get some relief on the salary cap.
Doesn't matter what Kevin Durant wants.
Sure.
The Suns want, hey, man, we got to get good again as soon as possible. So that's why I'm saying other teams can. Other teams can say, we can dump this guy, we can do this, sign and trade, we can do this and that. So that's why the Rockets are not out of it, but it doesn't matter what Kevin Durant wants. The Suns want to be able to get back underneath that apron 2 and apron 1 and all that stuff.
Yeah, and I think that's a fair point to make note of, because the Rockets have a lot of relatively young, talented players. Like that's what they're trading in.
Yeah.
I don't know that they have a ton, and I need to look at their salary cap table to see if they have any and I don't think you have any of those expiring deals with a large enough contract to where you're getting the level of relief.
Whereas some other contending teams,
salary cap,
other contending teams that want Durant might go, well, we can do this sign and trade. We can dump this salary.
And you can quickly knock some of that money off of your cap.
Yeah, and then the Suns are happy.
Yeah,
and then that team gets Durant basically as a rental.
All right, so one of the things that's interesting with this is like we're talking about this as if it's a given that this team would want and utilize the services of Kevin Durant. There's enough people that are speaking in on the Twitch, the YouTube page. I know that people get mad about that, and the text line. On Kevin Durant, 36 years old, has had some injury issues. And, I mean, if you want to go to this place, which I don't know if it's entirely fair, when was the last time he got out of the second round of the playoffs with his teams? And, of course, if you're going to do this in any sport, basketball is probably one of the ones that it's the most fair because one player can impact the aptitude or the altitude of a team more than any other. How fair do you think that is? How fair do you think it is to ask if this team should even actually employ or try and employ the services of Kevin Durant?
I think it's both, and I don't mean to be wishy-washy, but listening to the guys this morning, I thought they brought up a good point. He's almost an apples-to-apples comparison to what Peyton Manning was when he was traded. The Texans were involved, and he was traded to the Denver Broncos. 1 year, he was actually pretty good. His first year was actually pretty good.
It was kind of legendary good a little bit, too.
Second year he wasn't, but they won the Super Bowl. So that could be Kevin Durant, and I think that is a good comparison to make. On the other hand, to have Kevin Durant, even that really good or pretty good season, as you were talking about, with this squad, you might win it all.
I would consider
you
it.
You might win it all.
Yeah, I would consider it, but with all the assets I got, I would definitely look elsewhere and see who I can probably get for these picks too that can impact this thing. I would look around elsewhere, but I would consider all options.
Absolutely.
I mean, and that's absolutely something that I think Rafael Stone has proven that he is willing to do, and it's going to be important to do. It just feels like, especially the caliber of players. And I understand where people are coming from. This is an NBA team that is second in the West. But can I point you towards the Memphis Grizzlies, who, what was that, 2 seasons ago? They were in the exact same place that you were. A very young, talented team on the development. You're like, oh, man, where can this grow to? Second in the West. And they've seen that backslide that happens. These things are not necessarily a given, and you want to strike while the iron is hot. That is my personal perspective on this. But I understand, like, Kevin Durant has his warts. But I don't know that the perfect star player makes themselves available. Or maybe they do. Like, maybe it does. But I don't see a better option as of right this moment. And, of course, the beautiful thing is that you don't have to make that decision as of right this moment.
Right.
You get to see what the playoffs show you.
Who
with the
steps
Rockets.
up, who shows more.
You get to see maybe who becomes more available than we had anticipated prior when you get to the offseason and what have you. But I still think that, taking what you have, and one of the nice things about this reporting, you said that it might get more teams involved, but I also think that it probably lowers the cost that the Rockets would have to ultimately unload.
Lowers the cost for everybody.
And you still have a ton. You still have a ton in your coffers to add Kevin Durant to where he's not being one of 3 guys that has to carry a Phoenix Sun team, or one of 3 guys that has to carry a Brooklyn Nets team where they don't have a supporting cast. You have a supporting cast, and now you're able to do this where I think that would elevate the level of play, even at 37, that you would have with Kevin Durant.
The one thing I don't want to happen, I don't want it, unless it's the number 1 overall pick, I don't want them to sit there and just pick all these young players anymore, man.
I agree, 100%.
I think we got enough. And hell, Reed Shepard ain't even playing the minutes I thought he was going to play.
Yeah.
So unless it's overall pick,
and that's why it's attractive with Durant.
Yeah. So I'm fine with trading to get somebody else experience.
Yeah, it still remains to be seen ultimately what the Rockets do. It's a great place to be if you're in a place where you're like, hey, one of the still probably top 15 to be conservative players in the league is a possibility for you. And you're like, I don't know if I need the top 15 player on this team. It's a great place for the Rockets to be. They're back in action tonight against the Lakers. We'll see if they run anybody of real, consequence per se out against the Lakers. But yeah, 2 more games until we get to playoff basketball for your Houston Rockets. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including another update as to what's happening at the Masters. And you want a chance to take a picture with Hakeem Olajuwon? We'll talk about that next.
All right, really loving this Underdog app, man. It's
the street is, we may be boiling some crawfish. Come join me, y'all. April 19th, SaberCat Stadium. Y'all meet me there.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into
Brought
What's
to you by the Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club, May 2nd through 4th.
Well, yeah.
All right, Laramie.
That's
Laramie
bad.
the Tula.
Yeah.
That's a false start.
It's every week, though. The Andre Ware.
That was awesome.
That was very good.
What a great pull that
Oh,
is.
that's so good. Also good on the day, Bryson DeChambeau. 4 under through 8 on the day, 7 under for the tournament. Just 2 back of the leader, Justin Rose. So DeChambeau, the rollback of the golf ball, not stopping the big swinger there. It does feel like that is not really going to harm the guys who hit for distance. It's really going to harm the guys who don't, because they're also getting nerfed on the distance that they were already getting, and now that they're just going to have to be really good with their irons and such in the short game, huh?
But that kind of helps, because so many of the big hitters are not going to be able to
cut corners and such.
Yeah, exactly, and really just make the course like a pitch and putt.
Yeah, well, we'll see what it ultimately looks like. DeChambeau, as I mentioned, doing very well. Scotty Scheffler hasn't started on the day yet, but he's 4 under, depending on how we're able to join those fellas at the top of the board. And just for our personal enjoyment, Cam Smith has indeed started going. Cameron Smith, the Aussie golfer, just started. A couple of birdies for him through 2 on the day. One under for the tournament. He's above the projected cut line for whatever that's worth.
Yeah.
All right. Some other things that are indeed popping. Let me see. Oh, did you see this? Obviously, the University of Houston, they're already getting ready for what's happening next year, and hopefully trying to return to that national championship game 2025. Actually, I haven't checked where the tournament is happening next year. I did not remember.
And I can't remember.
Weirdly enough, I'm pretty sure I know where the women's tournament is happening. I don't know where the men's tournament is happening. Anyways, regardless, in the hopes to get there, Terrence Arsenault will not be on this Cougars team. He announced that he is entering the transfer portal. I imagine in some ways in response to the other guard, the Creighton transfer that the Cougs were able to secure earlier in the week. I think it was, Wednesday when we got that news, and it does feel like that makes sense. He was probably projected to be a starter. Now you get a transfer in who is likely going to be a starter. There's only so many minutes to go around. It feels like he's probably going to find another space for himself to be able to get some opportunity to play. But Cougs, they're trying to figure out what this roster looks like. It looks like there's going to be a lot of talent. And it's just going to be, can you put together to have the same level of, experience is not going to be exactly the same, but the same level of cohesion that you have with this club.
Yeah, that's it.
That you got this year. Some other things that are popping. Speaking of Cougs, if you did not go to San Antonio, if you weren't at Buc-ee's a few times this weekend,
either way,
you did
going and coming.
Yeah, it's like if you didn't happen to be at Buc-ee's where you had an opportunity to take a picture with Hakeem, which it seemed like he'd had a little residency, both on Friday?
Yeah, going and coming.
Saturday?
He stopped at Buc-ee's and was taking pictures
with a whole bunch of people,
getting beaver nuggets and barbecue sandwiches. And
I don't know if he was doing all that. We also got to be very careful. My man is indeed a Muslim, so I know he wasn't. You got to be careful and make sure everything is indeed right for him to eat. But no, you'll have an opportunity to take photos with him before the Sugarland Space Cowboys game tomorrow, as he's throwing out first pitch. Actually, no, I believe it's the game today. In fact, where he's throwing out first pitch. So yeah, I think that it is when the gates open at 5:30. As memory serves, because of course my computer decides it doesn't want to cooperate in this moment. He'll be. I think there's the first number of fans get to take pictures with Hakeem, the Dream, Olajuwon, and then he'll of course throw out the first pitch for the Space Cowboys in their weekend series. So yeah, that should be fun. Getting an opportunity to take a picture with Hakeem. It's always fun seeing him out a little bit more, because he could be a little bit reclusive.
And he's been out more.
Yeah, he could be a little reclusive. We see him out a little bit more recently.
Yeah, and obviously some of that has to do with the Cougs, but I mean, heck, he's going to Sugarland, man. He's going to hang out and take some pics there.
Yeah, I love it. How much better would this have been, though? And I hate to be this guy. How much better would it have been if they had won the championship?
We'd be having a parade today.
That is true.
Probably yesterday or today, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, gates open at 5:30. Line for the photos will begin forming at 6. They're playing against the Isotopes. and it is the fin line. Those are the numbers that are associated with this. So there you go. Just letting you guys know. But yes, the weekend celebration of the Space Cowboys' first AAA national championship. How about that? First 2,000 fans at Friday's game also get a replica championship jersey. So, hey, good day to get out to the ballpark, ain't it?
That sounds like a lot of fun there.
Yeah, it sounds like a lot of fun things happening. And, hey, if you don't get out tonight, get out tomorrow where Lance McCullers is apparently starting. It'll be another rehab start for him as he is on his way to recovery and hopefully adding another solid starting rotation arm for the Astros who – obviously, I think the pitching has been fine, but with the injury to Spencer Arrighetti, you're going to lose him for about 6 weeks. They'll see what it looks like. Obviously, he's not going to need surgery, which is nice, but he's going to be in a cast for a few weeks, and they're going to then do some more imaging and see where they go from there. But you're going to need in this intermittent 6 weeks, or this intervening 6 weeks, I guess I should say, you're going to need starting pitchers, and so it'd be great if the sooner that Lance McCullers can get back. We'll see what they ultimately do, though, because Ryan Gusto is the man who starts tomorrow in Game 2 of this series against the Angels. But they're still not certain if he's going to be that guy. They're still stretching him out. Like, I don't know how many innings he goes. He might be basically an opener tomorrow. So it'll be interesting to see how they handle this because Blue Ball's not on the 40-man roster either.
Right. Look, I think, with the series, by the way, Angels, one of the teams we mentioned earlier.
That's right. Knock them down a peg and get yourself back. That'd be a great double.
They're in front of you. It's Friday, so you got fireworks happening. Man, good weekend to get some baseball in here in the greater Houston area.
I think so. Yeah. I think so. This is something interesting. Obviously, 2028, you'll see the Olympics come stateside. There'll be Los Angeles Olympics, at least when it comes to name. I know that there's some other things that'll be held around the great states, these great United States of America. I think Oklahoma City just got the go-ahead to be the full host for a couple of events themselves. Yeah. So I know that that's going to be happening. But, yeah, there's 17 new events that were approved for these Olympics. 17
new events, and I'm not going to go through them all, but I think there's some really interesting ones here. Some of them I'm just geeking out about, but some I think will be really interesting to you and a lot of our listeners. Mixed team golf. That sounds really intriguing to me. Golf is part of it. Mixed team gymnastics is going to be one of them for sure. And then, there, like I said, there's some boulder climbing. That one I want to see. Apparently, it's not rock climbing. It's like, how they scale the sides of these cliffs a lot of times. That's going to be an Olympic sport.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. So
boulder climbing.
They got the speed climbing. They have boulder climbing.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Yeah.
So are you going to go start training for some of these? Is what's happening?
I think my boulder climbing days are over.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Somebody said, "Where is Blue Ball?" Blue Ball is with the AAA.
Yeah, he's waiting.
That's fair. That is fair.
Impatiently, very impatiently.
I'm surprised he took this long.
He is indeed waiting for his opportunity.
He can't wait, to be honest.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that's what's popping here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. I get condolences, mind you. We mentioned the national championship. Condolences to Slim Pacific that day, but did you see that his apartment got burglarized?
I did.
Earlier in the week. Like they knew he was out, and I wonder. I was like, was this Monday or Tuesday? Because I saw this. 11 p.m. on, let me see, April 8th. April 8th being, that was Monday, wasn't it? No, that was Tuesday. So, I think that was Monday night. National championship was going on. Dang. I guess they knew the Slim Thug would be tapped in. They went and ran up on my man's house, man. That's crazy.
That's tough, man. And that's the thing.
Go ahead.
That's the thing about being a celebrity too, man. If you posting stuff and people see you out and about, they know you ain't at home.
Yeah.
That's tough, man.
And these are very, organized and conspired events a lot of times. We found that out in the NFL when they finally busted one ring.
Yeah, so I'm like, this makes me wonder, is there another ring or is this like individuals out here just trying to come up on something? But yeah, jewelry and cash taken from Slim Thug, which really sucks. But you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, all right, so is it line season or is this the biggest moment in Nick Casario's draft life today? We'll talk about what that means next.
Terms apply. Details at Lowe's.com/terms. Subject to change.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, In the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy noon to you. That's not a thing that people say, just a thing that I said as we are halfway through our program on this Friday. Hope that your Friday is going very well. Is it just Lion season, or is this a possibility? Is this a big moment in Nick Casario's draft life if this draft scout and reporter is correct? All right. Shout out to everybody listening, and you can get involved on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-46.
The Texas Hammer!
That's right, Jim. And then also there's the Mo Karam injury live streams, both on YouTube and Twitch.
We keep it 100.
And so hit us up. And shout out to 713. So thank you guys listening on YouTube during this drive to Phoenix. It's keeping me going. Yeah. Hope that you're driving out there comfortably. Be safe out there. What you driving to Phoenix for? I'm interested.
Yeah.
If you feel free to let us know.
Is that the same one that had to use the bathroom?
Yeah.
It might be.
How far of a drive is that? That got to be a nice little drive.
Yeah, he said earlier, 5 hours ago, well, El Paso is like, 10?
I ain't never driven to El Paso.
That is crazy.
I've never driven to El Paso.
Yeah.
I don't think I ever will drive to El Paso. Like, with no shade to El Paso, just it's all the time in between.
Little fun fact. It might be more than 10. Little fun fact about how big Texas is, and I'm sure you've heard this before if you haven't.
You could drive 24 hours in Texas and still be in Texas.
If you drive from Houston to Los Angeles, you're more than halfway when you're in El Paso.
Yeah, you spend more time in Texas than you would in Arizona, New Mexico, and
that's nuts.
California. Yep. Why? And that's part of the reason.
That's how it is when I stayed in Cleveland. We spent most of the time in Pennsylvania trying to get to New York.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's an 8-hour drive.
You were in the middle. You were in Pennsylvania too. You're like, what is this?
Yes, exactly.
What's happening here? All right. Are you familiar with Matt Miller?
Yes, very much so.
Matt Miller, draft scout, does some good work in this space. He had an interesting revelation of sorts, and it had to do with the Texans and Nick Casario.
Yeah, look, he was talking about, quote, multiple GMs, or like he said executives. Multiple executives believe that the Houston Texans have the highest interest on Kelvin Banks, the University of Texas tackle, could play guard, et cetera, et cetera. And it just got me thinking, if you like Kelvin Banks that much, and Nick Casario, as we all know, is not afraid to move up in the draft, you kind of have to move up in the draft, don't you? I mean, you can wait. If you like him that much, you can maybe wait and maybe think that he could drop to 25. But he's either the number 1 or number 2 tackle in this draft by a lot of experts, so to speak. So if he's still there at 15, you're not the only one thinking this,
Yeah, I think so. Right? Yeah. I think you broke it down pretty well. Like the best tackles, as looked at from this space. Although, he's considered highly. However,
Will Campbell, Kelvin Banks. What's the other one that's always up there?
Armand Membu out of Missouri. I almost said Mississippi some or other, and I'm like, nope, that's not true. But yeah, like he is in that space. Although, interestingly enough, I like coming back around and looking at the Beast, Dane Brugler. Dane Brugler has him listed as a guard. Obviously he's one of those guys that we know can slide in, and he likely will start his career sliding in. But no, he's regarded pretty highly in.
It's
these
one of
draft
those
spaces.
three by and large.
He could also be like a second round. Like he could make it to you. But yeah, there's teams that are interested all through there, and especially with this draft. It's not as easy to kind of slot guys in. Like different teams definitely have different evaluations of these guys who all seem to be in the same kind of bucket of talent. So like you might like one guy more than the other, but if you really like your guy, particularly if you like him above the rest of the guys in that bucket, you trade up. I think that's my question though. How much more could you like Kelvin Banks over some of the other options that you have here, especially if you talk about tackles? My guy Josh Connerly Jr. is there. Tyler Booker is one of those guards, if you're looking more guard-wise, where he seems like he fits exactly into the mantra and the MO that the Texans have. So I think this is an interesting kind of thought process on would you move up, especially for this guy, if all of these executives, these, quote, multiple executives that Matt Miller is putting out there, believe that this team, this organization has a certain infatuation with him. I just wonder, how much more do you have to like him than some of these other guys? Hell, Gray Zabel, who we've seen many draft scouts, including our very own, the guy, the homie, John Harris, really marvel over. Like, how much more do you have to like Kelvin Banks? And maybe it's the flexibility of guard and tackle to then move up those, a number of spots to go get him. Maybe 7 spots probably fair to move up into that kind of low teens area to get him, compared to sticking and picking with what it feels like is a pretty robust amount of offensive linemen that could be there for you at 25.
But this is what is so interesting to me. That could be lying season. We talk about it all the time. Even other Texans might be taking them off the scent, so to speak, or not, because we're less than 2 weeks away from the draft. I mean, it's getting real. So you have to decide: is that real, or is that just lying season at work here, at play here? But if it's not, Nick Caserio is not afraid to do that.
No,
we know that.
That is correct.
We know he's not afraid to move up. So if he's there at, as you mentioned, 13, 14, 15, wherever, and he makes a move, this is where the second part of my thought comes into play. He and his staff, I should say, they got a shaky record evaluating.
Sure.
They've got a shaky record evaluating offensive line.
There you go. I was like, you got to finish that out, because I think that you have
they're
to give
really
them
good
credit.
elsewhere.
Yeah.
They're good almost everywhere else in terms of evaluation. But you go back, obviously the one that stands out is Kenyon Green. That was just a bad evaluation or bad fit, however, whatever you want to say. I mean, Juice Scruggs and Blake Fisher were picks that we're still not sure of.
And here's the question that we probably all have kind of considered in some ways, is how much of that is the evaluation, how much of that is the inability to coach them up? Because
or fit, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
No, and you're right with fit, but I think also specifically like with offensive linemen, and I think I've heard Seth say this, and it's something that you kind of hear from various places. It's rare that you just drop in an offensive lineman, even the best ones that you draft, and they're immediately at NFL level. It's one of the reasons why I have always talked about the fact that teams aren't often giving away good offensive linemen, because just like quarterback, it's one of the most scarce positions of having somebody a real high NFL level. And like it's just hard to do this at the NFL level, particularly offensive line. And so even the guys that are like coming in from the prep at level to the college or to the NFL level, like those guys still need, or the college level to the NFL level, those guys still need development. And how much, especially when you see a few guys that have maybe not been, gangbusters hits, how much of that do you then go, well, you just fired Bobby Slowick and, you've had not necessarily the most optimal, the best offensive coaching. How much of that has been that you haven't had the right coaching to bring out and advance offensive line talent, especially because that's necessary. There's very few instances that you're going to get somebody that you draft and immediately is incredible at the NFL level like you would at other positions.
Well, that leads to the biggest question of all. If you have the backdrop of they may well really like Kelvin Banks a lot, they may well want to trade up if he starts to drop into a kind of a sweet spot for them to make a deal. Yet Nick Caserio and his staff don't have the best record, evaluating offensive linemen. That leads to the question: would you want him to do it?
No, and that's even before we get to like however you feel about the possibility of their evaluation prowess. Which I think obviously it helps make my point more. This just feels like a deep enough draft where I don't like the instance of moving up in that instance, and I still leave open the possibility of maybe you just like your guy, and that you have to have a certain conviction in yourself that if you like a guy so much, you go into it. But I don't know, and maybe this helps, right? Pewter Report is an outlet that covers the Bucs, and you'll understand why I bring this up here in a second. The Bucs general manager Jason Licht, apparently he says that there have been years where he thought about trading down more than others. Worth noting that they have the 19th pick in the first round. This year, he continues, it'll all be about what happens and who falls to them. He doesn't foresee as many teams wanting to trade up across the league. And so if there's not a lot of teams wanting to trade up, maybe that makes it so that the opportunity of making a deal with the team looking to trade back isn't as costly or what have you. But ultimately, I still then take that to the place of there's probably not many reasons that teams are seeing to want to trade up. And I don't know that in offensive line I feel so strongly about one of these guys over the others than just kind of sitting in that place. In fact, like I've been kind of pondering, and I want to ask you, what do you think is the most likely thing for Nick Caserio to do, because Nick has done all of these. Trade up, like we've been talking about here. Trade back, because I know there's some people that have been asking, especially if a team really likes a quarterback in that early second round and maybe just wants to have the opportunity at that fifth round option, or that fifth year option, trading into the later portions of the first round to have that opportunity. Yeah. 25 is one of those places. Like, trade back from there or stick and pick at 25. What do you think is like the most likely option?
Yeah, I've been saying early on. I said early on, I thought they would just stick where they are, and you know, but they really seem like they're going to focus on the offense big time. It may not even be for an offensive lineman. You know, this was the one scenario that Matt Miller threw out there. But you know, if there's a running back, if there's a
first round?
No, well, I'm just saying, okay, if somebody
just moving in general. Okay, sorry, I was stuck on 25 so much.
In the first round, I don't see them moving up for anything maybe other than an offensive lineman like this that they really like, that they really want to plug and play. But in the first round, I think the most likely thing for me right now is a slight movement up, like a slight. If something crazy happens, you know, and there's a lineman there, whether it's Connerly or Banks or Zabel or whomever at 20, you know, or 21, then I could see a slight movement up. I think that would be I'd be leaning that way.
And this is an interesting perspective from 8 through 2. They said they think if you think Nick has an issue with evaluating offensive line talent, then you absolutely want Nick then to move up and grab the clear number 2 left tackle. I hear your thought process there. The reason why I disagree there is then you are using more capital to justify this, and it's probably not the fair way of evaluating, but let's be honest. We're all going to bring this up. If you utilize capital to draft up, and oftentimes that means having less opportunities, less dart throws, less draft picks, to then take a guy, and then that guy does not pan out, you end up in an even funnier place because you utilized more capital to get to that player. Comparatively, where I believe strongly in the idea that you have a number of guys of a similar caliber, and then it's really more about situation and development. That feels like it feels like absolutely plays to that, where if you stick and pick, like, you will get a guy that comes to you in a place that is comfortable. Plus, it's not like you've done the work to give yourself a little bit of flexibility. It's not like you need a specific, like, I need this particular tackle or I need this particular guard. You could probably do with either. And so that opens up, like, the possibilities of the talented players that if they reach you at 25, that you should probably be comfortable with if they fit into all the other things that you have, which, of course, that's always the portion of this that's tough, trying to evaluate these things from the outside looking in, is we don't know how they handle some of the other portions of these evaluations. Hell, even the testing stuff that we have, we know that they don't value nearly as highly. They value the tape, which we have some level of understanding of, you know, through draft scouts and what you can see watching these respective players' college games, but then also the interviews and how these guys, you know, relate and how they come off to these guys, D'Amico and everybody in that building. Those are portions that they value highly that we can't really add in to this evaluation process that I think would be pivotal and very important in the decision to move up.
It is funny, though, because, like, if they stand pat at 25 and draft a tackle, you know, whomever that might be, or a guard, whomever that might be, I don't really feel like you automatically just mentally believe that he's going to be a day one starter, because 25 is sort of a gray area, you know, where you would expect him to be a starter at some point, but maybe not a day one starter. But if you move up at all, you're sending the message, we love that guy, we wanted that guy, and you almost put more pressure that he's going to have to be a starter.
But they have competition, Lopez.
Yeah. Well,
he doesn't have to.
That's what they say.
Competition.
That's what So it's interesting to see just how much, you know, if he really likes the guy, if he moves up at all, that's going to be a guy that's going to have a lot of pressure, and the pressure lands on Nick Caserio too, because, and I'm not saying the guy is just bumbling around trying to evaluate offensive linemen. I'm saying his track record hadn't been great.
Sure. Yeah. No, I hear you. From the 832, can you have too many darts? It's a good philosophical question. Obviously, in this instance, just to make it clear, the darts that I'm talking about is just picks, opportunities at selecting in what is, in my estimation, more of kind of a lottery, right? Like, obviously, you're doing your evaluation to maximize the chances that one of these picks hits, but it is still, like, there's still opportunities and downsides and all these things. We may have more picks than we can realistically roster this year, possibly. I understand. Like, you have 7 picks. But
I don't know. I don't know about that.
I understand the thought process. My thing about it is, and of course you have the future picks as well that you've added with the Laramie Tunsil deal. So I believe you have 8 picks in the 2026 draft as of right now. The thing that I would more want than anything is seeing is if you can utilize that amount of picks to push yourself further up and give yourself more of the more beneficial picks. You have four picks in the first 89 of the first 89 picks, but then you don't have a fourth, correct? If you can leverage some of those picks,
that's what Harris was talking about.
Right,
to get a fourth.
If you can leverage some of those picks to help you move up into those spaces, because it feels like this is definitely a draft where the top end is okay, but then those hardy middle rounds, like they're calling this a starter draft, where maybe you're not going to have the incredible top end level of the players, but the starter caliber players are all in there.
It's a meaty.
Potatoes draft.
There's a lot of 5'9", pocket rockets.
We also have confirmation that John Harris loves that drop. But yeah, if you can get, for me, it's like the more of those opportunities in those spaces, give yourself chances. But yeah, I don't know that I would want necessarily to move up in that first round situation. But hey, this is the thing, right? This is where Nick Caserio, with the more information and with that more intel, like maybe they are in a place where they look at it and they're like, hey, Kelvin Banks is indeed, head and shoulders rather above everybody else. Then I think
maybe feet.
Maybe feet.
They like him that much.
I don't know that. I would be interested to see what gets them to that place in particular.
Head and feet above all the rest.
But yeah, go ahead and ultimately go ahead and do that. But I think that you open yourself up more to the possibility of being wrong. So I would not love it. Is basically where I come down on there. And yeah, you're right, Cornbread. I think that getting a running back also matters there as well.
Yep.
And 8-2.
There's a lot of 5'9", pocket rockets.
8-2 comes back. Banks is not of a similar caliber. Absolutely, by consensus, the second best left tackle in this draft. All right, if you say so. And I mean, I'm not going to completely go away. Like, I like Kelvin Banks, but I do think that there's other players of a certain caliber that that would get you what you want, especially with Josh Connolly. The thing that I have difference with Kelvin Banks is that it seems like there's a lot more upside there as well. And I'm thinking about not just this year, but what it looks like going forward. However it goes, right? Like, this is the thing about the draft. There's a lot of interpretation left within there, and then there's always that unknown, like that lack of knowing. That is the dark process of this. Are they lying? It is indeed line season. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's time for our lunchtime confessions, which are presented by the Men's Clinic. We'll get into that next.
burgers in town, and so much more at Beck's Prime. 10 Houston area locations, Beck'sPrime.com.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Here's a team that the Rockets could face that has really started to worry me. And so I listened to this this morning. I wasn't watching it live. And I know it's a little disrespectful to the Rockets, but as much as you might want to disagree with Charles Barkley, I don't disagree with him.
The Clippers might be the second best team in the West. I don't think that's crazy, though. When healthy. When healthy, but they're healthy. Hey, Kawhi Leonard's amazing to me, man.
Yes, he is.
He is amazing. Huh? He is. I've never seen a guy who never plays basketball.
Never.
And comes back like he been playing somewhere else. Like he was playing and then overcame back and played here. Because he does not miss a beat. He doesn't look hurt, Chuck. He does not. It's amazing.
Over the Rockets, the Lakers, and Nuggets.
Yes, I think the Clippers are the best team after the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Man, I'm telling you, we started. I broached the topic, I guess, earlier this week, maybe late last week.
You did.
They were playing pretty darn well. Kawhi's getting off a little bit on consistently. They might be the second best team in the conference right now, when healthy, as Chuck said.
I mean, when healthy, if we're being honest, and maybe you say the Thunder have been kind of coasting a little bit. They might be the best team. I have not done my, you know me, I could be a little bit of a nerd.
You got to dig in some.
I could be a nerd sometimes, go look at these numbers. I have realized I have not jumped up and just like played around with these numbers a little bit. Looking at advanced stats over the last 10 games, and maybe that's a little shallow. Maybe I should look at the last 15 or what have you. You look at the last 15 games as well. You look at net rating, so offensive rating compared with defensive rating. Like, they have the best net rating by a long shot.
Yeah.
Like, they have been scoring and they have been locking up the other teams, and it is just, I did not realize that the Clippers were on this time. My bad.
On the other hand, still the Clippers.
That's the
Clippers
only
don't clip, is what you're saying.
Still the Clippers.
And see, that's the only thing, because if we saying it might be a scary team for the Rockets, then I can kind of roll with it a little bit. But the second best team in the West means they will probably be in the Eastern Conference Finals.
If you just eliminate
or the Western Conference Finals,
Jersey, I really do think they are, at least, as you put it, second best team, at least second best.
Yeah. Now, the thing with them is always that injury question is a big one, right? Does our somewhat arthritic knees of Kawhi show up where he misses a couple of games, and now you're expecting James Harden to carry you through in a way that he can to some degree, but also depends on what the teams look like across from him. And then, of course, as always is with the NBA, what's the matchup, right? Matchups dictate so much of this. Sometimes we don't even acknowledge how much the matchup matters here. But this Clippers team, you're right. You're right. I was wilding. What was it last week when I was like, I'd like to see them. No, I wouldn't. I was stupid. Probably still am, to be completely honest.
These are my confessions.
I don't think I'm stupid about this in particular, though. There is something that I look forward to about getting older, and Gary Player, the legendary golfer,
that guy's amazing,
exhibited it perfectly. Perfectly. He was obviously, he's at the Masters because he is a dignitary that's supposed to be as such. But he was asked a question, mind you, about eating fast food. Like, that was kind of funny. He was because Tiger Woods in '97, when he won the Masters, he famously ate Arby's every single night. Which, speaking of trying to find yourself the right accommodations for a bathroom, but he said, I was wondering, when was the last time you had any fast food, Gary Player? I will read you verbatim where Gary Player's response was. You ready?
Yes.
Gary Player. Well, you don't reach 90 as I do if you eat a bunch of crap. I could tell you that. Everybody has a choice. I want to live to 100 because I love people. I love golf. I just love life. Continuing. I've got a young girlfriend. I've changed my life. How about that? At 90, finding a girlfriend. Tom is not as old as me, but he's also found a new one. I'll tell you what, guys. You or your wife is going to die. One of the spouses are going to die, and it's not the end of life. So many people, that does happen, and they get so disheartened that they don't think that they should continue life. The greatest gift bestowed upon a man or a woman is life. So my ambition is to reach 100. So I went to India and I met with my gerontologist, and he gave me 11 things to work on, which I hear it's still going.
That guy's amazing.
I love it so much.
He's amazing.
I want to get old and just accost people with my conversation. Like old people can just talk to you about anything. You have to sit there and listen. They can go anywhere. It doesn't matter what they're talking about. You have to give them a level of respect where you just listen to them.
We talked about it yesterday.
Especially with the older people with way more pep in their step.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, yesterday, the honorary T, at the Masters, he was one of them. He and Jack Nicklaus and Tom Watson. He hit his drive 255 yards.
Love that.
255.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Incredible. Yeah, so he was just like, you asked me about fast food? I will not talk about that. You know what I want to talk about?
Yeah.
My new young girlfriend, who, mind you, young is 83.
Oh, wow.
That's right.
I was thinking maybe 60s.
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope, 83. But he's like, hey, I got this young hotness over here. Let me tell you about it, young fella.
Look at her.
I'm trying to get to 100, young fella. And it's like, I asked you about fast. You know what? It's cool.
About fast
it's
food.
All right.
These are my confessions.
So I watched that porn movie, John Lopez.
Oh, glad. Was I wrong?
What?
Was I wrong?
I watched the movie.
It is not pornographic actually. Well, not, I guess, legally. All right, I'll just let you handle it. I was trying to make sure we recover, but I don't know what to do.
I got to confess, I feel like Lopez was overreacting a little bit.
Oh, to Honora?
It was at least 30 to 45 minutes of the first 30 to 45 minutes. Honora is the movie, and if you weren't listening earlier, I said
porn is a stretch.
Dude.
It was a lot of love making.
Well, it
was a lot of love making. But it wasn't like, oh my God, what in the world is.
But it was 40 minutes at least. The first 40 minutes. Go back.
You watch it again. You didn't watch it right. He said.
No, this is my other confession too. That movie, did that movie win some awards?
Best Picture.
It did.
That movie was awful.
Yes.
Like, I don't know what dog, I thought it was like a serious movie or a romantic movie. And then it became like a comedy.
Yeah.
Like, it was like a drama, and then it became a comedy.
Yeah.
I'm like, what is going on? And then the way the movie ended was kind of confusing.
Well, I didn't see the end.
Yeah, I seen the end. I'll tell you what, like the first, I guess, 40 minutes you watch, I don't know how much you watched, but it was no more of that love making.
Is that right?
That movie was so bad. I couldn't believe, how did that win Best Picture, man?
Best Picture.
Show me how did that win Best Picture, man? Because that was a rough movie to watch. Me and my wife was just sitting there like, huh?
Why did y'all watch it?
I thought it was a good movie. Lopez kind of was like,
well, I started watching it because it was Best Picture. I said, well, I got to see this.
Yeah, so
and
I'm
then
like,
40
you know
minutes
what?
in, I'm like, enough with the sex scenes. Let's get going here.
I tried to step outside the box a little bit. I'm like, you know what? Let me see what this is about. Got through the set scenes. It wasn't as bad as you said.
It was pretty bad.
Me.
It was pretty bad.
But
every which way is
that
how I'll
movie
put it.
was bad.
From the 832, John watched the wrong movie.
Maybe I did click on the
probably
wrong
did.
thing.
Yeah, because it wasn't as bad. Because my wife would have been like, "Whoa," she would have said something like that. But it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. But the actual movie was bad, man. I don't see how this movie won anything. This was borderline Tubi movie to me, man.
Tubi.
This was a bad movie, man. I don't see how that movie won anything.
Well, it was. I never saw the end of it. I was like, all right, that's enough. Let's move on. Let's go watch Frasier or something.
Yes.
These are my confessions.
All right, so you know me by now. I am not an advocate or a believer in jinxes and superstitions.
Oh, I'm waiting for the butt here.
Uh-oh.
I'm feeling nervous about this much confidence I have in Lance McCullers coming back.
So stop mentioning him. Don't look at him.
Like we talked about it earlier. I was talking about it yesterday with my son. We always go out, go to his house for dinner on Thursdays. I'm like, yeah, I think he's going to do it this time. I think he's going to come back. Got to start tomorrow, Saturday, I mean. I think
that's tomorrow.
Well, last night it wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And so I'm like, I think McCullers going to come back. And then this morning when we talked about it, I'm like, man, I don't believe in jinxes or superstitions. But I think I'm jinxing.
I don't believe in jinxes or superstitions either, but I told you. I feel uncomfortable every time I mention it, and I do believe in jinxes as far as they allow me to do things that I already wanted to do, so it's going to be your fault.
I'll take it.
I'll let you know.
I'll take it because I'm the one that's been the most skeptical of him ever coming back.
Yeah, I kind of stopped paying attention to the whole, he had another rehab start, all that stuff, because we went through this before. And then afterwards, it's like, we see some more swelling or setback.
Soreness.
Yeah, so I'm just like, man, I don't care until he get in the Astros uniform and make a start or appearance or
and
whatever.
And finishes a start.
Yes. He need about 3 starts for me to be like, all right, I think he's back now.
Yeah.
I ain't doing that no more.
He gonna be standing up there accepting the Cy Young and figures he's gonna be like, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
That's only one good year.
Yeah, he gonna be 20 games in. I'm like, I think he about back.
I don't know.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
All right, so we were mentioning earlier. In fact, Payne and Pendergast was also mentioning earlier. Joe Flacco back in our lives. He is signed a 1-year deal with the Browns, and I think Sean was mentioning it as
great analogy.
As one of those, when you got someone over at the crib, but you ready for them to go, you're like, hey, it's getting a little late.
Turn up the lights, turn down the music.
I think I'm about to go and get to sleep. What you about to get into?
Yeah.
Where you headed to next? What's the next move for you?
And they won't leave.
Yeah, they won't leave. I took that personally. I'm not quite that. I don't believe I'm that. But Figgy, you remember at your party, you had your party.
Yeah.
Who was one of the last people to leave?
Yeah, you was.
I was there.
Yeah.
I like hanging out.
Yeah.
I like chilling. Like if I went to a place, I'm here to be at the place. Now, I don't think that I overstay. However,
well, maybe others do.
I was like, maybe I need to go ask some people. But I like hanging out.
Yeah.
Did I overstay, Figgy? You could tell me if I did.
I don't think so, because I think it was you, my boy Rocket. Y'all was kind of hanging around too. Like, I'm totally fine with it. I was kind of glad that everything went okay.
But what if the party didn't start at noon and started at 6, and he's there at 12:30?
12:30.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not gonna stay too long.
Well, you just said you do.
Well, I said I hang out. I wait till the party. Like I'm there till the party's over.
You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
But I'm not overstaying. And at least I help clean up too. Like I'll do that. I'll do that.
Yeah, I think Lopez got me like that one time, man, because I felt like I overstayed. I think I brought something back to you.
Really?
Yeah. I think I went over to your. I think I had to bring. I don't know if it was like a what? I forgot what it was.
Yeah.
And y'all was like, "Oh yeah, come have some wine." I'm like, "All right, cool." Got a glass of wine, sitting there talking, and then Lopez do his typical Lopez thing, like, "All right then, all right then." And his wife was like, "Wait, he got to finish his wine."
I don't even remember that.
I'm like, "Let me kill his wine real quick."
He's like, "No worry, let me throw this back right quick and get out of here."
I did that thing.
Then.
I don't even remember that.
Hit the old dusty trail.
You could tell when Lopez ready to go. Even in our little show meetings, he all righty then.
Yep.
Righty then.
Stand up. Grab my backpack.
He'd be like, "Yep, good deal. Good deal. Yep.
All right.
All righty then."
That's how we ended the segment, mind you. Nope, Lopez, we time to go.
You get in.
You overstaying, Lopez.
You get in.
All right, good deal.
You do what you need to do, and then you get out.
Yep,
That's
good
right.
deal. Yep,
That's
good
right.
deal.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Those are our lunchtime confessions presented by the Men's Clinic. Shout out to Champ on the YouTube page. I appreciate the quote about life, talking about Gary Player. This last week has been hard. Today is the first anniversary of my best friend passing.
Oh.
Appreciate 610 being so awesome. Hey, love
salute,
you. Love
man.
you too, friend. Glad to be here for all of our listeners rocking with us on this Friday. All right, coming up next, if you could magically fix one Astro,
All right, then.
who would you pick? Let's discuss that next.
Good deal.
The Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit.
Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, if you could magically fix one singular Astro, who would you pick? 713-572-4610 is the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
Let us know what your answer is there. Also, keep that number in your mind because it's also going to come in useful in the 1 o'clock hour as we'll be giving away another pair of tickets to see Brian Regan, the comedian, at the Bayou Music Center on December 4th. So if you're a Brian Regan fan, comedy fan, keep it locked. We're going to give a pair of those tickets away again today. But all right, came about this, obviously looking at the Astros are in a tough place. And I was like, all right, you know, Christian Walker in particular is one of those guys who, you know, is in an interesting place because with Joe Espada, like, he hasn't worked with him a ton to help him get out of that place. And I was like, I feel like for Joe Espada, like, how can he work some of his guys into a better place? Like, obviously you can move some people around in the lineup or what have you, but it'd be nice if you could just, like, boom, you're good again.
Baseball pixie dust.
I was like, yeah, if you could just baseball pixie dust some of these dudes. But I was like, all right, if you had to limit it to ultimately trying to get to the root of who would be the most important guy to get going here, who would you pick?
I really like this question because you texted it yesterday.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to say the answer I gave you yesterday.
Oh, you came with a different one now.
I'm changing my mind.
I don't even remember what answer you gave me yesterday.
Christian Walker is what I said.
Oh, okay.
And I think you can easily argue Christian Walker.
100%.
First baseman, they need him.
4-hole hitter.
Yeah, all that stuff. What it does for the guys in front and behind him if he gets going. And maybe I'm overthinking this. I just feel like Yainer Diaz, offensively and defensively, if you could just pixie dust him. He doesn't have to be a 300 hitter, but driving some runs, don't be an automatic out near the bottom of the lineup, play some defense. What was that number that I saw the other day? 15 out of 16 runners have been successful stealing bases against the Astros.
That is correct.
That is, I mean, that's unacceptable. Just flat out.
I mean, especially, again, if you talk about the questions that you have defensively with the pressure that you have on the starting pitcher because of the offense.
Yes.
Man, like, free bases is something you absolutely cannot give up. And that's another instance of free bases on top of walks.
Yeah, and he's, you know, we discussed this as well. I mean, there's been moments where it's on the pitcher, but there have been moments where he's not even framing pitches the way you would expect a big league catcher to. At that level, you know, to frame pitches. So framing pitches, throwing people out, playing defense, just be productive offensively and boost toward the bottom half of it. Am I overthinking that? Because I think he's crucial to what they can do.
No, I don't think you're overthinking that at all. What's interesting, though, is I was thinking, and let's see, would you change your answer if I just gave you one portion? You can only have offense or defense. You could not just be like Yainer is fixed both defensively and offensively, which I think that's a great value. I think because also him being good defensively, I think that helps further your pitching, right? With him, you know, framing, calling games and such would be huge. But would it change if I go, you can only have him, you know, as a catcher defensively, or you can only have him hit better?
I would absolutely change my answer.
Okay.
I think,
and what would it be?
I think it would be Christian Walker. Then.
At the plate.
Yeah. You might also, getting votes would be Jordan, but I expect Jordan, you know, to recover. But if you could just magically do it overnight, I would say Christian Walker 1, Jordan 2, but I expect Jordan to make that run.
Yeah, that's fair. And the fair text that comes in from the 832, a majority of the stolen bases are because the pitcher is, you know, getting the ball.
I wouldn't
to the
say majority, but some.
It's together. It's both of them because you look at the pop time, and he literally has the slowest pop time of catchers. So it's also not helping that. I mean, it's definitely not going to help him that the pitchers are getting the ball to him slow. Like that's something that is clearly there. But then on top of that, he's not
just that.
He's
it's
not
majority
remedying it at all.
Yeah.
But yeah, this comes in, and it's hard to not go here from on Alvarez, and it's not close, especially because not only would you be fixing him and like you get him to you know, being better, but he also seems like he is one of the furthest away from what he typically is.
Yeah.
Like The thing that we talked about at one point for I think it was a little bit of time earlier in the week was just this lineup. I don't think it doesn't look like there's any fear for pitchers and opposing it. Jordan gets going, and there is a fearsome dude in the lineup, even in a way that I think Christian Walker it wouldn't even necessarily be. And especially when you consider that this Astros team has been literally the worst slugging team in baseball. Yeah. Even when they're hitting the ball okay, it's singles. Like you're not getting extra base hits. You're not sending it over the wall. Jordan seems to he serves to give you that opportunity. And plus, and this is not something that you would be able to change really, but the inflexibility that you have because Jordan is stashed at defense as a designated hitter rather. Yeah. It hurts even more when Jordan is so away from his typical ability to swing the bat. It feels like that would be huge, especially because you're going to get runners in scoring position with him up. It seems like obviously with Altuve, he's been pretty good swinging the bat, getting on base. Isaac Paredes has at least seen pitches, been able to draw some walks in some of that. He's had opportunities with guys on base. You just haven't been able to make anything of it.
No, I get it, and again, maybe I'm just assuming too much, assuming that he's going to get back, to that type of player. So Jordan is, he said it's Jordan and it's not close. Yeah, if you expect him to be struggling all year long, yes, sure. This is how you look at it.
No, and that's a very fair point. Is that Jordan, he will get to that point where he is hitting really well. I think it's just the immediacy of knowing that starting tonight, boom, he's hitting. That would make me feel a lot more comfortable. So that is kind of an easy answer.
Is that yours?
I think so. That's the place where I want. But I want to examine this a little further. Figgy, do you have an answer? Because on the text line, I don't know if you're doing a bit here, 713, and if you are, I appreciate it. It said Jake's bat needs more 300 average magic. Just put that average on. But that is fair, to go in the opposite direction if you're like, hey, don't give it to the guys that you know will eventually come along. They will come along. Give it to somebody who you know has issues. Is there a dude whose bat you don't typically trust more than Jake Myers? If you have that guy hitting at the bottom of your lineup, or maybe you move him up at some point with him hitting better, especially with the speed that he gives you, does that not change the way that you view this Astros offense?
It does. The problem is, some of these bigger hitters are not hitting, and I don't know how much you expect Jake Myers to bat. I mean, he's the second leading hitter on the team behind Altuve right now.
Just on actual hits or
average? Even OPS.
Yeah, because second is Isaac Paredes with 11 hits.
But he's batting 276 with an OPS.
He's tied for third, though, with 8 hits.
Yeah, and OPS is 708. You take that.
That's downright okay.
Yeah,
wait a minute.
From him
Hold
all
on.
day long. I don't know how much you expect that. Let me figure. Do you have one first of all?
Yeah, I was going to say Jeremy Pena. Because I feel like that's somebody that, especially looking at his rookie year, I thought that dude was about to be a star.
Yeah.
His defense is good. I just thought that would have been a replacement for Carlos Correa.
No, look, I think that's a good one.
I just think if he had his back going, that's a scary lineup.
Well, we've mentioned it several times since before the season, players that you were counting on to make a step up. One of them was Yonder Diaz.
Yeah.
The most important one to me was Jeremy Pena. If he's that guy again, then everything changes.
Yeah.
So everybody's gone to the bats, and you mentioned Yainer to start because of the defensive aspect of it. Is there anything defensively or even pitching wise, right, that you would consider? Hey, sprinkle the pixie dust in lieu of any of these guys that we've talked about batting wise.
Yes, there is. How long? What has it been 3-4 years? We've been asking, is Fromber an ace? Be an ace.
That's the place that you go with it, huh?
Yes, you need that one guy. You need that one guy that is just going to just be a killer. Every time he pitches, the stands fill up and the batters sit down. He's had some tendencies of being a killer like that. But how about if you could just rely? I mean, this city knows ace pitchers very, very well. Every time Roger Clemens would go out. And by the way, Roger Clemens is going to be joining the drive.
Yes, he will. 4 p.m. 4 p.m. to hear Roger Clemens.
You knew what you were going to get. Roy Oswalt. More recently, obviously, Verlander. Even just go down the list. That dude was going to get it done no matter what. Fromber hadn't been that. If you have that guy, I think it helps.
That's interesting because I think I would go along with what this text comes in from the 361 where I'm maybe more guys up to the level as opposed to make Fromber into a better player, which I think that's a fair perspective to take. Ronel Blanco. right? Like to have another guy, especially as your depth is already being tested.
Hell, McCullers.
Yeah.
You need some pixie dust. You need a pile of pixie dust.
That's the injury pixie dust.
Yes. 832 said Prime McCullers Jr. having him back on paper, win on the day you win every time he starts. That kind of speaks to what you're talking about there. But yeah, having Ronel Blanco like be consistent, especially as a guy who, bloomed late and has not bloomed for a particularly long amount of time for you to be certain that he's going to be a robust part of your rotation. I mean, you're expecting him to, but how much do you, or you're hoping for him to be that, and that's where he is situated, but I don't know how much you believe that is like a given per se. That'd be cool. Bullpen. If you go bullpen, would you go to your kind of one of your two guys, right? And in the same kind of comparison of Fromber versus Ronel, where you go like make the best better, or bring one of the, I guess, lower options up to standard.
That's another good question.
Do you go Hader / Abreu, or do you go to someone like Okert or one of these guys that is in the pen but kind of nebulous and try and bring them up to a level?
That is a really good question.
That's who I was thinking about when y'all brought up
Hader?
No, I was thinking Hader or Abreu. I'm leaning more towards Abreu.
There's a lot of recency bias against Abreu right now.
Yeah.
But I don't mind that.
I feel like if those two were strong, then I think the bullpen might be all right.
Yeah, and you've gotten some good stuff out of like motions. Yeah, I might go Abreu on that. Just got that one guy that can just set up everything for Hader and make it a 7-inning game,
or close it out in a day where Hader's not available or what have you. Yeah, that'd be really good if you had that. Unfortunately, we don't have the magic, but hopefully they find the magic somewhat. Do we know when the torpedo bats come in? Not to say that they are the panacea.
That's funny you said. Didn't they say they were going to start using
this series?
This series?
Yeah, when they got back home, and they are back home now. So let's keep an eye out.
You sit here waiting on these bats.
Waiting on the torpedo bats.
We don't even know if they work. Like, we really and truly don't, because the Yankees had that one series, and where are the Yankees? Regular.
We waiting on that like an Amazon pack.
Plus, people been using these since last year as well, right? All right,
you think they got the notification? Oh, the bat's in.
Check your Amazon locker.
Somebody is at your front door.
That's right. From the 346. Put the dust on Joe Espada to make all the right moves. Get the best out of the players. I like that. Outside of the box thinking. I like what you're doing there, 346. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I don't know. I don't think we call this outside of the box thinking. This feels like it's right in the MO that Nick Caserio set up for this organization. An extension for Jaylen Petri. Let's talk more about whether you like it, whether you don't. What does it mean for the team going forward? Jaylen Petri, 3-year extension. We'll talk more about it next.
All right.
podcasts, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We were just talking about the Astros. Somebody said, hey, they showed a side-by-side of him from his rookie year. Mm-hmm. Said, reminds me of Barry Bonds. Hey, I don't know what you're doing there. Man. I don't like the allegations that you're throwing out there.
Does he have a bigger head?
All right.
How crazy is that being compared to Barry Bonds?
Nobody.
It's like, oh, hell no.
You can pass me with that.
Yeah, it's like I don't think anybody's gonna look at him and be like, yep, Barry Bonds is what I'm seeing.
You don't see no comparisons with that. He's kind of like a younger Barry Bonds.
No.
You don't never see that.
No.
Go ahead and prove me wrong though. I'd like to see it. He played tonight against the Angels. And if you want to hear a little bit of talk about that, I imagine you'll get some of that 4 p.m. Roger Clemens jumps on with The Drive, who will be live, mind you, continuing their the crawfish tour that they've got going. They're out at the Spectators Bar and Grill in Sugar Land. So go out and see the fellas as they're live. Look, I got crawfish last week, but I might go again because it's that time, it's that season. Also, a man who could buy a lot of crawfish if he wants to, and we know he does.
He can.
We talked to him earlier in the year. He loves him. He loves him some that local flavor, especially the Louisiana kind of style cooking. His name is Jaylen Petri, and he's got a little bit more money in his pocket, I imagine. A 3-year, $39 million extension. It seems like it can go up to $42 million, depending 42 and some change, in fact, depending on play time. But Jaylen Petri will be a Houston Texan for the 4 seasons right now. 4 more years of contract for him to remain a swarmy part of DeMeco Ryans' defense. And again, I just want to go back to what were your general thoughts about this move when we got it? Because it felt like, that was within the realm of possibility. Nick Caserio kind of left it a little bit open that, they'd love to have him, but, they were going to, let the process play out. The process has played out.
Yeah.
What was your thoughts on the deal?
Well, I think the primary thing was, and I can't speak for everybody, not you, not Figgy, or listeners, but, all offseason long, I was kind of thinking, how much are they really putting into this season last year? Are they buying it? Are they going to kind of wait and see or try to figure out something, a combo package, if you will, at nickel and all this other stuff? I think they answered that. I think the confidence they have in Jaylen Petri by giving him $29 million guaranteed, by the way.
Yes.
That's a big guarantee. Highest paid nickel in the NFL as of now.
Which is a position that does not often get a whole bunch of money, to be fair.
But they gave him a lot of money.
They did give him a lot of money. I think average annual value is obviously 13, although they did a thing where you talked about, are they going to wait? They've not. It seems like in a lot of these circumstances, when they've had an opportunity, they get the deal done early in order to kind of help smooth out the money of it, the cost, the way that it hits, especially if they believe confidently in your ability and what you've done with what they asked of you, which Jaylen Petri has absolutely done. So, in a way, if you take that money, smooth it out over 4 years, that 40 up to 42, because it does feel like he's probably going to hit those plays and barring injury, right? So you hit that 42 plus the additional about 4 that he has right now, $44 million over 4 years. You're talking about $11 million average annual value. That doesn't feel too bad for how much he matters in your defense.
Well, and I think obviously a big factor is the confidence you have in DeMeco Ryans, and his evaluation, the way he can make his defense play, et cetera, is just off the charts. So the confidence that I had, that immediate thought that I had with Jaylen Petri, it's all backed up by DeMeco believes it, so I believe it. So that's different from the offense. We didn't even know what was going on last year with the offense, but if he does, I do. I think the second thing is, well, you touched on the third thing, and that is just how they're planning for the future here.
Yeah.
But the second thing for me is that this is a championship level defense. It's something we talked about weeks ago, during the season even. But I just feel like it kind of galvanizes that even more. Your secondary is just so freaking good and built for the next 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, it's a championship level defense that you're locking in for a period of time. As of right now, even with just acquiring C.J. Gardner-Johnson and with what you have, the defense that you're projected to, or the secondary rather, you're projected to run out there, which of course is Kamari Lassiter and Derek Stingley Jr. At your cornerback spots, your safeties, Kalen Bullock and C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and then of course in this kind of safety star, whatever role, nickel role that Pitre has in there. Those guys are all going to be together for the next couple of seasons, and then a good amount of outside of C.J. Gardner-Johnson you have for the next 4 years, right?
And then you have guys like Ronald Darby, M.J. Stewart, Jimmy Ward, a lot of depth. They are set there. I feel like it also sort of, you can extend it to think that, the defense is pretty much set as well. I know we can talk about maybe, some help at safety, maybe some help on the interior defensive tackle position, but they're set. They're set, and it also sort of in a weird way, even though, as I mentioned earlier, nothing has changed in terms of the people that are here from yesterday to today. But for some unknown reason, it almost makes me realize they're going to really, really focus on the offense in the draft.
Well, I feel like but I feel like also what it does is that it seems like they're locking in this defense for the next few years.
Yeah.
Right, as we were talking about, and the reason why I say that is, if you view this as a Super Bowl caliber defense, you could also take that and extrapolate it to say they're locking in an ability to try and contend for the next few years. And with that being the case, now you need to get your offense up to a capability to help you contend.
The urgency rises and you know it's there.
I think it does. Yeah. Like, I think it puts you in a place where you're like, hey, now you need to make sure that not only do you get an offense that's fine, an offense that's capable of pairing nicely with that defense and the aspirations that defense implies, which I think you were already there to some degree, but I think it highlights it further, which, can I take you to this place? Because I think the question that people had when they saw this deal was not, does he fit the mentality? Does he play with the physicality? Jaylen Petri, that is, that DeMeco Ryans requires of his guys. All of those things were givens. It was like, did you want another player, especially as we talk about highest paid nickel? Like, they've been constantly, this has become the MO. They're willing to, they don't care about winning the negotiation. That was the phrase that Nick Caserio used. That's not where their focus lies. Their focus lies in seemingly making their players comfortable and happy with what the deal is and getting it done early to kind of help smooth it. However, still, this is a salary capped sport with a hard cap in such a way where it's supposed to be prohibitive on you continually doing that. Do you have any concerns about the team building implications that this is fully the MO that this organization has taken, especially considering there's still people to pay coming up?
No, you know how I feel about this. The cap is always something that you can manipulate, especially if you plan ahead like this.
And it's rising.
It is going to rise. That helps even more.
Although I don't know. Somebody asked when it comes to the torpedo bats, is there a tariff there? I don't know what the economic factors are that would impact.
A tariff.
I'm like, look, we got to admit there's a little bit more uncertain economic times going up and down, right? So I don't know if that's going to impact the salary cap. Of course, jokes. Like, it does feel like the NFL is just going to keep bringing in money hand over fist that continues to give you space in the salary cap.
Yeah, no, I don't worry about it, and I present to you the Kansas City Chiefs. They can find a way, and they haven't been as I guess proactive as the Texans have been.
They were with the quarterback at the very least, and that's the big chunk. But even then,
I know they've let some players.
They've had to sacrifice it at some places.
But the Texans are kind of trying to avoid that as best they're going to have to. No, the Texans absolutely are going to have to cut bait with some players that they otherwise would want to.
And I think some people looked at that spot, even though, yes, particular to the defense that DeMeco Ryans wants to run, having that kind of guy that plays as a third linebacker while also having some flexibility and a little dangerous enough to get some picks here and there or what have you on the perimeter, as Jaylen Petri does. There's people that looked at that as that's a place that is replaceable, even if not in that exact style, but getting you another player that could play in that nickel kind of slot place is something that's replaceable where you did not have to spend $40 million in that space. And so I think that's the thing that maybe if you are not fond of this, it seems like they come to it from that place. Do you have do you agree with that and at all, or are you completely still in that place where you're like, nah, I'm cool with this deal in continuing to give DeMeco what he wants, understanding that eventually you're going to have some sacrifices somewhere?
Well, eventually you will, but DeMeco is pretty much saying, screw it, let's just win it all with the defense.
But
they brought
that's been a
what
concern.
He's doing.
But that's been a concern for some people. Like, how much is too much? Like, is there not enough balance? Because you are looking at an offense where you do still need to have some investment. And of course, it seems like they are positioned to do that, right? I didn't mention this, but another note that has been given today, Trey Harris, wide receiver from Ole Miss, has been is going to be coming in for a visit or is going to be visiting with the Texans. That's another offensive player and another wide receiver that makes it fairly evident that they're going to get one of those.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to get a running back. We know they're going to get an offensive lineman. They're going to invest draft capital, but is that enough of a balance of what's happening here, considering that they're spending a lot of contract money?
I think it is.
And salary cap money on the defense.
If you look at the offense, they really haven't paid a lot of dudes on the offense.
Right.
So if you get some rookies in, that's another reason to believe that they're in a good spot. They paid Nico, I guess Dalton Schultz, Mixon, and none of those are prohibitive. Well, Nico's is even a good deal.
It's a good deal.
Compared to what other receivers.
But you're not far away from the time where you probably negotiate the next one for him.
No, you're not. And Titus Howard would be another one, but still, I think you can almost, if it doesn't work out, you cut bait there and see what happens. But I think they're their philosophy is, before we have to pay all the, C.J. Stroud and company offensively, let's go ahead and just load up on defense. I mean, they brought in, you mentioned C.J. Gardner-Johnson. That's not crazy expensive either, I don't think, comparatively speaking. E.J. Speed, we haven't mentioned him very often at all, the linebacker. They're in a really good spot to be able to kind of manipulate their resources, offense, defense.
All right, so we talk about this kind of being the established MO that the Texans have now of doing deals early and rewarding players for living up to what is asked of them and being swarmy. Who's next? Because it does feel like you continue to do this, and it feels like there's the obvious ones that are next, but like kind of in this space of the real reward for what you are. So like Will Anderson Jr., C.J. Stroud feel like they're the very obvious who's next, right?
Yes.
Are there any other ones that you consider within that?
Ooh, I would have to say no. On the defensive
side, I mean, how many more players can you?
Well, I'm saying
you play
Christian Harris. You have to find out more.
Christian Harris is an interesting one because EJ
Kalen
Speed
Bullock, you can wait.
Yeah, you have time on Kalen Bullock. You have time on Kamari Lassiter even. Christian Harris is interesting because with EJ Speed coming in, that's a 1-year deal. So like, I don't know necessarily that's prohibitive, but they have not done anything with Christian Harris, even though he's looked good, but he's not. I guess the lack of availability there kind of puts that in question.
I'm looking at the offense right now. I mean, who do you think would have to get paid? I mean, the answer might be nobody right now. I mean, Tank Dell, we know, he might not even play. And beyond that, I mean, Blake Fisher, Juice Grutt, come on.
There's still stuff to be seen there. Yeah. There's definitely still stuff to be seen there.
Do you have anybody else besides the obvious two?
It would be good if Blake Fisher gave you a reason to.
Yeah.
Like, then you have a tackle that you feel great about. You have a guy that you can, hold on to. One of these centers latching on would be good as well, obviously. That's very clear as what you want. From the 281, wouldn't it be in the owner's best interest to put a cap on the one player's salary against the cap? For instance, no more than 25% of one player's salary can go against the team cap. I mean, it would. That's going to be a collective bargaining thing, which maybe the team owners eventually get to that place, especially with quarterbacks beginning to take more and more of that percentage of the salary cap. I could easily see that being in the next CBA negotiations, that ownership tries to have a max salary on the NBA where you have that max salary. The only thing is, just know there are unintended consequences of that. And now, of course, I don't know how much NFL would see that, because the more freedom of movement makes that more interesting. The max salaries when it comes up in the NBA. The NFL has so much control over these players. Even the guys who end up being kind of middle management like quarterbacks. It's usually, if you get a quarterback of that caliber, you have your first 5 years because of the fifth-year option. Then it's most beneficial for them to take that first extension as well. And then at that point, you have 8-9 years of their career already under your belt before they end up, as free agents, and that ends up really being an option. So I feel like that might be something they do, but it also isn't all that pressing. I don't know for the NFL just at this point.
I'm liking what they're doing, man. I think D'Amico is saying, let's go ahead and sort of cover our bases. We think the offense is going to be better. We're working toward the offense. We like the guys we brought in, but he knows there's no guarantees on Nick Caley and no guarantees on Cole Popovich and no guarantees on these rookies. So he's just saying, let's cover our bases and let's just go ahead and be badasses on defense.
I wonder if this was in response to the question that we asked about, like, who might be next on getting paid. Somebody said Ronald Darby on defense. That's 31-year-old corner. I don't know if that's where I want to go, especially because it feels like the speed that he has is slowing down. When they signed him, that was one of the things I was looking at. I mean, I'm not going to pretend like I watched hours and hours of his film or what have you, but in watching some of his stuff, it feels like he still has the same mental acumen, some of those, the heady veteran abilities that you need at cornerback to be good. Just doesn't the same. I don't know that you would continue pay robustly for him, but I do think that he could be an interesting question when we ask, all right, now you're locked in on Pitre. What are some of the answers in those clear situations where you have a team maybe attacking him in his coverage, as we saw at a couple of times last season? I don't want to pretend like it was frequent. There was a couple of times where a good coordinator could get themselves. Oh, it was the Vikings. Remember when they kept getting Justin Jefferson?
Oh yeah,
in the slot against Jalen. I do wonder if Ronald Darby can
I was trying to remember that one earlier.
Help. Yeah, and it took me a second for it to, but I wonder if it could be Ronald Darby that could be helpful in that way. Even if he didn't play a lot of slot last year in Jacksonville, I went and checked. He played a lot outside, but even if it's something where you feel comfortable putting him on the outside and maybe kicking Kamari Lassiter into a slot in a situation like that, but it still doesn't. I don't think it takes away from just how vital Jaylen Petri is to this defense. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's about the time where we hand this thing off to Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. What you got for us, brother?
Yeah, so Joe Flacco is back with the Cleveland Browns, and I want to know, 713-572-4610, what if that was your team and they made that move? How would you feel? Because I got a couple reactions on how Cleveland people feel about this, plus dark comments from head coaches on firings.
Oh, all right.
Or a comment.
Let's do that next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Real or fake?
wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes, loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yep, it's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Figgy holding it down on a Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. We got a Marcus update. Shout out to our listener, Marcus.
Driving
to Phoenix. Where he at now? How far is he out?
2 hours till Phoenix, he says. He's in the home stretch. So I'm guessing he was driving from here. I never asked that specifically, but some listeners said they've made that drive before. 17 hours, 12 hours to El Paso.
Man.
So he's been on the road. Listen to Sports Radio 610 the whole time, so appreciate you hanging out.
I will say, once you get 2 hours out after a long drive like that, in the back of your mind, or in real time, you're like, woo, we almost there. But in the back of your mind, you're like, man, this is about to be a long 2 hours. That'd be the hardest stretch, man. When you about 2 or 3 hours out, it's like, man, we close, but we not close yet, man. This 3 hours.
Brutal.
It is brutal. But salute to Marcus for keeping
Why did y'all do that to Marcus? Marcus is in those 2 hours, and you're like, yeah, these next 2 going to be tough for you, dog. Sorry about it, brother.
Oh, I remember that, too. I remember driving from Cleveland to Houston.
Yeah.
And as soon as you hit Texas, you like, woo.
Well, home free, baby.
You got another 4 hours. You got another 4 hours, but salute on Cleveland. Speaking of Cleveland, Ohio, man, they signed Joe Flacco again. And I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure how Cleveland fans were going to feel about this. So I will say some fans are probably upset because they thought they was going to draft a quarterback in the first round.
Yeah.
And right now that's probably unlikely. So you might have some people that's upset that you got a 40-year-old quarterback and not going with somebody in the first round, somebody fresh. But I decided to tap in with Ken Carmen. Ken Carmen and Anthony Lima on the 92.3 The Fan. I was on the Odyssey app when I seen this news. I'm like, let me see what they talking about.
Yeah.
And here's Ken Carmen on how he broke the news that Joe Flacco was coming back.
Wait a minute. It's real. It's real, folks. It's real. Let's go. You want to do it or you want me to do it? Go ahead. Go. Ladies and gentlemen, Adam Schefter, ESPN, reunion. The Cleveland Browns and veteran quarterback Joe Flacco reached an agreement today on a 1-year, $4 million deal. Flacco will now return to Cleveland, where he won the NFL's Comeback Player of the Year award in 2023. Flacco also spoke with the Steelers and Vikings, but opted to spend his 18th season with the Browns.
We got him! We got him! Pittsburgh, you hear that? You hear that?
Run it back! Run it back! Run it back! Run it back! Run it back!
Yes!
Let's go,
Yes!
They are so excited.
Ain't no way. Like at first I was like, all right, so they're doing the bit where they're like, we're really excited about this thing that's really actually small. I don't know. I kind of believe them.
Oh, they're very believable.
Ain't that sad though?
He's a legend.
Yeah, not only that, but if you didn't sign him, your starting quarterback was probably Kenny Pickett.
As of right now. Ain't no way you go to market with Kenny Pickett, right? Like, you're not week one.
Yeah,
Here's Kenny Pickett.
Yeah, so that was their reaction to the to the news. It was kind of hilarious.
Sound horrendous.
I mean, that's where the Browns are, I guess.
Hey, that's where they at.
Yeah.
So they decided to open the phone lines to kind of see how people felt about this. And I was really curious about this.
Yeah.
So here is Ken Carmen and the Anthony Lima show on 92.3 The Fan. Caller Greg from Kent. This is what he had to say about this signing.
Greg in Kent. Hello, Greg.
Dan, Anthony, extremely frustrated. Extremely frustrated.
Okay, why?
Frustrated we didn't sign Joe Flacco Stoerner. We're going to the ball. We're 15-1, baby. Joe Flacco. Let's go.
Did he say 15-1?
Season ticket waiting list. Here we go again, baby.
He said we're just gonna not play the last one.
We don't need to.
15 wins.
Don't need to.
1 loss.
Now, but that don't really like this signing and all this other stuff. But
I would hope so.
Are you sure about that?
Ain't this crazy?
Yes.
Imagine.
Like, this is a 41-year-old quarterback that's on his last leg. He didn't have a good year last year.
No.
We talking about 2 years ago.
Think about the popularity career arcs, plural, of Joe Flacco. Like, I don't know, coming from Delaware, right? Delaware?
Yep, correct.
And then maybe, he's showing some stuff, and then, he's not it. And then, is he elite? And then they win a Super Bowl.
The Magic Month.
And then
he won a Super Bowl, got a big contract.
And
he
then
sure
up
did.
And down, and then he didn't live up to the contract in some people's eyes, and then he's kind of like
Some
just a
people's
guy.
eyes, that's cute.
And then he goes to Cleveland, he's up, and then he has, his career arc is like a yo-yo.
He was sitting on a couch.
Yes.
And then Cleveland called him up, and it was just that Joe Magic, or I forgot how they said it, but yeah, and then turned into a pumpkin here at NRG Stadium.
Yeah.
So it's crazy, man. It's wild, man. That kind of made their offseason, I would say.
Yeah, I would say so.
I mean, you look at quarterbacks that they've had. Jameis, obviously Deshaun, Flacco. I mean, do I have to go through all some of the others?
Yeah, you got to go. That's a
Jacoby,
long list. Yeah, that's
Baker. Like, Baker's probably the last one that they could, like, get this hype about, and they wasn't really super hype about him at that point.
Might be the best quarterback in franchise history.
Dude, I would start. That's what I was thinking.
When they came back.
Yeah.
Because, like, who else is competing with him?
Since 99.
Colt McCoy. And then we get back to, the Derek Anderson, the Charlie, Trent Dilfer for a year, Jeff Garcia, Tim Couch. Like, yeah, he might
be the best.
Baker might be the best. And after that, Joe Flacco might be somewhere in there for like
second.
Top 3, top 4.
Top 2.
That's tough.
Well, Baker, you got Derek Anderson, who went to a Pro Bowl.
Let me ask you this. Most popular Browns quarterback since Bernie Kosar?
Yeah.
That's 35 years ago.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. I don't know how popular Vinny Testaverde was as a Brown. But,
I can't imagine he was that popular.
Yeah, but no, definitely since Kosar.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. They got that Flacco fever now. Yep. It's the mixtape in the Luke Sports Radio 610. So Joe Mazzulla, the head coach for the Boston Celtics, somebody actually asked him about the firing of Mike Malone.
Yeah.
In Denver, the head coach in Denver. And here's what he had to say. And I felt like if I didn't tell you what he was talking about, it kind of sounded a little dark. Let me know if I'm tripping or not.
To me, I wake up every day and I say, I find the balance of, it's part of what motivates me, but I wake up every day saying this could be my last day. And that's not, it's just, you have to have that type of perspective because it gives you gratitude. It also keeps you, hungry. And so it's just, you have to have a healthy balance of you want this for as long as you can. At the same time, you're very much replaceable because, that's just how it works. And, so every day I remind myself of my own mortality, kind of keep me in a perspective and, and a gratitude of the opportunity that you have.
It kind of sound a little.
Actually, I knew it was going to be dark as soon as you said Joe Mazzulla.
Yeah, I was like,
yeah.
You say this as if
I wake up like it's going to be my last day.
And yeah, you can say, hey man, that's him talking about coaching and people could lose. Don't you remember when he was asked about like, do you feel pressure heading into this season that we're in right now? Obviously, after winning a Super Bowl, and his direct quote was, "We're all going to be dead soon, and it really doesn't matter anymore. So there's zero pressure." He goes on to say more, but like he started with, "Oh, we're all going to be dead soon." That's his MO. This is his get down. Like this is absolutely how he thinks.
Yeah, he's goth.
Yeah,
like he's a goth head coach.
Very
much so.
And so when I heard that, it reminded me of what Kyle Shanahan did a couple years ago. And this was when he was asked about the quarterbacks and the quarterback position and the future of Jimmy G on the roster. And this was right before, I want to say this was right before the draft, so they didn't even have Trey Lance. I think they was trying to figure out what was the future of Jimmy G. And this is what he had to say.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday. So that goes for all of us.
That's elite level deflection there right
now.
No,
yeah, that's not even.
That's elite level deflection.
Like, all right, man.
He's like, can I guarantee? I mean, if you're really being honest, I can't guarantee anything. Yeah. You know what I mean? We can't guarantee that there's a tomorrow. You know, we just got to live like today's our last day. You feel me?
Yeah, that's not even in the same place as Joe Mazzulla, legit being. That's just a guy that you said deflecting, but I think he's being kind of an a-hole too.
Yeah, but that was a dark place to go. Like, I don't think, like, I can't even guarantee we all gonna be alive. Yeah. Like, why you got to go there?
Mm-hmm. Very transcendental.
You know what's sad, and this is an indication. I've been on Instagram a little too much recently. Figgy, you're familiar with Speedy Moran, right?
Speedy Moran. I'm not.
Work with Complex, and like he does.
Oh,
he interviews
I am.
A lot of
I
these.
am because he's dating Glorilla.
Is he actually dating her?
I think so.
I
think so.
I know that
they've been together a lot.
Angel Reese was trying to like kind of corner him on who he was dating, or when she was like, is there a woman you have your eye on? He's like, I mean, really, my eye is on my relationship with God. You know what I mean? I don't really be. I'm like, that's the level of elite deflection that Kyle Shanahan brought to the table. He was like, nah, you're not going to corner me. I can't guarantee a damn thing. Life is not guaranteed.
Yeah, who are we really? Who are any of us?
What is just go existential?
What is life?
Have you ever done that in a conversation?
Oh God, yes. just what is life really?
In fact, what's your best deflection?
Are we really living?
Oh God.
Friends. How many of us have them?
Speaking of Glorilla, I just brought her up.
Yes.
So I just want to play this because I like the way she sounds. This is her. I want to say at the Billboard Award, she accepted I want to say award. I forgot for what, but this is her speech on the stage right here.
I want to say shout out to all the beautiful ladies in the building tonight. I love y'all. But I want to thank God, the beautiful ladies on my label, CMG, and all my beautiful women fans. And I don't know, like, shout out to Memphis for making me and raising me. And shout out to Billboard. Let's go.
The beautiful
now
beautiful ladies.
I can't unhear that now.
It's fantastic.
Somebody said the PR team must have told her to keep saying beautiful.
Look, she knew what she was doing. Like, obviously, that is how she talks. Like, Memphis has a very particular accent that is kind of incredible if you really think about it. But you ain't had to say beautiful like that consistently that many times. Like, you knew what you was doing. And you know what? Sometimes you just got to give the people what they want.
Nah. So salute the Glorilla. All right, I'll get y'all out of here. It's the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. I want to ask y'all this. When is it time to kind of panic when your phone is about to die?
Ooh, like what percentage?
Yeah, what percentage you got to get to where you be like, all right, I need a charger or it's time to go?
I don't necessarily do this out of panic. Well, maybe it is. I never let it get under 50.
Oh yeah, you're a
panic.
sicko.
Under 50?
He's
looking
scary.
for a charger?
He's real scary.
I don't know if it's panic. I just like, I'm a planner, man. Like my truck is always full.
I thought he said 15. He said 50.
50.
So you probably don't
like
let the
50. You still kicking.
You probably don't know how many miles your car goes on empty.
No,
do you?
I always once my truck gets to about half tank, I fill it up.
That makes sense.
That's wild.
You gotta be
this
prepared.
Brother ain't been on quarter tank in years. I'm on a quarter tank now. I got to go to the gas station after this.
This weekend, I was driving out to Katy with that light on, brother. Hey, man.
That's just the way I am. I don't know.
Yeah, so it's an article that said people started to panic about their phone's charge when it's at 38%.
38 for real?
Yeah, 38%.
That feels high. Yeah. All right, so maybe I'm viewing panic differently. Panic for me really sets in.
Actual, oh my gosh.
It's 15, and then real panic is at 5. Like, I'm just like, because that last 5%. Well, and this is funny because I feel like there's differences with different devices because it seems like Apple's like, you get to 5%, you got a little time. You get the Android, that 5%, and it's about to die.
Yeah, it's just gone.
It depends what type of iPhone you have, though.
Really?
Because if it's an older iPhone that, that's over the hill a little bit, sometimes you get the 8. And then next thing you know, it's at 2. You were like, whoa.
Where did all the juice go?
Whoa. And then it's dead.
My head would explode if I let it get down to 15, much less 5.
Yeah, so 38%, they kind of freak out a little bit. Or it's a couple people that when they get to 38%, they freak out a little bit. 34% of the people say they don't get concerned until their battery falls at below 20%.
Okay.
So I might be in that. I think I'm in that area. And then 13% claim they are unfazed until it's under 10%.
Unfazed
is wild.
Yeah.
Like I'm keeping track, and I'm thinking of like where's time to get to the car or get to a charger. Nah, man, that's crazy.
Yeah, sometimes when my phone about to die, that's usually my exit plan.
Mm-hmm.
Where my phone about to die, I'm out.
How about this from 713? Phone went to 20%, and he left the Texans playoff game to go to his tailgate to charge his phone.
Okay, but it was in the first half. Wait, and then they watched the second half from the parking lot as well.
Yeah. But see, once you leave the game, it's over. You can't go back in.
Yeah, that's true.
No, you can't go back in.
But how much
he had to go charge his phone?
How much do you need your phone in there?
So he left the game.
Yes, to charge his phone.
Yeah, it's not that serious for me, man.
It's not that serious.
And I do love this from the 713, another 713 on the text line. The Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line at you at that. Lopez needs to teach Clint about that gas.
Yeah, Clint, it drives me nuts when I hear those stories.
Clint getting caught.
Oh.
Yeah, that's something I'm very thankful. I don't often, test it, but I do test it from time to time. Thankfully, to this point, I have never gotten caught where you just got that car on the side of the road, having to call somebody to bring that jerry can. I've never had that, thankfully.
Yeah, it's been a minute since I've been through that.
Ooh. Yeah. Sorry, I had a flashback to when my mom got that though. I had to go get her.
Take her gas?
Yeah, that's always fun.
Yeah.
I ran out of gas at the gas station. I was like pulling in, and then the car just shut off.
That's perfect because you can just throw that thing in neutral and get it to where you need to.
Yeah.
The real scare is like when you on the street like a block away.
You're driving to Odessa.
Damn.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, those are real bad.
You're driving to like West Texas. Oh God.
I never. That's neat, man. Making sure we good.
Okay. So 713. This is a good point. They said they Ubered to the game, so they needed their phone to Uber back. So you had to have the.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Very good. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That is Figgy's mixtape. You catch it at 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. The social media tag at the Figgy Fig if you want to get them, if you see something that you believe to be mixtape worthy. And the phone number that you want to call right now, 713-572-4610, if you want to win a pair of tickets to see Brian Regan, the comedian, at Bayou Music Center on December 4th, that's what you want to call. 713-572-4610. Caller number 6 right now will win that pair of tickets. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's check in with the fellas of The Drive who are out at Spectators Bar and Grill in Sugar Land continuing their crawfish tour. We'll talk to them next.
All right, let's talk about tomorrow, man. Get it done. Get up, do what you need to do in the morning, then get out to Driftwood Shores at
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 on a Friday. Hope that you're doing very well. Shout out specifically to Marcus as he drives to Phoenix. A little bit of a marathon, but he's hanging out with us all day long, as I think a lot of you guys are. Appreciate you for doing that. And let me know. Who out there is actually going to go visit the fellas at the Spectators Bar and Grill in Sugar Land? Because I'm trying to see, do I want to pop out and get some more crawfish today? So let me know on the text line if you're going to go out and see the fellas. I believe it's Ron Hughley, Luke Morrow sitting in for Clint out there.
Where you get some crawfish from last time? Or did you go
it was down in the Heights, right?
It was, because I think I missed you. You were out there before I was.
So both of y'all was getting some crawfish?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, it was good too. So I might follow that up. Checking in with the guys in Sugar Land. We'll talk to them here in a little bit. Couple of things that's popping in a way. Salute to Dynamo, to Houston Dynamo. Obviously, we mentioned that last week they got a win. They got another game on the road this time against LA Galaxy this weekend. And they're signing a new goalkeeper. And, they had, the goalkeeper injury. And I guess I waited too long. I didn't get out to training to go train with the boys.
That's right.
So they went ahead and signed a keeper. I believe it's Bond out there, Jonathan Bond, who will join the club. He's he's a veteran guy and stuff. So hopefully he could come in and help solidify that position where they needed some help with some injuries. And there you go, 832. You're heading out there. I think I'm gonna go. I think I'm gonna go and see the fellas. I think I'm gonna go see you. Let's do that. I mentioned this briefly in passing, but I wanted to stop in and talk about that because it seems like he's one of the guys that you like. Trey Harris, wide receiver out of Ole Miss, is also going to be visiting. He's going to be a 30 visit for the Houston Texans. And I'm interested because it seems like we're getting more and more of these guys that are
receivers and running backs more than linemen.
Receivers. And also they're talking to a lot of these guys that are in that space where they're second, third round grade guys, just like Ole Miss wide receiver Trey Harris.
And big dude, he's a Z receiver, so he can go.
Yes,
but his 40 time was like a 4.55 or 4.54 or something like that.
Yeah,
and so
speed is not immediate, is what.
But he gets open and he's big and he can go get the old catch radius thing that. Mr. Pocket Rocket likes to talk about.
Not Mr. Pocket Rocket. Oh my! See, I think he would disagree with that. I think he's okay with playing.
There's a lot of 5'9", pocket rockets.
Yeah, I think John Harris is good with playing us playing that. Yeah. I don't know if you're good with. He's going to be good with you calling him Mr. Pocket Rocket.
Well, you get the point. You get the point.
Maybe his wife's good with that, but I don't know. I don't think we should be calling him that on the airwaves. To be completely
what I'm
honest.
saying is those are the terms that people like to use. Catch radius and this and that. All I know is that's a big dude that makes a lot of plays, had a terrific season for Ole Miss, and
graceful, good route runner.
I think some of the measurables, might hold some people back. I don't know what else might, but I like him.
We know the Texans aren't they're not beholden to test numbers, so that is a good point.
Lassiter.
That is a great point, right?
Yeah.
Supposedly great ball skills, natural ball skills, doesn't fight the ball. If you're looking for a weakness, which why would you? But some fumbles that popped up there on the 2024. I was looking at his receiving stats, and he only played 8 games this past season at Ole Miss. Still put up 1,000 yards with 60 receptions in those 8 games. 5 drops.
Yeah.
With 7 touchdowns, mind you, but 5 drops. And I was like, oh, that's that number jumped out at me in a way that made me a little uncomfortable. But I mean, look. I don't know that you're going to find the perfect guy, especially like that second, third round space when the top end, if you're not including Travis Hunter for wide receivers, you're starting at guys who are probably going to be wide receiver 2s. Like everybody's in that place. But that's another interesting one that falls in with the Kyle Williams out of South Carolina. You keep falling in with those guys that probably day 2 wide receivers. Feels like that is going to be somewhat of an expectation. Day 2 wide receiver, maybe day 2, day 3 running back to pair with the offensive lineman. That's inevitable in the first couple of days. And then everything else, profit, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So it's getting real interesting when we reconvene on Monday, and I'm sure the boys are going to talk about this a lot.
It's like us going to being a jury. Come back together.
Come back, reconvene. Don't talk to each other about the case.
That's right.
But when we reconvene, we're going to be less than 11 days, 12 days from draft day. So it's getting real here. I also pretty important, for the Texans right now. just to realize, as I mentioned earlier, I think offensively the focus is very clear now. It's an offensive focus, in the draft. Running back, offensive line, wide receiver. I think we're kind of honing in on what they're going to do.
Assuming that they do utilize 7 picks, which they do have 7 picks. They have first, second, 2/3, fifth, and is it fifth and sixth? Fifth, sixth,
yeah, they don't have a fourth.
Yeah, it's just the fourth that they don't have. All right. Yeah. If they do that, how many offensive to defensive players do you see in this?
I would say maybe even as many as 5 offensive players, 2 defensive, maybe a safety.
So 5 out of 7?
5 out of 7, maybe a safety, interior tackle, defensive tackle, I mean. 4 would probably be the safer pick.
How many out of those first 4, right? So you have 25, you have 58, you have 89, and then you have like 78, something like that in there. I think I got those about right. I could actually just look at it because I know I have it on one of these many tabs that I have in front of me.
I think probably 3 out of 4.
25, 58, 79, 89. I was close. 3 out of 4 offensively.
I would think.
I could easily see that.
Yeah.
I could easily see that. 100%. So we'll be watching that space. You guys want to draft the weekend real quick?
Well, I don't know if I have the number 1 pick or not, but you know what I'm going to
just take the number 1 pick.
I never get it. You always give it to other people.
Well, start
him doing this, right? Like I had just given it to him. Nobody ever gives it to me. I just said you
now
got it.
You
are the number 1 pick.
Go ahead.
No, don't do this. No, don't do this.
See, Lopez is the guy that said, "Oh, you guys didn't invite me out."
Don't do this.
What you do?
Something.
I'm busy.
I got something. Augusta National, baby. Been watching it throughout the show. Don't tell anyone. And
don't tell anyone.
But
where's our guy Cam Smith?
I'll be watching it.
He has to have teed off at this point.
Oh no, he's about 9 holes in now at least. He's 1 under. 1 under.
Wait, hold on. Rory is cooking.
I'm telling you,
what
Rory's
is happening?
Cooking. By the way, if only someone on this show had talked about Rory, my toxic relationship with Rory.
Don't worry, he'll give it up tomorrow.
He probably will.
He'll give it up tomorrow.
He probably will. Give me Augusta National starting from as soon as I get home until Sunday evening.
I'm going to probably check out this Rockets and Lakers. I know the Rockets ain't really playing for much, but I kind of want to see the rest of the Western Conference on how that all line up because what was it 3 through 8 or 3 through 9 or whatever? They all fighting for something.
Yeah.
So I kind of want to see where everybody kind of end up. So I'll probably just be watching it in the background.
Yeah, that's a very good one. And just to kind of clean some things up, in that Lakers game, Jaylen Tate is out for this game, so you won't see him amongst the guys. Alperen Sengun, Jabari Smith Jr., and Fred VanVleet are all listed as questionable. Or wait, let me double check this because I want to make sure that I got this right. Figgy out here putting on the fake oh-nos. Come on now. You know damn well what was happening here.
Jaylen Tate, man.
Yeah, so those guys are Jaylen Tate being out, that is a little bit of an oh-no. He is incredibly fun to watch. But yeah, Sengun, Jabari Smith Jr., Fred VanVleet, all questionable. Sengun is a personal reasons. Jabari Smith Jr. is groin soreness. Fred VanVleet is right ankle soreness. Those sorenesses feel like they'll definitely be
they'll be fine.
The guys that aren't playing, and then Sengun probably not playing.
So where are you going?
As well. In that same vein, but I actually just want to see like other people hoop, right? Like I want to see some of these other teams in the NBA play basketball as we gear up for this. And I want to see, what was the game? Because I did have it here. And of course I lost it. You know what? Bump that. Oh yes, this is the one. Sunday. Afternoon game on ESPN, Clippers-Warriors, right?
Okay.
Those are two
teams. See if the Clippers are for real, convince you?
I want to see what the Clippers look like. Yeah. I want to see what the Warriors look like against this Clippers team that's been really hot because they're currently in that space. And you're right, there's like 5 teams in that space that has the possibility of jumping up on you. I want to see what that looks like of those teams. I also probably could have put the Space Cowboys to see what Lance McCullers looks like. Astros this weekend, where you have Blanco Gusto on Saturday is going to be interesting. Starting things off, and then circling back around to Wesneski on Sunday. That should be fun as well. But yeah, I was like, I would have brought up the Space Cowboys game. However, I think I'm fully invested in the do not look at Lance McCullers. Just wait till he's back. Yeah. Like I just don't want to look at him. I don't want to jinx it. I don't think that's even how it works. But I'm starting to get a little nervy. What I'm not nervy about is jumping out to Sugarland at the Spectators Bar and Grill, where Luke Morrow and Ron Hughley are out to do the drive today. Fellas, how you living?
Living good, baby. Out here, and we're here in the patio. We see some people in here get some work done. I see Don Julio on the table over there.
There we go.
I'm going to have to see where she got them sunglasses, though. I need them puppies. But, no, man, it's a good time out here, man. Fiesta Friday here at Spectators.
Ooh.
Yeah, man, they got hey, John, I don't mean to be
profiling.
Yeah, I don't mean to be stereotypical. But baby, I think you like these specials out here, baby. They had the $4 Mexican beers out here.
All right.
They got $5 margaritas. I got one. They got it all, baby. So good time out, and you know it is the crawfish circuit. So they got the bugs ready to go back there as well. So a good time to be had out here. Hey. We're giving away $25 Academy Sports and Outdoor gift cards each and every hour. We got 4 of them bad boys each and every hour. I saw Reggie last week at the boot just banging out that crawfish. So
you're going to see it again, brother.
Yeah.
Margarita special is all I needed to hear.
and by the way, I haven't addressed this, but Reggie had his hair out and down.
I like the look.
On Saturday for the game against Duke, and then he went and got it braided. Before the game against Florida, and Houston lost. So I don't know why he did that, but hey, I mean, I just want to throw that out there.
Talking jinxes.
Look, I don't know. I have nothing to say. I have nothing to say to defend myself.
I addressed it with you on Monday before the game.
But what, you wanted me to take my hair down that I just paid for? Is that what you wanted?
I just didn't. I just thought that the people champions, and I thought you could have done everything you could to have felt that.
You know what?
And maybe if you had your hair down, maybe that 12-point collapse in the second half might not have happened. I'm just throwing that out there.
I swear, if I had that kind of power, I would make a lot more money. I tell you that.
Well, the hell with you. That guy in Oklahoma City got Luka ejected.
So he sure did. Yeah. He sure did. All right, so Luke, I'm a sidebar here with you for a moment because I know what these other guys, I know what their MO is. They don't be trying to eat crawfish while doing this. Are you gonna eat crawfish while on air today?
No, I don't know if I'm going to eat it at all. We got into a whole thing yesterday. I hope somebody brought me some gloves to use.
Stop.
Oh no, are you?
You're that guy.
Stop.
You're that guy.
He's from Connecticut.
Oh my God.
I don't like to get messy over here. I like to enjoy my food and not have to work for it. Yeah, that's right.
I will say this is a good bit if you can run it. If you can get you a nice young lady to peel your crawfish for you. You know what I'm saying? You feel what I'm going for?
I was hoping I could get Ron to do it for
me. But how do you do that? How do you approach, hey?
Yeah.
And like woman? You say it's a good bit. Like, how do you approach the lady and say, hey, you think you can peel my crawfish? I don't like to get my fingers dirty.
Yeah. Okay, manly man.
It usually works out pretty well if there's like somebody who is of the right, of a culture that, is big on crawfish, and they're like, why you not eating? Like, I don't really like doing it. And then when they're trying to get you to that place, like, here, I'll peel it for you, and then you're in.
Can you open this pickle bottle for me?
It is weaponized. It is weaponized incompetence is what you need to do. That's all. Weaponized incompetence is what you're trying to do there. Never incompetent a little bit. Looking forward to seeing that. And you guys talking to Roger Clemens later on the show too, huh?
Yeah, we got Raj. We got the Rocket on with us, so it should be fun. I can't wait to get his thoughts on these torpedo bats.
Man.
I know Raj. I bet he has I feel like Roger would just start hitting people. Hey man, the hell with this dog. I'm just gonna hit you and hit these torpedo bats on me. I'm just gonna hit your ass the whole way.
Might have hit Mike Piazza with a torpedo bat.
Hey, you think that's over the top, Lopez? You're the veteran here.
No.
You think that's over the top?
Not like I can guarantee you that he would have.
I'm just saying, if I just say, hey, Raj, man, what got you here, man? Come on, man. I don't know if you just been real the whole way.
You would have been more accurate.
Hey, what happened there when you just fired that broken bat at Mike Piazza?
Oh, now that was a little dicey, but I think he would tell you that he would throw at the guys with the torpedo bat.
Yeah, I bet he would. Yeah. See, look on the YouTube page, Lauren Mack don't like to get messy. Yikes! Well, go help him out, Lauren. Pop out the show.
She's lying. She's lying. Lauren, I don't know Lauren, but I just get the feel that Lauren Mack is messy.
She likes it messy?
All right.
Hey, John, man, you got to stop being so damn nasty at the end of the shift, man.
Everybody interprets it as nasty. I'm just commenting.
Oh, what are we interpreting it as, John?
Well, you brought it up.
Oh, she likes to get messy.
It's turned into a Freaky Friday real quick.
Yeah. I'll let y'all handle that.
I don't know what y'all are talking about.
Now y'all keeping me from my crawfish. You're listening to KLT AM. KLT FM, HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. I'm about to go get some crawfish, and now The drive.
Lauren, you're welcome to say how you feel. If you like it messy, that's fine. I'm just telling you that was John Lopez who put that out there. Shout out to everybody here. Luke Morrow's in the building. As you heard there, Clint Stoerner is out. And if you are watching us on YouTube and Twitch, you can see Tyler Milner. Is that Johnny Cash on the shirt, Tyler?
Nah, man, that's little BB King.
Oh, little BB King. Wow, way off.
Live from the Cook County Jail.
And now when you turn to me, I see it. Good God Almighty.
The sun in your eyes.
I feel like I need 5 minutes of a break right there to mix up Johnny Cash and BB King. I'm just saying the shirt wasn't. I just saw the guitar.
It's a black and white shirt.
And he had it turned. Right. He had it turned. Damn, I apologize.
And now I'll show you these. Just to get your Friday started for you, Ron. I know you want it. I know you want it.
Show the nipples here. There we go. Clint Stoerner is missing the nipples of Tyler Milner. There it is. Oh, he just gave us one nipple. No, he gave us two. Still freshly shaven. I'm telling you, Tyler, you might want to jump. This is now, if you get into the routine right now, your chest needs to be shaved. All right? If you want to keep rolling with, I'm just saying, if you want to keep rolling with it, and if you let it get away from you for another 2 weeks, that thing is going to be where you try to use that nair and you hurt yourself.
Oh, never
so
again.
I'm just saying,
never again.
Get into the every 2 week period of shaving that chest.
My nipples will never forget nair. Never.
Text line coming through, Ron. If he puts gloves on, you need to take his man. I'm going to take man card from him. He seems like a guy that pays his bills and takes care of his business. I mean, I will judge him if he puts those gloves on.
Some love on the text line for the gloves, too. I'll say that.
Where?
Probably Melissa.
I missed it.
281. Well, you know, since they've been wearing contacts, they have to use gloves. So.
Is that the love you're seeing? Yeah, it ain't Melissa. Melissa, shout out to Melissa, our 6th female listener of the show. Melissa, who listens in. Yes, Lauren Mack has passed her up. So that is the case here. But no, man, having a good time. Roger Clemens, he'll be with us in the 4 o'clock hour, so stay tuned for that with us. And, hey, get on out here. Crawfish Circuit, this is week 2. We're here at Spectators here in Sugar Land. Come on out here. We're here near the water and out on the patio, and it's a good time to be had. You will be – there you go. Yeah, you don't have to do it in silence. You can make noise. There you go. We're having a good time. You can win.
Hear it's Fiesta Friday?
It is Fiesta Friday. $4 bottles of Mexican beer. They got $5 margaritas, and the bugs are here. I need to see bugs. I saw somebody order some bugs inside, but get on out here, get you some of that crawfish, and enjoy yourself here. I love this spot. My kids will be here in a little bit. I love this spot. We go to the one, and they've got 3 locations. We go to the one in Riverstone a lot, but they've got one in Richmond. They've got one here in Sugar Land and one in Riverstone. A great spot, good spot for the kids. My kids always, it's a good, the burgers are fantastic, so you'll enjoy yourself here as Spectators. So make your way on out here, hang out, get a chance to win. We're hooking somebody up with a $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoor each and every hour. All you got to do is put your name in our little raffle. It's not a box. Like, what would you call this? A raffle roller? Yeah, our little raffle thingamajig. You can put your name in there and win gift cards here. All right, Luke, the big news of the day, and those of you on the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line, you can text in 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. There it is. I know you got it. Your son, too. Why are they on the top of that? Anyway, let me get off. let me stop.
The Texas Hammers.
When they're on the top of that damn 12-wheeler, I'm just like, what's going on with the two of them?
Living life risky.
Ain't nobody going to mistake that for Jim Adler's kid. that is
unless they hear the voice.
Yeah, unless they hear the voice. But the big news of the day, and I'd like to hear your thoughts on this, is Jaylen Petri. Jaylen Petri signs a new deal, 3-year extension to his current deal, his rookie deal, $39 million, but $29 plus guaranteed. Luke, before we get into, because you know I got some questions and some thoughts to make you think you get your thoughts out, but your thoughts overall on field there and them going ahead and securing Jaylen Petri for the future?
Yeah, I think there's more layers to it. Questions, like you said, thoughts, but just baseline off the top of my head, I do like the deal. When I saw it come down, I was pleased. I don't think it's too much. I know there's a lot being made that he's the highest paid nickel. Doesn't really matter to me. The next contract's always the highest paid. Plus, there's a guy, the 49ers gave a cornerback a bigger deal this offseason who plays the majority of the snaps in nickel. So I don't know how accurate that.
But the highest paid, I mean, it's $29 million guaranteed. Like that, right. That's not. Now, we're not. When you say C.J. Stroud's the highest paid quarterback in the league next year, that's going to mean what 25% of your or 20% of your salary cap. This here is something very doable, especially when C.J.'s making $9-10 million.
It is. So I like the deal. I like that they did it now. You know, you could look down the road for a team like the Cowboys that always get in trouble for waiting too long. I'm glad that the Texans took care of this when they did now, instead of waiting till he actually hit the market or his price went up. So I like the contract. I like it for both sides. He gets paid enough, but I don't think it's some sort of overpay that keeps you from doing things down the road, and then really helps, I wouldn't say shore up because it's just bringing back these pieces, but it helps this secondary stay united and what could be really good. You get some of these guys locked up there. I like his versatility in that defense. I like what DeMeco Ryans and they've been able to do with him. So the quick, easy answer is that, yeah, I like the deal. It's not too much money, and you keep a guy that I think fits this defense well and can, make some good plays for you next year and beyond.
Yeah, and he's the guy that they want, right? He's the guy that fits their culture and fits their looking for. It makes a lot of sense. So this is where I want to take it. I see some people texting in their thoughts of it, and I think most people are ones that like the deal and like the contract. He's a Houston kid, Stafford High School, and went to Baylor. He's that dude. I want to start here with it. And the people, you can address this 713-572-4610. Do you think Jaylen Petri's great? And when I don't think they're good, I think they're great. His great intangibles, the leadership, the fitting of the, and I can't say it, Tyler. I can't. So can you say it for me? I can't. I can't say.
What do you need help with?
The mantra that they want to use with the Texans. He's the swarm, the swarmy. I can't say it.
Yeah, I'm not saying that ish. No.
I can't say it.
I cannot bring myself to say that corny ass word.
He's got that swarm, the swarm.
He's so swarmy.
Thank you. You said it. Swarmy. He's got all of that swarmy thing down, everything that they're about. He's got all of that. He has great intangibles. I think he's a smart player. I think he's a player that finds himself around the ball a lot. He makes plays. He's got playmaker there. And all the off-the-field stuff. But do you think his intangibles are good enough to outweigh his clear flaw? And his clear flaw is when he gets stuck in coverage. And I know the popular thing is to say coverage one-on-one with Devontae Adams, the one where he got smoked against the Jets. That's not it. It's not just that. Like, there are a lot of receivers around the league that we've seen potentially give him problems in coverage. That is clearly his weak point of his game. But do you get the sense that those intangibles, how great they are, outweigh that clear flaw?
It's an interesting question. I think in general, that's the stuff that's harder to teach is the intangibles.
Yep.
I think you would always sign up to take a guy who checks those boxes with the hope and maybe the arrogance as a coach that you can then coach him up and increase or build on those weaknesses. But you can't necessarily teach all the other stuff. And even with this contract, I think that leadership role can become even greater, or just that being a good guy, good locker room culture guy can even increase. So to answer your question, I think yes, because I think you can try to build up that other stuff, try to improve on the coverage, or maybe give him more help in the scheme, especially being that nickel corner. For me personally, it's a lesser of a concern than if it's the other guys, of course. So I would say yes to answer the question. I think he needs to there's a couple other things I also would like to see him improve upon on the field. But I think that other stuff is you always give a guy, a good coworker that may not be the best at their job, more opportunities because what they bring to the table just culture-wise. And I think that stuff always outweighs any sort of negative in performance that you hope you can improve upon.
I think, Luke, that to this organization than maybe others. Like, I think D'Amico, and by way of D'Amico with Nick and how they do things, I think they take that very serious, right? They've moved on from Laramie Tunsil. They won't say it, but I believe partly because of that fit and culture thing. They love Will Anderson. I think a lot because of that fit culture thing. Derek Stingley, they love because that fit. So I do think it means more to them. Like, the reason why I bring that up is because, hey, man, Tim Tebow fit all of that. Tim Tebow was, fantastic off the field. And, again, I'm not saying Jaylen Petri is Tim Tebow, but I'm saying he fit all of that. All the intangibles, the leadership stuff, all of that stuff. Tim Tebow hit it. He couldn't throw a football, well enough in the NFL to play, so that stuff didn't outweigh it. Didn't outweigh his talent. I am inclined to agree with you. I think what we watched last year is they didn't put him in as many situations where his clear flaw was something that they paid for or something that he paid for. And I do think when you look at what this organization is about, I think this is why this makes sense. It works. I do think the coverage thing is a clear flaw. And I do think we are going to see a situation where teams try to get him in those situations and in a position where they can kind of get the Texans on that flaw. But I do think it is important, and I have no issue with the Texans making this deal.
Yeah, me either. And I think the talent is still good enough. I mean, to the Tim Tebow point, he probably got more opportunities than, say, like a Ryan Leaf, right, or somebody like that, who Achilles Smith, who maybe wasn't as well-liked.
Wow, I didn't know we were going to get Achilles Smith on the show today. Wow, okay.
Yeah. Right. I got an axe to grind with Achilles Smith. But I think the good is still good enough, or let me rephrase that. The floor is high enough that it's not the pendulum doesn't swing too far in one direction over the other. That it's a good combination of what he can provide on the field. I like his versatility. They did use him to try to, blitz pretty frequently at times last year, and then what he brings off the field is of high value as well. So when you put it together, the combination is much higher than that great culture guy who just can't throw a football. So I like the signing. I like to keep that unity in the defensive backfield. It's almost like what we've talked about with the offensive line, where you're trying to find the best unit to all be on the same page. I like the fluidity in the defensive backfield where you have that familiarity, and these guys, for the most part, can work on the same page and have that communication so you don't have any sort of those defensive breakdowns. I always prefer having the continuity is the word I'm looking for in that part of the field. So, no, everything about it's not. They didn't break the bank for him. So I'm happy to bring him back. I like the deal. I like what he brings to the table, and I was happy to see it get done today.
Yeah, shout out to Jaylen Petri. One, get the bag, man. Get your money. Get paid. I love them. What the hell's your issue with Achilles Smith? Who has? I've never heard anybody. Have you? Aaron has watched sports. Well, Aaron has watched sports his whole life. Many people. I have never heard anyone have an axe to grind with Kabisa Achilles Smith out of San Diego. What is your axe to grind with? He ruined his career. I mean, he just wasn't good enough.
I'm sure he's a great guy. He was supposed to come on my show one time. I texted him to come on the show. He stood me up.
Oh, what a jerk.
No, but wait, hold on. Wait a minute. There's more to the story. Stood me up. Producer was calling.
He must have known it's Fiesta Friday here. That's probably what it was. That's right.
So I texted him and asked him, like, hey, you still good to go? He responded to me 2 weeks later. He responded to the text as if I had just sent it, and he said, yeah, I'm good to go. He sent me the text
and
2
then
weeks later.
You're sitting there stalling, and you got nothing from him.
Nothing. He blew me off, and then it was also the fact that I'd rather you just blow me off completely. Don't text me 2 weeks later like it just happened, right? You can't wish somebody a happy birthday 2 weeks later. Like it's better to not wish them a happy birthday at all than it is to send them a text 2 weeks later wishing them a happy birthday.
With you. I get that, man.
Yeah.
To hell with Achilles.
That's right.
He's not good enough. He's not good enough to blow anybody off.
Oh, I was doing him a favor.
It's like my issues with Ian Rappaport. Tyler knows that well.
Yeah, that was kind of a jerk move on old Ian's part, too.
Ian didn't have to yell at me like that.
Yelled at you?
Yeah, Rappaport.
Voice to run the show.
And maybe it's just me, but he yelled at me. I tried to hit him up one time just to kind of talk to him about some potential free agent stuff with the Texans. Yeah. I said, hey, you think you can come on, man? I do afternoons here. You think you can come on? And he just said, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? And then he hung up on me.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my God.
I wish George Schultz would have whooped his ass.
He was a lot bigger than he was.
Wish he would have put
towered over his little ass.
When I saw him at the Super Bowl, I thought to myself, hey, man, you remember that time you cussed me out and yelled at me? I had a cuss word in it. You remember that time you cussed me out and yelled at me? Hey, look here, man. Don't ever in your life do that again. Check this phone number out. Save it in your. When I call you, you give me some respect, Ian.
I just got the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
I was going to say, it's working more with you. I find this growing list of these
common denominator
media members that are in your crosshairs.
I mean this.
I got your back, bro, but
I mean
you're the common denominator here.
And I hope he hears this. I hope Jim Nantz sprains his ankle somewhere in Augusta this weekend. I hope in the middle
do
of
a
his
Tony
call,
Finau.
maybe he is walking to where his broadcast booth is, and I hope Jim Nantz sprains an ankle.
You just
I don't want
shut up and let me do my job.
And yes, I mean a high ankle sprain. I'm talking 6 weeks. I hope it's a real injury.
A Nico Collins special.
How much did you love seeing him be the pride of Houston alumni all weekend?
Because I just don't believe him. I don't.
The showman.
I think when they lost that game on Monday night, he went on about his life.
Hopped on his private jet.
Hopped on his private jet, ate a pimento cheese sandwich, and just rolled on with it at Augusta. He's good. He's good with it. All right, coming up, I'm gonna. Today is gonna be a little bit about. Hey, Houston fans, you have to level with yourself and answer some real questions. I'm going to answer a real question about a player that is no longer here. We'll discuss that coming up next.
You're gonna get hard.
The Cougs came up just short. Furlough Mattress. Furlough Mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life.
Hughley has came in the game.
Live from spectators in Sugarland, it's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's white. That's white. Is that what I said? That's right.
I mean, Luke and I guilty, bruh.
With the exception of Osita, I am surrounded, but that is right. As we are live here in Sugarland at Spectators.
That's what the whites used to do.
That's right. Get your ass out here. All right, we'll be here till 6 o'clock, but, hey, that don't mean you got to stop here. They got TVs inside, outside. You can watch the Astros here. You can do whatever you want. And it is Fiesta Fridays here right now, which means they got $4 Mexican beers. They've got $5 margaritas, and I just punished my second one about to get another one. People around here with them. It's a good spot, and the crawfish is here. That's why we are here, our crawfish circuit. You can get out here, eat inside, outside. They've got it all. A great spot. As I said to you earlier, I think my kids are on the way here. I bring my kids to one of their 3 locations. I go to the one in Riverstone a lot. You can come here to the one we're at right now in Sugarland. They also have a location in Richmond where you can enjoy yourself. So it is a good time to be had out here, and you need to get in here. By the way, also, if you have not done so, if you are out here, you are silly to have not done so. If you're walking up like this wonderful couple, I believe, is walking up. I don't want to make sure that's not your brother and sister. If you want to, all you got to do, you can win a free $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoor. All you got to do is put your name, put it in the raffle box. We are going to hook somebody up with a gift card at the end of this hour. We're doing it 4 times. 1 in the 2, 1 in the 3, 1 in the 4, 1 in the 5 o'clock hour. Here we go. We got one that just threw their – nope, not that. We'll get it. He'll get it for you. But throw your name in our raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win a gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. So get on out here and have a good time. Luke Morrow in the building, Tyler as well. And Luke, Tyler, I want to get your thoughts on this too. It may be early for this right now. Not maybe, it is probably early for this right now. But the Houston, the last time we saw them, had that gut-wrenching loss in which they lost a game they had no business losing.
Punch to the nuts, dude.
Yeah, punch to the nuts from the top and the bottom.
Oh.
Those are the worst ones. We've seen over the years, guys, they have lost guys and have been able to sustain it. They've lost, and you tell me if I'm missing somebody, they've lost Charlie Morton. That's one that people don't bring up a lot in, but I think Charlie Morton, the loss of Charlie Morton, was a big, big loss as he was on the mound for important playoff games in that World Series run in 2017. You lose Charlie Morton. They've lost Garrett Cole. They've decided not to bring back George Springer. They did the same thing with Correa. Obviously, this year they've done it with Bregman and Tucker. Verlander, but then they brought him back for more money for some reason. They have allowed guys to walk, and it hasn't affected them. And there hasn't been a deal of which, we missed this guy, right? And to be honest, they've been right. George Springer has had a lot of injuries. Correa started off this year 0 for 17. So there have been some things. But I'm wondering from you all, and Luke, you can start this thing off. Is Kyle Tucker going to be the one they miss? Is Kyle Tucker going to be the one that they regret? Kyle Tucker is damn near leading, if not first or second, in every single category in the National League. Maybe he's a little bit back when it comes to average, but he has stolen 3 bases. He's got the most runs scored. He is tied for RBIs. He is tied for second in home runs. Kyle Tucker was a guy in his prime, and now you don't really have like a Pena behind Correa. You don't have a Kyle Tucker behind Springer that kind of fills the void. Do you think that Kyle Tucker is going to be the one that the Astros regret?
I'll answer it 2 ways. Regret. Well, you phrased it there, so that's That's interesting. Maybe I'm getting bogged down in semantics. I think of the group of names you listed, 100% he'll be missed the most of that group. I don't even think it's much of a question in that regard. I think he has the most left in the tank of any of these players that have left. And I give credit to the Astros where it's almost been like the Belichick Patriots philosophy where it's better to let them go too soon than hold on to them too long. And so I think they've taken maybe a little bit of a risk with some of those other guys. It's paid out. For Kyle Tucker, I think he has a lot left in the tank. I think he's still in his prime, right? So that wasn't the case with the other guys.
I don't think we've seen the best of Kyle Tucker yet.
That's fair. So in that regard, I say absolutely 100%. However, then, the way you frame that question of if they'll regret it or if they'll surely miss him, I think that comes down to Cam Smith. That if he develops into this top player, the Astros' top prospect this year, and he can fill that void either in right field or if eventually they move him to third and he can be someone you can shape your lineup around and he plays that position, whichever one it is, for the next 10 to 15 years, then it's almost like to change sports, like the Vikings move on to Jefferson. It's like, we let a good player go. We got a good player. It's a wash. And so I think it's dependent on Cam Smith. But if you want to just look at those players that left, 100%, he's the guy that is going to have the best career post-Astros than any of the other guys they let walk.
Tyler, is this one that makes you nervous? Is this one that makes you nervous? And you can jump in on this as well, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, because they have been able to get to a place where there's no regret of Correa. You love him, but there's no regret. Garrett Cole, of course, I think most of you hate Garrett Cole because he decided to just
rep
not
of
be
himself,
a part of the team not be a part of the team by not wearing any of the paraphernalia as soon as the game ended. But Springer, Bregman, I don't even know if Bregman is one that you're not paid for that one. This one feels potentially it could be different. So
bro.
You're starting to get there. You feel like there might be.
Oh, I'm in it right now. I'm living there right now. And in all seriousness, I'm not saying that's not gonna dissipate or fade over time. Hopefully, like hell, it does, and he slows down a bit for the Cubs. But right now, in this moment, dude, it sucks. It sucks. I mean, it's not quite the nut punch the Astros got up in Seattle the other day. But right now, watching Kyle Tucker literally doing things he never did as an Astro, four homers in 4 games.
Oh, well, okay, that.
I mean, that he's doing things he's never. It's frustrating as hell. So yeah, I mean, it hurts. It hurts.
I would even throw in another name to mention that list that I think. Because look, Kyle.
Yeah, if I'm leaving something off, go ahead.
Well, I don't think. It's going to be a deep cut that I don't think anybody would mention. I think Tucker wasn't coming back. They're not signing him to that contract in Houston, anyways, right? So it's almost
because they choose not to. They could if they wanted to because they choose
agreed.
Not to.
But since that was the edict, like Dana Brown, you had to make a move. He wasn't going to be here beyond this season, I do believe. So you might as well get something for him. For me, again, deep cut. I would say actually Wilyer Abreu, who. They traded him and Emmanuel Valdez to get a half a season from a washed-up catcher in Christian Vasquez a couple years ago. And Abreu, as a rookie last year, should have won Rookie of the Year, won the Gold Glove Award. And when everyone was tweeting out those graphics, the Player of the Week, most hits in the league entering this week was Tucker, Bregman. Third was Wilyer Abreu. And he's 3 years younger than Kyle Tucker. You'd have 5 more years of control for him. He plays the outfield, Gold Glove outfield. His OPS is just much smaller sample size, but just below Tucker, and he wouldn't break the bank where we know they weren't going to re-sign Tucker. But Wilyer Abreu could be on this team for the next 5 years on a rookie contract and filling that outfield void, and then you could have him and Cam Smith. You could have potentially the Rookie of the Year last year and then a big rookie this year too.
Yeah, there's some misses there. I think they had Teoscar Hernandez too, and they lost him in a trade. But I don't trip with that. They're trying to win a championship. I get that. Just like the Dodgers could have had Yordan Alvarez, but they made that Josh Fields trade. That feels a little bit different from the text line coming through. Many different thoughts. Yes, we will miss Tucker the most, but if Cam's are kind of what you were saying, Luke, it will not. It will help not missing him as much. From the text line, what has Tucker done in the playoffs for us? Oh, yeah, nada. That's the kind of thing you got to keep telling yourself if you're going to be on that train.
It's April.
Kyle Tucker will be severely missed at the Astros this year without Kyle Tucker. I hope we're not revisiting 2010 again. Listen, I think what the texter said and what Luke said as well is big is how confident are you that Cam Smith will get anywhere close to the range of Kyle Tucker? Right? I think that is where this comes about. How close do you think that Cam Smith can get to that range? Obviously, it's a slow start right now, which isn't shock. We talked about it the other day. But that's it, right? If Cam Smith is anywhere in the ballpark of him and you get to keep him and get him for a lot cheaper, then that's where it comes about. But if this nut keeps doing this, like people like Tyler are going to lose their minds, right? Because like Springer didn't just exactly go off like that. But you could maybe see there's some injury stuff that could hit that. Correa didn't completely go off. Now, Garrett Cole has been pretty good, but I think the hatred of Garrett Cole and the way he left kind of helps this. This right here, Kyle Tucker, they've decided, no, man, we're good on Kyle Tucker because we don't want to pay money no more.
Tuck time is coming.
That should be the conversation, right? That should be the bigger – I know people – you focus on Dana Brown with this trade and did he get enough back. It shouldn't even be about the trade for Kyle Tucker, what you got back. It should be about the idea that they had to get rid of him because they're unwilling to pay. They got rid of Ryan Presley because of salary. I know Montero doesn't deserve a spot on this team, but that was also just a salary dump as well to stay below the luxury tax, and I don't think that's a conversation the Astros should be having.
Yeah. All right, coming up, we'll get a little Masters update as people are trying to make the cut today, and there's something that is happening in Houston in a conversation on one of the most talked about athletes potentially coming here that I'm quite not understanding of the side many fans are taking on this. We'll discuss that coming up next.
The Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit continues this afternoon. Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley live.
Appointments are limited, so call now. 832-662-2045. Texas waterfront properties will never be more affordable. 832-662-2045.
Live from Spectators in Sugarland, it's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in. Even though the man that runs the place here is a little crazy, you should get yourself here to Spectators. And when you walk in, and many of you'll probably love him, some of the trash many of you talk. I walked in, Luke, and I looked in here and I saw, like, all right, they got a nice big photo of Michael Jordan. You come on down a little bit down the hall, they got a nice one of Kobe. Okay, yeah, a couple of greats. Then they got one of Tiger, Muhammad Ali. Then I look at the other wall, they got Serena. And I'm like, oh, okay. I walked up to my man. I said, hey, man, I'm a little disappointed, man. You got all these greats. You ain't got the greatest of them all. You ain't got the king over there. You ain't got LeBron. He said, there's a damn reason for it.
Hold on, so.
I said, hold on, man. What the hell? Almost walked out. Lucky they got that crawfish here, though.
Did he give the reason?
No, he said
anti-LeBron.
He said we put the real greats up there. I really, he's anti-LeBron. It's clear. He said they put LeBron on top of the toilet area, the Riverstone location. No, you don't like it. Shut up.
I do.
All
I
right?
love it, actually.
No, shut up. Before I start advocating for Johnny Manziel to be put on.
Hey. He's got enough of his own problems, all right?
Don't let me cut it.
LeBron's living just fine. Relax over there about Johnny.
Hey, Luke, and he wasn't joking. He was dead serious. He will never get included up there. That's all right, though. All right, the Masters is happening right now. And, Tyler, when I saw that my man's Ricky Fowler's not even in it.
Yeah, I meant to talk to you about that.
He's not even in it.
The one headline we talked about that we'd be so excited for, it's impossible.
It's impossible. Man, what the hell? Why the hell would Ricky Fowler not even be in it? Like,
honestly, I haven't even read up on it.
He better be hurt. His ass better be hurt somewhere.
It's got to
be. But the leaderboard, Justin Rose still in the lead at 8 under. A guy you talked about, Tyler, that you were into, Bryson DeChambeau, is 7 under right behind him. And now this is good for the weekend. As Rory McIlroy has gone off, did he start the second round even? And now he is 6 under par right now. Scotty Scheffler as well, 6 under. As when you have Rory, Scotty Scheffler, DeChambeau in the group going to Moving Day on Saturday, that's probably maybe the best thing that the PGA could have with the Masters coming up. So that's that might give me that damn.
Rory is feeling it today.
He is feeling himself, man. He's trying to be like his daughter, who hit that putt in and didn't give a damn. Didn't give a damn. Just went on about her business. Just didn't give a damn.
So girl.
That's the right there as Justin Rose continues to lead, but Rory and Scotty Scheffler 1 and 2 in the world, 2 back of the lead right now, and that bodes well.
Your boy Fowler did not qualify. He has not registered a victory and is ranked 110th.
Damn!
So didn't qualify for the Masters this year.
Wow.
Damn, Ricky, that's where Ricky is? Wow. Ricky's in the thing where he ain't qualified for the Masters?
It might be time to grow the hair back out.
Where do you have to be ranked to qualify?
It's a good question. I don't know. Apparently obviously, better than 110.
Obviously not 110. And obviously Rick has never won a major, so he is not get that qualification. Ain't that
he needed to win the Valero Texas Open, and he finished in 30th last week.
Well, Rick, maybe we need to cut this
off. Got to
be
top 39 to automatically get a spot at Augusta.
Okay. All right, Rick. Well, clearly not that.
Got some work to do there, Rick.
When did we lose Rick to 110?
I didn't realize that, man.
He's going to become like the Olympics every 4 years.
He's basically Anna Kournikova, right?
Probably just go back to motocross.
Not real good. All right. As we're here at Spectators here in Sugar Land, make your way on out here. Crawfish is rolling. Good drinks, Fiesta Friday, specials all over the place. Make your way on out here. And you could win a $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. We're going to announce our first winner as soon as this segment's over. I wanted to talk to you a little bit about this, Luke. Betting odds, and I know this is going into next year, betting odds are saying that, one, the Suns are going to probably make some moves and break this thing up. And Kevin Durant's name has been in this a lot. The Rockets have all of their picks right now because of the trades they've made. And the betting odds say that Kevin Durant is most likely to go to the Houston Rockets in the offseason. And, look, I can understand if you're in a situation where, hey, maybe he doesn't come here and maybe you want to see what they do with the young guys a little bit. But, like, I just don't get folks that are just completely out of the idea. Just completely like, God, no, I don't want to hear it. No, completely out of the idea of not bringing in Kevin Durant, right? Like, and now I think obviously it depends on who you would have to give up in the trade and how much, picks and everything, what the trade would look like. But I'm at least seriously listening to it because I do think, depending on the pieces you have here, if you have a Kevin Durant next year, and I don't think Kevin Durant is washed at 26 plus points a game last year, 6 rebounds, 4 assists. I don't think he's washed. I think that really takes your chances up to being a serious contender. I don't understand people who are completely out on the thought of it.
I agree with that. I'm more on the fence. It is
there
dependent.
you go. I can get that. Get that at least on the fence, but completely out.
No, certainly have reservations. Obviously, most notably, like you said, it depends what they have to give up for him. But I think Durant would fit really well with this team and what they would have around him. My other concerns, though, is I think the Rockets need that guy. They need that number one to come in and be the one that leads them to a championship. And I love Durant. And I think he is the most talented scorer from an ability standpoint I think the league has ever seen with what he can do from anywhere on the floor. But we've never had a guy at his age lead a team, be the star of a team that won the championship. And we've also seen for Durant, he's never been the guy, even in his prime, that has led the team, put the team on his back. And I just think that's what the Rockets need.
You don't think he put the Warriors on his back in the playoff run? I mean, he was clearly the best guy.
Yeah, but that was a team that was, even before him, like, they didn't need him. Even before him, they were winning championships.
See, but that's why I think it would be. I know what you said, like, we've never seen a guy at that age lead a team. But I do think it allows him to come in and do what he does best, right? Hey, man, we just need you to really score and really like, I know you don't want to say it, but, hey, pick it up when you need to defensively. Like, I think, like, he had Draymond, he had Clay that were defensive players. Like, he'll have Amen Thompson here, like, depending on who would be here. Like, this is a defensive-minded team that allows him to come in and just hoop and do what you do best like he did in Golden State. That's why, to me, those that are complete, like, I'm seeing texts coming in, like, Durant is too old, Whitmore, Holiday, and second and third round picks. Maybe. Like, no, I don't like Durant. His skill level is still there. If you're looking for him to be, SGA, like, to be that, I don't think this team's already a 2 seed without him. I don't think that you're in need of him to be a great two-way player like he was in OKC and like he was even at Golden State. I think it is, hey, man, come out here. If he put up 26, 6, and 4 with the rest of the cast, again, depending on who you would have to give up to get him, like, that to me is at least something that I think changes this team. Honest to God, I think the Rockets, if they added, I think the Rockets are right now a young team that feels good that you think, I think they could maybe get a series. But if they added Kevin Durant, with the group they have and what Udoka has built and everything that this team is, they just missed the, hey, I need a bucket guy. Or at the end of the game, I can get it. If they were to add that, I think they become a serious contender. championship contender if they were at that. I can understand people saying, I want to grow with it, but at least to what you said, I thought, damn, that's a big-ass beer. But at least to what you said, you got to at least be on, like, if you're not at least on the fence, like at least thinking about it, that part blows me. That I don't understand that part.
I agree with that. You got to at least consider it. And if you're the Rockets, especially, like you got to pick up the phone. You have to see you can make it work. I don't know if it would get them to where they hope or where they think it would be. I don't know if it would work out like they would expect, but it's certainly something to contemplate. And I know a couple different shows here on this station have played the audio of Brian Windhorst where because of salary implications, I mean, the Suns, their hands are kind of forced. They have to get rid of him, which drives down that asking price. So you might not have to give up as much for Durant like many people would maybe believe. And so you can keep some more of those pieces. Because I also get that idea of what they've built with this young core, and they've done a really good job. You don't want to just blow that up for a 37-year-old that may only give you 3 years. I get that thought process, too. But if you don't have to give up as much and you can still bring in Durant, then obviously it makes it a little more easier to digest.
This person just texted in. I know we got to get out of here, Tyler. This person just texted in. It would be the same kind of toxic that the Texans' O-line room is with Tunsil. I don't view Kevin Durant as toxic.
On the outside. Like, I think NBA fans, because of the burner account, all that sort of stuff.
He's had a burner account, but I don't.
No, he's not like a bad teammate.
Like, I don't look at Kevin Durant and say he will be toxic the way that Laramie Tunsil was.
Right.
I don't see that at all. I'm not saying you guys are dead wrong on it. I just don't. I don't get that from him.
No, I agree. I think that's the perception from the fans, but that's not the reality in the locker room.
Yeah.
I don't think he's toxic.
All right, coming up as we continue, we're going to hook somebody up with a gift card. If you have not signed up and put your name in the raffle box, this is your last opportunity because we're going to hook somebody up as soon as this segment ends. And coming up, this might be uncomfortable for some of you Texans fans. I am wanting to have this conversation for a little bit, and we'll do that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Now, Kathy Bates, that's a bad bitch right there.
I don't know how long.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Limitations apply.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We're coming out to drink some bullets and eat some bugs.
Drive's busting this day open.
Busted what the hell open, ain't it?
And we're telling them to bring it back.
Live from spectators in Sugarland, it's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as we are live at Spectators, make some noise out here, folks. There we go. There you go. Travis, who's got the biggest beer in the building. Also, I just saw some bugs brought to him, and he is our first winner. First winner, $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. We will hook somebody else up in the 3 o'clock hour. All you got to do is put your name in our raffle. I'm just going to keep calling it a box. Our raffle box.
Did you say our winner was Travis?
Travis in the building. Yep.
Fun fact. Guy you heard before us every day on In the Loop, John Lopez, the OG. He called me Travis for a solid probably month and a half when I first started working here at Sports Radio 610.
You got to be kidding me.
And
John
he's the one who got me an interview, bro.
John called you Travis for a month and a half?
At least.
How did it stop becoming Travis? Did you stop him and say, "Hey, boss man, my name's Tyler"?
Yes, I finally one day he had done it again, and I said, "Lopez, no problem, not offended, but want to let you know, name's actually Tyler. It's not Travis." He said, "Oh, I knew that.
See, I think I'd have just kept calling you Travis, like it's just a fun joke, Trav. Like you just be Trav all day. How about that?
I just call you a different name every day.
just get him a T name all the way around.
What up, Tim?
All right, Tori in the building.
Why we got to go female with it?
No, Tori is not just female. There's a lot of Tori Holt. There's a lot of male
you're
Tories.
Right. My mind goes female. I guess.
Tori Hunter, who stripped naked one time when he got thrown out of the game for the Twins. That's one of my favorite videos. When he just said, "To hell with it, man. I'm taking my shirt, my pants, my batting gloves, all of it off, and throwing it at him." I remember. Do you remember, Tyler? We had Tori on, and I asked him about that. I said, "What the hell? What was that about, Tori?"
That was a good moment on the drive.
Speaking of great baseball players, we will have one of the greatest pitchers of all time, Roger Clemens, coming back. Hey, baby, I've been doing this a while. Roger Clemens coming up 4 o'clock. He will join us, and we'll talk to him about what he's seeing with the Astros. I got to hear his thoughts about these torpedo bats as well. So that's coming up 4 o'clock hour. Luke is in the building. Clint is out. As again, we are live spectators here in Sugarland. Make your way on out here. I see the bugs. They look delicious. As Reggie from In the Loop is in the building. I think he's about to get some bugs. Yeah, he's in the building. So get on out here on this Fiesta Friday. $5 margaritas. I need another one. Next time I get a chance, I'm going to have somebody give me a margarita. $4 Mexican beers also in the building. So a lot going on here to take advantage of. It's a good time. We're in the patio. You can see us from the highway if you drive by. A good time is being had. All right, Luke and Tyler and the people. This is maybe uncomfortable. Maybe a place you don't want to dive into, but that's what we do here, baby. I want to get your thoughts. I want to get hear your feelings on this, because I have talked to many people in my time out. Talked to people on social media, on Twitter, on everything, on YouTube and Twitch, text line, and I've heard this thought, and I wanted to have this conversation, and it's about C.J. Stroud. And I wonder how many people fit into this boat. C.J. Stroud, who we have not heard from, I think we saw C.J. for the first time at a Rockets game, but I hadn't heard or seen from C.J. Stroud since the Chiefs game ended.
Much different than last offseason.
Much different. Yeah, he didn't take the tour to Tokyo. He wasn't on with Micah Parsons. He didn't play in the celebrity game in the NBA All-Star game, which I tell you I don't have a problem with. Do you take a completely different approach? That's fine. But this is my wonder with Texans fans. And Luke, you can jump on this first. Are Texans fans a bit nervous that they don't quite know exactly what C.J. Stroud is after 2 years? Because the first year, I'm telling you, Tyler and Luke, we thought, okay, this dude here is about to be one of the next. Like, finally, the football gods have looked upon Houston and said, hey, I know you didn't have the number one pick, but they got Bryce, but you got C.J. Stroud, and C.J. Stroud was actually the right guy. And C.J. Stroud is not just the right guy, but he's going to be potentially the next. He's the guy where you got credible people saying the next year he's going to be our MVP. I believe he is going to lead the Texans to a potential Super Bowl, lead them to places they've never been. Hell, I think I came out and said that this cat, the way he's playing as a rookie, there's no chance that he is not going to get this team to where they've never been before.
God bless, brother.
Then he had last year, which, again, I want to make this clear for some of you all that are going to lose your minds out here. It was not all him, but it all wasn't everybody else either. There was a step and a change in terms of C.J. Stroud where, to me, I think it's very understandable that you look at it and you don't have the same feeling that you had coming out of year one going into year two. Those that people out there, when you look at it at all, are you a bit nervous that you don't quite know what C.J. Stroud is right now?
Well, if the text line has been any indication the last few months, I think so. Or maybe they're even beyond nerves and have already moved in the other direction on him. I am personally. Now, I will say, if you look back just like historically, sophomore slumps are a thing for quarterbacks. That's far more common than a guy having the rookie season that Stroud did and then completely falling off the face of the earth for the rest of their career. In fact, I can't think of another example where a guy played as well as Stroud their first season and can never get remotely close or back to that level the rest of their career. But you can name a lot more quarterbacks that had that sophomore slump and bounce back. So I like to be optimistic. I don't think you do what he did that first year if you can't play at this level, at a high level. But certainly after what we saw this past year, I'm a little concerned about what this next season in the future holds, especially when you factor in now a first-time play caller. You know, does that help the progression of the quarterback? We'll see.
That's a lot of change. Now, there's more change there that is rolling in that, right? Like a guy that did what he did now potentially completely change, not just in voice, but complete change in system and what he's asked to do. And now, what, 2 coordinators, 2 systems potentially in 3 years.
Yeah.
Which, listen, I believe CJ can handle it, what he has shown. But to me, it is hard to not think like you had to be on, and I know I thought this, cloud 10. Well, it felt like what he gave us year one, it felt like, dude, it is just a matter of time to where he is on the levels of, the Josh Allens. He's on the levels of the Joe Burrows. He's on those levels. It's a matter of time. And now what you watched last year, because year 3, Luke, if this thing slides closer to year 2 than year 1, now you're at a point where you're like, okay, well, is that thought that he could be elite? Is that something that we may have to put out of our mindset? I'm seeing some people here roll through. Lauren Mack says not one bit worried about CJ. Kick rocks. We still think that he is that guy, Ron. Dude has proven he can play. There were other factors last season. Yeah, there were factors last season. I get, but it doesn't creep like you come away from last season, from year 1 to year 2, and just say, man, you know what? I know CJ's going to be that dude from year 1.
Yeah, you can't give him all the credit of year 1 and then take away all the responsibility of year 2 of those struggles. But I brought this up before when I was in this seat with you, but I always compare it to the music industry with that make or break third album. And I think that's where we are for C.J. Stroud, where a lot of bands had the great first album, bad second album, and then the ones that could put out a good third album are the bands that continue to have successful careers. The others that couldn't, you realize, they're actually not that talented of songwriters. We move on from those bands. And so I think it's the same thing with Stroud. We had the great first year, bad second year. Now this is the make or break. Prove which one you're more like. You talk about sophomore slumps, it's usually just that sophomore year. Drew Brees bounced back in year 3. Matt Ryan bounced back in year 3, so on and so forth. When it's back-to-back years, then it becomes a little more of a concern of, maybe it was that first year that was the fluke, because that is the outlier. So I think this is a huge year for Stroud to prove himself.
Because I'm at this point, I'm not at the point right now where I think the league figured him out after year 1.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I do think, yes, the protection and whatever was going on in that offensive room, mostly the protection had a ton to do with it. As I see people texting in, fix the offensive line and C.J. Stroud will be an MVP. See, I'm not there. Right now, I'm not to fix offensive line. C.J. Stroud will be into the Burrow, Josh Allen, Lamar, and then obviously Mahomes. I'm not into this. Just simply fix the offensive line, because I do think the cause of it was offensive line, but I also think some of it was him, and some of it was some of the decisions that he was making. So I'm not quite there yet, right? I as you said, I do think this is a big year for him to see if that rolls through. To me though, my thought process from him, from going into year 1 to year 2 to now year 2 to year 3, is completely different.
Yeah, it is.
I still think there is a possibility a Pro Bowl level quarterback can do things like that. But I'm not as confident. Now, some of you are as confident. I'm not trying to take that from you. I'm not as confident on that, and I see some people texting in with it. I do think there are some people that are nervous that I hope this ain't a situation to where that first year kind of made us over-evaluate who he was.
Well, that's why I always say you never bring flowers on a first date, because it just ups those expectations. Where do you go from there?
You don't bring gifts on the first, like you don't bring anything on the first date?
No, because then what's the expectation for the second date? What do you do on the second date?
I'm not far from you.
You take her to where the magic happens,
I took
bro.
my wife to Chili's.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Ron, real quick.
Chili's and to go see Notorious B.I.G. That was our first.
Remember
across the street.
The Chili's thing we share in
common. I was 25 years old, man, out here just living, man. Had a Cadillac that wasn't working all the time, so calm down on that. But no, yeah, I mean, yeah, you don't want to go too crazy with it, but
Notorious.
But you don't bring, you ain't gonna bring, you wouldn't bring a flower. You don't bring nothing. You just bring this. You just say, look at this.
That's right. This is what you're signing up for.
713-572-4610. Those of you
not
on
a lot of
YouTube
second
and Twitch,
dates,
do you agree with Luke? As Luke just said, not a lot of second dates. Do you agree with Luke that you don't bring nothing on the first date?
No.
That's what Luke says. You don't like no flowers,
nothing.
no kind of gift or nothing.
Well, you can bring something small, but if you bring flowers, then what do you do on the second date? What are you bringing? You start at 12 flowers, now you got to bring 24 flowers on the second date. Then you got to bring 3. You got to keep upping the ante.
I don't agree with it. I don't think just
or then flowers become the expectation every time you see that person.
I don't believe that bringing a dozen roses means that the second date has to be 24 roses. I don't believe that as the case. Now I do think there is a standard maybe in potential quality of date. Early in it, I think the first 3 or 4 dates you've established a quality, and then once you get to know each other more, then maybe y'all can go to dives and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think you're getting a little bit doing too much there. Just bringing up nothing. I think you got to show them hey man, I am somebody that has some care.
Well, did you bring something on the first date?
Listen, I was struggling, though. I was 24, 25.
And you're a bargain hunter, to be fair.
I was fighting it. I was struggling a little bit, right? That's a different case. Right.
It worked out?
Yeah, it did work out. We had a good time. It did work out. She did think that I was she did say to me, I thought your dad was picking me up when you pulled up in that Cadillac. She told me that a few years later, but no, it worked out. But no, I'm not against bringing flowers or a little gift, showing what it's about.
I think it's better to work the way up, though. That you started at Chili's, and then a few dates later, you're going to, I don't know, a fancier restaurant. You got to work your way up.
Right now, you would never in your mind think, know what? Over by wine.
No, I could see wine, but maxing out at like the $10 wine, right?
Stop.
Maybe a box wine. I could do a box wine.
Damn, man. How is somebody cheaper than me, Tyler? This man said a box wine.
I'm shocked.
Don't hate on box wines.
Luke's showing up with some damn Franzia to a date.
No, not Franzia. I do that. The black box. That's good stuff.
If you bring over a box of wine,
gotta slap the bag.
And this thing goes somewhere. If this thing goes somewhere, I hope she makes you wait until marriage.
Gotta slap the bag if you do it.
No, I hope she makes you wait until marriage, and not even the first night. Like
that's what the Lord would want.
Like Sunday. I hope she makes you wait till the next day. That's ridiculous. A box wine? What are you trying to
do the box wine, but nothing over $10.
What you talking about? $2 Chuck? That's what you. He said nothing over $10.
Yeah, let's relax.
Slap the bag.
This dude is insane.
Picture Luke with his date slapping the bag before they go out.
That's a good time.
This is. I'm not even this cheap. Good God!
Well, it's not about cheap. It's about the expectation.
No. Yeah, I know your expectation is setting up is $10 and under on wine. Like your expectation could be a little bit better. Good Lord, Luke. That poor girl you're with. Is she supposed to be coming up here today? I bet I got to ask what this first date was like.
Can I ask what her name is?
Good God. Hold on, man.
You can tell me in the break.
Good dog, man. I see that crawfish coming out, corn and potatoes with that thing. I see it. Make your way on out here to Spectators. We'll give you a little Masters update, and then something that the human penis, Adam Silver, needs to discuss coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Real or fake, the Texans have to draft offense in the first round.
Real as it gets, man. That wide receiver need and that guard, that interior offensive line need is, I think it's desperate.
your comfort and guaranteed for life. Live from Spectators in Sugarland, it's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light. Here's the Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we continue week 2 of our Crawfish Circuit, and it brings us here to Sugarland, to Spectators Bar and Grill. Make your way on out here. We are here until 6 o'clock, but you ain't got to stay, or you ain't got to leave at 6 because there's TVs all over the place. You can catch the Astros tonight, baseball tonight, the Rockets, they're playing the Lakers. You can catch that right here. So you can do your thing and hang out right here. Yeah, they're playing LeBron, and you can catch the Rockets and the Lakers. You can watch. Oh, you ain't gonna have the Rockets and the Lakers on here? I'm not trying to get people here on Fiesta Friday. My man over here, King Hater, over here, just because he got them nice-ass shoes on, King Hater over here on LeBron. But, no, you can make your way out here and have a good time. The Crawfish is out. My man Reggie just came over here, and Osita just did a awful move, walked over and said, hey, can I have a little crawfish? And then instead of grabbing crawfish, just grabbed that man's sausage and just started eating his sausage. I mean, that damn.
You
skipped
not
over
do
the
that.
potatoes, the corn, and just said, hey, man, not his sausage, not his lower. Man, y'all so nasty. Pause. His sausage from the platter. Y'all so nasty,
Can't
man.
be grabbing
Get
a
out
man's
here,
meat
man.
like that, bro.
Even Tyler's nasty ass didn't go to talking about penises. We talking about sausage. The sausage that comes with all the fixings in that crawfish. So get on out here. Hopefully Osita won't take yours. And you can have a good time out here. Y'all nasty as hell. See Luke, kind of. By the way, Luke is just getting drilled right here on the text line. I'm sure he will come. My man right here said I was with Luke. I was with Luke until he said the box wine. The black box is like three or four bottles of wine. What do you want?
That's right. Thank you, 281.
Yeah. Somebody came in there. I do work. The ladies here. I see on YouTube and Twitch. Lauren Mack. Sally generally is one of our female listeners. Perry, Jen, where you at? Even our 6th female listener, male. Where you at? Do you have a restaurant floor on the first date? And listen, I can understand. I believe I went underneath that floor. And I'm lucky that my wife went through it, but I think it was a different time. I looked out there. It was either Logan's or it was Chili's. I decided to go to the place that didn't have peanuts on the ground. So that's where I went. But do you have a restaurant floor right now? If you're going on a first date, is there a restaurant floor? Like is it Carrabba's? Is your floor Logan's? I'm not trying to take. Is there a restaurant floor where you won't look at him and be like, no, this ain't going to number 2? Because I do. Like, if you took somebody to McDonald's or somebody, like, that ain't, like, we ain't going. You go to In-N-Out, we ain't going. Is there a restaurant floor from the ladies? 713-572-4610. I want to hear the thoughts. Because I think this is things that our listeners and men need. There a restaurant floor on the first date where you won't look at him and be like, nah, he ain't getting a second date just by his choice.
That became a whole viral thing a few months ago where a woman was complaining on social media because her date took her to, I think it was Cheesecake Factory for the first date.
Cheesecake Factory's got to be a go.
Yeah,
that's got to be good enough.
That's a good
that
restaurant.
Feels perfect. Cheesecake Factory is 175 things on the menu.
Yes.
That is a perfect joint. Got your dessert.
What is up with that menu?
You can get whatever you want.
Cheesecake Factory, yeah, that's got to be good enough. Spectators fits in that as well. All 3 locations. You can take the lady to Riverside. You can take to Riverstone. Excuse me. You take the lady to Richmond or to here. But I am curious about that. Is there? Somebody said it's more about the person than the place. Now listen, Lauren, you're full of it.
Maybe that's how she feels.
No, she's lying.
Maybe she's looking at the inside of the folks around her.
My ass. If he pulled up and said, "Hey, man, let's go in here and bang out these Happy Meals or these Big Macs together. Let's order up here in this McDonald's and sit over here." No, it ain't gonna be about the person.
You want a Wendy's Biggie bag?
Yeah. Like if that, hey,
I'll get you a large drink.
If my buddy pulled up and said, "Hey, man, let's go in here and bang out these Grand Slams at Denny's," I think there's a different thought.
No. See, and Luke, you don't know this, but we're on the show. Hughley hates so hard on Denny's. Those fine folks over at Denny's. He hates hard on Denny's.
I don't hate hard on Denny's. I just believe that I have reached a place in my life and in my journey that I can find better breakfast spots than Denny's.
Man, it was one of the only places open. It was like 4:30 a.m.
Breakfast floor for me is First Watch.
Well, yes, me too. But Luke, he roasted me one day because long before our show, I had breakfast at Denny's, and he made it sound like I'd committed the worst sin he ever heard.
Well, I didn't make it seem like that. I just said I don't there was a point where I don't do for me listen, I'm going to lose a potential sponsorship with Denny's or IHOP. I'm out on it. I went to Denny's and IHOP.
Where
after
you at,
going
Waffle House?
To solid. Now Waffle House is in a different space. I can still bang out Waffle House. But I went in there and I'm like, dog. I said, this is breakfast at Denny's? This is breakfast? Someone said my floor is Chick-fil-A. Get out of here. The hell out of here.
I would take him on a Sunday, Goes along with my rules of dating.
Well said.
Spend too much, yeah.
All right,
the Lord's chicken for breakfast, so that is hard to beat.
Oh, they're closed? Too bad.
Too bad. Well, that was my plan.
Yeah. So I'll see you Tuesday?
Look, tell me you think I'm being real hard on this. I think Adam Silver has no choice but to find Ja Morant. Ja Morant has the new grenade celebration that he is doing. And by the way, Ja Morant, Tyler, has spoke on it. He said, that's my celebration now until somebody has a problem with it, and I'll find another one. Well, Durant had to say after he is down, started to throw the grenade. If you don't know the backs, not only did he just get hit with a $75,000 fine because he sprayed the entire bench in first 2 or 3 rows in Miami, and that was the first time he had done the goal. That wasn't the first time he did the gun celebration, but his history with kind of the gun situation where he was caught. Hell, it cost him 25, 30 games where he lost money, and he did this. And this is – I just think you can't, if you suspend him for 25, 30 games last year with the gun thing, and then you hit him with a $75,000 fine, he doesn't get to switch to another violent celebration and then we just roll with it.
His madness awareness rating is 0.
No, you're not lying. And now he's come out and told you that's going to be my celebration until somebody has a problem with it, and then I'll find another one. What is he going to go? Don't be a menace, and he's going to have the thing like he's like do we have a problem here? Like he's going to have a tank. Is he going to have like what's the next violent thing he's going to come up? Like, he is out of control. We know his daddy. I've talked about this with many people. Talked about it last night with somebody. You know his daddy ain't going to step in and say, hey, son, let's pull this. Let's pull this together. I just think Adam Silver has to find him, and we got to be looking at suspension. This is ridiculous.
I'm with you.
And I like Ja. I think Ja is a good dude, but there's no defending this. And Adam has to do it right now because he's talking about now I'm trying to be creative and come. Like his thought wasn't, I got this $75,000 fine. All right, maybe I need to cool it. No, let me come up with another creative, violent celebration to really get them to see. Let me just keep pushing the envelope and see until they stop.
Yeah, I think he's clueless for not understanding the whole situation.
You think he's clueless, or you think he's choosing to be clueless? He's choosing. I don't think he's clueless. I think he knows exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, I suppose. Well, I would say clueless in the sense of not understanding the impact of why it is a problem, why he shouldn't be doing those things, or why the NBA doesn't want him to be doing those things. And now he's just kind of flaunting it after the first one, switching to the grenade, and anything beyond that, just kind of rubbing their nose in it. And I think it just speaks to a broader issue of just these NBA players, the league itself. There's no fear of Adam Silver. This wouldn't have. This certainly it would not have gotten this far under the previous commissioner.
Nah, but if somebody's suspended, I think most players in the league, if they were suspended for 25 games for that kind of stuff, I think they would slow up. I think Ja is just he is really pushing it. Like even Draymond, who's crazy ass, he got suspended all those games. Like Draymond has curtailed it. For Draymond. No, Draymond is not going out there kicking people in the nuts and elbowing people in the face. He's He's not going to stop being himself. Like, he's not going to stop being edgy, but I don't think Draymond I think Draymond understands, man, they just took all this money from me. It's like John Morant sees it as a damn all right, this is a challenge for me to keep doing this. Someone said money. I'm not saying it's not entertaining a little bit, but it's stupid coming from him.
It's stupid. It's funny because it's stupid. Is what it is to me. It's like watching Napoleon Dynamite. You're not tuned in for great acting.
Like,
it's
I just sit there and I'm just like, Tyler, he got fined $75,000 for spraying over the bench and the first and second and third rows of the fan base in Miami. And so what he went home and came up with was, let me throw the grenade and then put my hands over my ears so I don't have to hear. Like, come on, man. What's he going to come out next? Knife them? He going to knife their asses. Crocodile Dundee and knife their like. What are we doing, man?
That was our defensive coordinator's play call in high school. Was the shank for that was the middle linebacker blitz. But
shank.
Yeah,
Luke, you cannot just drop these liners in and then try to move on.
Run prison shank. Run prison shank.
Yeah.
That was our.
And he would do the motion. It's pretty good.
All right, coming up, Jaylen Petri just got a new deal, and I think that sends a real signal to what we are learning from the Texans. And is that a good thing? We'll discuss that coming up next.
You want to win up to 1,000 times your money, turn $1 into $1,000? Sounds nice, doesn't it? You can
are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
Leasing a car makes more sense now than ever before. Call D&M Leasing today.
Live from Spectators in Sugar Land, the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live on our second leg of our Crawfish Circuit, live here at Spectators here in Sugarland. We were going to hook somebody up at the end of this segment. We are definitely going to do that at the end of this segment. Hook somebody up with a $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. If you have not done so, put your name. My man right here is going to do it. Put your name in our raffle box. And listen, if you're on your way, that's not the last one. We're going to hook somebody up with one each hour. So there will be one in the 3 o'clock hour, the 4 o'clock hour, and in the 5 o'clock hour. All you got to do is put your name in our raffle box, and you will have a chance to win. All right, Luke, we saw the Pitre signing today, and we kind of talked around this a little bit on the drive. The #1 sports show in all of Houston. Number 20th as well in the top 20 afternoon drive shows across the country. And when I say
top-ranked show in the city.
When I say top 20, I mean 20. Just a few points away from 21st, but we were able to edge them out. But 20th, just right in there. Can nobody take that away from us? 20th.
Nobody else in town in that top 20.
That's right. I believe we were 2. I think we were 2 points, a point and a half from getting to 20. Still 20. They showed our face. They did an interview with us at the Super Bowl. We're 20th. But Pitre, they extend. Stingley, they extend. Daniil Hunter, they extend. They bring in EJ Speed. They gonna get that defense right. Like, they gonna get that defense right. But I think it clearly shows is it fair to say this, Luke, that the Texans have a different level of commitment to this defense right now than they have right now to the offense?
I mean, it seems that way, and that's always my concern with the –
I don't think it's their plan, but I'm with you. It seems that way.
Yeah, and as, of course, they say actions speak louder than words, and just, watch the actions. But that's always the concern with when the head coach is a defensive head coach, they always, I believe, almost even sometimes, subconsciously sway to that side of the football.
And I think it's also when you say he's a defensive head coach that I think has the most power in the organization when it comes to personnel. To me, when I think about the hierarchy of the Texans, I think it's Cal and Hannah, then I think D'Amico, then Nick. Right, I think that is the case personally. I think they all work together well, and I think they have the understanding. But to me, if it comes down to I want this, I think D'Amico wins out right now. So when you had to the point you're making, it's a guy that I also think has closer to the final say than his general manager.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up a Minnesota Vikings fan, and when Mike Zimmer was the head coach, defensive head coach, and he had final say over the GM Rick Spielman, and that was a big breaking point for them where it's like, we have to address this offense, and he wanted to keep drafting defensive guys, and eventually it led to a real fracture in that organization between him and the front office where they had different philosophies, but he wanted to devote all his resources to defense. You could almost make the case to a lesser degree, like Bill Belichick never devoted a lot to the offense either. He was a defensive guy, and he always wanted to invest
he had
in
Tom,
his defense.
And he just said, all right, man, make it work over there.
So I think that's always the school of thought with the defensive head coach is that you're more focused on your side of the football. And so, look, they didn't give a ton of money to Pitre in the grand scheme of things, but down the road, you wouldn't want, because you gave this money to your nickel corner to keep you from being able to keep somebody on the offensive side of the football. And if you project this thing out further, and I know you can always manipulate the salary cap, but long-term commitments, 3 years and beyond, 3/4 of them right now are on the defensive side of the football. 4 years and beyond, 80% on the defensive side of the football.
Now, 80%?
Yeah, in terms of money, 80% of the money beyond 4 years is devoted to. Now, again, that's 4 years from now. So a lot can change in those 4 years where you're bringing in more offensive guys. They're obviously going to have to pay C.J. Stroud, but the majority of these long-term commitments we're seeing are on the defensive side of the football. And we talked about this before we went on the air today, but even look at this offseason. And the moves they made on offense have been kind of stopgaps on the offensive line with one-year deals.
Yeah. On defense, like C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
On offense, Laken Tomlinson. Our biggest issue is offensive line, interior offensive line, Big Ed Ingram. But we're going to get E.J. Speed, who's been a starter at linebacker for the Colts. Yeah, I mean, E.J. Speed's been a good starter. Reggie, you know Laken Tomlinson has been a shaky starter, right? Hence his $4 million. But I'm just saying the biggest issue on the team going into it, you would have thought was interior offensive line in particular. They got a better, they went after and traded for a safety that is a Super Bowl, Pro Bowl level safety in Gardner Johnson. And then offensive line was, they've kind of gone interior wise, hey, let's hope this guy can play.
Yeah, and the big move, the big swing on offense, Christian Kirk, who is on a one-year deal, going to be a free agent. And as you brought up earlier, I mean, they tried it last year with Stephon Diggs, one-year deal. Who's going to be a free. So when you look at the balance of resources, it does seem to sway to that defensive side. Now, as the roster is currently constructed, I don't know how many people on the offensive side of the football you would commit to beyond C.J. Stroud, but in terms of the actions or the choices they've made, it does seem to be paying. When you went into the offseason, if you said which side of the football needs more work, I would have said offense, and yet based off of the offseason plan, it seems like they have, again, devoted more resources towards defense.
They have thrown numbers and bodies to the offense.
Yes.
But I don't think they brought in any offensive player that comes to the level of Gardner Johnson.
Not on the offensive line,
maybe,
no.
As Reggie said, maybe Christian Kirk, but maybe that's it. Maybe someone texted in from the text line, you can't make that assumption. The draft hasn't happened. You also don't know what's going on behind the scenes. You are making a lot of assumptions. I'm not making assumptions. I'm just telling you what the hell they did defensively. They've extended every single, almost every player on the defensive side. Stingley, Hunter, now Pitre. They've extended all of these guys on the defensive side of the ball. They've gone out and got E.J. Speed. They've done everything short, but of getting right now. Luke, would it surprise you if they drafted a defensive tackle in that first round? Would it surprise you if they went the kid from Oregon, if they drafted a defensive tackle in the first?
I want to say yes, but I guess it's in the realm of possibility. I would like to imagine you got to go on the offensive side of the football.
But you made it. Then there's some New England ties. The New England thing was, hey man, we got Tom. Maybe they're thinking we got CJ, and we'll do things to kind of figure it out. I don't know. As the texter said, I'm not going to poo-poo all the way. I don't think it's as many assumptions. Hell, we've set through free agency, right? I'm sorry, you thought they would have a bigger splash. Christian Kirk, you didn't think that was going to be the biggest splash. I see you, the biggest splash that they bring in offensively. I just, nothing. It's just, I don't even know if it's that much assumption. They clearly appear to have a different way of handling the defense. They handle the defense like they want to be a defensive-led team.
Mm-hmm. I think that's what D'Amico wants as a defensive head coach.
And that's what you bring up when you say a defensive head coach. That's the kind of concern and wonder. Not even concern, but you hope it works. But you can see in their mind, damn, I got to have that. Mm-hmm. I got to have that. And hopefully some of the guys they bring in can roll to that. But we'll see.
Yeah, I know. And now, going back to that text, I mean, the draft should be about 75% offense. And you try to supplement it that way. And we'll see what they do with the offense beyond. But the actions they've taken so far, the biggest offensive commitment this year in terms of money, Nico, they pushed the money down the road a little bit. C.J. Stroud's going to get paid. But it's Dalton Schultz. And, what what kind of investment is that offense? That's the big investment offensively.
Is that their most expensive offensive player?
Yeah,
this year.
For this year, yeah.
Dalton Schultz, don't let Clint know that.
Ass.
Don't let Clint know that. That's a tough one. All right, coming up as we continue, we're going to hook somebody up with a $25 Academy Sports and Outdoors gift card as soon as this segment ends. And up next, Dirty's Daily has a special guest, Roger Clemens. He will join us coming up next.
Nobody was harmed in the making of this audio.
The Cougs came up just short in their bid for a national championship. A tough way to end the year, but there's plenty to be proud of from a memorable hoop season. Thanks for a heck of a year, Cougs.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, y'all, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living. I tell you, this is damn sure real, right?
Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Dirty's Daily, powered by Mokaram Law. Any personal injury, call day or night, 281-222-2222, or visit MokaramLawFirm.com. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
All right, you are not diving into the mind of former NFL quarterback. You're diving into the mind of former defensive tackle at Blue Springs High School, state champion.
State champ.
Brian,
let him know.
The show Hughley. That's right, baby. Only played varsity ball 1 year, but you are not. Yeah, I don't know where that ring is. I think I lost it in that, to be honest with you. But welcome in Dirty's Daily, which is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hard as hell to say, easy to dial, 281-222-2222, 281-222-2222. We are live here on the drive, on the road, as we are on leg 2 of our crawfish circuit. We are live here in Sugar Land at Spectators. They've got 3 locations. You can't miss it, either one of them. You can go to the one in Richmond. You can go to the one that I probably take my family once a month to in Riverstone. But we are live here today until 6 o'clock at the Sugar Land location. Make your way on out here. You can win, have a chance to win 2 more $25 gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors. But let's no longer hold it up. We are joined by one of the best players in the history of the sport of baseball. Roger Clemens joins us, and Roger, once we always love when you join us, but you're gonna have to jump in and help us out. Clint is not here today, and Luke is in his place, and Luke just stepped out and said, yeah, I refuse to give any kind of gifts on the first date. I don't give any flowers. I don't give anything on the first date because I want to let them know and establish where I am. He said if he were to get a bottle of wine, it would be under $10. It is, I think, absolutely embarrassing for him. His girlfriend is on the way up here, and I'm sure she is worse. Roger, are you like? Would you give a gift? Would you give flowers? Where are you at on this?
Well, let me jump in, man. How you guys doing? I know you're on football a little bit, and I always like me some defensive end when I was playing some defensive end way back when. So don't forget about that. I kind of took that mentality to the mound with me too. But no, he's right. You don't have to bring anything now because the girls bring it. They bring it to you. So that's how you got it going on. They just play that reverse role now. They set you up. They set you up.
They bring it to you. What you talking about? They bring it.
No, they bring you something, so then you're obliged to make that car payment down the road. They pull you right in, man. You got to pay attention to detail. That's what I did for 24 years. You got to pay attention to detail on all of that kind of stuff.
So you got souped into paying a car payment. All right, man. We appreciate you joining us. Man, we're looking at the Astros early on here, and I love talking to you about pitching, especially some of the guys here with the Astros. Framber Valdez, who is now taking over the role of ace, and he's kind of been that for the last couple of years, with Verlander leaving for a half a year and then with his injuries. He's in a contract year. Do you look at Framber Valdez, Roger, as someone who knows that spot he is in? Do you see him as a ace-worthy pitcher that is worth really committing to years down the line?
Well, everybody needs pitching. Y'all know that. That's a long time. What's going to get you to the promised land is pitching and defense. You got to catch it. So when you put somebody like Altuve in the outfield, and he does, he really doesn't miss a beat. It's not affected his hitting at all. I'll come back to the pitching in a second because it's obviously the most important thing, and Diaz takes on a big role. I tell guys to be careful. When I go to spring training and work with the guys, even the veteran guys, I really have to remind them with this, the pitch clock and the pitch calm thing that they're doing. They got to be careful because you press a button and you're hearing your fastball away, and you just grab the ball and heave it. You turn into a thrower. You quit pitching, and that's what's and not allowing a lot of these starters to get maybe 4 innings if you're lucky. So now, having said that, he's in a contract year. It's what the going rate is these days for number 1, number 2 guys. That if he has a chance to go, somebody like Valdez and Brown, Hunter, they got to go 10 games over 500, and if they can do that, and everybody else is basically average, 10 and 10, and you'll go 12 and 12 in the win-loss column, you're going to get to the dance. You're going to get a chance to get into the playoffs again, which we've been spoiled here in Houston. What the product they've been putting on the field for us, those guys have been winning and doing it the right way. So, the Rangers will give them a tough time. Rangers are they're built to win and built to win now. And same thing with Houston. They want to do that, but it's hard to say, guys. I mean, the money is being tossed around. Like I played in the American Century Lake Tahoe with Greg Maddox, and Doggy came up to me in the middle of a practice round. He goes, "You know what? We don't have to go 4 innings right now. You could probably go 4, and they couldn't afford us." And I go, "You're right, Dog. Yeah, it's just the way things are." Of course, I never told him this, but and I don't know if you guys, your listeners, know. Right now, if a scout went out to watch a tryout and Greg Maddox was throwing or a Tommy Glavine was throwing, they probably wouldn't even get drafted. You close your books and walk back to your car and leave and go, scout another kid. You wouldn't even take a second look at these guys. That's how bad that is, the pitching part of it. And like I said, pitching is like buying property or a house. It's location, location, location. In a world where everybody's chasing velocity, and my little cliche, funny saying, but it holds true, is nobody cares how hard you throw ball 4. So you got to attack that zone. Now they're pinching the zone east and west on our guys, on everybody. You get pinched east and west now, but north and south you can expose some hitters, and I like that because throwing 95, 98 miles an hour, being a power pitcher, not a thrower, big difference. I'd feature the ball in the upper part of the strike zone, and then obviously work down with my split. Try and start my split at a hitter's kneecaps and bounce in the dirt coming back. So, long answer to your question, but it holds true. It's whatever one of these starters. Again, he's got to go. Valdez being a number 1. Hopefully he can hang around long enough to get decisions. Go 18-8. Hunter Brown do a 17-7 or a 15-5, and the other guys just have to be kind of average, and you're getting to the dance again.
Ask you obviously another pitching question while we have you. I mean, speaking of that added velocity, Hunter Brown has increased his velocity. They've pointed to flexibility that he worked on this offseason, his mobility. For you as a hard thrower, was that ever part of your arsenal back then? How did you, or even pitchers of your time, work on increasing their velocity?
Yeah, I mean, I threw over 100 miles an hour a number of times, but I never pitched at that speed. When you start trying to reach 98 to triple digits, you're going to make mistakes in the middle. A lot of guys in the big league, I mean, most guys in the big leagues can put wood on a bullet. They love that gas, especially if you're missing in the middle. Some of these relievers do it because they're coming in max effort, throwing elbows and booty at you and legs, and just they're coming with everything because they're going to be 15 pitches, maybe 20 is max for them. So the bullpens are getting taxed now. They're getting taxed pretty good because Hader, Abreu, Montero, all these guys are going to be taxed a little bit because some of these cats are only going, they're using up all their pitches in 4 innings, throwing 100 pitches in 4 innings. So they got to come out because you want to keep them, number 1, healthy, and number 2, hopefully they're a little bit fresh if you in fact get to October and you want to play there. But I never chased velocity. I mean, I won games. Of course, I pitched. You guys got to understand, what a thrill for me to be a 22, 23-year-old in Boston, and we traded for who I considered the ultimate power pitcher of all time, Tom Seaver. And we got Steve over to pitch, and I got to watch him up close and personal on the mound and watch a 40-something-year-old man out there sitting about 88, 89, and 30. And he went like 94, punched out a couple guys, and I was like, oh, okay, I get it now. I mean, you're talking about power pitching and having a little bit in the tank when he needed it. Hunter's deal for me is now he sets himself real over the mound real good. If you guys watch him closely, I watch his feet to watch how he when he starts his delivery, when he sets himself into the rubber and he's taking his time. When I had a couple opportunities to talk to him in spring training a year or two ago. We talked about gathering himself, and then you can get right behind that ball and rush it in there, and that's where you'll find a couple more miles per hour. You get it with your glove side, too. If you get your glove side going in the right direction and not peeling off towards first base, you can pick up some late life at the plate.
Roger Clemens joining us here as we're live here as spectators. Bar and Grill here in Sugar Land. Make your way on out here as we're here till 6 o'clock. You spoke a little bit there about the new pitch clock, and I'll be intrigued to see because Lance McCullers, who has been out, held the last time Lance pitched, there was no pitch clock, so that's something that he's having to get adjusted to. But just listening to you, I don't know that I've ever heard that thought that it is negatively affecting pitchers the way that you talked about in terms of them becoming throwers and not pitching. What's your thoughts on the pitch clock, and do you think this is something that is a bad thing or something that pitchers are going to have to get adjusted to in terms of getting the best out of what they're able to do?
They should all be getting used to it by now. I mean, when it first came out, the Major League guys had a little more trouble with it than the had it for a couple of years before they got to the Major League. So the big league guys are having a little more trouble, and there's some big name pitchers. If I sit back and tell you, some big name pitchers that we even had that discussion. Is that hey, today you were just throwing. Yeah, you got knocked around and got knocked out in the third inning, but you were just throwing. And I know you're going exactly with what the catcher wants you to throw, but you still got to execute that pitch once you hear it. And, slider, back where they throw slider away, fastball in, fastball, whatever you hear in your ear, you got to process that and focus and visualize that pitch going to the plate and not just grab the ball and heave it. I mean, it seems like everybody gets 3-2 nowadays, especially in the big leagues. They get to count to 3 and 2 to throw a breaking ball. And so it's just a little bit of a different game with the pitch clock. I called about 90-95% of my game from the mound with my looks, with my catcher. So when everybody else is adjusting their batting gloves or, looking at a foul ball or getting their sign from the third base coach, we were putting a pitch into play immediately, myself and, say, Brad Osmus. And that's why we work so fluid. And, we wouldn't even need a pitch clock at that time. The only time the pitch clock would bother me is when I'm really holding a runner. When I'm going to sit down on a runner late in the game, and again, this is somewhere which is foreign territory for a lot of people when you're in the 7th, 8th inning and you're getting late in the game as a starter and your manager's going to leave you out there and it's a one-run game. I'm going to pay a little more attention to that guy at first and keep him there, try and pick him off. Sometimes I like to throw over, not 2 times, but 3 because they never expect you to come over on and if he's a big-time base stealer, you can catch him off guard that way.
There's a lot of consternation amongst Astro fans right now. Only 12 games into the season, but, the bats have been a little slow out of the gate. Obviously, you were on the pitching side, but just based off of your long career, at what point do you feel like a team is hitting its stride and into that mid-season form where, the cliche is the pitcher is always ahead of the hitters to start the season? How long is that grace period until hitters, the team, they're in that mid-season form at the start of a baseball season?
Yeah, I always worried about when I saw some of the guys, your mainstay of hitters, a little slow in spring training. If you're going to be able to come out of the gate and flip that switch right on because the games are meaningful again, April is just as important as September. All these wins are super important when the guys can get them, but sometimes it takes. It is a little bit different once the season starts. As they say, the lights are a little bit brighter, and you got to pay attention to detail. But you definitely can't, fall too deep into the standings in April. That's for sure. So if you can hold your own, hold home field advantage, stuff like that, it's very meaningful. As you see, so sometimes it comes down to when we get to late September, October, we got a playoff game to get into the playoffs because of one game. So that's how important the games are in April. They're just as important as the games in September when somebody's making a push.
All right, Roger, man, I think our audience definitely needs to know this awesome event that you're working with, and that is
thank you guys. Absolutely.
The Kids Meals annual class coming up. I know it's coming up soon here this month of April 25th. Talk to our listeners about this and how they can get involved in it.
Yeah, I appreciate the time, guys. Kids Meals, I'm very thankful they've asked Deb and I to come on and help co-sponsor the golf event. It's Friday, like you said, it's Friday, April 25th at Memorial Park Golf Course. And the kids' meals, I mean, they do so much. I mean, obviously their slogan is they want to end childhood hunger, but 9,000 plus meals delivered each weekday. And then when you look overall the work that they've done, it's pretty mind-boggling once you see 3.4 million meals that are going to go out in the year 2025. So they get it and they get after it. And like I said, I'm just happy that being here in my hometown. We've done some work with them through my foundation, the Roger Clemens Foundation. But if you're not out there at the golf tournament on Friday, come on out there and see us. There'll be some people signing some autographs. We'll be doing some stuff there. And if your listeners or the folks that are there on property with you guys today, if they can't go out, it's kidsmealsinc.org. And but they do a great job, and we appreciate that. Like I said, you feel connected when they're kids because my foundation deal with at-risk children, and so we appreciate the Kids Meals folks bringing Deb and I on, and we got a lot of great friends. I think the title sponsors Group 1 Automotive, so we thank them for really getting behind it and making this happen. So we're gonna have a good time.
So that is coming up Friday, August 25th, Memorial Park Golf Course. And you'll be helping. That's one of the things that we know about you, Roger, is you love to get involved in situations like this. I think our producer did some work with you. I know he said, Tyler, I know you can take over. You had a good time working with the Rocket.
Yeah, man, Rocket. Just wanted to give you a quick shout out, man. This past weekend, folks, Rocket was out there with us and the fine people of Boots for Troops. Shout out to Jimmy Rogers and company out there with Boots for Troops. They do great stuff.
How cool was that, to seeing those guys get after it?
Oh, man, it was awesome. Rocket was out there. Ron, he was throwing BP to the veteran softball team and the civilians. Rocket, correct me if I'm wrong on the number here, but I believe he offered up a $100 bill for every home run hit in that game between the civilians and veterans. Just great stuff, man. It was great to talk with you, and I know stuff like that means a lot.
I was glad you were there, and you're right. We threw in $100 per homer, and even more importantly, I said $500 for the first guy that blows out his hamstring, because I know it's going to happen in these softball games. Somebody's going to blow their hamstring out for sure. But yeah, I was flipping in some room service to them, and a couple of them hit bombs, and I told them to quit staring at them, or the next one's coming overhand somewhere.
Yeah, they had those torpedo bats on you, Roger. That's exactly
man, I'd have to live in there on their hands with that bat. There's a little spot in there. If you can get it in there, that thing will break too. You never know what can happen.
Listen to you. You've looked at these bats and figured out.
I love wearing those guys. Them big old power hitters, you got to wear and you got to knock their thumbs off. Then they know you're coming in there. Like I said, I learned from one of the best, the great Don Drysdale. Remember Big D? 6'5". Had me on a radio show one time when I was a rookie, and he was so nice and flattering with just a mild voice, like a Sunday school teacher while we were doing his radio. And he turned that radio off, and his whole demeanor changed. He looked right at me and said, "Son, let me tell you something. I've seen you. You got a chance in this game." I said, "Well, thank you, Mr. Drysdale." And he goes, "Let me just tell you something. You know what my best pitch of the game was?" I said, "No, sir." But now I'm starting to shake like in the Wizard of Oz. Them talking to Oz. And he said, "You know my best pitch?" I said, "No, sir." And he goes, "It's my second knockdown pitch. You know why, kid?" And I go, "No, sir, mister." He goes, "That way the hitter knew the first one wasn't a damn mistake." Oh, my goodness. Old school, baby. Those guys are old school. That's old school guys.
Yeah, now you're going to have to pay a fine if you do that.
Yeah, you have to get in your pocket a little bit.
There you go. But, again, we appreciate you. We always enjoy being able to spend a little time with you.
You guys are the best. I appreciate you having me on. Thanks so much.
All right, that's Roger Clemens. Again, guys, make sure you check out the great things that they're doing as he and his wife, Deb, are honorary chairs for the Kids Meals Annual Hunger-Free Golf Classic coming up Friday, April 25th at Memorial Park Golf Course. Coming up, the news of the day, Jaylen Petri. He gets a new deal. He gets new money. We'll talk about our thoughts with that coming up next.
Guys, it's 610 to talk about on the radio.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
This was a really good series for Cam Smith.
In the last couple of days.
with Stoerner and Hughley is presented by Verlo Mattress. Verlo Mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life.
Nobody knows what it means. Provocative. It gets the people going.
Live from spectators in Sugarland, it's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming through, and YouTube and Twitch. We appreciate you joining us live as we are here at Spectators. Here as you can get that crawfish. My man Travis over there banging out them big beers. I saw him get a little bit more crawfish. Go ahead and do your thing. Osita got a little crawfish. Reggie got a little crawfish. The people are out here, freshly cut grass. I'm telling you, it's a beautiful thing out here. I don't know why that felt like I'm at the baseball field, the way that grass just got cut on my man. Somebody get that man a beer. It's Fiesta Friday out here. $4 Mexican beers, also $5 margaritas. So do you think? Damn, Travis had a big. Travis out here having a good. That's what the hell I'm talking about. It's a Friday. Do your thing. Hell, I got your next beer. Put it on me, Travis. I got your next beer. All right, I ain't gonna be like Luke and make you have it under $2.
I think we've gotten past the initial. We've taken a photo already.
We've taken a photo.
We're on to the second date.
We've
now.
done that on the on YouTube and Twitch. My man TXX put out to the ladies, first date, El Tiempo or Lupe Tortilla. Which one? Sally, a top 3 listener, obviously at least 2 to 3 spaces ahead of Mel. She goes El Tiempo hands down. So we're seeing that roll through. I think it's El Tiempo on that one too.
Easy.
I like Lupe. They got a hell of a taco salad now. I think I had it last Friday, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I ain't hating on Lupe, but it's LT in that case. Easy.
Not bad. We're going to somebody up. Our third gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. We have 2 more to give away, one in this hour as well as one in the 5 o'clock hour. All right, Jaylen Petri has been extended. Luke, he got a $39 million extension. 29 plus is guaranteed.
Woo! Love that money.
And look, listen, I don't think anybody has, maybe some people have an issue. I don't think anybody has a major issue there. It's not huge money. Now, he is the highest paid nickel corner, but that's at $29 million guaranteed. When you're not paying your quarterback yet, you're not paying Will Anderson yet, you can make these things happen. And I think he is an important part of this team, obviously. But you pay this and you do this contract, your thinking is you don't give guys his age a contract for what they've done. And really you shouldn't do it for anybody. It's about what you project that he will do, right? So he's been – I don't think mixed bag is fair, Luke, but year one, I think people had promise. He did have a little issue where he missed tackles, but people had promise. Year 2, the first year in D'Amico's system, there was some questions. There were times, held in important games, in playoff games, where he was sitting, next to D'Amico Ryans on the bench. So there's some concern there. Then last year, when they put him in that star nickel, it seemed like they found a home for him before he got injured, and he was playing at a big-time level. Do you sense, though, that Jaylen Petri has another level to his game? Is there another jump of improvement to his game, or do you think we're closer to the ceiling of Jaylen Petri?
I'm going to say jump. I think there is still room.
You think there's still room jump?
Yeah, because I think you had the transition to D'Amico's system, and then that was year 1 to year 2, and so it's almost like you start over. And they always say you see the most growth from year 1 to year 2, but I would like to think now moving forward into the next year that you'll continue to see more growth, especially because now it's almost like year 1 to year 2 again, where, as you mentioned, they found that good fit for him in this defense last year with that versatile role. And so, again, it was almost like a refresher, a start over. It worked out well, and now hopefully he develops even further with more familiarity in what they're asking him to do. I also think the contract sometimes can help guys too, where it just gives you that confidence of, takes away some of the pressure of like having to prove yourself, sometimes pressing, and then gives you the confidence of, hey, this team likes you, like they want you here. If you didn't already know that, but just having that money, you feel a little more comfortable, a little more confident, and even sometimes that could help guys as well when they stop worrying about that. And the team is instilling that confidence in you. It's almost vindication, and sometimes that propels guys. So I'd like to be optimistic and think we could see another step, maybe not a huge one, but I think he could continue to improve moving forward.
Yeah, obviously you go, and many people go in terms of a step for Jaylen Petri is his coverage skills.
Yeah.
That's the place, is can he, and I think we saw growth from year 2 to year 3, right? I think we saw. Now, listen, Jaylen Petri is never going to be a guy that you can just say, hey, man, we're going to leave him in press coverage one-on-one with no help with 1 or 2 level receivers, right? The one that many people go to is the, damn, Devontae Adams just whooped his ass right quick, right off the line of scrimmage to really end that game. But really, that is on Matt Burke and D'Amico. And I'm sorry, Matt, I didn't mean to say your name first. That was on D'Amico and Matt Burke for putting him in that position. Because I say that because Matt Burke, you know D'Amico's name comes first when he gets all the credit. And I ain't going to throw your ass in there first because, no, that was more on the coaching side of things. I think there is a step that he can improve on and take there. Again, we saw him take a step from year 2 to year 3. I think he can get better there, but his ability and his mind to just be, he's always around the ball. He is always around making plays. We saw the turnover against the Cowboys. We saw turnovers where he took advantage of Anthony Richardson. He has the ability to do that. So I don't think we have seen, now, again, I don't think the ceiling, right? I don't think it is. He hasn't even scratched the surface. I'm not saying I don't think he's about to grow in and be Ed Reed, but I do think there is, if they play him in the right position and they use him the way they did last year, I do think there is a potential that he grows and gets better than he is and gives you more than he has right now. Yeah,
I agree. I think, like I said, it's a second year in this role. He blitzed by far because of that versatile role where he's playing, on multiple levels, but he blitzed far more than anybody else in the defensive backfield. I think he needs to do a better job of actually kind of getting home, getting to the quarterback. I think missed tackles can still be improved upon at times. So I think there are a number of areas for him that he can clean up a little bit on the field. But I think once you get that contract, year 2 in this role, maybe figuring out more of that blitzing and getting after the quarterback can add an increased element to his game. And obviously the Texans see something to commit to him beyond just this year. So I think we will see that improvement.
But it's good. I think they know who he is, and they know where he is, and I think they understand not to put him in situations anymore. But all of the other stuff that he brings to the table is what I think they love about Jaylen Petri. And I think in this particular system, at this team, in this organization, while you're not committed big time to your quarterback and your defensive end, it makes a lot of sense to get here. Now, I don't know if Jaylen Petri, how long he's going to be here after this. I think that changes up when you start to invest in other spaces. But I think right now this makes a ton of sense to do right there. All right, as we continue rolling right here live on The Drive, stay with us. Come on out. Not just stay with us. Come on out to Spectators here in Sugar Land and enjoy yourself for the rest. It is now really comfortable. I ain't going to lie to you. We started out here, I thought, man, maybe our computers, our iPads, our stuff was going to get overheated. But now it is a real calm, comfortable evening. The water's out in front of us. And you can come out for a little Fiesta Friday right here at Spectators here in Sugar Land. So do your thing. All right, straight up, this is where we're going. I know it's 12, 13 games in. You regretting the Astros trading Kyle Tucker yet? You to that point yet? You regretting? And I'll do you a favor. Don't look at the National League leaders. Don't do that. His face keeps coming up at the top. But are you in a place where you think the Astros already potentially will regret trading Kyle Tucker? We'll discuss that. Coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
Tell you about them cold Coors Light. It's 5 o'clock. Coors Light is all.
Live from Spectators, and it's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here. Spectators here in Sugar Land. Make your way on out here as we continue to roll here until 6 o'clock. The party is going. It is Fiesta Friday. My father-in-law just walked in. I think he's about to get him one of them $4 Mexican beers in this place. He nodded his head. The kids are in the building. I don't know why my daughter has on a mustache, but we'll figure it out.
Trying to look out.
I don't know what it is. She looks like she's got her school costume on. She got out of school 2 hours ago, and she still has it on. But whatever. Good time out here. It's a fun time out here. As we said, Fiesta Friday, $4 Mexican beers, $5 margaritas, and they got the crawfish out here. If you want it, it is good. And again, if you are walking over to somebody who has crawfish and you say, "Hey man, can I get one?" and they offer you some, please. Like, I just don't think you can eat any of the fixings, and that would include the corn, the potatoes, or the sausage. I think you are a sick individual. A sick individual, probably somebody who plays Neil in spades. I just don't respect. All right, and just don't do that. Don't do it. It's weird. So come on out, have a good time, take advantage of we're going there. Clint is out today, but Luke is in good hands. Luke, give Luke a hand. He's done a good job as he's been with us all week.
You.
There you
Too
go.
Kind.
There you go. Although Luke out here, ladies, does not believe in giving more than $10 bottle of wine, but that is Luke.
Roger Clemens agreed.
No, yeah, Roger.
Franzia for you,
Roger. I was about to say Roger.
That was the highlight.
Roger, did Debbie have you paying that car payment? Is that what that car payment was? But your thinking is, ain't I'm about to pay a car payment down in the future. Your thinking is, I'm just gonna get box wine.
Wow, I'm thinking is hopefully she can pay my car payment in the future.
Okay, all right. I mean, we found somebody, Tyler. This guy's worse than me, man.
Yeah, man. I mean, this is a true shock.
Listen, he's 10 times worse than I am. I mean, he got to be ashamed of himself. I'm hoping she can pay mine. I hope that poor lady. Of course not. Yeah. Of course not my ass. I think. I bet you in that we can go in on it. We can do that. All right, and I said this on the other side, and I've gotten a lot of this is. All right, yeah, he didn't do anything in the playoffs. Honest to God, I feel like this is what Astros fans are clinging to, because you got to tell yourself this, and I get it. The Astros have been very, very successful. Correa, you really would have rather Correa stayed here with everything he's about. He's gone. Springer, you probably would have rather Springer gone. Garrett Cole, maybe not, with the way he acted, but the player you would have loved to have been here. Right, Charlie Morton, big part of the 2017 championship team. You would have loved to continue to have him in the rotation, right? Bregman, another one. But the Kyle Tucker thing, like if you look at it, he is leading almost in every important, or at least top three, and in every important category in terms of hitting in the National League, and he has gotten off to a great start with the Cubs. When I hear the playoff thing, I call BS on that because Correa was a great playoff player. Correa was an excellent playoff. I think when Correa got traded or let go or didn't sign back with the Astros, many people were like, "Oh, good, cool, we're good. The Astros will keep moving." I don't think it's the playoff thing. I think you're telling yourself this thing. But the Kyle Tucker one, to me, maybe they haven't had to regret any of the other ones. But the Kyle Tucker one, that's the most on the table we have seen of any of the guys that have left here is Kyle Tucker, what he's doing, especially the state of where they are right now.
It feels huge.
It does, and it feels like this might be the one that Astros fans regret.
Yeah, so the way I come at this, though, is because of the circumstances, I think that changes everything. I think it's a shame to see Kyle Tucker leave. Certainly more so than those other players mentioned. But I think you have to understand, and I know reasonable Astro fans do, that Tucker wasn't going to stick around beyond this year. And so you moved him, and you got potentially, we'll see how things play out this year and beyond, but potentially three starters.
Well, just throw that out. Why wasn't Kyle Tucker going to stick on beyond this year?
Because ownership doesn't want to.
Okay, yeah. It wasn't because Kyle Tucker didn't want to be here.
No. And so that's where the frustration should be with the Astro fans. It's not that, oh, man, we traded away Kyle Tucker, but it's, oh, man, we had to get rid of Kyle Tucker. And that should not be the situation the Astros find themselves in. I mean, this is a top 5 market. They've had success in recent years. You know, they should be just like the Cubs or the Mets, Yankees, so on and so forth, these teams that spend money and don't worry about the luxury tax. But that hasn't been the case. So because of the circumstances, I know if I speak just for me personally, I don't regret it, regardless of what Tucker does elsewhere. I don't I'm disappointed because of the situation, but I understand that's the situation the Astros were in, and they had to move on from him. So because of that, you just have to accept the deal and hope that now these pieces work out, that Paredes does fit nicely into his new home ballpark, and Cam Smith develops into a next great star, and you get something from this trade, unlike some of those other guys.
So your thought is there's no regret because they were never going to sign him anyway.
Yeah.
So there's no regret.
They had to move on from him, yeah. And at least they got what seemed like a pretty good package. Now, it might not work out. Paredes might hit 200 his whole career here. Wisniewski might be nothing more than a, decent middle reliever. And Cam Smith. And then
Cam Smith is the one, though.
Of course, yeah.
Cam Smith is the one that will tell a lot if this thing works or not. If this thing is because his play, and that was what people were amped about coming out of spring training, was his play. Cam Smith will tell a lot. Like I just think this Kyle Tucker one is the perfect storm. I think Kyle Tucker was the one in which he's leaving, and there's not like an automatic person there that there is belief that can take over his spot, right? Like when Correa left, there was a feel that Pena. All right, I'm intrigued to think that Pena can play, and they had him waiting in the weeds, right? I know they didn't find a center fielder for Springer, but Kyle Tucker, from an offensive perspective, kind of was the guy that kind of took up for him in that slot out of the outfield. Framber was there when Garrett Cole leaves, and you felt this is the perfect storm where it's Cam Smith who just got here, who you're hoping can be that piece. And then the other pieces are Chaz and Jake, right? And then the other thing is they had to go and move Altuve to left field to try to get more. I just think it's the perfect storm. And then, hell, as I looked up on MLB Network, they're doing a piece on Kyle Tucker, who's hitting .322 with 5 home runs and leading the league in runs scored. I think it's the perfect storm of this is, as we talked about the other day, kind of the weakest group they've had in a long time here, and I think that's why the regret potentially will come, because I don't think Kyle Tucker is slowing down, and the playoff thing is silly to me, right? Barry Bonds was not great in the playoffs until he was, right? Like I'm not
got a boost.
Yeah, well, okay. he was not great when he was with the Pirates. Yeah. Early times with the Giants, then he came on and had a good one, but it's not like, oh, no, we won't regret having Barry Bonds because he had an 8-year run in the postseason where he wasn't great.
Yeah,
right?
Didn't stop the Yankees from giving Aaron Judge that huge contract, which is probably going to be comparable to what Kyle Tucker gets this offseason. You could point to numerous people. A-Rod was terrible in the playoffs. He always got huge deals. Even Greg Maddux wasn't as good in the postseason as he was in the regular season, but nobody would not sign Greg Maddux because of that. Yeah. So, yeah, that's a little irrelevant. But I just think it was the situation. As I said earlier, he is going to have, I think no doubt about it, he's going to have the best post-Astros career of any of those players.
Of those other guys? Yeah.
Absolutely. And so that's what makes it tougher to swallow. But for me, like I said, I come at it from a different perspective of just Dana Brown's hands were tied, and there was nothing he could do. The conversation should be more about why are the Astros operating this way where they refuse to invest in someone like Kyle Tucker. But because of the situation, you had to move on from him. It sucks. It doesn't make it any easier, but as an Astros fan, I could almost hang my head of a choice because they weren't going to keep him beyond this year.
Yep. Text line coming in. You cannot just let every star player walk in free agency. They never re-sign anyone, and it's caught up with them. I don't think we can say it's caught up with them yet, but this is the biggest test to me. Like, this right now is the biggest test of, all right, we're going to move on from Bregman, we're going to move on from Tucker, because this is different. Even in the past, if they haven't re-signed Correa and they haven't re-signed, Cole, or they didn't re-sign Verlander that one time when he went to the Mets, now he came back, they didn't re-sign these guys. They rode them out to the end. They've decided to unload Tucker and Bregman, like especially Tucker, before they had to. Like, this is now the plan moving forward, right? That they are going to go in this direction where they're going to kind of attack it in a more cost-effective way, even more than they did before, and I think that was the sign of it. So,
well, let me ask you this. For all the replacements that you mentioned, and this might be a ridiculous question 12 games into his career, but would Cam Smith have the highest ceiling of those guys?
Pena.
Take away Kyle Tucker. That wasn't like a direct replacement for Springer.
I think Framber probably had a higher ceiling, has a higher ceiling as a pitcher replacing Garrett Cole. Mm-hmm. And I think Framber, but Cam Smith, yes, like he's up there. I think you're right. It is largely dependent on that.
Yeah.
Paredes can hit, as you said, maybe 200 the rest of his career. But if Cam Smith comes out and is to what Kyle Tucker is, then I think you feel completely different about the trade. All right, coming up a little 5 o'clock fire as we roll through this. The Astros, they're back on the mound as they had that gut punch from the Mariners, but they get back on it. That's why baseball it is. Hey, you play again. We'll get into that. The Rockets, they're on the court. We'll see who else plays. We'll give you the injury report of who will play as they have the 2 seats sold up. They're in L.A. to play the Lakers and the Masters. We'll get you updated. All of that as we continue live right here on The Drive.
Clemens had a big ass.
Jaylen Petri got his payday. The Texans DB signed a 3-year, $39 million extension to
One, put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610. And preside with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Dirty's not here, but Box Wine Luke is in the building. And Show and T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is, it is 5 o'clock fire. 5 o'clock fire is brought to you by the Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club Tournament Course. And not only is that the latest is we are here live on the second leg of our Crawfish Circuit Tour, and it brings us here to Sugarland, and we are live here at Spectators in Sugarland, Spectators Bar and Grill. And listen, it is starting to pick up. People are getting off work, and the inside is getting filled up. The outside is having a good time. Let me hear you, people. Let them. There it is. Yeah. And Crawfish is out and about. My man Travis got some. I think my daughter just ordered a pound of crawfish. You can get some crawfish here as well. And also remember, it is Fiesta Friday in the building. $4 Mexican beers. Also $5 margaritas. I'm certain, boy, you can probably get some tequila and get a deal on some tequila out here today. And they do so many things. Follow them at Spectator, because you can find as many events as they have. They're doing something special at all three of their locations here, and their three locations, Richmond, Sugarland, and Riverstone. Over the Masters this weekend, they do things all the time, so check them out there as well. But it's a good time being had here as a lot going on, and the Astros, they are back. They are back on the mound, and it was crazy, man. We were leaving the studio, and they had just hit a grand slam, but they still were in the lead. The Mariners had hit a grand slam, but the Astros were still in the lead. But hell, by the time I got in my car and I was halfway home, they had somehow lost that game 7-6. And Brian Abreu had blown a save there. So they had the day off to stew on that a little bit. They end that road trip 3-3. And now they're back home to host. I know Tyler laughs at it. I posed this question to Luke before the show. Are they for real Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim? They face Mike Trout and them, and the Angels. Angels right now are 8-4, 4 games over 500 in the AL West, only trailing the Rangers right now. But they face them, and this is a big night to me, Luke, because listen. They need to have as many guys in this rotation that they can count on, and they can at least have the ability to give them a chance in games. And one of the guys right now, since you have Spencer Arrighetti going to the IL with that freak injury, one of the guys, Ronel Blanco. Ronel Blanco was huge for them last year. Hell, you can say in the first half he was their best pitcher. I think he should have been an all-star. It is huge. And I felt like he should have been an all-star last year. He had pitched that well and held them afloat at times where others were struggling and they had injuries. He has not been good. His ERA is near 10 in 2 starts, and he has only pitched 6 2/3. His last game, he didn't get out of the second inning, Luke. So this is a big night for them and Blanco, because they got to have him to at least give them something.
For sure, and especially because of the opponent, because the way the Angels have gotten off to this hot start has been with the bats and mostly just mashing home runs.
Yep. including their best player.
That's right. For now, we'll see if he makes it through the weekend.
Jesus, Tyler!
I was doing it.
If he makes it through the weekend, damn.
I was doing it.
Tyler will be right there smiling on Monday. Yep.
I was giving him the Friday off.
That's taxes and that. Mm-hmm.
But that's why it's a good test, because this is a team that's been mashing early in the year. They're the only team in the division that's been hitting so far. So you want to see something. It's at home in front of the home crowd. It's against I guess so far a pretty formidable lineup. And just anytime you face a divisional team, they're big games. These are big series, even this early in the year, especially with the way these two teams have started. And usually those are the teams that know the most about you. They know the pitcher better than anybody. So this is a good test for him, and you want to see him show against this Angels team and kind of put them in their place, not only tonight, but this whole weekend for the Astros. The Angels are off to this great start. They're one of the big storylines of the AL right now. You'd like to try to knock them back down to earth a little bit in your ballpark this weekend.
Let me ask you this, Luke, and the people here on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610. You can jump in on this. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well, I'll let you get the first crack at it, Luke. Do you think the Astros still have that Astros fear to the rest of the teams in the division? Do you think that my father-in-law is shaking it off like he's shaking off a curveball? He is saying no. Do you think that they still have that the boogeyman is coming to get us?
I don't think so.
You think it's worn off?
Yeah, the only team I would say to the division, no. The only team is maybe the Angels in the sense that they've been so bad for so long. Yeah. They haven't been able to compete at the level of the Astros. Maybe they still look up. But no, like if you're the Rangers, certainly not. You have aspirations of getting back to the World Series this year.
Won the title, yeah.
I don't think you fear them. If you're the Mariners, we just saw what you mentioned it off the top of this hour, what they did the other day, down 5 runs with 2 outs in the 8th. They come back and win. Rosarena's pimping the grand slant. They don't care. They're not afraid. So if anybody, maybe the Angels, but this is also kind of this new feel Angels team that's having a great start to this season. But no, I think the Astros have lost that boogeyman aspect in the division, or really just in the AL in general, I guess, at this point.
Yeah, so we'll watch that. They got a big weekend series against the Angels. Again, the Astros they have been awful. Obviously, listen, they've been here. They were down 10 games in the division to the Mariners last year, and obviously got back in a hurry and won that division, kind of going away. So they've been here before, but this is a series, as you said, to kind of keep the Angels in place, to let them know, like, hey, we're the Astros and you're still the Angels, all right, and you're not pulling this thing up.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, before we get to the Rockets and figure out what they're going to do tonight, as we saw what they did the other night, we'll get to them. But the Masters is happening right now, and I want to hit this leaderboard to you fellas. And Tyler, I'll let you jump into this one first, and you can run through this as well, listeners, and Luke. Here is the leaderboard right now. Justin Rose, who led after round 1, he is still leading, and he is finished at 8 under. Bryson DeChambeau went 4 under today. He is now 7 under for the tournament. Connors, the Canadian, went 2 under. He's 6 under. And then there is a tie right now with him, Connors, Roy McIlroy, who went 6 under today. He was even par to start the day. He went 6 under today, and he is now 6 under for the tournament, 2 off the lead, followed by Scotty Scheffler is in there. And then as well as Shane Lowry, who is 5 under, 3 back. Jason Day is 3 back. Tyler Desue. And for, I guess, the Masters and the PGA Tour overall, does this set up to be a good thing, in good shape over the weekend with that leaderboard?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, anytime you're saying a few of those names, really, you listed off there, but anytime you tell me you got the world's number 1 in Scotty Scheffler, you got that Irishman Rory, just them two, really, I'm in. I'm in for the weekend just with those 2 names, but even some of the other ones are good, too. But, no, I'm going to be locked in, glued to that TV screen for these 3rd and 4th rounds of the Masters out there at Augusta.
The thought of Scotty Scheffler and Rory in a chase, And then, like with those two, not only having to deal with each other, but them, and we could see them potentially in the same group coming up this weekend, coming up tomorrow, where they are right now. And by the way, Scotty's not done. Scotty's got still a few more holes to play, so he could even improve upon that being two back. But no, I think right now, with absolutely no Tiger, right, and Phil is, he's not going to make the cut. No. Some of the other names, I think for me, this is probably as well as it could get. This is probably as good as it could get when you look at the thought of having those two big guys, 1 and 2 in the world, the two guys I think pretty much are the best golfers right now. I think this is the best they could have right now.
Absolutely. You asked me before the start what would be through Sunday, and that's what I said. Either Scheffler trying to go for back-to-back, which hasn't happened in over 2 decades, or Rory trying to get his first. And so if you have those two being the 1 and 2 going at it with those two storylines, I think that's the perfect scenario for this tournament and for a fun Sunday finish.
Yeah. It should be entertaining as we can continue to look at this. This is probably the best thing they could have without some of those big stars. So, again, in the hunt right there, 2 off the lead is Scotty Scheffler, the number 1 player in the world that's been the dominant one, and then Rory, the one. I think, right, tell me if I'm wrong here, Tyler, Rory has a chance to complete the Grand Slam.
The Grand Slam, yeah.
Yeah, with winning all the majors.
Yeah, the career one. Yeah, the career
Masters
Grand Slam.
is the only one he hasn't been able to win up to this point. So
he's choked one away pretty bad before.
Yeah. Yeah. There is something nervous about him if he's leading late.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm tuning in.
That's got a bit of a Greg Norman feel to it.
Yeah.
That is he going to choke this thing like Duke and the other team that choked earlier this week. I won't bring that up too soon.
By the way, Fred Couples, Bijani's guy, went 4 over today and is going to miss the cut. So
damn, he started off so well in that.
Oh, wow.
God,
Bijani was excited yesterday.
Fred Couples, who, just like our executive producer Tyler Milner, wears a visor when he golfs.
Fresh-ass visor, that's right.
Oh, we've got a name for it. All right.
I mean, I don't look bad when I'm wearing. I wouldn't wear it,
You just shut up and let me do my job.
5 o'clock fire.
Shove it up your ass, Jim. All right, and I did that in front of my kids.
I was hoping for it.
All right, the Rockets, they're playing out the string. They've got the 2 seed wrapped up, and they played the Clippers. They set a lot of guys really basically almost everybody but Jalen Green. They set a lot of those guys out. They now play the Lakers. And I'm wondering from you, Luke, and the people, how do you think they should be handling this? They set everybody out against the Clippers, and now they have the Lakers and I believe the Nuggets. Yeah, the Lakers and the Nuggets left in their final 2. Obviously, they cannot change into their positioning, but they will sit these 2 games out, and then we know because of the play-in they will be out another week before they would start their series. How do you think they should be handling these games down the stretch?
Like it's preseason. Play the starters, if anything. Play them very little, like a quarter at most. Jalen Green's the one that I would make an exception for in terms of you want to sit some of these guys a full game, fine. I would have him play and start each of these last 2 games. I don't know if it's important to Jalen Green, but he has started every game the last 2 years. He has one of the longest streaks. If he starts these last 2 games, he's going to have the longest streak for the Rockets in like 2 decades. I don't know if he cares about that.
When you have a chance to do Cal Ripken, you do
right. So start him, take him out the first dead ball if you want. So he's the one that I would make sure I start each of the 2 games. You want to sit the other players, your other starters. That's fine, because the most important thing to me is the rest and the health when it comes to the playoffs. And rust, I'm not as concerned about rust in basketball. It's not, baseball's so much about timing. Yeah. Basketball, these guys are still going to get their shots up. They'll get some cardio in, at the arena, even if they're not playing. I know it's a bit of a long layoff, especially within the play-in round, but I'm pushing these guys. If you have them suit up, I have them play maybe 10 minutes just to get a little, cardio in, but very little. I would want to see very little from your starters these last 2 games.
All right. Well, here is the injury report if you're ready.
Boy.
Tari Eason, out, lower leg. Dylan Brooks, out, rest. This is his second consecutive. Amin Thompson, out, rest. His second consecutive. Alfred Şengün, out, personal reasons. He missed the last game as well. Fred Van Vliet, out, ankle. He missed the last one as well. Jabari Smith, out. He missed the last one as well with the groin. And then everybody's favorite, or at least Reggie's favorite, Jason Tate is out with an ankle injury. So they are seven out in this game. They are going deeper than you just talked about. They are damn sure treating it like a preseason game, even worse than that. This is just a game that doesn't even matter right now at this point. They're not playing anybody, and it's interesting because the Lakers, this game is important. The Lakers need to win one of their final 2 games to hold on to that 3 seed, and I'd imagine right now as they're playing all their guys, it looks like that will probably happen. So the Rockets are doing them a favor.
You would certainly hope so. But who was it? Wasn't the Warriors the team the other night? They lost to the Spurs, who are obviously trying to lose. And so you never know. But, yeah, the Lakers should win tonight. We got into this a little bit yesterday. I mean, you really have to crunch the scenarios to try to figure it out. But I do wonder how the Rockets could impact the standings based off these last couple of games, and if it would lead to any more desirable standings for the playoffs, if you will. You know, to see if they could better their draw.
Maybe not this game, but the next one, the Nuggets, if they beat them, do the Nuggets drop right like where they are? So we'll see. I don't think the Nuggets can get to the play-in. Like, you're the Rockets, you don't want them to end the play-in.
I know, that's the tricky
that's
part.
The thing is, but no, they clearly are going this route. They're going the route, and I wouldn't imagine Sunday they change against Denver. I'd imagine they probably sit most of their guys in that game too.
And unless it's just they've been off for the last week. Here's one last tune-up before the playoffs. You give them a little run, but yeah, there's really not much reason to. These guys will be ready to go. They're not going to be rusty come first round of the playoffs.
Yeah. All right, speaking of the Rockets, there is a major rumor going around that doesn't affect the Rockets, let's say right now, but could in the future. We got to address that. That's coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
Tyler, I love you too, man. You so H-Town.
Cougs came up just short in their bid for a national championship. A tough way to end the year, but there's plenty to be proud of from a memorable hoop. crafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life.
Shout out, thank you to Tyler Milner, who just tweeted about my appearance with you guys with a cool video. Thank you very much, Tyler.
Live from Spectators in Sugarland, it's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, there we go as we are live back here, Spectators here in Sugarland, letting you know we've got about maybe 15 more minutes before we call our final winner. You can win a $25 gift card, Academy Sports and Outdoors. All you got to do is do like our guy just did. Sign your name, put it in our raffle box, and you will have a chance to win $25. We've done 3 gift cards already. This is our 4th and final one. So do that right now. If you're in the building, if you're on your way, you can sign your name, put it in right now as we've had a good time. Crawfish is flowing. It is Fiesta Friday. Make sure. There you go. I see people back there. They got them. They got them. There you go. There you go. Somebody took out Osita and said, who orders 1 pound of crawfish? Well, hell, somebody who just want 1 pound of crawfish.
I thought the same thing. That's pretty odd.
Is that an odd? Is that odd?
I mean, literally and figuratively, yes.
What's the floor? 2?
Yes, I think floor is 2.
So you have to get at least 2. Listen, I'm gonna leave it to the experts. So you would never go just 1.
No, that's like not even a snack. Like
that's not even a snack. Yeah,
gonna peel a pound of crawfish, just be done. Come on, Osita, be better.
Baby.
Be better.
What about kids? Can kids bang out a pound? Is that it?
Yeah, I'll accept. I'll make an exception to the rule for the kids.
You accept an 8-year-old can do it? They can bang out.
Whoa, I don't know about 8. Like maybe 6 and under.
8's got to be 2. So 6 and under is 1 pound. 8's got to be 2 pounds.
That's what I'd say. Yeah.
That's what you say. All right, I'll leave it to the experts. By the way, no one else is using gloves. Do you judge him? He said he would only eat crawfish if he had gloves. Oh my God, that guy, the look on that man's face and the lady's face.
It better have been disgust.
It's pure disgust. I mean, pure anger and disgust with this thing. All right, let me get out of here before I make you a villain in here, Luke. The betting odds say that the Rockets are the team in the offseason that will land Kevin Durant. Listen, one of the biggest. We talked about this the other day. What's the biggest surprise of the NBA season? Is the Rockets being the 2 seed the biggest surprise of the NBA season? And I think there is a fair argument that is the case. But I think there is also a fair argument the Phoenix Suns flat not making the playoffs at all with Kevin Durant and Devin Booker and Bradley Beal all on their team is an absolute a shame, the craziest thing ever to see if they would make the play. So I think there's an argument with that. We'll talk about it. So I already got somebody say they don't want KD. All right, Kevin Durant, when you hear that, when you hear Kevin Durant, the betting odds show that the Rockets would be the team most likely to get Kevin Durant in a trade in the offseason. Your thought process is what?
I would be intrigued. As I've said previously, I'm on the fence. I'm not as adamant as a lot of Rockets fans that don't want him, but also
it is supposed to be. No, yeah. we don't want him at all. I understand the pure. I don't want him. That is a little like my man here. That is a little aggressive.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I'm not there. I would have to see the package first, which you have to give up in order to get Durant.
What you have to give up.
That's the biggest thing. But then even so, even if it's a good deal, my concerns are just that at his age, we've never seen a championship team be led by somebody at his age. And we also just haven't seen Durant lead a team where he's the number one, even in Golden State where you have Curry to lean on, even Klay Thompson, even what Draymond was bringing to the table. I know this Rockets team is talented and has a lot of weapons. I think Durant would fit really well, but there isn't still that Steph Curry where I don't know if just adding Durant will get you a championship, especially at this age. So those are my concerns. I'm not going to completely rule it out. If I'm the Rockets, of course I'm having the phone call. I'm seeing if it makes sense for us. But also for me, I'm also not at the other end where add Durant, champion contender next year. I don't know if he gets them there either. So that's why I'm on the fence of if it would be worthwhile for the Rockets to take that risk.
All right, I see some people coming in on this thing here. Durant to the Rockets. No KD. Only ring is from a super team. Crappy attitude. Find another way. Houston loves our homegrowns. Listen, to me, the no way on KD, I can't get with. To me, it would really have to come down for the package that they're trying to get. That's what it comes down to for me, because I think you all are crazy if you think KD can't what his skill set is to me arguably the biggest question that they have. What he's able to do is arguably to me the two biggest things with the Rockets is their experience issue, which yes they got Dylan Brooks, yes Steven Adams, and yes Fred VanVleet. They have had experience, but the bulk of their guys that they're depending on, this is going to be their first round. That is the other one. That is one thing, and the other one is who do they go to late in games? Who do they go to close? Who do they go to go get buckets? And not just a last-second shot. I'm talking about the last 4 minutes. When they play games in series, we know the Timberwolves where they're going to go. We know the Warriors where they're going to go. Hell, we know if he throws a grenade, but we know where the Grizzlies are going to go. Right? We know the options that the Lakers have. We know where OKC's going to go. We know where Denver's going to go. That's their one answer. And to me, I don't think that KD is just falling off a cliff. I mean, he still averaged 26.5 points a game, 6 rebounds, and he just puts them there. And I think when you get him, you allow, he's got a Min Thompson. He's got all these defensive minded, don't believe. If the Suns came to you and said Min Thompson, well, they can go F themselves.
For sure.
Right?
I was going to ask you, who are the untouchables for the Rockets?
Min Thompson. I'd probably say Şengün.
Yep, I'm with you on those two. That'd probably be it for me.
Yeah. Jalen Green, I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about, but those definitely would be because they fit with him, right there. But I think right now that is what they have missing, and so to me it can't be a no way. I'm not listening to that. No way. No, I think I got to at least listen to and what the package is,
and they say
because what he can bring to the table is everything that they're missing right now.
Yeah, it'd be malpractice to ignore any phone calls from the Suns or to ignore this conversation if you're the Rockets front office. And Brian Windhorst laid out the salary cap implications and why the Suns really need to. It's not even a choice.
Oh, yeah.
They need to unload Kevin Durant, which drives down the asking price. So the Rockets, if you're the Rockets, you could hopefully get him for, if it comes to that, you could get him for a lesser package for a better deal. And I do understand the idea of not wanting to break up this good, solid group for a 37-year-old who might only give you 2 to 3 years. So I do see that side of it.
I get that, yeah.
Yeah, what you've built, you want to continue to build that. But certainly what they're missing is that go-to guy. I just worry about Durant's age. And then maybe it's unfair, but just that idea of not being the true 1A of a championship team. Now, if he was a couple of inches back in Brooklyn on that three-pointer, might be a different story. That was all him, that series, and he was dominant, but just haven't seen him lead a team on his back to a championship.
Okay, on to what you just said there, where you went there. Someone texted in, is KD even the guy anymore? And I would say I don't think KD is a guy that is your number one, like your number one player that you will – like your number one in the sense of like everything revolves around him. Everything we do revolves around him. I don't know that he is that, but I do know he is a bucket getter.
Oh, yeah.
Like he is still the guy. And when you put him in a space where, hey, man, defensively, Like, it is not called upon that you have to be great in every single aspect of the game. But hey, man, go score and go get buckets, right? And now we're not saying play embarrassing defense, right? Like right now, would Luka work on the Rockets?
No. Well, no. He doesn't
get
fit.
out of hell. Luka will work anywhere.
That's what I mean. I would take him. He doesn't fit what they have, but absolutely, I would take him on any team.
But I'm saying, what you can figure out and work away, and Kevin's a better defender than he is, and just with how tall, I know he doesn't want to believe that he's 7 feet, but with however tall he is and his long arms, he's a better defender, especially when he wants to. So
for sure.
I think you can make that work. Again, if it has a Min Thompson or too many picks, like, you can go right on the hell, like with that, and then we don't talk about it. Then you go in and do your thing. I am. That is one where I am really surprised the reaction from some people who are 100% no. I don't want to give up Jabari Smith for it.
I also do wonder, for Ime Udoka, his style and how that translates with a star. Like, I think why Mike Malone got fired, why Jenkins got fired in Memphis is because these stars do run the teams, and you got to have these player coaches now in the NBA, and I don't think Udoka is that way. And in Boston, he didn't really have that true superstar and had success there. And, in Houston, they don't have that either. I'm curious if there would be some sort of clash if you brought in any sort of superstar, not just Durant.
Yeah.
And with Ime and the way he coaches, and if that would lead to, butting heads and ultimately some sort of problem.
Ime's got to work around that. But, it's got to all make sense. But to me, the people that are just out on it, I can't get with that. All right, coming up as we continue, we'll make you a little cash tonight as T-Mill's best bets roll through 65% this week. All right, Wednesday and Thursday weren't great in the red, but still overall in the green, 65%. He'll make you some cash. We'll get to that, as well as tackle the biggest story of the day with the Texans. They bring in Jaylen Petri and extend him, not bring him in, but they extend him and give him $39 million to his current contract. What does that, in a big picture, overall mean? We'll discuss that coming up next. Right, before we get there, fellas out there, if you are one of those who are struggling with ED, and baby, you ain't alone. All right, they've had people at the men's clinic help guys in their 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, and if you want to just sit there and just say hell, it's over, and not be able to be able to please your partner, don't do that. Go to the men's clinic. What they are doing over there is completely against what everybody else is doing. Those old pills that you used to use, nah, man, they've got a new product that is top of the line and the best on the market. And with that, they've got a special right now that's usually $1,000 that they're going to let you get for $299. And this is what it includes: an office visit, consultation with Dr. Randolph. Also, you get a test treatment in the office, so you'll see exactly what their product does and see what kind of dose you need, as well as all supplies needed for future use, and you'll get 1 month's worth of treatment. This is something you can't pass up. Make the call today, 713-828-1476. That's 713-828-1476, or visit themensclinic.com.
Boner alert. Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
The Houston SaberCats are rocking and rolling, and if you love football, let's check it out together. Next home game is April the 19th versus New Orleans. It's the Battle of the Bayou. Y'all meet me there.
Sub Team Money.
What a son of a bitch.
Spectators in Sugarland. It's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here at Spectators Bar and Grill, and I see a couple right here taking advantage of the Fiesta Friday, baby. That looks like a $4 Mexican beer and a margarita. Why not? Have a good time, baby. And clap it up. Give yourselves a hand. We've had a good time out here. Appreciate everybody who's stopped by and come out. Congratulations to Monty, who is our final winner of our $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. We gave away 4 today, and congratulations to all of our winners. We will be at our next stop next week, as we are doing this each and every Friday, our crawfish circuit, and we will let you know. Check Odyssey, check SportsRadio610.com to see where the next event is, as well as listen to Sports Radio 610, as we will let you know where we are headed next on Friday. But a great show. Shout out to our promo staff, Osita, who always does a great job. Clap it up, clap it up, clap it up. There we go. Shout out to our engineer, Aaron, who is in the building. He has kept us on the air and on YouTube and Twitch. And the great staff here at Spectators and all of you. It has been time, and as well as our guy Tyler back at the station, keeping us on the air and doing his thing as well. All right, before we get to T-Mill's Best Bets, where we make you a little cash, I feel like both of you degenerates lost money over the last couple of days. I was thinking about y'all from y'all bets on Wednesday, but make you some cash coming up in just a bit. Don't worry. They're going to end it in the bank. Had a good week, 65% in the green. They'll end it in the bank, so you can trust these guys, kind of. So stay tuned for that T-Mill's Best Bets here in a bit. Remember, coming up behind us, Texans All Access, Mark Vandermeer, the voice of the Houston Texans, John Harris, our guy, draft guru, also sideline reporter for the Texans. They're up next to discuss the Jaylen Petri contract. So make sure you stay tuned for that. And John Harris, is this right? His mock draft 18?
I just made that up.
Mock draft 18.0. Damn, John. My bad. No, John's probably about 3. You know I read what's on the flag.
No, that's my bad. I forgot for a second, but that was me. My bad.
There we go. John's probably had about 2 or 3 of them out, but he'll go over his mock draft as well. And then Area 45 live and local Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, and Chris Santiago coming up after Texans All Access. All right, one of the things that jumped out to me when I saw the signing of Jaylen Petri is, one, happy for Jaylen Petri. Shout out to as he got paid. A good dude, one of my favorite players. I think, honestly, just in terms of dudes, like Dameon Pierce and Jaylen Petri are probably a couple of my favorite guys on the team. They're just good. Will Anderson, CJ, but those two guys really just it's just you just root for those guys, man. They just seem like really cool dudes. Son, untuck your shirt, man. They seem like really, really cool dudes. But one of the first things that came to me was, man, they are serious about this defensive side of the ball. They have extended everybody on this side of the ball. They have extended Derek Stingley. They have extended Danielle Hunter. They've extended Jaylen Petri now. They've added EJ Speed. It just feels, Luke, that they have a, maybe I'm off on it, but it just feels like they have a different approach on the offense as opposed to the defense.
Agreed. Absolutely. And, when you look at the commitments made on this roster, they have been more on the defensive side of the football than the offense. Not only this offseason, but long-term. I said the number earlier, but if you look at contracts for 3 years and beyond, 3 quarters are on the defense. If you go to 4 years and beyond, 80%. Now, look, that's long term. A lot can change in the next couple of years. Obviously, they're going to have to make a big commitment, we assume, to C.J. Stroud if he bounces back this year and beyond. But, yeah, and I think part of that, it could almost be subconscious. But I think when you have a defensive head coach, DeMeco Ryans is so defense. I imagine those are his guys. I don't know how involved he is in the offense, if he's in the meetings, if he's working with the offense during practice, so on and so forth. And you want to keep those guys because that's who you've been working with and that's who's running your defense. And this defense has been good. I'm not opposed to extending the guys that they have, but it's a little bit out of balance, out of whack, it seems, based off of their actions.
You think they realize it?
I don't know. I mean, I guess you have to. I feel like I could see DeMeco maybe not really realizing it until he sits back until someone says, like, hey, we got a lot of this on defense, they kind of explain it to him. But I don't know. I don't know if, like, Nick Caserio is sitting there thinking, I mean, I guess you have to realize. Because you got to do more on offense.
Because I guess in my thought process, I find it hard, like, if DeMeco Ryans wanted to get, like, all right, man, we got to fix our front four.
Mm-hmm.
We got to fix our front four. Like, that's the big problem on this team is on the edges, on the end. We have got to fix the front four. I just don't think if he came out and said that's the number one thing we got to fix, Luke, that we would see defensive linemen on the front four that would be the equivalent of Laken Tomlinson or Ed Ingram. Like, they went out there and they said last year, hey, we got to fix the front four. And they went and signed Danielle Hunter and gave him damn near a fully guaranteed contract of $50 million. Like, that's one of the best in the game. And him, right? Like, so that's that. Like, when you look at that, it's just like, I just don't think that's what he would do. He said, oh, we need some linebacker help. I think that offensive line and receiver is much more of a priority than linebacker. He went out and got a starter in E.J. Speed. So it just does, just by the look of it, feels like they look at it differently.
It's true. They say most decisions are made about you without you in the room. Like when your bosses decide they're going to move on or they're going to hire whatever, you're not usually in those conversations. And so, yeah, if DeMeco's having those if he's the one in the room, like the defense has that advocate in DeMeco Ryans, who obviously carries a lot more weight than any sort of coach on the offensive side. I mean, shoot, they just got rid of their offensive coordinator. So when you're sitting down and you're talking about that, or when DeMeco even thinks about what we need, to your point, he might come to Nick, hey, we need this sort of linebacker. All right, let's go out and get it. We need this, where he's not necessarily thinking so much on the offensive side. And so many defensive coaches, too, just like to run the football and play defense. Like, they don't even worry so much about we need these 3 receivers or we need these weapons on offense. They think, no. We're going to win with defense. Offense will be its thing, especially if you have a quarterback like C.J. Stroud. Like, just take care of the football, and we'll take care of it on the defensive side of the football. That's how we're going to win games, play lower scoring. So I think that might be also part of his thought process as well, that he's not thinking so much like you just laid out. He's not thinking so much of like, oh, man, we need another weapon in the passing game. No, it's, what can we do to improve this defense? Because that's how he's spending his day. That's what he's working on. That's what's front of mind. And even, as I alluded to, if it's subconsciously, you get out of balance here where you sit back and think like, oh, we're making all these moves on defense, but we got to address the offense, though.
That's why, Luke, I am no there. He goes, oh, my God. Look at that defensive tackle.
In the first round?
Oh, my God. Oh, I got to have him. I got to get my hands. Listen to what he can do to this defense. Oh, my God, I got to have my hands on him. We can get Tyler Booker in the second round or something else. I got to have him. I can see. I mean, obviously, I don't think Tyler DeMeco talks like that. Maybe he doesn't have that sound, but I think he can do that. By the way, let's get to T-Mill's best bets before we do that, Tyler. I think that poor young lady who was stuck with the box wine just walked in, Tyler. I feel like that poor young lady who was stuck with the box
very
wine.
Very good. You spotted it out.
Oh, yeah. I could see that connection. You lit up like a Christmas tree.
Okay.
As soon as she rolled in. I saw that. Please, if you get that girl box wine, Luke, I'm going to hunt you down and I'm going to find you. All right? You could at least go over to H-E-B. They've got a $12 to $16 section that you could at least explore. Box
we know it well, yeah.
Look, she is clapping her hands.
Okay, all right.
All right, T-Mill, Give us your best bets. How you going to make some folks some money tonight?
That's right. It has been yet another profitable week thus far on Best Bets. We're in the green, 65% success rate thus far. Keep it going on a Friday night. I got 5 baseball bets for you. And if you miss any of these as I list them off, you can check it out on my Twitter, @TMillRealDeal. I post it there as well. 5 bets. First, hometown squad, Astros. They are back in action on the diamond at Dyken Park tonight against the Angels. I'm on their money line. Net